My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 2879 to chapter 3051. She was probably not used to her daughter's fragile state. Mu Qingya gently pushed Mu Rochuan away and looked at her lovingly. Child, what happened? Don't panic. Tell mother. Mu Rochuan didn't sense anything wrong and continued to hug her mother tightly as she cried, Mother, mother. It really wasn't easy for her to make the journey. At first, she just wanted to come back to see her mother, talk to her, and tell her what was on her mind. But she didn't expect that there would be a slight deviation when she passed through the great north-facing forest. The teleportation talisman array sent her to the great north-facing forest. Left with no choice, she could only fight her way out of the encirclement. She had nearly used up all the talismans she had on her to travel all the way from the Royal Academy to the Imperial capital. The moment she saw Mu Qingya, all the grievances and depression in her heart turned into deep sadness. All she wanted to do was to snuggle into her mother's embrace and seek comfort. Mu Qingya's expression stiffened. She raised her right hand in the air for a long time before it came down with difficulty. She patted her daughter's shoulder and said with a smile, Xianxia, what's wrong with you? You're not like your usual self. Don't cry first. Finding your sister is more important. Mu Qingya gently pushed her away again and looked at her lovingly with a warm expression. When your sister left the Imperial capital this afternoon, she was ambushed by a group of unknown death warriors. Her whereabouts are unknown now. She's dead? Mu Rochuan suddenly shrieked. Her abnormal behavior made Mu Qingya frown slightly. A faint trace of displeasure slid through her heart. She shook her head and said, Jojo is blessed by the heavens. Of course she'll be fine. Mu Rochuan subconsciously clenched her fists. Mother, I have something to tell you. You suddenly came back from the Imperial Academy. Something must have happened. But your matter isn't urgent. Find your sister first. Sister. Since when do I have a sister? Mu Rochuan's face suddenly twisted. She couldn't help but shout, Mother, have you forgotten that I'm the one who crawled out of your stomach? That so-called sister has nothing to do with us at all. Mu Qingya looked at her in shock. What did you say? How can you say that? Isn't that so? She was just a wild child that no one wanted. She had never been loved by a father or mother since she was young. Mother, why do you have to curry favor with her? Is it because she is different from before and is now the crown princess of the divine land? Slap. Mu Qingya's right hand trembled as she stared in shock at her daughter, who had a somewhat sinister expression on her face. She simply could not believe that these words actually came out of her daughter's mouth. Was she bewitched? Why would he say that? Mu Rochuan couldn't believe that her mother would slap her in the face for the sake of another family's child. She screamed, Mother! I'm your biological daughter, aren't I? Why do you only think about protecting her and not think about your own daughter? For her, you can hit me like this. Are you still my mother? Mu Rochuan glared angrily at Mu Qingya before turning around and running towards the Mu estate. Eldest young miss, eldest young miss. Nanny Qiu called out from behind her. Mu Qingya was also completely stunned, as if she couldn't understand her daughter's current behavior. She was frozen on the spot. Madam. Nanny Qiu hurriedly comforted her. Eldest miss was just momentarily distracted. She didn't mean to contradict you, madam. This servant sees that eldest miss's complexion is a bit off. Madam, you should hurry back to the Mu residence to see how eldest miss is doing. Mu Qingya naturally also saw that Mu Rochuan's situation was very strange. She was also somewhat worried about her daughter, but she was very worried about Jojo if she didn't personally follow up. Mu Liang noticed Mu Qingya's hesitation, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Don't worry, madam. We'll do our best to search for Miss Qiao, and we'll absolutely not be careless and miss any search area. Mu Qingya smiled and nodded. That's good. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mu Liang. You're too polite, madam. Mu Liang was flattered and hurriedly cupped his fists again. Mu Qingya was ultimately still worried about her daughter. Nanny Qiu helped her into the carriage and they headed to the Mu residence. Shortly after entering the residence, Mu Qingya brought Nanny Qiu and the others to her daughter's Lotus Pavilion court. Mu Qingyao frowned in confusion when she was told that her daughter had locked herself in her room after returning. Not long ago, when her daughter left the Mu residence to go to the Royal Academy, she still looked happy and excited, as if she yearned for the academy life. But who knew that in just a few days, she would run back as if she had suffered all kinds of grievances. Mu Qingyao sighed and pushed open the door to her daughter's room to enter. Xian'er, what's wrong with you? Mu Roxuan was so angry that she had covered herself in the blanket and was sobbing softly. When she heard the voice, she couldn't help but cry out, "You don't even acknowledge me as your daughter. Why are you still looking for me?" Mu Qingyao couldn't help but be stunned. "Why don't I acknowledge you as my daughter?" "Xian'er, don't throw a tantrum anymore." Mu Qingyao reached out to pull the blanket off her daughter. Looking at her red eyes from crying, she frowned and said, "But someone in the academy has wronged you." Mu Roxuan burst into tears. "Mother, there's a crack in my Dantian's spiritual void realm." "What?" Mu Qingyao's expression changed slightly as her gaze turned unpredictable. "A crack has appeared in your spiritual void realm?" "Yes, it's because of her." "That so-called bullshit, sister." Mu Roxuan couldn't help but grit her teeth and cry out, "It's because of her that my state of mind was affected. That's why," she recounted everything that had happened in the academy, including the conversation that Xianxia had with her. She told her mother everything without missing a single word. She poured out all her grievances, discomfort, shock, and hatred to her mother like she was pouring out all her bitterness. She thought that her mother would definitely comfort her, but who would have thought? Mu Qingyao looked at her with an indifferent expression. After a long while, she said, "So, you believe that the reason why your spiritual void realm ruptured is because your sister is especially outstanding? This matter has agitated you?" Mu Roxuan only felt that her mother's words were extremely grating, and her expression changed several times. She couldn't help but defend herself forcefully. "She's an orphan who has no parents and has wandered on Seacone planet for so many years. What does she have to compare with me?" "Silly." Mu Qingyao looked at her daughter coldly. "Your spiritual ruin mirror was damaged because of your unstable state of mind. How can you blame it on your sister? Your sister is an Earth-rank talisman master. Your sister knows how to draw teleportation talisman arrays because she learned it herself. Why are you jealous of her?" "I'm not jealous of her." Mu Roxuan defended herself. She's nothing. She's just a pitiful little worm who has been wandering in the lower star domain for many years." "Right, how could she be jealous of such a pitiful little worm?" Mu Qingyao shook her head. "Xian'er, you're too eager for quick success and refuse to admit your mistake." Looking at her mother's disappointed expression, Mu Roxuan could not help but burst into tears. She was only a 17-year-old girl after all. Her tolerance was not as strong as she thought. "All right, don't cry." Mu Qingyao sighed helplessly and hugged her daughter. She patted her gently on the back twice. "It's not like there's no way to fix the crack in the spiritual void realm. You just need to find the herbs and get an alchemist above the black rank to refine a sky-mending pill for you." "Mother, I'm really not jealous of her." All right. Mu Qingyao nodded with a smile. She knew that the girl was thin-skinned and could not put down her pride, so she went along with her. "Xian'er, you have to remember that your sister is a talented person. You have to be on good terms with her. You're not allowed to say things like what you said today about a pitiful little wild child in the future." Mu Roxuan sobbed and nodded. She felt a little vexed and regretful. She had said those things to Arbor in front of so many people. If these words were to reach Arbor's ears, things would not end well. "All right, Mu Liang and the rest are not outsiders. They will not spread it. However, you have to be more careful with what you say in the future. Besides, Jojo is your sister. How can you have such thoughts about your sister and say such things?" Mu Qingyao patted the back of her daughter's hand. "You can't write two Mu characters with one stroke. You and your sister are the legitimate daughters. You have to support the entire Mu family together in the future. The higher she goes, the better the Mu family and you will be. Don't listen to her childish words. She always wants to distance herself from our Mu family. As long as the old master is here, this relationship can't be cleared at all, you know?" Mu Qingyao kindly tidied up her daughter's hair and smiled faintly at her. you were right to reject that cunning Xianxia. You don't have to interact with that kind of person in the future. You and Jojo are family. Don't be instigated by outsiders and do something stupid. Mother, I understand. Mu Roxuan lowered her head and said. Xian'er, you don't have to feel inferior. She thinks that her status is inferior to your sister's. Mother never told you, but you've been engaged since you were young. Your future husband is not much worse than the crown prince of the divine prefecture. Mu Roxuan seemed to have been struck by lightning. She stared blankly at her mother and asked in a trembling voice, Mother, what are you talking about? You left in a hurry before, so Mother forgot to tell you. Originally, I wanted to find an opportunity to visit you at the academy and tell you about this. Since you're back, I'll tell you. Xian'er, you're also the future crown princess. The crown princess of the underworld region. I'm impossible. Mu Roxuan's eyes widened as she looked at her mother in disbelief. Silly child, why is it impossible? Mu Roxuan smiled. This marriage has been decided long ago. However, the underworld region's crown prince left the underworld region for some reason and has never returned. Oh, that's right. The two of you should have met in the academy, right? Mu Qingyao looked at her gently. Recently, Mother received a letter from the underworld region's imperial noble consort. This matter has been preliminarily decided. Impossible. Mu Roxuan stood up with a slightly agitated expression. Mu Qingyao saw that she didn't seem very happy about this marriage and couldn't help but frown. It said that the underworld region's crown prince is a man of striking appearance and extremely talented. What are you dissatisfied about? Isn't the reason why you were affected by your sister, causing your mind to be unstable and the spiritual void realm to crack partly because your sister has been suppressing you in every way ever since she returned to the divine continent? Not only is her talent more outstanding than yours, even her status is more noble than yours. As long as you marry the underworld region's crown prince, you will be the official underworld region's crown princess in the future. I don't even know this person. Mu Roxuan couldn't help but cry out agitatedly. I am not marrying. Mother, don't randomly matchmake me. Mu Qingyao couldn't help but find it funny when she saw her anxious and angry appearance. How is Mother randomly matchmaking you? The marriage contract between you and the underworld region's crown prince was written a few years ago. She took out a yellow storage talisman from her pocket and took out an exquisitely carved ebony box. She handed it to Mu Roxuan. Take a look at this marriage contract. Mu Roxuan opened the ebony box with trembling hands and took out a slightly yellowed marriage contract that had the fragrance of ink. She read line by line and felt her vision darken. The marriage contract was written very clearly. It was a promise made by the imperial noble consort Lu to thank the Mu family for saving her. When her son came of age 20 years later, he would come and ask for the Mu family's eldest daughter's hand in marriage. The marriage contract didn't specify what kind of favor it was. No, I have no feelings for this underworld crown prince. I don't even know him. I won't marry him. Mu Roxuan threw the marriage contract out. Mu Qingyao's expression changed several times. She looked at her daughter coldly. Xian'er, you're too willful and reckless. Your father is also aware of this matter. Your marriage is already set in stone. After you return to the academy, you should spend more time with the underworld crown prince. You don't have to say anything. Seeing that her daughter still wanted to refute, Mu Qingyao raised her hand to stop her. Partners are all born from experience. If you don't spend more time with Ming Province's crown prince, how do you know that he won't be your future husband? Besides, there is already a marriage certificate as proof. You are his woman when you are alive, and you can only be a ghost of the Ming family when you die. Mu Roxuan's face turned pale as if she was struck by lightning. Mother actually said such decisive words to her, not giving her any leeway to refute. Royal Academy Donglin Garden. When Xiaomu woke up from her daze, she reflexively activated her inner vision and carefully examined the object enveloped by the hazy mist inside her spiritual mound. This thing looked a bit like a white duck egg. Could it be that she accidentally swallowed some egg? She hurriedly dug out the 2 white duck eggs and heaved a sigh of relief. She felt that she was a bit nervous. 8-night watch ended. I'll adjust the time tomorrow and sleep to sleep. Looking at the perfectly intact egg in her hand, Arbor thought to herself that she was seriously ill. Why did she think that she had eaten an egg by mistake? She focused her mind and carefully looked at the foggy thing in her spiritual mound realm for a while. After distinguishing it again, she felt that the thing that was tightly wrapped in the fog did not look like a white duck egg, but more like a spherical object. What was it? She could not figure it out, and at this moment, her divine sense had automatically withdrawn from her inner sight. She retracted her gaze, but her gaze was somewhat dazed as it landed in front of her. Strange, when did she return to her own room in Donglin Garden? The little guy turned over and sat up, looking around. He lifted the blanket and was about to jump down when he felt his little head become dizzy. She quickly leaned against the bed frame and gently massaged her swollen forehead. It was already 10 o'clock in the night. Why was Donglin Garden so quiet, without any sound of people? Could it be that Xianxia and the rest had not returned from class? Arbor held onto the stool beside the bed and stood up. She did not dare to shake her head as she felt a little uncomfortable. Why was there no one here? She pushed open the door and walked out. Looking at the empty courtyard, she was a little dazed. Where did Mo Lian go? The little Emperor Jojo was sick, and there was no one in the house. The little fellow's little face unconsciously scrunched up into a ball. He sat dejectedly on the doorsill, propping up his chin with one hand as he angrily stared at the pitch-black courtyard. After waiting for a full 15 minutes, there was really nothing in the courtyard other than the sound of the wind. Sir Jojo was a little angry. Usually, before the sky turned dark, everyone would have left school. Why was she the only one in Donglin Garden today? Even the kitchen maid who usually held a spatula and made a fuss was nowhere to be seen. Jojo was very angry. She puffed up her little face, steadied herself, and slowly stood up, walking towards the courtyard door. She sat on a small stone stool at the courtyard door, hugged her body, and supported her chin with her two little hands, staring at the road in front of her. It was dark and led to the largest cultivation hall in the north of the learning area. No one came over at all. There wasn't even a single star in the dark sky, let alone a moon. It was so dark that he couldn't see the road under his feet. The little fellow became more and more depressed. He lowered his little chin and called out in a muffled voice, "Xiao, why is there no one here?" She pursed her lips and lowered her head to lie on her knees. A few minutes later, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Xiao? Xiao? Dian? Dian. Dirt lump. Arbor suddenly jumped up from the ground, his small face suddenly filled with a layer of nervousness. Her figure flickered as she tried to enter the paradise planet. However, she was repelled by a powerful force. Jojo took a few steps back. His little face instantly turned pale and his heart was in a mess. Xiao, where are you? Little ball. In the past, Xiao would respond to her every call. Even when Xiao was in seclusion, she could still feel a faint connection with Xiao. But now, she suddenly realized in a panic that she couldn't feel anything at all. Xiao. Arbor didn't know what to do now. She jumped down from the small stone stool and suddenly summoned the ferrule from her conscious. She held it tightly in her hand and looked around cautiously. What was going on? In reality, she could sense that there wasn't any dangerous aura around her. But she couldn't enter her paradise planet. Xiao had also lost contact with her, and Dian and Little Pimple had both disappeared. If they weren't being controlled by someone's spiritual pressure, then everyone seemed to have disappeared in an instant, which made her suddenly wonder if Xiao and the others had never existed. Was she dreaming? Impossible. Mo Lian, the little fellow shouted. Duanyu? Xianxia. Arbor abruptly turned around and looked at the empty courtyard. When she turned around again, there was still nothing on the pitch-black path. Mo Lian. Arbor called out everyone's names, but no one answered her. This made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar, as if she had returned to the past. She had nothing left. Boom. She was horrified and abruptly looked up at the pitch-black night sky. There, it was as if countless star fragments were blossoming, and the brilliant fireworks illuminated the entire courtyard in an instant. The little fellow shrank back a step, her eyes still somewhat shaken. The instant she turned around, she saw Mo Lian. The tall and slender figure was standing not far behind her, his gaze fixed on her. Jojo was somewhat absent-minded, and she sprinted toward him. Emolienne. You. That figure faintly dispersed, as if what she saw just now was merely a shadow. Emolienne, Emolienne. Jojo shouted loudly as she ran back and forth in the court. She was so anxious that her forehead was drenched in sweat, and her small face was scrunched up tightly. Under the night sky, those clusters of fireworks were like shattered stars, within reach. After Arbor ran back and forth in the court for a while, she suddenly paused and dazedly looked at the figure standing at the door to her room. It was Emolienne. It was him. His black hair was loosely tied up and fell behind his back. Her plain white brocade robe was as elegant as snow under the brilliant fireworks. Her features were picturesque, elegant and otherworldly. He stood in the corridor, his eyes as vast as the sea, quietly looking at her. The sparkling fireworks behind him instantly became his background. Sir Jojo shrank his hand, almost as if he did not dare to walk over. Until the man opened his arms and made a gesture of hugging her. Without any hesitation, the little fellow ran over and bumped into her arms without any rhyme or reason. It wasn't until her small hands hugged his warm waist that she realized that the person in front of her wasn't an illusion. Emolienne, where did you and the others go? Miss Xiao was depressed and a little scared. Just now, she was standing alone at the entrance of the courtyard. That feeling was really uncomfortable. It felt as if the whole world had thrown her away. Emolienne, where did you run off to? Why is there no one at home? Where is there? The little fellow looked up. When she saw his calm eyes looking at her, her heart inexplicably trembled slightly. What's wrong? Based on the intuition of a small animal, Sir Jojo inexplicably felt that a storm was coming. Did you feel scared just now? Sir Jojo subconsciously nodded his little head. In the next second, he pressed his lips down and ruthlessly crushed them. Sir Jojo hurriedly reached out to push him, but his hands were held back and pushed against the door with great force. When I lost everything, I also felt fear and terror. Emolienne bit down hard on her little mouth and pressed his lips against hers, almost whispering. But I almost lost everything today. Because you were willful and disobedient. Because of you. His voice was so low that it sounded right by her lips. That storm-like kiss from before was like a spring breeze and rain in the end, soft and gentle, making people feel indescribably uncomfortable. I. Arbor stuttered for the first time. Then he thought about it and felt that this situation was a bit off. You did it on purpose. Jojo finally understood and angrily glared at him with a pair of big, black eyes. Then what about Xiaoqiao? You deliberately made Xiaoqiao and the rest ignore me. Miss Xiao was so angry that her eyes were a bit red. Just now, when Xiaoqiao, Dian, and the others ignored her and she couldn't enter Paradise Planet, she really panicked. Since the first day of her rebirth, Xiaoqiao had always been by her side. Her relationship with Xiaoqiao wasn't something that could be described simply as master and servant. Master, this time I really didn't want to bother with you. It wasn't the crown prince who told me to ignore you, it was me who wanted to cooperate with him. Xiaoqiao suddenly said. The little water child in Paradise Planet wanted to go up and cover its mouth, but it was almost too late. Why was this death-seeking child so honest? Couldn't you just push the blame to Prince Mo? Why did you have to admit it yourself? The little dirt lump at the side blinked and nodded repeatedly. Xiaoqiao is right, it's right. Little Master should be taught a profound lesson. That's right. We took the initiative to cooperate with His Highness the Crown Prince this time. Miss Xiao's little face was red with anger, and all the hairs on her body stood up. These brats all wanted to rebel, right? Just now, she had called them all, but no one bothered with her. She was really so flustered that she couldn't tell north from south. Emolienne leaned close to her lips and looked at her calmly. Jojo. You can trust your friends. As he spoke, he stared deeply into her eyes. Arbor's heart trembled slightly. He said stubbornly, I don't distrust you. I don't trust you, friend. Look at me. What do you see now? An angry expression, Jojo answered honestly. What else? You can't hit me. I've already grown up. I can't spank her but, old, anymore. Arbor struggled in his arms. Thinking of this person's past, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. That reminds me, Emolienne said faintly. Arbor was dumbfounded. He quickly reached out and pushed him. I know why you're angry. I didn't do it on purpose. She was just too angry at that time, so she thought that she must use her own ability to kill those men of sacrifice who came to kill her. But you scared me like this today. You're not good either. You also have to apologize to me. Miss Chiao's little face darkened as she nagged, you have to compensate. I still have to compensate. A figure suddenly jumped out from the shadows of the corridor. I told you, this little girl, you can't reason with her at all. I have to beat her up today. And Master? She saw Yang Shirong suddenly jump out and dash toward her with a dark expression. Arbor hastily shrank back into Emo Lian's arms and tugged at his sleeve. I can forgive you for scaring me earlier. Persuade Aunt Master to return. With Prince Mo's wit and eloquence, he could definitely pacify Aunt Master Yang with a few words. When Emo Lian ignored her, Sir Jojo felt that his authority as the little emperor had been severely challenged. She glared at him in a huff and hastily hid behind him. Aunt Master, what are you doing? Everyone is watching. She finally realized that Emo Lian and Duan Yu, these two idiots, had used their presences to isolate everyone earlier. In reality, they were all standing in the shadows and watching her frantically run around to call for them. Simply vile. Yang Shirong ran to her side and pulled the little fellow out from behind Emo Lian without a second word. Do you know where you were wrong? Sir Jojo really wanted to shake her head, but the situation forced her to, so she could only nod obediently. Speak. Jojo shrunk her neck. I shouldn't have tried to show off. But the path of cultivation is filled with tribulations to begin with. You must grow and mature in battle. The more the little fellow spoke, the more fluent she became. How can a flower in a greenhouse grow? I didn't do it on purpose. However, when she saw Yang Shirong's face turn darker and darker toward the end, she quietly lowered her voice. That's quite reasonable. Dao Wuji couldn't help but chuckle as he ran out to stir up trouble. It's not that Aunt Master doesn't want you to grow. But you also have to look at the situation. If you fought one-on-one, Aunt Master has nothing to say. But you clearly saw so many kamikaze warriors besieging you. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, so why didn't you call for help? Peach Blossom clearly wanted to help you, so why did you have to stop her? A certain venerable immortal called Peach Blossom looked at Aunt Master Yang in bewilderment. Aunt Master, I've emphasized to you many times that I'm not called Peach Blossom, I'm called Shurchin. Also, Peony and Ginkgo, why didn't you ask them to come out and help? You've already been beaten up by the crowd, yet you're still trying to show off. Is this the way of cultivation you speak of? The 2 sisters, Peony and Ginkgo, looked at each other silently before looking at the venerable Peach Blossom immortal with sympathy. Jojo's martial uncle had categorized the Peach Blossoms into the ranks of the sisters. Peach Blossom, Peony, Ginkgo, these were all very normal titles. Why did it sound like a brothel in Martial Uncle's mouth? Damn. You weren't fighting with anyone at all. You were being one-sidedly ganged up on. Duan Yu said irritably. Jojo, ask yourself honestly. Was it purely because you didn't want us to help? Yuan Shurchin sighed. No. You don't remember us at all. Qiaomu's heart sank with a thump. At that time, when Cho called you, you blurted out the words to stop it. Do you know the reason? Yuan Shurchin gazed deeply at her. You weren't conversing with Cho at all. No. Arbor shuddered and reflexively refuted Yuan Shurchin. You had already entered a demonic state at that time, so you didn't remember us at all. We could have helped you. So they punished her and made her experience what it was like to have no friends or family. They wanted her to firmly remember today. The reason why she had rejected Cho so quickly was just as Shurchin had said. That was because she was talking to herself and not Cho. That sentence, "Don't let anyone help me," was the best description of her thoughts at that time. She didn't need anyone's help, she didn't need anyone's help. Even if she was alone, she could solve everything. Jojo, you're no longer alone. Yang Shirong reached out and smoothed her hair, a trace of affection in her eyes. Seeing that you're the birthday girl today, I'll remember this beating for now. If you do it again, I'll beat you up too. Xianxia, who was at the side, couldn't help but rush forward and hug her tightly. She reached out and lightly punched her shoulder. Jojo, no matter what happens in the future, remember that I'll always be there for you. Happy 16th birthday. Arbor was stunned. She didn't remember that today was her birthday at all. No wonder when she left the royal school, Mo Lian had repeatedly told her that she must come back today. She turned her head to look at him, only to see him looking at her calmly. His eyes seemed to be emotionless, but it was because of him that the little fellow couldn't help but shrink her neck. This was really an unforgettable birthday party. She had been hunted down in the afternoon and had finally managed to kill them back. When she returned to the royal school, she had been given a solid shock. Now, although everyone had handed over their compensation, gifts, the little fellow was still a little shaken. Although there was still a trace of fear in her heart, she was more happy than happy. The feeling of regaining something that she had lost made her a little confused. She felt that after staying in the crowd for so long, she didn't want to go back to the cold castle surrounded by high walls. Mo Lian didn't say much, only silently accompanying her by her side. They accompanied her to distribute the cakes and eat until late at night. Only then did everyone return to their rooms to rest. The little fellow was a little worried. Seeing that everyone had left, she pretended to be tired and raised her hand to yawn. I'm going to sleep too. She walked towards her room, but just as she was about to enter the room, she bumped into the man with a bang. What are you doing? The little emperor baby couldn't help but shout. I've tolerated you all night. He had remained silent and expressionless all this time, following by her side. Could it be that he was influenced by the company he kept, and wanted to be the second expressionless face? Ba 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 ba. How could she say that she had facial paralysis? Arbor moved to the side and said angrily, today is my birthday. What do you want? She hadn't even settled the score with him for colluding with so many people to scare her. At this moment, he still dared to provoke the little emperor. He simply did not want to be treated well. I'm not done yet. Arbor was dumbfounded. He couldn't keep up with his train of thought. What did you say? Mo Lian grabbed her little hand and directly dragged her into the side room. With a bang, the door of the side room was closed. Speak. What if she couldn't keep up with his pace at all? The little stoic was quite anxious on the inside. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with Mo Lian today? She felt some regret in her heart. She was also aware that the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's words weren't without reason. When she was surrounded and attacked, the only thing on her mind was how to counterattack. She really didn't think of relying on other people's strength to counterattack. Don't wait for me, I'll say it's over when I'm done. Why aren't you saying anything? When she came back to her senses, she saw Mo Lian, this guy, pulling her into his embrace as he nuzzled his head back and forth on her fair and slender neck. Arbor looked at him blankly. She really didn't know what he wanted her to say. You have a bad memory. Mo Lian reached out to knock her head. Look at me, what did you see? An angry face. Miss Chow answered honestly. Although he was quite handsome, his face was expressionless. One look and one could tell that under that calm exterior, there was a raging heart. Something's wrong. Worried? Arbor tried to say these two words, then raised her hand to support her forehead. Closing her eyes, she said, dizzy head. Mo Lian carried her up without another word, and walked slowly towards the brocade couch at the side. What did you see? There was no light in the room at all, and it was completely dark. She wanted to ask, what could she see? There wasn't even the slightest bit of moonlight outside. Fortunately, her eyesight was outstanding. Even if it was pitch black, she could still make out his face with difficulty. The little fellow reached out to cup his face, and looked at him with a serious expression. Mo Lian, I was wrong this time. I won't do it again. But you weren't right either. You colluded with so many people to scare me. Until now, I'm still so scared that my heart keeps beating. Later, she would definitely settle the score with that little ball. It was simply too much. She didn't even want to think about how panicked she was when little ball didn't respond even when she called for it. What did you see? You only know how to say this one sentence. Sir Jojo was furious, but he couldn't vent his anger. Her little hand pinched his icy face hard, and she said seriously, I saw your panic and fear. Prince Imo nodded his head and reached out to pull her into his embrace. They sat on the bed together and he hugged her tightly without saying a word. The room was silent for a long time. Xianxia told me that when you fought against the self-detonation of the two men of sacrifice, my feelings were just as you said. I was panicked and scared. Even despair. Things are different now. He suddenly lowered his head and looked at her seriously. There are many things that you don't have to face alone. You need to grow, but don't disregard your own life. Even if in the future, in the face of a strong enemy who is much stronger than you will have to think of other ways to deal with them appropriately. It doesn't mean that you are weak. Jojo. He pressed his forehead against hers, his eyes fixed on her. I'm more scared than I've ever been. Because you don't cherish yourself. Arbor reflected for a moment and held his hand. It won't happen again. Prince Imo raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Really? Sir Jojo promised, but immediately felt that he was terrified and was a little unconvinced. Humph. You're not good today either. You even persuaded Martial Uncle to come and scare me. I'm already so scared. Naturally, I want to get back at you. Imo Lian said indifferently. The little fellow almost jumped up from the bed when she saw that he dared to provoke her little emperor's dignity. He held her down with one hand and kept her in his arms. Sir Jojo rolled his eyes at him. He stretched out his hand in front of her and suddenly opened his palm, revealing a bright chain in his palm. The most special thing was that the pendant was a pentagram. Sir Jojo, who was about to properly debate with him, silently reached out to take the pentagram necklace in his hand. His fingers stroked that sparkling star with joy. This star was silver in color. It was very bright and dazzling, just like the stars in the sky. It was very dazzling as it flickered. For you, he murmured next to her ear. He took the pentagram from her hand and lightly tossed it into the air. That star suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the instant light illuminated the pitch-black room. The little stoic couldn't help but reflexively close her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was almost stupefied by the wondrous scene in front of her. Countless illusory fragments of stars appeared on this pitch-black roof, twinkling as if the entire starry sky outside had been moved into the room. It was truly too surprising. Jojo. He lowered his head to look at her and murmured, "Happy birthday. I'm giving one of my stars to you." He reached out to cup her small face and kissed her lightly trembling eyelashes. No matter how dark the road is, how long the night is, or how unpredictable the future is, this star will always be with you. This star can accompany you all the time. Do you like it? Imo Lian asked softly. Arbor's nose was a bit sour, but he nodded silently and smacked his lips on his cheek. I like it. Don't worry, when I encounter danger in the future, I'll definitely think of you guys first. I definitely won't be beaten by a crowd again. The path of growth will be filled with countless difficulties and dangers, so I'll protect myself even more properly. I definitely won't let you feel fearful or fearful. She watched as he gazed indifferently at her. The little stoic's heart stifled, and she beckoned with her hand, summoning that twinkling star into her hand. She prattled in all seriousness, I, Arbor, swear on one of Imo Lian's stars. I must protect myself well in the future. At the same time as I train, I must cherish Imo, Qiao, Lian, Qiao's great life, person, even more. Prince Imo curved his lips and nodded, lowering his head to kiss her forehead. Remember what you said today. 7 o'clock the next day. Arbor was about to head to the cultivation hall when he saw Mu Xingchen rushing over. Big brother was in seclusion yesterday and missed little sister's birthday. Mu Xingchen looked at her apologetically. Arbor's expression was calm. It's just a small birthday. You've reached a critical juncture in your cultivation, so you don't need to worry about me. This is a small gift from Big Brother. Mu Xingchen took out a purple wooden box and handed it to Arbor. When Xiaomu opened it, she was slightly surprised. Mu Xingchen actually gave him a rare West Snow Lotus. If this thing was combined with the longevity fruit, the longevity pill refined would not only be able to extend one's lifespan by 100 years, but most importantly, it could also restore one's youthful appearance. This is too precious. I know you like to collect medicinal herbs. Mu Xingchen hurriedly said, so, I remembered that when I was out adventuring in the early years, I came across a saint-grade medicinal herb by chance. I don't have much use for it anyway, just take it. No matter how precious something is, it can't compare to you. You're my most precious little sister, Mu Xingchen said indifferently. Upon seeing this, Mo Lian and the others tactfully didn't disturb them. They merely followed the two of them out of Donglin Court's doors at a distance. Rochuan returned to the sovereign capital without permission. Mu Xingchen said with a frown, I contacted Madame yesterday and said she won't be back for a few days. Arbor was taken aback, but she did not say anything and only nodded faintly. As for why Mu Rochuan returned to the capital without permission, what she did, and such questions, she was simply not interested in knowing. Seeing her cold expression at the mention of Mu Rochuan, Mu Xingchen tactfully did not continue. Just as Arbor walked out of the door, she saw Lu Jing and Chen Qi running over. Second Sect Master, are we going to Rosy Cloud's Peak today? Arbor's eyes twitched. I plan to ask for a leave of absence from the tutor today. Let's set off tomorrow. That's good too. Then the two of us will go back and prepare first. After thinking it over, Chen Qi took out something from his inner world and handed it to Qiao Mu with a pained expression. Second Sect Master, this subordinate doesn't have anything good to give you. Just treat this as your birthday present. Arbor was simply speechless when she saw the filthy feather in the old man's hand. Everyone looked at her with a "you're too stingy" expression, and Chen Qi involuntarily blushed. This is already the best I could find. Second Sect Master, you won't dislike this subordinate, right? Arbor was expressionless. I won't. Second Sect Master, this old man has nothing good to give you, so I'll just give you a painting. Lu Jing was even more ruthless. She didn't know which pile of junk he had found, but he pulled out a yellowed scroll that was stained with some kind of greasy stuff. He handed it to her with a smile on his face. Actually, there's no need to be so courteous. Arbor forced out a sentence from between her teeth. You guys just returned to the Xuanji school not long ago. It won't be too late to give it to me when the Xuanji school's days are better. Hey, how can we delay a gift for Second Sect Master? The two waved their hands, resolutely wanting to give the feather and painting to Arbor. Arbor was very exasperated. Just as she was hesitating on how to refuse, she looked up and saw Mo Lian and Duan Yu winking fiercely at her. She knew all too well how cunning these two were. Out of his understanding of these two people, Arbor quickly snatched the things in Lu Jing and Chen Qi's hands and put them back into his inner world without saying a word. The two old men looked at her in confusion. The second sect leader was actually such a sect leader. How could she reach out and take such a broken thing? Thank you, Senior. Duan Yu explained with a grin, this diagram contains 18 types of formations. After Master contracts it into her conscious, she can mobilize it at any time and set up formations wherever she goes. As expected of a great formation master, Senior Liu. This mechanism diagram is simply beyond standard. Senior Chen isn't bad either. You were actually able to part with a flying divine artifact. It's as light as a feather and possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities. It's also extremely convenient to carry around. It's truly a rare treasure. What the F***ck, Chen Qi and Lu Jing silently looked at each other and then at their empty hands. Oh my god. They were originally just putting on an act and purposely turned the two treasures into rags and handed them to the little stoic. They expected that the stoic-faced second sect master would definitely look down on these treasures, but who knew, just because she didn't have good judgment didn't mean that the two little rascals beside her didn't have good judgment. Chen Qi's heart ached so much that he only wanted to cry. This flying divine artifact was the best finished product he had forged in 100 years. On the other side, Lu Jing also wanted to cry but had no tears. He just wanted to tease the second sect master, but in the end, he ended up teasing himself to death. Arbor expressionlessly walked around the two of them. 8-night watch ended. Failed to adjust the time. I have to work overtime tomorrow, so I won't update early. Chen Qi and Lu Jing, the two of you go to a nearby town today and buy more rice, vegetables, and all kinds of daily necessities for the Xuanji sect. Prepare everything before we head to Rosy Cloud's Peak tomorrow. Bring them up as well. Since we still have to find the 101 first-generation disciples in the future, prepare what needs to be prepared first. After saying this, Arbor swaggered off with Mo Lian and the others, leaving behind two glaring old men. What was going on? They originally wanted to take the opportunity to tease their second-generation sect master, but it seemed like they freaking dug a hole and completely buried themselves. Chen Qi thumped his chest and stamped his feet. His heavenly horsetail feather, Lu Zhang's face was also green. My mechanism map. He spent so many years crafting it, but in the end, he completely ruined his treasure. What should he do? He really wanted to cry. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. Moreover, they were first-generation elders of the sect, going out to make large purchases like oil, salt, sauces, vinegar, tea, and the like. Shouldn't this be the chores of the sect's miscellaneous disciples? Why did they have to complete it as two great elders? Were they sure the second-generation sect master wasn't pranking them two old brothers? The two of them miserably returned to their rooms and prepared to set off. Not mentioning how the two old men went out to purchase food while feeling aggrieved, Arbor and his group of companions cheerfully headed toward the cultivation hall after bidding farewell to Duan Yu and Mo Lian. The cultivation hall was located on the north side of the learning area. It was quite a distance away from the forging and concealed weapons halls on the south side. Strictly speaking, this was Xiao Mu's first time going to the cultivation hall for lessons after entering the school. Moreover, she had to ask for leave from the tutor on her first day. The little fellow rubbed her chin. How are the students getting along? Lu Yu revealed an indescribable expression for her to see. Arbor glanced at him before turning back to look at the little fatty. What's wrong? You couldn't have been bullied, right? Those seniors in the cultivation hall really aren't very friendly, the little fatty said while pursing his lips. When we study in the cultivation hall, old students and new students mix together. Although everyone more or less knows a little about the theoretical knowledge, when it comes to the actual combat class, the freshmen are always beaten up and the instructors can only pretend not to see it. Speaking of this, Xianxia was filled with anger. Yesterday, I saw a senior bully a girl until she cried. He even forced her to hand over half of her contribution points. Xianxia said angrily. What contribution points? Xiaomu hadn't gone to class for a day, but why did it feel like a century had passed? She felt confused about everything she heard. Hey, you still don't know, right? Xianxia continued to nag at her. These contribution points are mainly used to purchase various resources. It's on the east side of the academy's residential area, on a contribution street. It's said that the things there are quite good. Since you don't need to spend your own spirit stones, spirit coins are very useful. Xiaomu gave an O and nodded. Why aren't you curious about where the contribution points come from? Xiaomu blinked and said in all seriousness, why should I be curious about this thing? I don't lack supplies. Everyone was instantly speechless. Why do I feel like I can't continue chatting with her? Xianxia turned to look at Lu Yu and the others in a daze. The latter shrugged and joked with a smile, looks like you're not the only one who feels this way. Hey, let me tell you, Jojo. After we enter the academy, every new student will be given 10,000 contribution points. I only heard Headmaster Yun say that you can obtain mission points by accepting missions at the mission center. MHM, that's different. Points are of a higher level. Also, it's very hard to earn. Xianxia seemed to want to pour out all her grievances from these 2 days on the little stoic. Reportedly, you can only obtain 10 to 50 points after completing a level 1 mission. Xianxia huffed. For example, a level 1 mission is to help the academy's medicinal garden by weeding, watering, and so on. This type of mission is usually claimed by those who have connections all year round. Oh. You're not angry at all? Xianxia widened her round eyes. I heard them say that you have to gather 5,000 points before you can step into Huangbaolu. How long will it take to gather all of these 10 points? A level 2 mission is mainly to hunt a level 15 mystic beast called Ice Thread Rabbit in north-facing Great Forest. The main reason is that this Ice Thread Rabbit's fur is quite precious. It's used to weave fur collars and gloves, and it's very popular with many noble ladies and misses. Missions above level 3 require you to kill spirit beasts. Xianxia felt like she was spewing out her grievances when she talked about this. Aya, I'm not talking to you about points right now. I'm talking about contribution points. Xianxia stretched out her hand and poked her little head. These are contribution points. Everyone will be given 10,000 contribution points when they enter the academy. The only way to earn contribution points is through battle. Xuanxuan's spittle splattered everywhere as the little stoic expressionlessly glanced at her. Moreover, it said that pitiful worms with less than 300 contribution points will be thrown into north-facing Great Forest by themselves to train for a month. They can only return to the academy after killing 30 spirit beasts. Our dear Xianxia shook her small body. She couldn't help but shiver when she thought about the possibility of being thrown into a desolate place like the north-facing Great Forest to train for a month. There was no one around, and she had to kill spirit beasts all by herself. Arbor thought that this person might have persecutory delusions. She swept her a glance and brusquely pushed away the small face that was close to her. You're thinking too much. Because contribution points can only be earned through battle. That's why those seniors are so disgusting and always challenge us freshmen. There are also some who are even worse. They used bets to cheat us of our contribution points. You've been deceived? Arbor immediately turned to look at Xianxia and the rest. No. The little fatty hurriedly shook his head. Xianxia was almost cheated out of 100 contribution points by them, but in the end, seeing that we were unwilling to tolerate it, they had no choice but to not completely fall out with us. That bastard called Zhong he lied to me and said that if I invested 100 contribution points, I would get 200 contribution points tomorrow. You're making me dizzy. Thinking about the 2 wisps of mustache from yesterday, Xianxia jumped up again. Those older students are really bad. If we're not careful, they'll set us up. In short, we have to guard against them. As they spoke, the few of them had already arrived outside the white fence outside the cultivation hall. Looking over, they could see quite a number of people gathered there, making a ruckus. Each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation. What's going on? What's going on? Ah. Xianxia hastily ran over and pulled on a familiar little girl, asking, Hua, what happened? Why aren't you guys going in? That bastard Huang Qishan is up to something again. The girl called Hua, who was about the same age as Xianxia, angrily puffed up her face and shouted, he set up a table at the entrance. It's fine to say that he wants to enter the cultivation hall, but he wants to challenge and win against the 10 seniors. The loser will have to transfer 1,000 contribution points to them. What? Xianxia angrily scolded with her hands on her hips. She felt hot blood rushing to her head. Has this Huang Qishan gone crazy thinking about contribution points? Isn't that so? I heard that he has his eyes set on a heaven-grade longevity pill on the contribution street and it costs 10,000 contribution points to buy it. He only has 3,000 contribution points with him now. He's definitely thinking of ways to take it from us. Xianxia hurriedly took a step back and muttered with a stingy face, I definitely can't give my contribution points to him. After such a long time, the cultivation hall's teachers still haven't come out. They definitely know about this and are hiding in the dark to observe us. Those teachers were also very unreliable. Usually, when they saw the seniors bullying the freshmen, they would turn a blind eye to this kind of situation. They didn't treat the freshmen seriously at all. Arbor silently took 2 steps back from the crowd. Actually, she didn't care about contribution points at all. She didn't even care about those high-grade contribution points. Today, she was only here to take a small break, but she couldn't even enter the cultivation hall's main door. The cultivation hall's contribution points ranking is out. Someone shouted excitedly and everyone ran towards the entrance. Through the white fence, one could see a black crystal tablet erected at the entrance of the cultivation hall. On top of it, there were water ripples and rows of names appeared. The cultivation hall was the majority of the Imperial School's students and there were more than 8,000 of them. As a result, more than 8,000 names were densely packed together on a black crystal tablet. It was impossible to see them clearly. Do you see me? How many contribution points do I have? We're all freshmen, so our ranking should be quite high. I see it at the front, 10,000. Everyone was talking at the same time when someone shouted, Hey, quickly look, who's in the first place? There are actually 30,000 contribution points. A group of older students who had heard the commotion also walked over. Separated by the white wooden fence, they stood in front of the black crystal tablet and looked at the name engraved on the tablet with complicated expressions. Wow, are my eyes playing tricks on me? The first place will get 30,000 contribution points. Let me see, let me see. Xianxia hurriedly squeezed her way forward. Her eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when she saw what was on the screen. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Jojo, quick, quick, come and take a look. You're rich, rich, rich. What the hell is this? There's a Xian behind her name. Isn't she a new student like us? How did this new student get 30,000 contribution points the moment he entered the academy? Could it be that he miscalculated and gave me too much? You're the one who's wrong. Your whole family is wrong." Xianxia turned around and glared at the young man. She squeezed out of the crowd and grabbed Jojo's hand. "Jojo. You're rich. You have 30,000 contribution points. What's the use?" Arbor was expressionless. "It can be exchanged." Xianxia suddenly felt that she couldn't continue. "That's right, what's the use of keeping it with Jojo? Happy New Year." She had to wait, there were still 3 more chapters to go. It was really the end of the year. The little fatty rubbed his nose. "I'm just curious. Who on earth transferred so many contribution points to Xiao? Does that even need to be said?" Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. "It must be His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness Rongli." "I guessed it." Arbor's mouth twitched. At the same time, Duan Yu and Mo Lian, who were also admiring the contribution points ranking on their own branch's black crystal tablet, were surrounded by many people. How can His Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Chen, have 0 points? There must be something wrong with this thing. They probably didn't accumulate enough contribution points for His Highness to enroll in the school. This is too deceptive. Don't worry, Your Highness. Let's each donate some points to increase His Highness's contribution points. Right, right. I approve. Mo Lian and Duan Yu, what happened? Why did so many people in the branch eagerly step forward to donate points to him? I'll donate 300, 500, I'll donate 500. Your Highness, I'm called Zhou Xing, I'll donate 1,000. Your Highness, I'm called Wang Gui is me. I'll donate 2,000. Duan Yu looked at the girl called Wang Gui and winked at him. He felt a bit uncomfortable. Soon, the 2 people's contribution points ranking in the forging branch and concealed weapons branch shot up in a straight line. Arbor didn't know about these 2 episodes, but she found it a bit funny. Those 2 people were baffled. Why did they give her all these contribution points? Xianxia chuckled and said, "They must be making you buy some good food." Arbor was expressionless. "I'm not a foodie." The group of senior students who were separated by the white fence were looking at them with complicated expressions. "Hey, who is Arbor at the top of the contribution points ranking? Come out and let brother take a look." Huang Qishan couldn't go up to stop his brother and saw his brother, Su Fugui, boldly standing at the fence entrance and speaking with a chuckle. "Who are you calling big brother?" Xianxia slammed her hand on the gate, but she was repelled by a force. The gate had been covered by the spiritual pressure of a level 11 spirit master. It was really hard to break in like this. Arbor hurried forward to support her. His dark eyes looked at Su Fugui. "What's your name?" Su Fugui inexplicably shuddered. He only felt that when the little girl's pair of icy bead-like eyes coldly looked at him, it was rather frightening. "Open the door obediently," Arbor said coldly. "Take your lackeys and crawl away." Huang Qishan did not expect that Arbor would really come to the cultivation hall for lessons. Wasn't she the crown princess of the divine land? These people from the upper echelons of society came here just so that they could tell others that they had graduated from the royal school and earned some credits. How could they really come here to attend classes so early in the morning? He still remembered how the crown princess had insulted him. Su Fugui didn't understand the situation, so he better not implicate his brother. Open the door." Huang Qishan kicked his brother's butt. The latter was baffled, and she moved to the door in bewilderment before glancing at Xiao Mu again. "Hurry and open it." Su Fugui's hand trembled when Huang Qishan shouted, and he hastily withdrew all of the spiritual pressure on the gate. He opened the door and looked at the little stoic leading the way. Boring. Arbor swept them a glance and walked straight to the instructor's resting area. When everyone saw this, they silently lit a candle in their hearts. Of course, there were also those who did not understand the situation. They tugged at the sleeves of the people beside them and inquired about Arbor's background. Close the door, Huang Qishan ordered. Su Fugue was about to make a move. Arbor turned around and coldly stared at them. What are you doing? Huang Qishan was stunned. He smiled and said, Crown Princess, we want to have a friendly match with the freshmen. We hope that you won't stop us. What kind of friendly match is this? You're just eyeing the contribution points in our pockets. You're thinking of ways to cheat us. Xianxia pointed out bluntly. Preposterous. Huang Qishan glared at Xianxia. Line up outside. Same rules, if you want to enter, you have to defeat 10 seniors. Arbor retreated and stood in front of one of the seniors. She looked at the other party with a wooden face. I'll challenge you. That senior shook his head like a rattledrum. You can't do that, Crown Princess. What kind of joke was this? This Crown Princess had a huge existence like Sand Scorpion by her side. Him challenging her, unless his brain was flooded with water. You're a golden branch and jade leaf, we don't dare to challenge you. The man said flatteringly as he took 2 steps back. I don't summon spiritual beasts. Arbor looked at him indifferently. If you can take 3 moves from me, I won't interfere in today's matter. If you can't even take 3 moves, transfer all your contribution points to me. Everyone was dumbstruck. They felt that the scene in front of them was changing rapidly. The plot was changing so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. That person still shook his head like a rattledrum and took a few steps back. No need, Crown Princess. He had a special premonition. Since the little Crown Princess dared to say such words, she must have a card up her sleeve. He would not go up and look for a beating. He had to admit that this brother's 6th sense was very accurate. After retreating a few steps, he hurriedly turned around and retreated to the side, no longer standing among the 10 senior students who were being challenged. Huang Qishan glanced at him coldly but did not say anything. After all, even he didn't dare to challenge this person, let alone the other students. Open the door. She did not care about the others. She knew that Xianxia and the others could not be stopped outside. Su Fugue obediently opened the white fence and glared at the snickering crowd. Why are you all blocking the entrance? Move aside, move aside, move aside. Not long after Arbor arrived at the teacher's office, Ollie and his men forcibly opened up a path in the crowd for Akir and Mayas to pass through. When Instructor Ma and Instructor Gao of the Cultivation Hall saw that Arbor had come to ask for leave on the first day of class, their faces unknowingly tensed up. Applying for leave will result in a deduction of 500 contribution points per day. Have you thought about it? Isn't it 50? Arbor pointed at the regulations hanging behind the teachers and said calmly. Instructor Gao, who had been slapped in the face on the spot, calmly raised his hand and rubbed his nose. That's for other people. You are a classmate with an unusual status. If you ask for leave, it must be 500. You're too much of a scam. Although Qiaomu did not have much desire for contribution points, she was not a sucker. How could she allow someone to deduct 500 points so casually? She was unhappy, and her thin brows knitted together. You should follow the regulations. Not a single point more. Instructor Gao's thick brows arched as he said in displeasure, You're ranked first in terms of contribution points right now. I originally wanted to arrange for you to talk about your cultivation experiences with the students tomorrow. Now that you're taking leave like this, how am I supposed to arrange my work, huh? On the side, Instructor Ma's mouth twitched as he frantically winked at Instructor Gao. Instructor Gao looked at him speechlessly. What are you doing? Are your eyes uncomfortable? To hell with your uncomfortable eyes. Instructor Ma glanced at Instructor Gao in disdain. He wanted to remind him, on the first day of school, this little stoic did something so out of line. Hadn't it only been 2 days? Why did he want the stoic face to talk about her learning experiences again? There was simply no hope for her to talk about anything with this stoic face of hers. I don't have any cultivation experiences. The little stoic glanced at the 2 instructors indifferently. but I can spar with the students one-on-one. If they're willing. No one would be willing, right? Instructor Ma was speechless and secretly rolled his eyes. All right then, I'll ask them tomorrow. Teacher Gao reached out and stamped her leave request. 500 contribution points will be deducted for a day. Deduct 1,000 points for more than 7 days. Bam! The little stoic slammed the two instructors' doors shut. She was still fuming when she walked out, her small face brimming with indignation. They were simply too heartless, wasn't it just asking for leave? They actually had to deduct contribution points. No wonder these students were all so tight on their days. Contribution points were truly earned at a snail's pace and consumed very quickly. When Xianxia and the others saw her walk out of the instructor's office in a huff, they quickly went up to her and asked, "Jojo, why are you so angry? What happened?" "It's nothing." She pulled a long face and couldn't resist saying, "The instructors are all too stingy." Xianxia stifled her laughter. "They made things difficult for you?" Arbor harumphed. "If Sufugue and the others stop you from entering in the future, release your spirit beasts and let them bite you however you like." A tall black shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. Arbor looked up, and the concerned expression on his little face instantly turned cold. "Get out of the way. Xiao, I have an important matter that I want to discuss with you in private." Ming Yasi stood ramrod straight in front of Xiao Mu with an unyielding attitude. The little stoic was a bit angry at once, and she pulled Xianxia back a step. "Jojo." Ming Yas reached out to grab her wrist. Arbor retracted his hand and flipped it over. His wrist brushed past the back of his hand as if it was boneless, and he quickly retracted it back into his sleeve. Arbor glared angrily at Nias in front of him and shouted angrily, "Get out of the way. What do I have to say to you?" Ming Yas didn't get angry. He just looked at her indifferently and said, "It's about the marriage contract from 20 years ago. I'm sure you'll be interested to know." "What marriage contract from 20 years ago?" Arbor was puzzled. "Come with me." "Jojo, don't go with him." Xianxia grabbed Arbor's arm and stared guardedly at Ming Yas as he turned around and left. "This guy is tricking you." "Humph, of course I won't go with him." Arbor threw him a cold glance. However, the result of ignoring him was that a marriage contract was posted in front of the dining hall's entrance at noon. The end of the 6th night watch. Broken sleep. At first, Arbor didn't know that Ming Yas had done such a good deed at the cafeteria. By the time Xianxia, and the others went over to eat, there was already a large crowd at the entrance of the cafeteria. They were gathered in 2s and 3s, pointing and watching. Seeing Arbor walk over, these people shut their mouths and winked at her with mocking smiles. Arbor was quite baffled. When she went up and saw the marriage contract, she was about to explode in anger. Most importantly, there was a small note floating below the marriage contract. Our dear Xiao Mu's name was impressively written on it. Lu Yu and the others were startled and turned to look at Arbor in unison. "Jojo, what's going on?" "Crazy." Arbor clenched her small fists and tore down the marriage contract and small note. She asked a snickering male student, "Where is Ming Yas?" The male student shrunk his neck and cautiously pointed to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Arbor leaped up with a whoosh and directly jumped over the railing on the 2nd floor. She couldn't control the anger that wanted to erupt from her entire body. Like a little lion, the little guy rushed to the door of a private room and kicked the door of the private room flying with a bang. A man in tiger skin suddenly jumped to the middle of the room and shouted in a low voice. Then, he grabbed a stool and smashed it at the door. When the two collided, wood splinters flew everywhere. A watercolored light curtain appeared in the middle, blocking all the wood shavings outside and not contaminating their bodies. Akira immediately jumped up from the stool and glared at Arbor, who had barged in with her beautiful eyes. She shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Anger flashed in Akira's eyes, and she casually threw a dirt ball straight at Arbor's face. "Akira, stop," Yas shouted coldly. But Akira already couldn't stop. She had thrown the dirt ball, so there was no reason to take it back. That earthen ball smashed towards Xiao Mu's face at an extremely rapid speed. Miss Xiao's expression was abnormally cold and severe. She grasped a circle of water spirit energy in one hand, and the bright, watery spirit energy suddenly enveloped the dirt ball that Akira had thrown. It was as if the earth ball was covered by a transparent water spirit barrier, and the earth ball was completely under the palm of his hand. This kind of water spirit control stunned Akir, and she couldn't help but feel a bit frightened. She had a bad feeling. Akir, get out of the way! Ollie shouted in alarm. In the blink of an eye, the dirt ball that Akir had thrown was fiercely thrown back at Akir's face. Ah! Akir was so scared that she was as dumb as a wooden chicken. She even forgot to move her feet. She stood upright in the middle of the room and was about to be hit by the dirt ball. A black shadow quickly came to her side, grabbed her collar, and threw her to the side of a stool. Bang! Akir's butt landed heavily on the stool. She held in pain and grimaced as she looked at Yas. Yas appeared where she had been standing and controlled the dirt ball that Arbor had thrown back with one hand. The dirt ball appeared very smooth and obedient in his hand. It spun around between his slender fingers, and the spirit energy slowly dispersed and was absorbed by his fingers. The man pursed his thin lips tightly and stared fixedly at the little girl in front of him with hawk-like eyes. What a ruthless heart. Just now, if he hadn't helped in time, would Akir have been able to keep her life? That was definitely not possible. Akir was merely a level 7 spiritualist who relied on a pile of medicine. She had no chance of winning against the little girl. Moreover, Akir had relied on heavenly earth mithril to barely comprehend the origin of the earth spirit. Her talent naturally couldn't compare to even one of the little girl's fingers. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. This little girl was still so ruthless. She threw dirt balls at people's heads without saying a word. She was clearly aiming to take their lives. Arbor coldly looked at the man with pursed lips in front of her and threw the tattered marriage contract at him. What is this? Why did you say that? Xianxia looked at her with a spurious smile. In the morning, I said I wanted to talk to you. So her rejection was met with such harsh treatment. She wasn't a cat or a dog. Why did she have to be present and listen to his nonsense when he said he wanted to talk? Arbor angrily glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes and coldly looked at him. You're courting death. How dare you? Akir sat up straight on the stool and glared at Arbor with red eyes. You're too impudent, Arbor. Shut up. Arbor and Xianxia turned around and shouted at her at the same time. Akir looked at the two in shock. It was bad enough that this damned woman Arbor shouted at her, but now even His Highness Xianxia was shouting at her like this. Akir felt that her life was very miserable and couldn't help but sob while covering her face. Take Akir out. Xianxia pursed his lips, anger and irritation flashing through his hawk-like eyes. Waving his hand, he turned around and ordered Ollie, you guys go out too. What a sin. Ollie glanced at his elder brother and couldn't help but sigh. He stepped forward and pulled Akir up. Let's go, Akir. No, I'm not going out. Don't pull me out. Akir twisted her waist and shouted in exasperation, this woman must have cast some kind of goo on His Highness Xianxia. Otherwise, how could this woman gain His Highness Xianxia's favor with such a vile attitude? This was completely impossible. The only thing Akir could think of was the goo poison technique used by the people of the primal land. Get out. ACI roared again impatiently. He hadn't expected Arbor to arrive so quickly. If he had known, he wouldn't have let the meddlesome Akir stay here and ruin things. Akir, let's go. Ollie helplessly pulled up the writhing Akir and secretly gave her a warning glare. He lowered his voice and said, do you want the crown prince to be angry, drive you far away, and never allow you to return? Akir was instantly speechless. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Arbor before reluctantly following Ollie out. However, she wasn't willing to go far. She went to the opposite room and chased the students out. She opened the door and stared at Yas and Arbor. In any case, the door to His Highness Yas's room had been completely destroyed by Arbor. Now that they were sitting opposite, they could see everything clearly. Your explanation, Arbor said bluntly with a cold expression. Yas raised his hand, and a defensive barrier appeared around the two of them, completely isolating them from the outside world. Seeing this, Akir was so angry that she jumped up and scolded with a sour expression, what do they want to do by hiding in the room? This damned indecent woman. She's already married, but she still goes around seducing men. Keep your voice down. Alex wished he could cover Akir's mouth. It's fine if you say this in front of me, but you mustn't say this in front of Big Brother. Who couldn't tell what Big Brother had been like all these years? Big Brother simply wouldn't listen to anyone slandering Arbor. Akir's eyes turned red from jealousy. What can I do to deal with her? Akir slammed the table and said angrily, why can a married woman seduce my brother? Yes. I must think of a way to kill her. Shut up. Alex couldn't help but roll his eyes speechlessly. You think you can kill Arbor with your strength? With your strength alone, she only needs to lift a finger to crush you. Do you have a bad memory? Alex raised his hand and patted Akir's head. If Big Brother hadn't quickly saved you just now, you would be lying on the ground right now. Even I am not that girl's match, let alone you. Akir fell silent, but her eyes still flickered with intense unwillingness. Knock, knock, knock. Hurried footsteps ran up from downstairs. Where's Jojo? Xianxia saw Akir and Alex and frowned. You must be Yas's sisters-in-law. Where did you take Jojo? How impudent and rude. Akir slammed the table and stood up with a ferocious expression. Without another word, she picked up a dirt ball and threw it at Xianxia's face. She didn't manage to hit Arbor just now and almost suffered a loss from her counterattack. Now, she would get back at this woman first. Who told her to be so blind that she dared to shout at her Princess Akir? Bam! Xianxia raised a meaty little fist and aimed it at the dirt ball Akir threw. A bolt of lightning wrapped around her fist and smashed it at the dirt ball. Boom! A square table was placed between the two of them. It flew up and shattered into pieces on the ground. Akir and Xianxia both took 2 steps back at the same time. Duan Muqing's body swayed and he reached out to block Xianxia's back. That Ollie also hurriedly reached out to grab Akir's soft body. Ah! Damn woman, you actually dare to be so disrespectful to this princess. I'll kill you. Akir shrieked. She felt as if her face had dropped to the ground and was being crushed into dregs. Damn it, this girl in front of her, her cultivation level was lower than hers. She could tell at a glance that Xianxia was only a rank 6 spirit master. However, this little 6th rank spiritual master was actually able to receive the earth ball thrown by her, a 7th rank spiritual master. Both of them took 2 steps back at the same time. What did this mean? This meant that although Akir was a level 7 spiritual master, she couldn't even defeat a level 6 spiritual master. Wasn't this deliberately trying to humiliate her? Actually, this logic was obvious. Akir was someone who relied on a pile of medicine to reach her current level. It wasn't easy for her to comprehend level 6 earth spirit through heavenly earth mithril. Naturally, she couldn't be compared to Xianxia, who had reached her current level steadily. Xianxia relied on herself to communicate with nature and comprehend the origin of spiritual thunder. Level 8 spiritual thunder couldn't be compared to level 6 earth spirit. Even though her cultivation level was 1 level lower than Akir's, she still had the power to fight with her. It was hard to say who would emerge victorious at the end of the battle. Xianxia looked coldly at the madwoman in front of her who was stamping with rage. Why are the people of Underworld Province acting like lunatics? Where is my Jojo? Where is Jojo? Akir shrieked, Dao, Dao, kill this audacious woman for me. She actually dared to be disrespectful to Princess Akir. She should taste the consequences. Dao hesitated for less than a second before nodding his head in agreement. In his opinion, Akir was the clan sister that His Highness ACI had brought up from the lower star domain. In terms of closeness, she definitely surpassed the legitimate princesses of Underworld Province. Even if Akir didn't have the title of princess, she was actually a princess. There was nothing wrong with Dao's understanding. After all, for the sake of His Highness Yas and his adoptive father Ahan, the Emperor of the Underworld Province had decided to confer Akir the title of princess in a while. Akir definitely had the right to be arrogant. As Dao thought this, his tiger skin skirt fluttered, and he stood in front of Xianxia with his hands on his hips. How dare you be so impudent and rude to our Underworld Province's princess? It's time to teach you a lesson. The muscles on Dao's arm bulged slightly. A water arrow flew towards Xianxia's face. Duan Muqing coldly looked at the water arrow that was flying towards him. He suddenly pulled Xianxia behind him and quickly caught it with his palm. Everyone watched as he caught the water arrow with 2 fingers and it made a clanging sound as it pierced through the air. With a bang, it turned into a mist and disappeared into the air. Dao's expression changed slightly. He angrily glared at Duan Muqing, who had suddenly come out to mess things up. This young man looked very young, but it was hard to tell what his cultivation level was. In fact, Duan Muqing's current cultivation level was 1 level higher than Dao's, a level 12 spiritual master. Dao naturally couldn't see Duan Muqing's cultivation level. Seeing this, Turnbull hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Everyone, please calm down. Xianxia's small face was ashen with anger. You saw it. This person wanted to kill me just now. Little Fatty's face darkened as well. Since you're the ones who attacked first, then let's all attack together. Akir shrieked, you're all rebelling. Without hesitation, Xianxia released her golden lion from the spirit beast's face. As soon as the golden-haired lion appeared, it filled more than half of the room. Akir was so shocked that she took several steps back and was forced into a corner. You little bitch. Do you think others don't have spirit beasts? Akir shrieked and was about to release her spirit beast. Xianxia pointed at her and said, tear that mouth of hers apart. With a roar, the golden-haired lion leaped forward with a swoosh and clawed at Akir's face. Ah! Akir only felt a gust of wind rush at her. She hurriedly released her spirit beast. It was actually an old turtle. It stood in front of Akir and took a swipe from the golden-haired lion. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The golden lion felt as if its paw had grabbed onto an iron plate, and it was in pain from the recoil. Ah! Akir released the old turtle to block the attack. However, her body was pushed to the long table by the window by the old turtle. Unfortunately, this long table had already been shattered by the force. Akir pressed on nothing. She staggered and almost hit her head on the wall. Seeing this, the golden-furred lion surreptitiously swiped at her again. Akir! Alarmed, Ollie hurriedly came to her rescue, sending out a gust of astral wind. As the golden-furred lion dodged the astral wind, its paw missed its target and only managed to grab a strand of Akir's long hair, completely messing up her elegant and unique hairstyle. Akir was practically mad with anger. She screamed in shock as if she had suffered a great grievance. She said to Ollie with red eyes, Ollie, help me kill this woman in front of me. I'm going to kill her. This damned little slut. Her perfectly fine image of an elegant princess had been completely destroyed by this woman in front of her. What did she look like with her head and face? She didn't have the slightest bit of the demeanor of a princess. She looked like a beggar who had run over from the streets. The hair on her head was all crooked from the lion's claw. Ollie was also a bit angry. You people, don't be so shameless. Did they think their Ming province's royal family was easy to bully? He didn't directly call for the hidden guards to attack them on account of their relationship with Arbor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a good time. What are you all making a ruckus for? An angry shout traveled in from outside the room. An old man with an angry face strode in and looked around. His gaze landed on the battered and exhausted Akir in the corner. Behind the old man was a group of students who had secretly run up to watch the commotion. They were all looking at them as if they were watching a good show and whispering, wow, they're all going to be in trouble now. It's Consecrated Lu from the discipline hall. Consecrated Lu is very strict. He hates it when people cause trouble at the academy. Arbor didn't know that Xianxia and the others were at odds with Akir's group in order to find her. At this moment, she was coldly looking at Yas, who was talking to himself, expressionlessly. Yas stared at her, feeling a bit upset. He felt that the little girl's stoic face wasn't as cute as her angry look when she had just charged in. This stoic face was really disgusting. When my mother told me about this, the first person I thought of was you. Back then, the person who saved my mother's family was your mother, Long Chuyun. On the surface, this marriage was arranged with the Mu family, but in fact, it was arranged with your mother. That's all you want to say? Arbor interrupted him with a sour face. I'm going to disappoint you. Firstly, I'm already married. Secondly, this marriage contract clearly states that the one who is engaged to you is the eldest daughter of the Mu family, the well-known genius eldest daughter, Mu Roxian. Ming Yassi's face sank. Naturally, it can't be her. To put it nicely, her mother was a second wife. To put it bluntly, she was a concubine. Oh, no. Based on my investigation, when her mother was pregnant with her, she couldn't even be considered Mu Jingfeng's concubine. She could only be considered an outside wife. This marriage contract was signed 20 years ago. The eldest daughter of the first wife mentioned in the marriage contract refers to you. It's this woman, Mu Roxian, who snatched your identity and even snatched your destined marriage. Arbor knitted her brows. These words sounded strange. If she was snatching Yasa's destined marriage, then she really should thank that eldest daughter of the first wife. Thirdly, and also the most important point. Arbor coldly glanced at Ming Yassi. My surname is Qiao. Ming Yassi's heart was stifled by her last sentence. What 1, 2, 3, where did all these reasons come from? They were all just excuses. My Ming province's imperial family will send a marriage proposal to the Mu clan in the name of the great emperor. Ming Yassi looked at the little girl in front of him, his expression indifferent as he said, Arbor, you can't escape. You will definitely become my woman in this lifetime. Ming Yassi took a step forward, suddenly grabbing her small hand. Without any warning, he forcefully pulled her to his side. Without another word, Arbor kicked him with all her might. Her wrist struggled with all her might, but he firmly held it in his palm. Do you see? This is our marriage proposal. Since 20 years ago, you and I were destined to be a pair. 20 years your ass. Arbor twisted her arm, but it was firmly clamped down by his iron-like fingers. The startled swan dagger moved according to her will, flashing away in a flash. The instant it flew out of her conscious, it attacked Ming Yassi's throat. This cunning and ruthless little girl was stabbing at his fatal throat. She wanted to kill him in one blow. Ming Yassi tilted his head and swiftly dodged, dragging the little girl to the window. He recalled the first time they met in Shuang City. This vicious and merciless little fellow had treated him so bluntly. So much so that she didn't treat him as a human at all, using him as a medicine man. He had never understood why this little fellow was so ruthless to him. Later, he figured it out. When they first met outside Shuang City, he attacked the martial uncles and senior sisters by his side without knowing the inside story, almost injuring them. Because of this little fellow had regarded him as an enemy from beginning to end. He firmly grasped her wrist, his gaze fixed on her. Are you still angry with me over the matter from a few years ago? I admit that I was wrong that time. I shouldn't have led Flying Eagle Squad to attack your master and senior sisters by your side. But it's been so many years, can't you forgive me at all? Besides, when I was your medicine man, I took your poison for 3 meals every day. This debt should be enough to repay. Yas dragged the little girl to his side. Why do you always treat me as an enemy? Can't we start over and get along well? Miss Qiao was flustered and exasperated. She stared coldly at the 5 fingers on her arm. Let go. Is this the attitude of someone who wants to get along well? It's the same every time. I have to listen to you for everything. If we don't do as you wish, is that disobeying your superiors? Jojo. Ming Yas closed his eyes in pain. Why can't you let go of your prejudice against me? Do you know how overjoyed I was when I heard about this marriage from my mother? I'm thinking that we are fated after all, aren't we? This fate was already decided 20 years ago. If it weren't for various reasons that caused us to miss each other, you and I would be a legitimate husband and wife now. Arbor looked at the somewhat fanatical look in this person's eyes, and she was inwardly shocked. She never would have thought that this Ming Yas would actually crazily like her. Did she treat him that way back then? What kind of illness did this person have to like her? Thump, 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 thump. Thump. Bang. The defensive barrier that Ming Yas had set up suddenly shattered into pieces. The 6th watch ended. The defensive barrier was broken by an external force, and Ming Yassi was the first to bear the brunt of it. A cluster of purple flames flew toward Ming Yassi's head without another word. The moment Ming Yassi dodged, a black figure swiftly arrived beside Arbor. Mo Lian's phoenix eyes darkened. She reached out to grab Jojo by the waist and hugged her as she retreated a few steps. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you completely. Mo Lian coldly glanced at Ming Yassi. No matter how much you fight, everything you do will be in vain. Jojo is my wife. This is a fact that no one can change. Arbor raised her small hand and subconsciously patted Lian's chest. When she turned to look at Xianxia, her eyes were filled with annoyance. What a headache, she didn't expect Long Chuyun to cause her a problem with the marriage contract from 20 years ago. She naturally couldn't acknowledge it now. Besides, what she said before was right. Her name wasn't written on the marriage contract at all. It was completely Xiaxia's own wishful thinking. Xianxia smiled at them, but there was a hint of strangeness in his smile. This marriage contract is bound by the laws of heaven and earth. If there's a restriction, it should be on you and Mu Roxuan, Arbor said irritably. She wasn't some nuisance of the Mu family's eldest miss. Xianxia stared at her with a dark gaze. Jojo, you will change your mind. Your Mu family can't bear the consequences of deceiving Ming Province's imperial family. Arbor was furious. If Lian wasn't hugging her, the little fellow would have run over and punched him again, walking right into the trap. Who deceived Ming Province's imperial family? Your Mu family. Xianxia said resolutely. Say, if my imperial father finds out that the Mu family actually used a woman born from an outside to fob me off, won't he be so angry that he'll vent his anger on the entire Mu family? He carefully looked at Arbor's small face. However, her cold and angry expression gradually calmed down. Xianxia was going to find trouble with the Mu family? Then, let him go and find it. Anyway, she did not have much to do with the Mu family. The one who should be having a headache should be Mu Jingfeng. Go ahead, Arbor growled at him angrily. Furious to the extreme, Yas actually flew over to Arbor. However, before his fingers could touch her wrist, Lian blocked them with one hand. Courting death. Prince Mo forcefully swatted Xiaxia's hand away. Without any warning, a slender black longsword stabbed towards Xiaxia's chest. A hint of anger flashed across Nether Yassi's face. He still remembered how this person beat him up in Shuang City a few years ago. Now that the old and new grudges were added together, Xianxia couldn't wait for Lian to die right now. When Lian's Raven Moon sword was right in front of his eyes, Xianxia blocked it with his earth shield. Following that, Lian's purple flames covered the sky and covered the earth. Like a meteor shower, they swept towards Xianxia. Miss Chow opened her small mouth, but she didn't have time to say anything. Instead, she saw two black figures fly out in front of her with a whoosh. The collision of the two people's power was like a dazzling light that suddenly lit up the entire dining hall downstairs. Arbor only saw the two people suddenly rush out of the second-floor window. Following that, the window was flattened by the two people's power, and rubble tumbled down. Inexplicable, Arbor angrily cursed in her heart. She got up to have lunch properly, but in the end, she actually encountered this kind of thing. This Xianxia was really hateful. Don't wait for me, I'll say it's over when I'm done. This week, I've been updating it this time. Bam. The onlookers downstairs were almost scared to death. What kind of trouble had they gotten themselves into? I came here for lunch out of the blue, but I ended up encountering two princes fighting each other without knowing the reason. Everyone rushed out of the cafeteria like a swarm of bees. Wasn't this a joke? Her Highness Lian's indiscriminate purple fire had almost scared them to the point of peeing their pants. Wherever it was lit, it would burn, and wherever it was burned, it would turn into ashes. How was he supposed to deal with this? Besides running, they could only run, 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 run. Arbor also hurriedly jumped down from the second-floor window and waved at Lian. Lian. Lian's Raven Moon sword was covered in layers of fire spirits. She slashed along with the sword intent and attacked continuously, not giving Xianxia any time to think about how to counterattack. The speed at which she changed her moves was shockingly fast. All the onlookers only felt that their parents had given them two eyes, which were not enough at all. They only knew that Her Highness Lian had already changed her moves countless times in the instant she attacked. Every move was fatal and aimed at Xiaxia's weak spot. In the end, His Highness Yas was forced into a difficult situation by this person. Stop! A shout came from outside the crowd. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks. He's here, High Official Lu is here. High Official Lu of the Discipline Hall was the most impartial and impartial. He didn't give anyone face. What he hated the most was people causing trouble in the royal school. It seemed like this matter had really gotten out of hand. Even the old man had been invited over. High official Lu's face was tense as he took heavy steps and hurried to the front of the few people. His dignified gaze circled around Ming Yas and Mo Lian, as if he wanted to roar at the sky. What was going on? He had just dealt with a group of students who were causing trouble and a few more came right after. The two people in front of him, whether it was Her Highness Mo Lian from the Divine Continent or His Highness Yas from the Underworld region, they were not people to be trifled with. How did he end up in such a situation? Consecrator Lu did his best to keep a straight face. He glanced at Ming Yas with a heavy expression, then glanced at Mo Lian. Those who cause trouble in the academy will be dealt with according to the academy's rules. The situation between the two of you is especially serious. Under Prince Mo's extremely pressuring gaze, Officer Lu hurriedly sped up his speech. They gathered a crowd to fight, and even destroyed many things in the cafeteria. According to the academy's rules, if you are to be punished, you follow me. Consecrator Lu said with an old face. He quickly turned around, mainly because he didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of the students. Inexplicably, under the pressure of Crown Prince Lian's terrifying gaze, he felt like he couldn't continue. When Arbor heard the old man say that he was going to punish Mo Lian, he quickly followed him. When they arrived at the discipline hall that the old man had mentioned, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded as soon as they walked through the door. Xianxia and the others were all there. Jojo. Seeing that Arbor was safe and sound, Xianxia and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It was just that their current appearance was rather disheveled. Hundreds of wooden stakes with sharp blades had been set up in the discipline hall's courtyard. Xianxia and the others had activated their defensive spiritual shields and were standing on the stakes. The sharp blades were pointed at their feet. As long as they lost their balance and fell down, they would definitely suffer a lot. 2 hours. Consecrator Lu threw down these words, as if he was about to flee in defeat. Sigh, he actually didn't want it to be like this. Just like back then, he also wanted to put on the airs of a commandment hall venerable and give Ming Yasi and His Highness Mo Lian a good dressing down. However, Mo Lian and Ming Yasi's gazes were truly enough to send chills down one's spine. Rather than saying that he was scared off by their statuses, it was more accurate to say that he was forced to retreat by their auras. In any case, he had maintained the discipline hall's dignity in front of all the students. Since they were already at their destination, he could just casually punish them. After Consecrator Lu fled, Xianxia, who was on the wooden stake, couldn't help but cry out, "Aya, my Chow Chow. We are truly in the same boat. Come on up and stand on the wooden stake next to me. If we are closer, we can still talk." Akir, who was already exhausted, couldn't help but curse indignantly, "Lunatic." Wasn't she a lunatic? She was punished by Pundit Lu to stand on a sharp knife for 4 hours, because they didn't want to step on a sharp knife. Everyone could only use their maximum spirit power to rise into the air and create a spirit power barrier to prevent themselves from falling and getting stabbed by the knives. However, more than an hour had already passed, and Xianxia was still talking cheerfully and wittily, as if she didn't feel tired at all. What was even more exaggerated was that she didn't even use a bit of spirit power to defend her legs. She wasn't afraid that she would fall from exhaustion into a sea of knives and wear her legs out. The other people beside Xianxia also had the same carefree appearance. There wasn't even a bead of sweat on their foreheads. They truly looked too relaxed and didn't look like people who had just been punished for more than an hour. Looking at her miserable dog-tired appearance, Akir couldn't help but want to howl at the sky. "Jojo, come quickly." Xianxia waved her small hand at Arbor and said with a smile, "Hurry over and accompany her." She was about to die from boredom standing on this wooden stake alone. Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. "Thank you, but I don't need to be punished." Her words were a little heart-wrenching. All of her teammates who were standing on the wooden stakes turned to look at her. Prince Mo couldn't help but feel helpless. He flew to the top of the pile and hovered there. He looked down at Arbor and winked. "Don't you want to see the view up there?" Arbor shook his head. He took a stool and sat down in the courtyard of the discipline hall. What Consecrator Lu meant was that after standing for 2 hours, they could go back to their own homes. However, looking at Akira's miserable appearance, it was clear that she didn't know that Xianxia and the others were all people with flying talismans. No matter how long they had to stand on the wooden stakes, it didn't affect the consumption of their spiritual energy. So, it was really quite a scam. An hour later, Xianxia and the others quietly put away their flying talismans and willingly stayed on top of the wooden stakes, consuming their spirit energy. The main thing was that it was fine if he was lazy for a while, but he still had to cultivate properly. 2 hours later, Consecrator Lu of the Discipline Hall came to inspect everyone's results. When he saw everyone persevering while drenched in sweat, he nodded inwardly. His gaze swept across the room and finally stopped on the little stoic. "Why are you here?" "My husband is being punished, so I naturally have to accompany him," Arbor said with a glance. Consecrator Lu snorted, "This old man heard that you've only attended the first day of class and you've already taken a few days off?" When Arbor heard this, she immediately looked at him warily. "What are you trying to say?" His next words couldn't be, "Since you're so free, go stand on the knife pile for a while." What a joke. She didn't want to stand there in the cold wind with nothing to do. Pundit Lu chuckled dryly and turned to look at her. "Today's matter should be caused by you, that's right, Pundit Lu." Akira caught her breath and quickly said, "You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. How can you just punish us?" "Punish her. Punish her." Arbor glanced at her. She only vaguely knew that this woman was someone who followed Xianxia and Ollie around all year round. She wasn't familiar with her, so why did she jump out at this time to annoy others? Arbor glanced at Pundit Lu and turned to leave without waiting for him to speak. She even waved her small hand as she walked. "I'm in a hurry to go out. If you have anything to say, come back first." Pundit Lu was a little dumbfounded. This was the first time he saw a little girl who dared to put off their discipline hall like this. Mo Lian and the others were overjoyed. They turned and hurried to catch up with the little girl. The group of people left in less than 2 minutes. In the large courtyard, only the people from Mingzhou were left looking at each other coldly. Mingyas unconsciously clenched his fists. He saw very clearly that when the little girl left, she didn't even glance at him. He knew that the little girl didn't like him, but he had already said that. The marriage contract from 20 years ago clearly stated that he was engaged to her. But why was she always unwilling to calm down and listen to him? Arbor didn't care about what Mingyas was thinking. That night, she packed her things. The next morning, she and her husband took Xianxia and Lu Jing across the east side of north-facing Great Forest and headed for Rosy Clouds Peak. Xianxia and Lu Jing, who had been purchasing daily necessities for a day, felt like they were being ravaged by the little girl. But the little girl was in a surprisingly good mood. Ever since the troublesome matter of the engagement 20 years ago. That night, the two of them came up with a plan on how to deal with Dark Yasa's next move. Both of them deeply agreed with Duan Yu's evaluation of Ming Yasi is a bit neurotic. The academy probably wouldn't be too peaceful today. That fellow Minya was jumping up and down. He definitely wouldn't let that marriage contract go so easily. Therefore, today, the two of them left the chaotic royal school in a rather good mood. A snow-white silver wolf carried the young couple towards the eastern entrance of the north-gazing Great Forest. Xianxia sighed along the way. "I haven't been able to go back for so many years. I remember that there used to be a sizable village at the foot of Red Cloud Peak. Sigh, I don't know if there are any left." Arbor didn't listen to them. The two of them chatted along the way and didn't really respond. On the other hand, Mo Lian was quite interested in conversation and would occasionally exchange a few words with Xianxia and Lu Jing. The roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from time to time in north-facing Great Forest. Mo Lian, Xianxia, and the others were all above the transcendent divine realm, so they naturally didn't care about these wild beasts in the forest. "I remember that there used to be a transportation formation here." Lu Jing picked up a 2-pronged branch and poked at the nearby bushes. A gray-eared rabbit suddenly burrowed out of the thicket, causing Lu Jing to be inexplicably vigilant. When he saw that it was a rabbit that was completely harmless, Lu Jing's eyes involuntarily lit up. He walked forward and condensed a rock from the earth spirit, which then landed on that gray-eared rabbit's head. Picking up the dead rabbit, Lu Jing excitedly shouted, "Roast meat for lunch." It was still early before noon. Arbor couldn't help but facepalm. Not only were these two old urchins chattering like sparrows the entire way, but they also especially liked to enjoy good food. This was probably the after effect of doing things to themselves for several decades. Lu Xing chuckled as he followed behind Arbor and the others with the rabbit in his hand. Let's hunt a few more game later and roast them all for lunch. Sigh, I don't know how many years it's been since I've had a good roast meat. Xianxia also looked rather rueful when he mentioned this. Arbor involuntarily glanced at them. Then I'll let you guys have a taste of Sir Jojo's culinary skills in a bit. Many thanks, second faction master. The two fellows joyfully cupped their hands at her in unison. Only Prince Mo, who knew the truth, twitched his lips slightly. To be honest, his Xiaobao's culinary skills really weren't that great. When Jojo said she wanted to cook, insiders like him and Duan Yu didn't have much hope in her. Those who didn't know, like Lu Xing and Xianxia, were naturally convinced after being tricked. Xiaomu nodded her small head in all seriousness. She then paced forward to lead the way with her small claws behind her back. Mo Lian's lips secretly curled up. She turned to look at Xianxia and Lu Xing, who were full of anticipation, and silently lowered her eyes. The two elders followed behind Xiao, and while walking, they kept flattering her. The second-generation sect leader is really amazing. Beautiful on the outside, intelligent on the inside, graceful and magnanimous. I think it's rare to find someone as perfect as our second faction master in this world. Mo Lian deeply agreed with this statement. However, Arbor couldn't help but blush as he listened to the two old men's bragging. Beautiful and intelligent. Her, graceful and magnanimous, it didn't feel like it. The four of them were rushing towards the eastern exit when they vaguely heard someone's cries for help being carried by the wind. Judging from the direction of the sound, it seemed to be coming from the west. Arbor and Mo Lian weren't nosy people. Usually, when they saw trouble, they couldn't wait to avoid it. Why would they take a detour to watch the show? The two of them walked forward hand in hand. However, from the sound of the rolling wheels, it seemed that the two carriages that were calling for help were heading in their direction. It can't be, right? The two of them glanced at each other at the same time and signaled Xianxia and Lu Xing behind them with their eyes. The four of them leaped onto the tree one after another. It was also at that moment that a small carriage that was shuttling through the forest was heading towards them. A mighty and domineering red wolf was pulling the carriage. It was a full 2 heads taller than the body of the carriage. The carriage looked extremely small, probably only allowing 2 people to sit in it. However, its appearance was simple with a hint of low-key luxury. Even the luminous pearls hanging on the window were almost the size of 2 fists. Was the local tyrant in danger? This thought flashed through Arbor's mind and his eyes couldn't help but flash. Not long after the carriage sped to their tree, it was surrounded by several strong men in black. Too sleepy, I slept even more after waking up. Thus, Mo Lian and Xiaomu surreptitiously burrowed into the foliage of the forest, trying their best to conceal their figures. The two of them had the best vantage point, looking down to watch the show. They saw a woman in her early 40s fly out of the small carriage, 2 daggers flying in front of her. In less than a moment, the 2 men who had been chasing them were slit their throats and sent to the sky. That woman was full of hostility, whistling from her mouth. Behind the carriage, several people with red headscarves appeared. They looked like secret guards. And the coachman who had been sitting in the carriage had already jumped down from the shaft of the carriage at this time, summoning a long dagger from his consciousness, charging towards the black-clothed people surrounding them to attack. Those black-clothed people were clearly not to be trifled with. They were well-trained, nimble, and had great teamwork with each other. Even if 2 of them died at the hands of the woman, there would soon be people to replace them, not affecting the operation of this large encirclement formation at all. The 2 sides fought for about 10 minutes, neither side gaining an advantage over the other. But there were many black-clothed people, as if there was an endless stream. If this continued, no matter how strong the coachman and the woman were, they would still be defeated. Arbor could see clearly from the top of the tree, pursing her lips, looking up at Prince Mo. Prince Mo naturally saw a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Do you want to go down and help? It was just a small matter. Moreover, she looked down on a large group of people surrounding and beating up a woman. Prince Mo winked at her, the meaning couldn't be clearer. Wife, it's up to you. Arbor grinned at him, just as she was about to jump down to help. she suddenly saw a man who seemed to be the leader jump out from behind the black-cloaked people. He had completely wrapped himself up, only revealing two small eyes that were staring at the woman with her back facing him. A poisoned arrow suddenly shot towards the woman's back. In the blink of an eye, the woman seemed to have sensed something and quickly dodged to the side. She then used her spiritual power to wrap around the poisonous arrow and quickly threw it to the side. In this gap, the black-clothed leader jumped onto the back of the small carriage and suddenly slapped down on the carriage's hood. The woman's eyes were about to split open as she roared, and the attacks in her hands became even fiercer. In less than a second after the black-clothed leader jumped into the carriage, he carried out a round object wrapped in grey cloth. He whistled, and all the men in black quickly gathered around him, blocking off the red scarf secret guards that were attacking them. They protected the leader and quickly retreated into the depths of the forest. They advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and they cooperated with each other very well. It was simply impossible for others to intervene. The middle-aged woman was furious when she saw this. She fought off the two men in black with all her might and rushed to the front of the squad leader. She reached out her hand to grab the grey cloth package in his arms. Bang! Bang bang! The two people quickly exchanged 3 palms, and the grey cloth package sank down. The grey cloth on top of the package slid down, and unexpectedly, half of a small bald head was exposed. Arbor, who had originally wanted to attack, saw this and her almond eyes suddenly widened. With a whoosh, she jumped down from the tree. Mo Lian followed behind her, and with a wave of her sleeve, she sent the startled black-clothed men flying. Bang! Several people fell to the ground, and before they could react, the Black Moon Sword's light flashed, taking their lives. The black-clothed leader's hand paused. He raised his head and saw a slender figure like a fleeting shadow. With a whoosh, the figure leaped in front of him. The little girl stretched out her hand without saying a word. Water spirit ice condensed into a sword and went straight for his neck. This extremely ruthless style made the black-clothed leader panic for a moment, and he couldn't help but shiver all over. Clang! The black-clothed squad leader reflexively raised the saber in his hand to block Xiao Mu's long sword that she had condensed into ice. When the snow-white ice crystals came into contact with the blazing flames on the squad leader's saber, not only did they not show any signs of being extinguished, they even emitted a cold aura outwards. On the contrary, the blazing fire that covered the saber of the squad leader was slightly weaker, as if it was about to be extinguished. The black-clothed leader was horrified and blurted out, "Who are you?" The little girl looked 16 or 17, but her attack was deadly. Of course, in Shenzhou, you couldn't underestimate any child who looked very young. Because who knew if this child was a centuries-old monster pretending to be young? However, Xiao Mu simply ignored him. She flicked her long sword, which had condensed water into ice, over, drawing out several beautiful sword flowers as she stabbed towards the black-clothed squad leader's chest. The leader held a long grey bag in one hand. Even if he was in his prime, he might not be the little girl's opponent, let alone fighting with Arbor with one hand. Arbor stretched out her hand and slapped. Spiritual power vibrated out and knocked the man's knife out of his right hand. It fell to the ground with a clang. The leader panicked for a moment and turned to run with the grey bag. But when he lifted his foot, he felt his legs go soft. The next moment, he knelt on the ground and spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood. He lowered his head and saw that the wound caused by the little girl's ice sword was bleeding black blood. Judging from the abnormal color, he must have been poisoned by the other party's attack. The leader trembled all over. Before he could even shout out, he was kicked to the ground by the little girl. Xiao Mu didn't allow for an explanation and snatched the grey cloth bundle from the man's arms. Her slender fingers gently flipped open the grey cloth bag, revealing a jade-like and adorable little face that looked like a pink dumpling. Wasn't the little monk Kong Kong the little kid with a jade face and red lips? As Xiao Mu gazed at the sleeping little monk, her heart inexplicably sank with a thump. The little monk was here, then what about her family on Seekong Planet? Could it be that some powerful enemy entered Seekong Planet and took Kong Kong from her family? Her heart swayed up and down. When she thought about what might have happened to Wei Ziqin and the others on Seekong Planet, she exuded a cold aura and felt tormented. Arbor raised her hand and pushed a few acupoints on Kong Kong's body. Seeing that he didn't move, her heart sank. At this time Mo Lian had already taken care of that group of black-cloaked men. Her figure flashed and she arrived beside Arbor. Jojo. He also saw the little monk's condition at a glance and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with him? Someone probably fed him a sleeping pill. Arbor looked suspiciously at the woman and coachman. The more she looked at them, the more suspicious she felt. Who are you? Arbor's gaze was sharp. Why were they driving that carriage and fleeing with Kong Kong in the great forest facing north? Greetings to your highness the crown prince. Greetings to the crown princess. The two simultaneously bowed to Prince Mo and Arbor, clearly recognizing them. Arbor didn't let down his guard, his scrutinizing gaze moving back and forth between the two. Who are you people? Why did you kidnap Kong Kong? Crown princess misunderstands. The woman hastily waved her hand and said, we husband and wife are great elder Konging's personal guards. We were ordered to go to Seacombe planet to pick up Kong Kong. Zhu Fan and his wife expressed that they didn't understand why their master suddenly couldn't think straight and ran off to become a monk for so many years. How could their master not think straight to do such a willful thing? Arbor silently glanced at them. Do you have any proof? Empty words? Just because they said they were Konging's guards, it was true. Arbor's eyes were clearly suppressing some doubt and disbelief. Seeing this, Zhu Sanyang hastily reached into her pocket and took out a token, respectfully handing it to Prince Mo. Prince Mo only glanced at it absent-mindedly before turning to Arbor and nodding slightly. It's the head elder's token. Arbor's expression finally relaxed as he glanced at them. When you went to pick up Kong Kong, did my family say anything? Replying to the crown princess, because of the problem at the passageway, we were on a tight schedule. Picking up Kong Kong went smoothly, and after we produced proof, Madame Chow nodded in agreement. It's just that Madame Chow looked a little reluctant to part with Kong Kong and was even more concerned about you, crown princess. Arbor silently nodded. Mother naturally couldn't bear to part with Kong Kong. She'd raised Kong Kong for a while, and Kong Kong was clever and adorable. She was also usually very silly and adorable. Mother must be very depressed now that the family suddenly lost a happy fruit. Arbor reached out to stroke Kong Kong's little head, his gaze indifferently looking at Zhu Sanyang and her husband. Is everything well in my family? Before this subordinate left, everything was fine in your residence. Arbor let out a sigh of relief. The inexplicable tension he felt when he saw Kong Kong seemed to have dissipated a lot. However, for some reason, there seemed to be a shadow lingering at the bottom of his heart. It was as if that wisp of bad premonition could not fade away. Was it you who gave Kong Kong the sleeping pill? Arbor's face looked very ugly. Zhu Sanyang's face revealed an awkward expression as she hurriedly explained, Kong Kong has been rather noisy along the way. The child didn't want to leave Wei Ziqing's side and thought about running away every day. If this continued, Zhu Sanyang and her husband were worried that they would lose the child and not be able to answer to Great Elder Kongyin. They had no choice but to do this. Moreover, the couple didn't have any children, so they didn't have much experience in raising children. How could they have the patience to fight a battle of wits with a little brat? Arbor glanced at them indifferently. Of course, she knew that it was impossible for two strangers to treat Kong Kong well without any compensation. However, she didn't like these two people very much either. The little stoic said with a sullen face, this sleeping pill's dosage is too high. It's not good for his small body. The couple was even more embarrassed now. The crown princess was blaming them for not taking good care of the little monk Kong Kong. Crown princess, please forgive us. Zhu Sanyang was someone who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. She hastily cupped her hands and bowed. It was us husband and wife who didn't think things through. Arbor glanced at them indifferently before picking up the little monk and turning to leave. Zhu Sanyang couldn't help but feel anxious, and she hurriedly said, Crown Princess, we still need to bring this little monk Kong Kong back for Great Elder Kongyin to look over. The little monk wasn't an object, so why bring him back for Kongyin to look over? If these two didn't know how to take care of a child, then don't take care of him. They were simply too much. Arbor glanced at them exasperatedly. Go back and tell Great Elder that he's with me. Back then, it was your elder who directly handed him over to me. Even if I have to return him, I have to do it personally. Arbor bluntly retorted the two. Kong Yin, that darn baldy, was really too unreliable. He didn't go to Seacone Planet to take care of the little monk himself, but sent two people who had no patience for children to take care of him. This sleeping pill naturally had a time limit, and the little monk probably hadn't been following them for just a day or two. They'd been feeding the little monk sleeping pills the entire time. How could the child's body take it? The more she thought about it, the angrier Arbor became, and her gaze toward the couple became increasingly unfriendly. "Why aren't you leaving?" the little fellow shouted impatiently. Did she want to continue being rebuked, or did she want to be rebuked? Xianxia and her husband rubbed their noses, knowing that they were in the wrong. They hurriedly cupped their hands and said, "Yes, Crown Princess. Then we'll go back and reply to Great Elder." Arbor sneered. "You can reply however you like." Her gaze had already turned cold. Xianxia and her husband had been in the pugilistic world for many years, so how could they not understand other people's expressions? Although the little girl's realm wasn't as high as theirs, her status was much higher than theirs. Glancing at His Highness the Crown Prince, who didn't look too good, Xianxia promptly cupped her hands at the two people. She very perceptively tugged at her husband Zhu Fan's hand and pulled him to leave together. If they stayed any longer, who knew if the little crown princess would flare up at them on the spot? Arbor took a deep breath. Seeing that the two people had already turned to leave, she wrapped the gray cloth around the little monk's chubby body and carried him to a nearby tree. "Is this drowsiness pill very difficult to cure?" "Wait for me." Qiao Mu's figure flashed into Paradise Planet. With a cold stoic face, she picked some medicinal herbs that she needed from Paradise Planet's 100-herb garden. Soon, he refined an antidote and came out of the peach garden. In the blink of an eye, Arbor came back with an antidote. He squatted under the tree and stuffed the antidote into the little monk's mouth. He then stroked the little monk's small body and helped him swallow the pill. After a short moment, the small monk's long eyelashes fluttered. Then, he slowly opened his eyes with a vacant look on his face. The first thing he saw was Arbor's stoic face. Then, he saw the equally expressionless Mo Lian beside him. "Benefactress. Your bandit husband actually entered this little monk's dream? Hurry up and chase him out." The small monk opened his mouth and said. Mo Lian's handsome face completely darkened. "Who's the bandit? Explain clearly." Mo Lian stared at the small monk with a spurious smile and said word by word. Hey, why did this feel so real?" The small monk reflexively pinched the back of his hand and muttered to himself, "It doesn't hurt." "As expected, I'm dreaming." "Arbor, you pinched my hand," the little stoic expressionlessly said. The little monk couldn't help but feel embarrassed. His cute little face turned towards Arbor, and he blinked his big, watery eyes. Female benefactor?" "Don't act cute," Arbor said expressionlessly. Yes, this was the tone. He really wasn't dreaming, the female benefactor was right in front of him. "Female benefactor, it really is you, oh, female benefactor." As if he had just woken up from a dream, this child turned his little palm downwards and slapped his own thigh. It hurts. The little monk grinned, and suddenly reached out his two little radish-like hands and threw himself into Arbor's arms. His tears were like golden beans falling down one by one. Female benefactor, you came to look for Kong Kong?" Arbor's heart couldn't help but soften, but her face remained expressionless. She raised her little hand and patted his back twice. "All right, a real man bleeds and doesn't cry. What are you crying for?" This little monk is only 5 years old this year. Strictly speaking, I'm still not a real man. When this little monk achieves great merit one day, I will repay the 4 great favors and help the 3 hardships." Arbor reached out and covered the little monk's little mouth. This child's habit of nagging since he was young couldn't be changed. "It's fine if you're nagging, but you're still nagging about those Buddhas and gods all day long. You're so scholarly, don't you find it tiring?" The little monk gazed at Qiao Mu with a pair of large, round eyes with distinct black and white. Benefactress. It's not easy for men and women to touch each other. You let go of this little monk." Arbor flicked his full forehead. "Shut up." The little monk pursed his little mouth, drooped his little head, and said in a small voice, "You've changed. You weren't like this before." Arbor, you used to hug me and coax me in a small voice. The little monk Kong Kong said pitifully, you used to comb my hair and braid my hair. You weren't as fierce as you are now. This time, even Mo Lian was speechless. Speaking of which, do you have hair on your head? Why did she have to braid her hair? She was probably dreaming about his chow again. The child had dreamt of Jojo, who was as gentle as water, just like her mother. There was a 99% chance that she had taken Jojo as her mother. Arbor stroked the little monk's head lovingly. Come, tell me, how do you feel now? This little monk's heart hurts. I feel uncomfortable everywhere. Benefactress, why don't you carry this little monk for a while? Kong Kong's chubby little hand blocked his heart. Arbor, exclamation point. Why did she want to slap this child to death so much? On the side, Mo Lian felt that something was amiss even more. Why is this little monk so good at flirting with girls? He must have been born with this flirting skill. How old is he? He's already so good at coaxing little girls. His six senses are really not clean. Before Arbor could do anything, Mo Lian appeared in front of the two of them in a flash. She lifted the little monk's chubby body with her fingers. She said to the little monk heartbreakingly, you're too heavy. Arbor's mouth twitched. Actually, she had also noticed that the little monk seemed to be even chubbier than before she left. She could imagine how well her mother, Wei Ziqin, fed him at home. If he continues to be this fat, he'll develop horizontally. The little monk widened his round eyes. Benefactress, your husband is insulting people again. Mo Lian looked at him expressionlessly. That's right, I'm arguing with you. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Strictly speaking, these two men, one big and one small, the small one really wasn't considered a man. Every time they met, they would always fight like dogs biting dogs for some reason. The little monk waved his 4 claws and kept kicking his legs in the air as he shouted, Benefactress, benefactress, hurry and save this little monk from your bandit husband. Arbor looked at them speechlessly. He reached out and took the little monk from Mo Lian's hands and patted his back comfortingly. All right, don't always court death by yourself. The little monk put on an innocent face and looked at him. How was he courting death? It was clearly this Crown Prince Lian who was too petty. Benefactress was indeed his wife, but she was also his benefactress. The little monk's bun-like face was taut in anger as he turned his head to glare at Mo Lian. Then he turned his head and leaned on Arbor's shoulder. Benefactress, how did you find me? His eyes suddenly lit up. Without waiting for Arbor to speak, he continued, it must be because this little monk and benefactress are fated to have a deep relationship. Arbor couldn't help but want to chuckle. Ever since he woke this child up, he hadn't stopped nagging until now. This really was a chatterbox little monk. Little master, you're very intelligent. Xianxia, who had been watching silently for a long time, suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Little master, are you interested in learning forging from this old man? The little monk, Kong Kong, turned to glance at the old man and shook his head like a rattledrum. This little monk is a monk. First, I don't seek fame, and second, I don't seek profit. I don't need to delve into forging. Arbor couldn't help but find it a bit funny when he heard this. He raised his hand and lightly poked the little monk's round face. Learning forging is very useful. You can forge a weapon that suits you. The little monk sneaked a glance at the dark-faced Prince Mo and quietly muttered, doesn't your husband know how to forge? What kind of weapon does this little monk want? If you want it, just ask your husband to make it for you. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the meaning in the little monk's eyes. This child was used to bickering with Mo Lian, but at the crucial moment, she just had to think of Prince Mo. It could be seen that in the depths of his heart, he actually valued and approved of the crown prince very much. Do you know who those black-cloaked men chasing you are? What men in black? The small monk looked around. He was slightly stunned when he saw that many black-cloaked men were sprawled out on the withered grassland. They're chasing me? Why are they chasing me? The small monk asked with a baffled expression. As soon as he said this, Arbor knew that it was impossible to get any useful information from the little monk. The little monk wouldn't know more than she did. Thinking of this, Arbor couldn't help but sigh. She had only taken 2 steps with the little monk in her arms when she felt her body become slightly lighter. Arbor lowered her head to look. Her arms were empty. The little monk had already been snatched away by her husband, who was standing at the side. "What are you doing?" the little monk immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. "This little monk doesn't want you to carry me." This stinky man was so stiff that his face hurt when he carried him. It wasn't as comfortable as the benefactress's hug at all. Mo Lian gently lowered her head and stroked his little head. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Your objection is overruled." "Ah, I'm too sleepy. I need to catch up on my sleep." "Benefactress." Arbor's head hurt when she heard him call her benefactress. She raised her hand and lightly knocked on the little baldy's forehead. "Do you still remember how you came here?" Although this little monk was only 5 years old, he was a little shrewd and very clear-minded. The little fellow couldn't help but cry at the mention of the little monk's sad past. "When those two people came to take me, they said Master Abbot wanted them to take me back." This little monk hugged benefactress's mother and cried bitterly. After bidding farewell to benefactress's sister-in-law and family, this little monk was very sad the whole way. They didn't give this little monk vegetarian food to eat. This little monk's stomach grumbled the whole way. Speaking of this, the little monk appeared even more heartbroken. His large, pitiful eyes stared straight at Arbor, making her not know whether to laugh or cry. To put it bluntly, the little monk missed his mother's cooking. On the way from Sikong Planet to China, he felt like he suffered a huge blow. There was no food to eat. This little monk originally wanted to dig up some mushrooms to stew a soup, but the couple said it would take too much time. This little monk didn't feel anything after that. "I was probably drugged by them, so I was in a daze the whole time," the little monk muttered, his bright, sparkling eyes staring at Arbor. "Benefactress, do you have vegetarian buns?" Arbor couldn't help but reach out and rub his shiny little head. She took out 2 vegetarian buns from her inner world and handed them to the little monk. "Where's your inner world? Where's your storage talisman? There's so much food inside, so why don't you eat?" The little monk shook his head. "Benefactress, there's a saying that wealth shouldn't be exposed. Although this little monk has no intention of harming others, I can't let my guard down." Mo Lian's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but want to rub her forehead. She really wanted to explain to the little monk that those 2 vegetarian buns really didn't count as wealth. If you want to expose them, then expose them. No one will snatch them from you. Besides, this little monk shouldn't use this little monk's food reserves until we're at the end of our rope. Arbor, let's just say that this little mischievous brat understood better than anyone else. After saying so much, the most important point was that the little monk did not trust Zhu Sanyang and her husband at all. At that time, with Zhu Sanyang and her husband's martial prowess, they came to Sikong Planet's Qiao family. Even if the little monk was suspicious of their identities, he would still obediently follow them. Because if he didn't leave, he would definitely implicate the Qiao family. Qiaomu understood the little monk's thoughts after a quick thought, and her heart softened into a complete mess. She reached out and hugged little Baldy, taking the initiative to kiss his bald head. "Kong Kong, don't be like this in the future. If you have any doubts, you can tell my lord clearly. At that time, even if those 2 people wanted to force their way in, my mother and the others might not be unable to protect themselves. Because when she left a lot of things for her mother. They were all placed in the storage talisman beside her parents' bed. Benefactress, will you bring benefactress's parents and siblings over to play with this little monk?" "I will." Arbor's gaze was firm and full of expectations. "Soon." The little monk nodded his head and took a bite of the bun. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his hand to touch his bald head. He cried out in alarm, "Benefactress, this little monk has become a monk and is wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism. I will not accept your love. You must not fall in love with this little monk." Ba Arbor, Mo Lian's mouth twitched. She picked up the little monk and said, "Shut up." With the addition of the little monk, there were a lot of jokes along the way. Chen Qi and Lu Jing also liked this child very much. They tried every possible way to persuade him, wanting to trick him into becoming a disciple to learn refining or array formation. The little monk's face remained unmoved as he refuted the 2 of them with a single sentence. "Benefactors, don't think that you can casually find a successor and pass down your skills to him. Then, you can go to the Western paradise to meet the Buddha without any worries. As the saying goes, if you can't have the heart of the past, you can't have the heart of the present, and you can't have the heart of the future. If your heart is too attached to the past, the present, and the future, this so-called passage of time will lead to nothing in the end. If you desperately want to grasp something, but you can't get anything, it's all an endless illusion. The way to be a person is to stay true to your heart. Those things of the past are already in the past. After being lectured by the child, the two old men, Xianxia and Lu Jing, actually felt that the child's words were quite zen. It was really a stream of witty words. Moreover, this child's eyes were too sharp. He could see with a glance that they once wanted to die, or was this child really a reincarnation of Buddha, able to see through people's hearts with just a glance? Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. She didn't expect these two old men to really be frightened by Kong Kong's nagging. Raising her hand to tug at Mo Lian's sleeve, Arbor whispered, "You've been carrying him along the way. Let him walk by himself for a while." "Forget it. With his short legs, it's hard for him to walk." He didn't want to let this little baldy down. The moment the baldy got down, the first thing he did was to fly into his Jojo's arms. It was simply intolerable. Arbor looked at Kong Kong sympathetically. The little monk really didn't learn from his mistakes. She didn't even know what to say to him when he was defeated in front of Prince Mo again and again. The four of them walked for a while. Xianxia missed the fat rabbit, so he suggested to sit down and rest for a while and barbecue for a picnic. Xiaomu didn't have any objections and even took out a barbecue rack from her inner world in a show of seriousness. After she had Xianxia clean up the rabbit, she saw the little monk running back with a pile of flower mushrooms. "Benefactress, have some mushroom soup." Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. "You'll be poisoned if you eat these mushrooms." The child picked brightly colored mushrooms and picked a bunch of inedible things. The little guy lowered his head dejectedly and said to Arbor in an aggrieved manner, "Then what should I eat?" Mo Lian suddenly took out a carrot from her inner world and waved it in front of the little monk. "I can make you a carrot soup." The little monk's eyes lit up and he nodded his little head repeatedly. "Good, good. After you finish this carrot soup, you must completely forget the kiss that the benefactress left on your forehead just now. Don't mention it again in the future." The small monk blinked his eyes and glanced at the carrot. Then, he looked at Arbor, who was busy barbecuing, and nodded his head as if he had made up his mind. Prince Mo nodded in satisfaction. He rolled up his wide sleeves and made a pot of vegetarian soup for the little monk. The crown prince even kindly walked around the area and picked a few edible mushrooms for him. He washed them clean, diced them, and sprinkled them down. Half an hour later, when Xianxia and Lu Jing picked up the rabbit leg that was completely charred and emitted a strong smell of smoke with trembling fingers, the little monk held up the pot of fragrant carrot and mushroom soup and drank it in small sips. Xianxia and Lu Jing had a bitter expression on their faces as they looked at the little monk who was happily drinking his wine. Without tasting the food, he forcefully stuffed the roasted black rabbit leg into his mouth. With one bite, the two fellows' expressions changed drastically. Using the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers and the courage of the universe, they forcefully swallowed that piece of black rabbit leg meat. "How's the taste?" Arbor looked at the two with a serious face and asked. It's all right. All right, your sister." Even during the years when they were exiled in Beiwang Valley, eating nutrient pills mixed with rainwater every day was still better than this rabbit leg meat. Looking at the little monk eating with relish, the two old men became more and more depressed. It turned out that their second sect master's culinary skills were actually so bad. Before, he even boasted that he would make a good meal for them. Was this what it meant to be good? It's not even as good as the pot of radish soup in the little monk's hand. Seeing the two old men's gazes constantly drifting towards him, the little monk hurriedly hugged his little soup pot and walked to the side with his short little legs, sitting down and eating. Still thinking that monks are merciful. Not willing to give up even a little bit of food, simply shameful, the two old men secretly criticized a few times in their hearts. With a stiff face, they put down the rabbit leg in their hands. "What, you don't want to eat after one bite?" No. Xianxia awkwardly laughed twice. "Second sect master, your roasted meat is so delicious, we can't bear to eat it all at once." We have to save it and digest it properly. Right. Lu Zheng was rarely on the same side as Xianxia this time. He repeatedly nodded and said, that's right. Second sect master. Just let us go. Arbor glanced at them and snorted, all right then. Saying that, he took out 2 dishes and 2 bowls of rice from the food box in his inner world and handed a pair of chopsticks to Emolian. Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. No, second sect master, we can also eat rice. Oh, didn't you two say you wanted to eat roasted meat? Arbor said calmly, I think the roasted meat is enough for you two to share, we won't fight with you. We'll just eat these. Looking at the 2 dishes that Arbor pointed at, the jade tofu and the sweet and sour fish slices, and then at the crystal clear holy rice in the other person's bowl. The 2 elders were about to burst into tears. Only then did they realize that Mr. Jojo was deliberately trying to teach them a lesson. That rabbit meat must have been burned on purpose. If Arbor knew what the 2 of them were thinking, he would tell them expressionlessly, sorry, I've never been good at cooking since I was young. After lunch, they set off again. Half an hour later, they arrived at a small village at the foot of the Red Cloud Peak. Arbor looked up at the black plaque hanging at the entrance of the village. The word happiness was written crookedly on it. A sincere smile finally appeared on Xianxia's face. That's great. When I came back here again, I found that the spiritual energy at Red Cloud Peak is still the densest. Arbor looked around. Are there still people living in this village? How can there be no people? This area used to be the most prosperous area in the surrounding 10 miles. There are hundreds of families living in the village. Xianxia said, his voice paused slightly. After walking into the village and looking around for a while, Xianxia couldn't help but say, that's strange. How can there be no people? This village wasn't like this before. It's been more than 100 years, no matter how rich the village is, it can't be much better. Arbor didn't feel surprised. The village looked dilapidated from the outside, and as soon as they walked in, they could see the ruins everywhere. They investigated from the beginning of the village to the end, but didn't find much, and there was no suspicious blood around, so they resentfully turned back to the beginning of the village. This village should be abandoned naturally. Xianxia said with uncertainty, since there's no one here, let's go to the Red Cloud Peak. Arbor narrowed his eyes, looked up at the cloud-shrouded mountain peak in the distance, and subconsciously nodded his head. Who's there? At this moment, Lu Zheng suddenly raised his hand and shot out a flying star concealed weapon. But after hearing a whoosh sound, the person was so scared that he fell to the ground, and the cane in his hand also fell to the ground with a bang. When Xiaomu and the others focused their gazes, they saw that it was an elderly man in his twilight years. His yellowish eyes contained traces of terror as he stared at them without blinking. You, who are you? Why did you break into our happiness village? Lu Zheng saw that it was an old man without any cultivation, and couldn't help but secretly scold himself for being too nervous. He raised his hand and touched his nose, and smiled apologetically, Sir, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect you to suddenly appear at the entrance of the village. Just now we didn't see anyone, and your appearance was a bit abrupt. Sorry, come, let me help you up. No need to trouble, sir. The old man supported himself with a cane, stood up shakily, and looked at them suspiciously. You guys? What are you doing in Happiness Village? Lu Zheng was about to speak, but Arbor rolled his eyes and said, We're looking for relatives. Looking for relatives? The old man had an incredulous expression, looked up and down. Arbor, what's your relative's name? I don't want to hide it from you, I know everyone in this Happiness Village. Arbor made up a story. It's a distant relative, seems to be surnamed Hu. I'm here on a mission from my family. There's a profound grade cultivation method here, and I want to hand it over to him personally. Although the old man was not a cultivator, he had obviously heard of the rarity of the profound level cultivation method. Hearing this, he quickly said, surnamed Hu, it could be Hu Erhua's family. Arbor didn't care about Hu Erhua and Qian Erhua. He just nodded and said, Can I trouble you to lead the way? This was obviously an empty village. She was very curious as to where this old man could take them and create another Hu Erhua. When the old man heard this, he happily nodded his head, but there was still some doubt in his eyes. I wonder why Fairy suddenly came to visit, and even said that she wanted to give a cultivation technique to Hu Erhua? Family mission, no comment. It was originally made up and full of mistakes. How could it stand up to the old man's continuous questioning of the details? Arbor only threw the old man an unfathomable expression, and he was completely intimidated. At this time, the old man was still thinking in his heart, they might be from some big sect or family. Hu or Hua might have really hit the jackpot. The old man trembled as he turned around and led them towards the end of the village. Xianxia winked at Jojo and curled his lips. In fact, most of the people in this village had the surname Hu, he had told Jojo before. When the old man turned around, Arbor's sharp eyes caught sight of a red rope peeking out from the old man's collar. Arbor knitted his brows and sized up the old man, but he didn't continue speaking. The group followed the old man to the very end of the eastern end of the village, where they silently exchanged glances with each other in front of a collapsed thatched hut. The little monk sniffled and leaned against Mo Lian's slender, ramrod straight legs. Half of his body had shrunk behind Mo Lian's back, and he only poked out half of his small head, revealing a pair of large, round eyes as he curiously gazed at the goateed old man in front of him. The old man led them around to the back of the collapsed hut. After knocking on the ground for a while, he suddenly moved aside one of the floor tiles. These floor tiles were originally covered with grass and wood. Normally, even if someone walked here, they wouldn't be noticed. Seeing this scene, Arbor's heart suddenly stirred for some reason. The scene before them seemed to be somewhat similar to the underground village they had previously destroyed on Seakong Planet, the one in the outskirts of the Mo Kingdom capital. Arbor calmly followed the old man's steps, his fingers twitching on Mo Lian's palm. Mo Lian nodded in understanding, exchanging a be careful look with each other. Seeing Xiaomu move, the rest of the people naturally followed. Just as they were about to go down the underground passageway, the old man suddenly turned around and gave them a stiff smile that resembled a shriveled corpse. Everyone, you need a passage talisman to go down. This is for you to use for the time being. Keep it well. As he spoke, he handed over a jade talisman tied by a red rope. The word safety was engraved on it. This is a safety talisman. It will bless you to have a smooth journey. Just as Arbor was about to reach out to receive it, Mo Lian pressed down on his small hand. Mo Lian took the safety talisman from the old man in passing and nodded indifferently at him without losing her etiquette. Lead the way. The old man shuddered and followed the crown prince's words to the underground passageway. The passageway was not wide and could only accommodate one person at a time. Xiaomu had only taken 2 steps down when she felt waves of sinister wind assaulting her. It was as if there was a giant beast underground with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to jump into its trap. Why is it so cold? Ah, it's quite cold here because we've raised the icicle flower tree here. Look. The old man pointed at the tree in front of them, which was isolated by a defensive barrier. Its leaves were completely covered in frost, and beautiful little flowers were wrapped in frost and snow, falling heavily on the branches like blooming plum blossoms. Each flower was made of ice crystals and snow, and it was very beautiful. It'll be normal if we walk further in. Arbor and the others followed the old man to the ground and looked up. He saw that the entrance of the passageway, which was originally a little bit of light, was now completely blocked by a stone slab, completely sealing off the way back. Arbor pursed his lips tightly and turned to look at the old man. His eyesight was astonishing. Even if it was pitch black in front of him, he could still see some unfriendliness from the old man's wrinkled face. Someone who could help take care of such a large underground base was definitely not a good person. As a normal person, he had this kind of ability. He was probably also a vicious and merciless person. You couldn't judge a person by their appearance. Arbor asked coldly, "Where's the Hu or Hua's house that you mentioned?" "Too sleepy, I woke up to catch up on 2 more chapters." After exiting the passageway, they realized that the scale of this underground village was really not small. It was comparable to the village above. Most importantly, there were quite a lot of people. Looking at the layout of this village, there were probably hundreds of families. You really couldn't tell anything from the outside. At first glance, it really looked like a village that lived and worked in peace and contentment. Small stalls were set up along the streets, and the peddlers were shouting to the pedestrians coming and going. Men carrying hoes and preparing to go to the fields, women holding children's little hands and smiling women, all looked very simple. But if one looked closely, it was not difficult to discover that all of these people were surrounded by a faint layer of gloomy aura. The little monk took out a wooden fish from somewhere and knocked on it as he walked. He muttered obscure sutras as he walked and followed behind Mo Lien with his chubby little legs. His little appearance was really somewhat comical. Arbor glanced at him and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. But very quickly, everyone felt that their bodies seemed to be surrounded by a layer of warmth. The gloomy aura outside could no longer affect them in the slightest. Xianxia was surprised and raised his head to look at the little monk who was still focused on knocking on the wooden fish. Needless to say, the little monk's body seemed to be covered with a layer of Buddha's light at this moment. Those gloomy and cold qi that came from all directions seemed to be frightened when they came into contact with the little monk's surroundings and hurriedly retreated. "Little master, can you stop knocking?" The old man leading the way frowned and turned to say to Arbor, "Can you ask this little master to stop knocking?" He felt uncomfortable all over, as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest and beat wildly. Every time the little monk knocked on the wooden fish, it was like knocking on his heart, causing the old man's face to turn slightly pale. Arbor shook his little head and said in all seriousness, "That won't do. Everyone has to have some hobbies. The little monk's hobby is to knock on the wooden fish. You can't erase this hobby of his." At this moment, Arbor and Mo Lien were walking at the front of the group, while the little monk was walking behind them with his short legs. He was knocking on the wooden fish and murmuring something under his breath. His exquisite eyebrows didn't even raise. Xianxia and Lu Jing walked behind him. The little monk knocked on the wooden fish more and more tightly, the sound entering their ears. The old man's complexion turned unsightly. He turned his head and quickened his pace as he walked towards a house in the village. "Erhuazi, Erhuazi." The old man couldn't help but call out as soon as he entered the house. Along the way, everyone gave them strange looks, which really made him feel uncomfortable. After the little monk entered the room, he walked to the wooden armchair at the side and sat down. The wooden fish didn't stop and was still knocked rhythmically. The burly man named Erhuazi walked out of the inner hall with a dozen other burly men. His eyes were full of shrewdness as he glanced at the 5 people from Arbor. His gaze fell on the little monk who was knocking on the wooden fish. "Village head, why did you bring a monk in?" "Erhuazi." The old man who was called village head by Hu Erhua moved to Hu Erhua's side in small steps and whispered a few words in his ear. Hu Erhua immediately put on a smile and looked towards Arbor. A few traces of a smile appeared on his fierce-looking face. "So it's a distant relative of my Hu family who has come to visit. Everyone, sit, sit, sit." Hu Erhua smiled until the fierce-looking muscles on his face were squeezed out. "I'll instruct the servants to prepare some food and wine. You must be tired from your long journey. I'll give you a welcome dinner first. If there's anything you want to say, we can talk while we eat." Hu Erhua gave a look to one of his subordinates. That person understood and left. Not long after, he brought a table full of good food and wine to entertain Arbor's group. Mo Lien looked at that guy with a half-smile. She held Jojo's little hand and sat down first. Xianxia and Lu Jing also sat down. The little monk, on the other hand, was as still as the wind. He sat on the wooden armchair at the side and continued to knock on the wooden fish while chanting. Hu Erhua was stunned. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, look at this little master. Oh, the little monk is a vegetarian. He's not used to eating fish. Get someone to prepare a bowl of rice soup and put it next to him." Mo Lien said indifferently. Hu Erhua opened his mouth. Actually, he wanted to say, "Can you stop your child from knocking on the wooden fish?" He was getting goosebumps from knocking on the wooden fish all day long. "Don't tell me you're not feeling well?" Arbor frowned. She glanced at the village chief who sat down to accompany them. The corner of her mouth twitched as she said indifferently, "Normal people would at most find the sound of the wooden fish annoying. Only those who are controlled by the evil aura, or ghosts, would be at a loss when faced with the sound of the wooden fish." "Aya, don't tell me you're..." Arbor pretended to lean closer to Mo Lien. She looked at the village chief and Hu Erhua warily. The 2 people's faces twitched. They quickly waved their hands and said, "Miss, you're joking. Miss, you're joking. How could we be ghosts? Look, look. We have shadows on the ground." The village chief quickly pointed at the safety talisman on the ground. A red string slid down from his collar. Xiaomu gazed at them playfully. I see that everyone in your blissful village is wearing this protective talisman. Along the way, she saw many small stalls selling this safety talisman on a red string. But is this really a safety talisman? Arbor smirked, revealing a trace of coldness. Ah, yes, yes, yes. The village head hurriedly nodded and poured a cup of wine for Mo Lian, Chen Qi, and Lu Jing. Drink, drink. Don't be shy. Eat, eat. Mo Lian pressed down on the wine cup with one hand as he gazed at Hu Erhua apathetically. Speak, why did you lure us down here? Actually, you already knew that we weren't here to look for our relatives. Mo Lian couldn't be bothered to continue feigning civility with them. With a flick of her finger, she revealed the safety talisman that was tied to a red string. Can you tell us what this thing is? Their original intention was to enter the underground village to investigate. Since they were already here, there was no need for them to waste any more time. The village head's face darkened. He raised his hand and clapped twice. Dozens of nimble and strong men rushed out from the central room and surrounded Mo Lian and her group. You bunch of daring people. You don't want to take the road to heaven, but you want to barge into hell. The village head sneered. I originally wanted to take you in as villagers of Happiness Village. Since you don't want to give me face, then you can all go to hell. The safety talisman in Mo Lian's hand suddenly emitted a layer of black fog. It quickly swept towards his face. The corner of the old village chief's mouth curled into a deep sneer. He thought to himself, these youngsters are still too young. Their sudden appearance in the happy village already made him vigilant. In addition, the little girl casually made up some nonsense to him, saying that they were looking for relatives. At that time, he somewhat understood that these people probably found something and wanted to rely on him to continue the investigation. So he beat them at their own game and casually said something. Originally, he wanted to give them this protective talisman and secretly control these people. Who knew? When the black gas in the protective talisman rushed to Mo Lian's face, Mo Lian's body suddenly emitted a faint Buddhist light, separating the black fog. The black fog trembled and retreated, afraid that it was too late. And at this time, if there was an enlightened monk here, he would definitely be shocked by the exquisiteness of this little monk's Buddhist teachings. It turns out that this little monk was knocking on the wooden fish while chanting scriptures, forming a swastika barrier around Arbor's group. The golden light was so bright that ordinary people could not see it with their naked eyes. But that black baleful aura was originally faint. Now that it was pushed back by the Buddhist light, it became more and more like a little white flower drifting in the wind and rain, as if it was about to dissipate. Of course, the old village chief and Hu Erhua could not see this Buddhist seal barrier. Even Mo Lian and Arbor could only feel a trace of warmth filling their surroundings. As for other things, they really could not see. The little monk finally stopped knocking on the wooden fish and raised his head. His jade-white little face was filled with a serious expression. He said in a methodical manner, "Benefactor, the sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back and the shore is at hand. If you turn back in time, this little monk can still save your lives. Otherwise, regret is hard to repent, the sea of bitterness in hell will be waiting for you." Stinky monk. What are you mumbling about? The old village chief flew into a rage out of humiliation. The clothes in front of his chest suddenly burst open, a ghost claw like withered vine stretched out from his chest, directly grabbing towards the little monk's neck. Mo Lian and Xiaomu had been paying attention to those people the entire time. When they saw the old village chief move, they immediately creased their brows. Mo Lian's raven moon sword flew up and slashed down, instantly severing that old ghost's claw at the base. Ah! The old village chief roared angrily. Another 4 or 5 ghost claws drilled out from his chest and back. At this moment, his entire body seemed to be mutating rapidly. The ghost claws that came out from his front and back were all whipping towards Mo Lian. Chi! Chi chi! Layers of black smoke emerged from the places where the ghost claws struck. They were melted away by the golden light that was invisible to the naked eye. As a result, that ghost claw was eliminated before it could even reach Mo Lian's side. Ah! The old village chief's face changed color as he saw this, and he began to twist crazily. I'm going to kill you all. I'll kill you all. Heh, so it's a demonic cultivator, Mo Lian muttered to herself. She grabbed Arbor's wrist and took 2 steps back. On the side, Chen Qi and Lu Zheng frowned as they looked at the old man in front of them. Why would such a thing appear in a normal village? Arbor wasn't surprised at all. After all, she and Mo Lian had experienced the underground village incident once before. This underground village was a paradise for cultivating demonic cultivators and raising zombies. Right, zombies. Arbor glanced sideways at the door, but didn't see anything that looked like a zombie. Perhaps this place didn't raise zombies? Arbor thought. Thump thump, thump thump. The sound of knocking on the door just happens to ring out, and at this moment the village chief is in the midst of a fierce battle with the layers of Buddha's light. He simply can't break through the little monk's Buddha's light barrier, and can only circle around the outer layer while whistling from time to time. Lu Jing shakes his head. No wonder you were able to dodge my hidden weapon at the village entrance. He thought the old man was just lucky, but now it seems that the old village chief is a demonic cultivator, and he dodged it with his own strength. Arbor isn't surprised. To be able to govern such a big underground village, he must have some ability. If ordinary people want to become strong, they can either reach the peak through body forging, or fuse with the power of evil plants and evil beasts to become a demonic cultivator. But now it seems that there is a third way, relying on Tianyun's medicine to awaken a person with special ability. Of course, the probability of this is extremely low. Isn't it because of this that most people mutated into zombies? Arbor's heart is somewhat absent-minded. She is thinking, if she was at the end of her road, and there was a kind of medicine in front of her that could allow her to reach the heavens in a single bound, would she take it? When people are forced into a corner, the decision they make may even scare themselves. Thump. 2 village women barge in, and when they see the scene of fighting in the hall, both of them cry out in alarm. Village chief. Commander who? Who or was fierce eyes look at the 2 of them. Why are you 2 here? At this moment the village chief is in a state of mutation, and these 2 women have seen it all. It seems that they can't be left alive. Who or was eyes reveal a trace of murderous intent. Those 2 village women have long been scared silly, and when they hear Hu Erhua's question, they tremble and cry out, village chief, how did you become? Monster. It's that monster. The other woman can't help but scream out, it's you. It's actually you. I recognize you. Half a month ago in the middle of the night, it was you who took my child from my house. Ah. I'll fight you, you old monster. So it was you who took my child. I trusted you so much, but you actually pretended to tell me that you would gather the villagers to help me find my child. The woman roared with bloodshot eyes. She picked up a rolling pin by the door and waved it at the village chief who had countless ghost claws in the middle of the hall. Boom. The old village chief used a ghost claw to slap away the rolling pin in the woman's hand. Another ghost claw swung over and grabbed the woman's neck, throwing her into the air. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Lu Jing wanted to save her, the woman had already been torn into pieces by countless ghost claws. Her flesh and blood dripped down. The old village head was like a devil. He raised his neck and opened his mouth wide, sucking in the flesh and blood that the woman spilled down. His body began to mutate rapidly. His body was like a freak with a twisted neck. 17 or 18 ghost claws drilled out of his chest and back. Some were lashing out, some were clawing, and some were even clenched into fists and punched towards Arbor's face. Chi, Arbor didn't make a move. He saw that the ghost claws hadn't even reached his eyes when they were burned clean by purple flames. Arbor's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He stared at the old village chief and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. After sucking so much blood, the old village chief's entire body began to swell up a little. His face had already been squeezed out of shape, a ghost claw grew out of his neck, directly whipping towards Arbor's body. You look really disgusting. Arbor coldly glanced at him, saying so. The village chief's face was red with anger, his 2 bulging dead fish eyes fiercely glared at her. Hand over the black level cultivation method you were talking about, and I can still spare your life. If it wasn't for his greed for the black level cultivation method this little girl spoke of, he might have already made a move on them when they were still up there, instead of luring them in. Originally, he wanted to lure these 5 people in, if possible, he would take them in as villagers of Happiness Village. If not, after interrogating them for the cultivation method, he would rob them of everything in their inner worlds, then kill them and eat them. But now it seems that he really was hunting geese all day long, only to be pecked blind by the geese. He actually suffered such a big setback in front of a little bald donkey, simply hateful to the extreme. Black level cultivation method? Arbor coldly looked at him. A dead person doesn't need any cultivation method. Saying so, the startled swan dagger had already quietly flown in front of the village chief, a sword stabbing towards his left eye. This startled swan dagger was just a small dagger. When it flew out of his consciousness, it didn't make a sound at all. It wasn't until it was right in front of the old man's eyes that he suddenly realized, but in the next instant, he only felt pain in his eye. Half of his eyeball had been gouged out by the startled swan dagger. Ah! The old village chief had never suffered such a big loss. He suddenly shouted to the side, "Commander Hu, how long are you going to watch the show?" Hu Erhua was complaining incessantly. How was he just watching the show? He wanted to make a move from the beginning, but just as he was about to make a move, a heavy pressure had already fallen on his body, pressing him down by a few inches. He couldn't even take a step forward. Damn it! Hu Erhua forced out a few words from between his teeth. Old ghost. You hold on over there, my people will be here soon. I advise you to hurry up and let us go. If you let go now, I can still let you leave like this. Otherwise, what? Roar, roar, roar. Several different roars came from outside the courtyard. Hu Erhua's face lit up as he coldly laughed and said, "Now, even if you want to leave, you won't be able to, arg." He felt a sharp pain in his ear as his left ear was cut off. You talk too much. Arbor said coldly, then turned to Mo Lian and said, I'll deal with the zombies outside. You deal with them. Jojo. Don't worry. The little girl flashed him 2 white teeth. I'm a person with antibodies now. Even if this thing catches me, I'm not afraid of it. After saying that, it waved its little paw at him, leaving the 3 of them and the little monk to deal with Hu Erhua and the old village chief. He then went out of the house. As soon as he went out, he saw 3 fast-moving zombies with green faces and fangs rushing towards him. Looking at their speed, the veins all over their skin were twisting like earthworms. Their facial features were already blurred like humans. If he guessed correctly, these should be level 3 high-level zombies. Hu Erhua really put in a lot of effort this time. Summoning 3 high-level zombies all at once to deal with them, wasn't she putting in a lot of effort? The corners of Arbor's mouth curled up slightly. Come on then, I'll make you pay as much as you come. Hu Erhua, this Commander Hu, was still too naive. Xiaomu summoned out her black feral and leaped up to a high-level zombie with green fur growing out of its face. She struck it hard on the head. Bang! The corpse puppet was struck by the attack and immediately flew back several steps. Arbor didn't give it a chance to catch its breath. She leaped forward lightly, her fingertips moving quickly, and a thorny wooden vine flew out from her hand, swinging straight at the zombie's face. Although this high-level zombie had developed intelligence, it wasn't as agile as a human. The zombie couldn't dodge this attack, and the thorny vine whip directly bloomed on its green-haired face. Plop! A piece of rotten flesh on the left side of the zombie's face fell to the ground, forming a sticky lump. Arbor was disgusted by it and jumped to the side. At this time, the other 2 zombies also pounced and attacked Arbor. Arbor wouldn't give 3 high-level zombies a chance to attack her. Thus, she turned her gaze and dashed directly toward the earth wall on the side. When the 3 zombies saw her running away, they roared and chased after her. When they reached the earth wall, Arbor's figure was nowhere to be seen. All of a sudden, Arbor darted out from behind a zombie. The startled swan dagger flashed and sank into the back of the zombie's neck. At the same time, Arbor's small hand was covered in a layer of frost, and she suddenly grabbed one of the zombie's arms. TSK. Caught off guard, the unlucky zombie's arm was torn off by Arbor's small hand with the Vajra talisman attached to it. It didn't feel any pain. After Arbor tore off its arm, it used its other hand to grab it. Thus, it was once again tragically cut off by Arbor. The wall she was standing on now only allowed 1 zombie to pounce over and fight her. At this moment, the unlucky zombie's 2 hands were useless, so it could only use its body to fly. Arbor initially thought that this high-level zombie might be like the one she had encountered before. Its limbs could be detached from its body, and even its fingers could be peeled off from its limbs to attack her like hidden weapons. However, after waiting for a long time, the corpse puppet did not take any further action. Obviously, it could not do so. Huerhua reckoned that they were defective high-grade zombie puppets, which was why he could summon 3 of them at once. This kind of high-level corpse puppet, regardless of whether it was an incomplete product or not, would definitely have a crystal core in its head. Arbor threw out 3 ice blades and finished off the undead hag. Then, he dug out a gray crystal core from its head without any expression on his face. He weighed the crystal core in his hand and felt that it was not bad. However, the crystal core in the head of this level 3 advanced zombie puppet had mutated into a gray color. Could it also be due to its evolution? Arbor stuffed the crystal core into her inner world, planning to throw it to her dear husband when she returned. After finishing off one of the 3, the other 2 were defective high-grade zombies, so it was more convenient to finish them off. As long as she guarded this wall and did not give them a chance to surround and attack her, there would definitely be no major problems. After finishing off the other 2 defective zombies in the same way, he dug out the crystal cores in their heads. Arbor looked back and saw Mo Lian walking out of the door. "My head hurts, I'm going to sleep first." That Xianxia drags the old village chief's crippled body over and heavily pushes him to the ground. Roar, roar. The old village chief lets out a series of inhuman cries, his whole face contorted into a dark purple color, his eyes bulging as if they're going to pop out of their sockets. Huerhua's appearance is also very miserable. When he was pushed out of the house by Lu Jing, his hands were tied behind his back, his mouth kept clamoring, "What do you want to do? I advise you to think clearly before doing anything. The power behind us isn't something you people can resist." Arbor glances at him and says coldly, "What power? Isn't it just Tianyun? You're just a small commander of Tianyun, do you think you're important enough? Just because you died, Tianyun launched a revenge operation against us?" Huerhua's face stiffens slightly, his neck stiffening as he says, He's actually speechless. What kind of situation is this? He's actually speechless from a little girl's rebuke, because he's also very clear that in the organization, there really are countless commanders like him. Whether it's strength or intelligence, he's not that outstanding. The organization simply won't care about his life or death. Thinking about it, he really hates it. Originally, he was doing well in the eastern part of north-facing Great Forest, and it took him many years to build a decent-sized base. If he only had to sharpen himself for another 2 or 3 years, maybe he'd be able to use this base to win the favor of those higher-ups in the organization. At that time, maybe he'd be able to advance even further. But now, a good base has been destroyed in the hands of these people. Huerhua hates it to no end just thinking about it. It's just that the old village chief, a pretty strong demonic cultivator, can't beat these people. At this time, the commotion caused by Huerhua's family has already attracted the attention of many villagers. Huerhua seems to have a very high status in the village. When the villagers saw Huerhua's family being besieged, they all spontaneously organized themselves, carrying hoes and rakes, running over with fiendish expressions, their emotions surging as they excitedly roared something. For a moment, the road is blocked by these villagers, crowded with people. Arbor glances at them and says in a voice that's neither high nor low, "Do you want to know who this person is?" As she spoke, she kicked the tied-up old village chief in front of everyone. Everyone took a look and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They whispered to each other, "Isn't that the old village chief? It can't be. How did the old village chief become like this?" At this time, another woman who had broken into Huerhua's house with the woman who had been killed rushed out and shouted to the villagers, "Everyone, you're right. It was him, the village chief. It's our village chief, that tree vine monster." Wow. More and more villagers gathered around. Everyone let out cries of disbelief. They couldn't be more familiar with this tree vine monster. In recent years, it would appear in the villagers' homes from time to time in the middle of the night, picking on the boys. The boy who had been dragged away had never returned. Many people said that he had been eaten alive by the tree vine monster. As for the village chief, once he knew that a boy had gone missing in the village, he would mobilize the entire village to search the nearby villages in secret. He would pretend to be worried and do his best for the villagers. Who would have thought that this old village chief is actually that tree vine monster? He can actually pretend to be like this. In front of each of them, he pretends to be a sanctimonious kind-hearted person, but in the end, the villagers' emotions surge. Each and every one of them is filled with righteous indignation and curses. This was especially true for the families who had lost their children. Their entire family went up to the village chief, kicking and punching him. Lu Jing separates these ordinary villagers. Don't get too close. This old guy is not a good person. Be careful not to get caught by the ghost claws on his body. Now they can clearly see the true face of this old village chief. They see that the countless ghost claw-like vines on his body have already been chopped into pieces, leaving only the long ghost claw on his neck, trying to struggle. He is a demonic cultivator. Arbor lightly says, "Now can you tell us why you are in this underground village?" An old man shakily steps forward, crying and says, "Immortal, please save us. A few years ago, several monsters that look like humans appeared in our happy village, specifically eating people on sight. The people in the village who can escape have already escaped, leaving behind the old, weak, women and children, about 100 families. They are so poor that they don't even have money to run away. So the old village chief proposed to move our village underground. This way, first, we can effectively stop the man-eating monsters. Second, the safety of the village can also be guaranteed." At that time we all felt that the village chief was wholeheartedly thinking for the village, so we are very grateful to him. Who knows, he is a beast in human face. The woman at the side also cries. Originally we thought that if we moved to the underground, we would definitely not provoke monsters anymore. Who knew that good times don't last long? It has only been a few months since we moved to the underground village. Starting from 4 years ago, every year our village would lose a few boys, all taken away by that tree vine monster. At this point, many people begin to gnash their teeth. We were kept in the dark by this old man for so many years. We still wholeheartedly thought that he is a warm-hearted philanthropist. Arbor sneers, "He lied to you more than this." After saying that, he stepped forward and kicked Huerhua. "Lead the way to your nest." Huerhua shuddered from head to toe, and he looked at Xiaomu in disbelief. How did this little girl know that he had another secret base here? "It should be around that icicle flower tree," Arbor said with certainty. She noticed it when she came down. The area around the ice tree had the densest balefulline energy. It was so thick that it could not be dissolved. Arbor glanced at the villagers. "Take off the amulets around your necks." She usually didn't like to explain this and that, but looking at the ignorant eyes of the villagers, she only felt that their stupidity was somewhat pitiful. Do they have to believe whatever others say? He had no judgment at all. He didn't even have a trace of doubt. "This isn't a protective talisman at all," Arbor said indifferently. "This is a profounding talisman. If you wear it for a long time, the Yin energy will enter your body, and you will be easily controlled by others. Even if your mind is strong enough, your body will continue to deteriorate year by year. Therefore, this Xianyin talisman was of no benefit to an ordinary person." Hearing this, everyone turned pale with fright. They hurriedly took off the profounding talisman from their necks and threw it on the ground. These people belong to the Tianyun organization. Arbor looks around and says, to them, "This place is just an extremely small stronghold in this organization. And you guys?" Arbor looks at them again, "Are all their potential test subjects? If you don't believe me, then follow me." Without giving these shocked villagers a chance to ask questions, Arbor turns around and signals Xianxia and Lu Jing to carry the old village chief and Huerhua to follow him. Mo Lian's figure flashes and comes to Arbor's side. The two of them walk very quickly and arrive at the side of the frost-covered tree in a flash. Arbor looks up at the tree. From the outside, the tree seems to be completely fine. But that kind of Yin energy is so dense that it almost can't be dispersed. Lu Jing throws Huerhua to the ground and kicks him. "Let's do it." Huerhua shudders and turns to look at Arbor and Mo Lian standing behind him. Mo Lian curls her lips into a smile that isn't a smile. "Do you want me to do it for you?" Huerhua shudders again and scrambles forward a few steps. He circles around the ice tree and sends out a few palm strikes up and down. A jade talisman suddenly jumps out from his sleeve. Like a key, it is embedded in the barrier in front of him. This is really an important place. This barrier is even surrounded by a talisman array. After this talisman array opens, more and more Yin energy seeps out from inside. Normal people naturally can't sense it. Only people with profound cultivation can sense the Yin energy from this kind of Xianxia talisman array. Arbor cultivates talisman array and naturally has a bit more perception than normal people. Usually, when he walked around the ice tree, he would only feel that it was a little cold at most. Suddenly, a cloud of black fog floats out from inside the ice tree. It opens its huge mouth like a ghost's head and rushes to swallow Arbor, who is standing at the front. The speed was so fast that Arbor only had time to put up an eggshell defensive barrier. He didn't have time to do anything else before he was swallowed by the black fog. A pair of cold, scarlet eyes appeared in the black fog. Without any explanation, it opened its mouth and roared at her. With a rumble, it swept towards Arbor like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, a barrier formed by black flames was erected in front of Arbor. The vibrations formed by the sound waves were completely isolated and didn't cause any damage to Arbor. Arbor had just removed the defensive barrier on her body when her slender waist was embraced by Mo Lian. Mo Lian didn't know if he was comforting her or comforting himself. He hugged her and unconsciously stroked her waist twice. Sir Jojo blinked and turned his head to look at the red-eyed zombie that had suddenly emerged from the black fog. This high-level zombie was different from the 3.5 defective ones from before. Not only could it emit sound waves, but it could also separate its hands from its body. 2 of its arms were about to fly in front of him. Mo Lian narrowed his cold eyes. Black lotus flowers the size of a fist, carrying cold and merciless killing intent, rose from the ground little by little. The black flames were swallowing the Yin energy around them. Lu Jing and Xianxia were isolated from the black fog. The instant the black fog transformed into a giant skeletal ghost face and opened its huge mouth to devour Xiao Mu, they only saw Crown Prince Mo's figure flicker and burrow inside without hesitation. The 2 of them were trying their best to release several bursts of holy power to disperse the ghost fog. I haven't been feeling well for the past 2 days. I'm still wandering outside and won't be home until 5 in the afternoon. Update around 7. Suddenly, he realized that the skull face in front of him was gradually becoming distorted. It looked as if it had been stabbed by someone, and the huge skull mouth was crooked, as if it was howling something. All of a sudden, it was smashed from the inside. The whole mass of black fog was torn apart from the middle, and gradually turned into fragmented shadows. Wisp by wisp, it scattered in all directions. The figures of Arbor and Mo Lian, who were originally swallowed by the black fog, also appeared. As for Hu Erhua, who had put up a final struggle and used a sinister move, Arbor saw that his eyes were wide open, and there was a black hole burned in his neck when he came out. It was obvious that he had been executed by Mo Lian in a rage, and was already thoroughly dead. Roar! When the villagers saw a human-shaped corpse puppet jump out, they all cried out in alarm. It's this man-eating monster! Man-eating monster! Mo Lian's finger moved, and a slender whip made of black flames coiled around the corpse puppet's head with a whoosh. With a heavy whip, the corpse puppet's head was flung. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, and this high-level corpse puppet let out a painful roar like a human. Mo Lian's figure flashed, and she quickly came to its side. A fierce light flashed in her hand, and she swiftly drew the black flames into the raven moon. The slender, pure black sword suddenly released a black light that was as pure as the night. The pure ink-colored light dazzled the eyes of everyone present. The black light that bloomed from the raven moon sword formed the shape of a huge sword in midair. It descended from the sky, and went straight for the high-level corpse puppet's head. That corpse puppet strongly felt the taste of danger approaching, but there was simply no way to dodge, no way to dodge. The illusion of the huge black sword chopped that corpse puppet from the head down, and directly split it into 2 halves. It made those rotten and necrotic internal organs in its body, which were almost unrecognizable from their original appearance, all scattered and blossomed all over the ground. It was not badly mutilated, but that scene would make people have nightmares at night. 1 hit, 1 kill, Arbor glanced at it, and sighed without saying anything. This man was really... He didn't know what to say. He was too vengeful. Just because this corpse puppet had wanted to tear her apart, he had completely torn her apart when he attacked. What a bloodthirsty child, but he was really likable. When Mo Lian turned his head, he saw his wifey smiling at him. The little fellow's smile was like the melting of the first snow and the blooming of flowers. He couldn't help but smile as well. His originally cold and murderous face melted like ice, showing a bit of gentleness. The two of them looked at each other and Mo Lian was overjoyed. She floated to her side and held her little hand. "Jojo, you're smiling." The little guy reached out and touched his little face. Did he smile? It turned out that he was smiling so naturally that he didn't even notice it. At this time, the black fog around the ice tree had already dispersed. Everyone was shocked to see the scene in front of them. After the talisman formation was unraveled, its original appearance was revealed. The ice tree in front of them looked like it was planted in a mass grave. The roots of the tree were piled with many animal and human skeletons. It looked like they had died in extreme pain and disgust. Bah. The little monk looked over with a serious face, but his eyes were suddenly blinded by Arbor. Children shouldn't look at so many messy things. Arbor knocked his smooth little head. Wait. The little stoic hastily pulled her husband's hand and pattered over. Sure enough, they saw a pitch-black sinkhole under the ice tree. There was a steep passage inside that led to an unknown place. "I'll go down and take a look," Mo Lian said as she squeezed her small hand. Arbor vigorously shook her small head. "Let's go together." The little monk hastily grabbed her hand. "Benefactress, I'll go with you." "Why are you joining in the fun? Stay here. You can't recite the rebirth incantation of so many people by yourself at such a young age. You have to find a monastery for this." Before Arbor could finish speaking, she saw the little monk shake his small head. This young monk feels that something is off down there. This aura is seriously too insidious. Arbor's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How could this little monk be so comical and adorable? The old monk called himself Old Monk, but he followed the trend and called him Little Monk. Stay here even if it's insidious. Arbor poked his forehead and pulled Mo Lian down that steep path. Bah. The little monk grumbled, "Benefactress, you should bring this young monk along. This young monk can help you a bit with a Buddhist seal." "Oh. Eh? Benefactress. Benefactress." Benefactress was really strange. Why did she seem to be fleeing in defeat? She pulled that Prince Mo down the sinkhole as if she was fleeing. "Chen Qijing, pay attention to your defenses." Arbor tossed out this sentence before leaving. She and Mo Lian floated down that long, steep staircase. This long staircase was about several hundred meters down. When they reached the bottom, the rocks under their feet were quite painful. Arbor kicked her small feet and creased her brows. Mo Lian looked down at her. A black fire spread over and melted the rocks several hundred meters in front of her into powder, which then spread out on the ground. Soon, a bit of underground water seeped out from under the powdered rocks, but it didn't affect their walking. Jojo felt that the stone powder was quite comfortable to step on. He looked up at Mo Lian and said, "There's an underground water source here, right?" Mo Lian nodded. "I think so. I wonder what's inside." It was reasonable to say that the little monk was quite sharp. If he said that the aura below was sinister, then there must be something extremely disgusting up ahead. Children should watch less of those messy things, lest they get nightmares at night. The two of them moved very quickly. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the front of the passage. They stood in front of a locked iron door. Without another word, Mo Lian melted that iron door with his fire. Sir Jojo calmly stepped over a puddle of liquid that had been melted by the black fire. Then, he frowned. The smell was extremely fishy, causing the two of them to subconsciously take a step back and quickly block off their five senses. The little fellow looked ahead with disdain. It was dark at the end, and there seemed to be a large stone room. After blocking off their five senses, the two of them felt a little better. They ran to the end and saw three strange-looking animals squatting in front of the stone room. Speaking of which, they might not be animals. This was because these three animals all looked very strange. They all had human-like heads, but they were of different sizes. One of them had the body of a lion, another had a pair of eagle wings on its back, and the last one had copper skin and iron bones wrapped in steel rhinoceros skin. The person with the lion's body had a very large head, like a winter melon planted on the lion's body. See you at 12. As for the one with eagle wings, its head is only the size of a fist. Under its slender neck, there's a huge eagle's body. Its body proportions are very uncoordinated. It makes people feel nauseous just by looking at it. The other monster wrapped in thick rhinoceros skin has a pair of curly and sharp horns on its head. Let's call these three strange things that are a combination of man and beast. They all have the same characteristic, each pair of scarlet eyes, their expression ferocious and terrifying. Arbor looks at these three bronze statues with a strange expression. After a long while, he finds his voice and tugs at Mo Lian's sleeve. Lian, this leader of Tianyun, don't tell me he thinks of himself as the divine creator? Mo Lian's mouth twitches, revealing a contemptuous smile. Look at the name of the organization he came up with. Tianyun, Tianyun. He just thinks of himself as the heavenly Tao, as the heavens, and now he's just casually creating humans. Why not? Arbor suddenly brightens, nodding. You have a point. These three bronze statues clearly represent strength, speed, and defense. Mo Lian says with a smile, this leader of Tianyun wants to recreate this world. Now it seems that he doesn't want to exterminate humanity. He just wants to become stronger. The mutated drug he created was obviously meant to improve the physique of ordinary people. Let the human body gain the strength of a tiger or wolf, the speed of an eagle or other abilities, and the defensive power of a rhinoceros. And then he failed. Arbor's eyes brighten. The more he says, the more he feels that their speculation should be close to the truth. This experiment should have started a long time ago. Mo Lian frowns. I suspect it's been at least 100 years. Arbor clenches his small fist. You mean, because of the repeated failures of improvement, this leader of Tianyun began to get impatient. So he thought of a way to rely on the nightcaw birds to spread the mutated drug, to see how many people can mutate better, and how many people will become failures. What a lunatic. Mo Lian shook her head. The battlefield in the lower star region became his final choice. Arbor clenched his small fist again. This person must be from the upper three provinces. Why do you say that? Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. His Jojo, with her face full of righteous indignation, looked so beautiful. It's common for people from the upper three prefectures to look down on the lower realm and the middle 6 prefectures. Arbor pursed his lips and said, this person didn't even build the underground village near the imperial capital. Instead, he built it in such a remote place, facing the rosy clouds peak in the east of the great forest. Clearly, they don't want to destroy the living environment of the 3 continents for the time being. The little fellow snorted. Come to think of it, it must be because he lives on this continent. Mo Lian had to admit that the little fellow's analysis was very reasonable. Moreover, according to the previous investigation, the headquarters of Tianyun is very likely to be hidden somewhere in the 3 continents. Isn't the leader of Tianyun thinking too highly of himself? Sir Jojo rolled his eyes. Does he think the world is unfair or what? Not only does he want to create a world, but he also wants to create a human? Oh no, maybe it shouldn't be called creating a human, but creating some kind of mysterious creature. He's an extremely ambitious person. Mo Lian sighed. If he could set up this trap 100 years ago, it means that this is a mission passed down from generation to generation. A family mission? You could say that. Mo Lian nodded. Or maybe it's a sect mission, or an aristocratic family, or even a mission passed down from generation to generation. If that's the case, then every major power in the 3 states is worthy of suspicion. Arbor was speechless. There were at least 800, if not 1,000, big and small powers in the 3 states. Looking for clues about the heavenly fortune from these powers was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Mo Lian smiled and shook her hand. I'll move these bronze statues away. Xiamu shook her head and said disdainfully, these bronze statues make people feel uncomfortable just by looking at them. How about we shatter them? Mo Lian turned to look at his little wife and nodded. Okay. Arbor threw him 2 Vajra talismans and attached them to his hands. After a few punches, the 3 bronze statues were broken into pieces by the 2 violent fellows and scattered on the ground. The entrance to the stone room appeared in front of them. The 2 stepped on the broken statues and entered the stone room hand in hand. Only the sound of two gears turning could be heard. It was an extremely subtle sound. In less than a second, several metal fences came down from behind the two of them. These metal fences rose and fell one after another. For a moment, such sounds came from all around them. Arbor and Emolienne stood in the middle of the stone room. They turned to look and found that they were surrounded by metal fences. It was as if they were in a large circular prison. There were vertical fences all around them, and the gaps between the fences were so small that even a baby's hand could not squeeze through. The two of them looked at each other, then looked around. They were sure that they were locked in this metal cage. The stench grew stronger, until an earth-shattering roar rang out. Emolienne shielded his wifey as they retreated a few steps back. The two of them looked up at the same time and saw a monster clinging to the ceiling of the stone room. That pair of small, flickering red eyes were staring at them without blinking. Arbor almost vomited in disgust. F***ck, what the hell is this? It was even more disgusting than a human-faced spider. In any case, the human-faced arachnid was really a spider. Aside from its head that resembled a human, the rest of its body was very strange. It had the slender legs of a spider, and a total of 12 of them. Each of her slender legs was covered with a layer of needle-like fur. Looking at it, one's scalp couldn't help but feel slightly numb. Each of its 12 legs had a small suction cup that allowed it to suck on anything. Xiaomu subconsciously squirmed behind Emolienne, her eyes vigilantly gazing at the human-headed spider that was sucking on the ceiling. Hiss. That guy let out a prelude to an attack. Suddenly, it pounced down from the ceiling and opened its mouth to spray a green mucus at the two of them. That liquid fell to the ground and immediately corroded a hole. It could be seen that the poison was very strong. After the human-headed spider realized that its attack had missed, it quickly retreated a few steps. It was very human-like and vigilantly looked at the two of them. Arbor made a prompt decision. He tore an attack talisman and threw it in its direction. But when the attack talismans hit the human-headed spider's body, it was like scratching an itch. There were no sparks at all, and it didn't even leave a white mark on its body. Arbor hurriedly looked up at Emolienne. This monster shouldn't have already entered the god realm, right? Emolienne pulled him back. This thing's body is full of hidden weapons. You should first open the defensive barrier. Before he could finish his sentence, the human-headed spider launched another attack at them. This time, while it was spitting out mucus from its mouth, its 12 slender spider legs were moving forward very quickly. Its movements were very fast, and in a flash, it had already arrived in front of Prince Mo. The monster's 4 forelimbs were like sickles, cutting in all directions. With a slight twist, it cut towards Arbor's neck. Emolienne pulled his Jojo over, and a long staff suddenly appeared in his hand. He swiftly blocked the human-headed spider's slender legs. The slender legs kept twisting in front of Emolienne, desperately trying to stab at her. Emolienne flipped his hand, and several balls of purple flames abruptly landed on the human-headed spider's 2 slender legs. The long hairy legs crackled as they were being roasted by the purple flames. Suddenly, the hairs on the legs shot out like steel needles. Emolienne had already been on guard, and when those steel needles were thrown over, they were blocked by a barrier formed by the purple flames. With a light flip of his hand, the Raven Moon sword in Emolienne's hand once again emitted a jet-black luster. A majestic sword intent appeared in the air, and with unparalleled speed and power, it cut towards the hairy leg spider in front of them. This human-headed spider was also a clever one, and it immediately felt that the situation was very bad. The sword intent that burst out from this guy in front of it almost instantly made it timid, and it immediately wanted to retreat. But it was a pity that this was a huge cage surrounded by iron fences. Where could this human-headed spider retreat to? When it retreated, it realized that its path of retreat had already been blocked. This huge sword intent was right in front of it, and a black flame was burning behind it. It burned quietly but brilliantly, and the thick black color made it tremble from the bottom of its heart. Hiss, 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 hiss. The creature roared loudly. Its 12 slender legs were hesitant to move forward or backward. It was difficult for it to move forward. Emolienne naturally wouldn't give it much time to consider. She waved her right hand slightly, and a majestic sword intent descended from the sky, rapidly approaching the human-headed spider. Hiss. The human-headed spider let out a mournful cry. Arbor came out from behind Mo Lian and stole a glance at the thing. He was so disgusted that goosebumps appeared all over his body. This thing was still spitting out green mucus from its mouth. Because its chin was being forcefully pressed against by Mo Lian's sword intent, every ball of mucus dripped onto its body due to the distance. The human-headed spider with a body of copper skin and iron bones was actually corroding itself to the point of howling. Arbor looked at this scene and couldn't help but want to laugh. The sword intent that Mo Lian had summoned was using a slow speed that was visible to the naked eye to slowly disintegrate this human-headed spider. Its little red eyes revealed a look of fear. Originally, it wanted to shrink back a little, but the blazing black fire behind it caused it to shiver all over. It clearly looked like a faint wisp of black flame, but it had such power. I coughed. Oh, we just ate loquat paste. I can't take it anymore. Hiss. Just a moment, she discovered to her horror that her 2 slender legs had been completely melted by the pitch-black sword intent. Its remaining 7 or 8 legs couldn't help but tremble. They watched as its body disappeared inch by inch under the huge black sword. Finally, the sword intent pierced through the human-headed spider's body and sent it flying. It heavily smashed through several iron fences. It flew out and crashed into the wall of the stone room, creating a loud rumbling sound. A faint black flame burned on its face, causing it to let out heart-wrenching screams. After a few minutes, the man's cries slowly died down. Only a pile of black powder was left in the corner. Nothing else could be seen. Just as the 2 of them flew out of the thin fence with a hole in it, they saw the entire roof of the stone room collapse. A loud bang resounded throughout the entire stone chamber. Between the stone ceiling and the ground, there was not the slightest gap. If he didn't have the ability to escape from it, he would have turned into minced meat by now. The 2 of them hurriedly left the stone room and walked into the stone room next door. These 3 stone chambers were connected. The human-headed arachnid's room was the largest stone room in the center. There were 2 smaller stone rooms on the left and right. As soon as Arbor stepped in, he quickly retreated. Even though he blocked his 5 senses, he was still shocked by the disgusting scene in front of him. This was the place where the heavenly fate created people. As soon as he walked in, he saw strings of people hanging on the walls. It would be more appropriate to call them puppets now. Just like hanging sausages and bacon, these people were also hung on the 3 walls in different categories. Their limbs were all twisted and grotesque. Although everyone was breathing weakly, it was obvious that they were no longer conscious. There were men and women among them. There were even 4 or 5 old people and a child who was missing a leg. The scene was almost too horrible to look at. Even someone like Arbor, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, felt extremely miserable. He didn't want to look at it a second time. Moreover, the little monk was only a child. It was better to avoid such a bloody scene. The layout of the 2 stone rooms on the left and right were basically the same. In the middle were rows of medicinal troughs, and beside them were piles of inferior herbs. Inside a black medicine furnace, a tiny flame was burning. There was a small bowl next to it, and there was still some residue left in it. Mo Lian sighed and looked at the people hanging on the wall. She reached out and pulled the little girl to her side. Let's go. Ask Mr. Su to take over and deal with these people. Even if these test subjects were saved, they wouldn't be able to live for long. When the time came, let them die with some dignity. Could it be that the mutated medicine made by Tianyun was extracted from some animals and plants? It shouldn't be that simple. Mo Lian shook her head. But from the looks of it, they're still improving their medicine. That human-headed spider should also be one of Tianyun's test subjects. Whether it was in terms of strength or speed, the human-headed spider was undoubtedly a success. It was very powerful, but it had also become a mindless, zombie-like monster. What was the point of such a change? This should be the improved medicine that they concocted. Mo Lian lowered his eyes. After pondering for a moment, Mo Lian continued, the liquid used to create zombies and special ability users should be considered as the basic liquid. First eliminate a portion of the weak, then convert a portion of the strong into special ability users. After that, use this improved liquid to create an all-round strong person. So. Then we can realize the dream of ordinary people to become strong. Arbor nodded her little head vigorously. What is this Sky Fate organization thinking? They spent so much time and effort for so many years, just to fulfill a dream? Let's not care about what they think for now. Since they can't figure it out, there's no need to waste their brain power to think about these time-consuming things. When Arbor and Mo Lien came out of the passage and returned to the ice tree, the little monk immediately stopped knocking on the wooden fish and walked over to Arbor's side with his short legs. Two small hands gripped onto Arbor's skirt. The little monk's round eyes emitted a nervous light. Benefactress, are you all right? Were you attacked by the Een energy? This little monk has a heavenly protective talisman here. It can expel evil and avoid danger. It can also dissolve the Een energy. The little guy mumbled as he took out a crumpled yellow talisman from his little pocket. Arbor couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, silently taking the broken talisman that he held up high. Looking at it, she asked expressionlessly, "Where did you get this?" Speaking of this, the little monk couldn't help but sigh, pretending to be an old man. "Master Abbot gave it to me. Back then, it was the treasure of our temple. This bald Donkey Kong Een, he even tricked a little kid." "What kind of heavenly protective talisman is this?" "It's a fake talisman with no talisman power at all. Who knows where the old monk got it from?" "How is it, benefactress? Do you feel a wave of warm steam coming out?" Arbor shook her head, bending down to pick up the child, but Prince Mo snatched him from the side. The little monk Kong Kong glared at Mo Lien in dissatisfaction. "Benefactress, don't always steal, benefactress Kong Kong." And the emptiness of the benefactress, Mo Lien felt a little uncomfortable listening to him. She raised her hand and poked his bald head. "You talk too much." She casually stuffed a small steamed bun into his mouth, successfully blocking the chatterbox Kong Kong's little mouth. "When we get back, let Night Dark Shang and the others bring Mr. Su and move everything in this stone room back to carefully study it." They had never seized so many drugs or test subjects before. This made Su Shuatao and the others busy for quite a while. Arbor didn't understand, but he didn't ask much. He thought that the Mr. Su that Mo Lien mentioned should be a talented person. What about him? Prince Mo lowered his head and saw the old village chief lying on the ground, glaring at the two of them with venomous eyes. Just now, when he went down for a stroll, he almost forgot about the culprit. As soon as Mo Lien opened her mouth, the surrounding villagers became agitated, clamoring, "Kill him, kill him, kill him." The old village chief lay on the ground, his eyes staring at Arbor, staring at her. That gaze made Mo Lien a little angry, and she kicked him to the side. "If you stare at my Jojo again, I'll dig your eyeballs out." Arbor didn't feel anything uncomfortable. Anyway, the village chief in front of her could only stare at her with those dead fish eyes. Mo Lien was still hesitating whether to kill him or wait for Mr. Su to come over and bring him over for research. She saw several people rush forward, punching and kicking the old village chief without saying a word. It was obvious that the villagers who were deceived by him hated the old village chief to the core. At this moment, they really wanted to eat his blood and bite his flesh. Arbor looked at this group of angry villagers and sighed. He turned his head and said, "Let's go." Mo Lien nodded, turned her head and lightly ordered, "You two take some people and rescue those people who are hanging on the wall. When Chia and Dark Shang bring Mr. Su over, hand over all the tools in the stone room to him." "Yes." Two responses immediately sounded from a place where no one was around. Not long after Mo Lien and the others left, several black-clothed youths led people down the stone stairs. Not long after, the entire underground village was filled with the cries of the villagers. Those who were rescued and on the verge of death, none of them were spared. Almost all of them were exhaling more than they were inhaling. These people were the relatives and friends of the villagers. All these years, because of the old village chief's deceit, they all felt like they were in a dream. They didn't suspect the old village chief at all. But they didn't expect that the most honest person was the monster who stole their family members. As long as they thought of the words of those youths, they understood that their family members were used as test subjects in that evil stone room all these years and suffered endless suffering. They couldn't help but feel sad. The atmosphere in the entire underground village was very depressing. Sigh. Lu Xun couldn't help but sigh. "I really didn't expect that after us two old brothers muddled through so many years, the world would have such earth-shaking changes." Tianyun, this organization, didn't know when it appeared. In the 3 continents, how many places like this underground village base were there? It couldn't be that their bases were everywhere, and there were eyes everywhere, coldly looking at them in the gloomy darkness. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but shrug his shoulders and tremble slightly. Seeing the villagers hugging the corpses of their loved ones and crying bitterly, to be honest, they felt rather uncomfortable. They were all humans, but the Sky Fate organization actually treated them like puppets and manipulated them. This was truly perverted. Arbor shook his head. If only they were a little bit more cautious. If he had been vigilant from the beginning, perhaps he wouldn't have been fooled by an old village chief. Let's have them settle down properly. Mo Lian squeezed Xiao Mu's small hand as he looked up at the rosy clouds that towered into the clouds. They had been tossing and turning for the whole night, and the sky was starting to brighten. The rosy clouds peak in front of him seemed to be bathed in a layer of milky white light, exuding a holy white light. Clouds rose, and white mist filled the air. The faintly discernible peaks of the mountains were like young girls covered in white gauze, graceful and graceful. The rosy clouds peak was the tallest peak in the middle, and there were 12 other peaks surrounding it. A silvery white waterfall poured down from the rosy clouds peak, like 10,000 horses galloping, and the roaring sound of water could be heard from far away. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Arbor could react, he saw 2 eggs hurriedly flying out of the paradise, jumping and cheering toward the waterfall. This place was this good? Arbor blinked and turned to look at her husband. Even little Bayan's egg could sense the rich spirit energy here and impatiently flew out of the paradise on its own. With 2 flaps, it dashed straight into that waterfall. Lu Jing jumped in fright and hastily shouted, "Second sect master. Pay attention. That waterfall on Red Cloud Peak looks like it's filled with spirit energy, but it's actually not. Second sect master, the waterfall is actually filled with holy power, so we don't dare to rashly jump in and try. Hurry and bring your eggs back, or else we'll really lose everything." Mo Lian's mouth twitched inexplicably. What was going on? Why did his words give people the urge to beat this Xianxia to death? The little stoic expressionlessly glanced at them. My 2 eggs haven't been able to hatch. If they can hatch in this waterfall, then it'll really be excellent. Xianxia and Lu Jing looked at each other in dismay. Second sect master, what are these 2 eggs? Holy beast Bayan's eggs. The 2 old men were only casually asking, but the answer they received almost made them drop their jaws. It couldn't be, right? This little fellow was carrying 2 holy beast Bayan's eggs with her. Look at those fist-sized eggs hopping into the waterfall and roaming around with incomparable joy. How enviable was her appearance. This waterfall couldn't really cleanse her entire body and absorb holy power at the same time, right? Seeing that the old man Xianxia was itching to give it a try, Arbor expressionlessly said, "Let's go to Red Cloud Peak first." The 2 people instantly wilted and turned around to look at Xiao Mu. The little stoic muttered in a low voice, "They're already so old, yet they still don't know how to be calm. They're like 2 eggs and still want to hop back and forth. It's simply hilarious." Xianxia and Lu Jing looked at each other. The little stoic spoke so loudly that they could all hear it. Okay, the 4 people swiftly ascended Red Cloud Peak with the little monk. When Xianxia saw the palace with a glazed roof, green tiles, and a mottled outer wall, his eyes couldn't help but brim with tears. Yes, it's here, second sect leader. This is the location chosen by our Xuanji school's first-generation master. Xianxia began to cry. When the old man cried, Lu Jing also thought about how he had wasted so many years. If he took all of it, he could accompany his junior martial sister to travel around, or he could stay at Red Cloud's Peak and continue to develop the sect. It would be much more meaningful than wasting so many years doing nothing. Arbor rubbed the little monk's head. The small monk then took out 2 square handkerchiefs from his small pocket. He handed one to Xianxia and the other to Lu Jing, and said seriously, "Benefactors, don't cry. You 2 aren't the most miserable people in the world. Compared to those poor villagers just now, you should know. A healthy body with 4 limbs is more beautiful than anything else." Just like that, Xianxia and Lu Jing's little bit of nostalgia for the sect that had just been brewing was interrupted by the little monk. Arbor found it a bit funny and lowered his head to rub the little monk's bald head. He turned to Xianxia and Lu Jing and said, "I want to leave the 6 mountain peaks on the left for the holy water sect to use. I will use a formation to separate the 2 sections. This part will be the Xuanji school's territory, and the other will be the holy water sect's territory." What do you think? Xianxia expressed that he didn't have any objections and nodded before saying something heart-wrenching. Our Xuanji school only has 3 people in total. Second sect leader, do as you wish. Bye, wait until I get better and return to normal. Oh, Arbor was instantly speechless. Although these 2 old men were indeed speaking the truth, they were too blunt. If a sect only had 3 people including the sect master, people would probably laugh their heads off if they heard about it. Second sect master, you know how to set up formations? Once Lu Jing mentioned formations, his interest in conversation was piqued. Arbor swept him a glance and silently summoned the mechanism diagram from his conscious. I'll set up a simple Great Barrier formation between the left and right mountain peaks. What do you think? Lu Jing wanted to cry a bit. He had painstakingly created this mechanism diagram for many years, pouring his heart and soul into it. Each of the 18 formation diagrams inside was the best of the best. He originally wanted to show off to Xianxia when he sparred with him, but when he thought of this, he inwardly vomited blood again. He forced a bitter expression and said, "This place is too big. If I want to set up a barrier formation, this little formation diagram probably won't be of much use." Oh, then you do it. Xiaomu silently put away that matrix map and went with the flow to say this. Lian, let's go eat. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Lu. I'll give you 4 hours to set up the Great Barrier formation. Sir Jojo expressionlessly walked past the old man and turned to clench his small fist at him. Work hard. Lu Jing was stupefied. On the side, Xianxia couldn't resist bursting out in laughter. Lu Jing's deflated appearance was truly too hilarious. He had been old brothers with this old fellow for several hundred years, but he had never seen him so helpless and deflated. As expected, the little stoic sect master was a talent. She could infuriate Lu Jing, this old man, to the point of hopping about with just a few words. The 2 of them pushed open the door and walked into the palace whose outer walls were rather mottled. Inside the empty main hall, light red gauze curtains hung everywhere. As the cold wind drifted in from outside the window, the gauze curtains fluttered gently. Arbor pulled Mo Lian around the main hall for a stroll. The furnishings in the hall were also quite old, and they looked quite exquisite. Arbor pulled Mo Lian along and strolled around the back of the palace. The Xuanji palace was quite big. As long as they found some people to repair it a little and change some clean living equipment, they would be able to move in directly. Xiaomu thought of those 2 idle sect elders and decided to hand over the work of repairing and purchasing items to those 2 to handle. Achoo, achoo. Xianxia sneezed twice, rubbed his nose, and walked to the side. From his vantage point, he could only see a waterfall that looked like a silver dragon descending rapidly. The 2 eggs were jumping and rolling in the pool under the waterfall, as if they were very comfortable, and kept rubbing against each other. Xianxia could not help but click his tongue in wonder. He turned back and continued to watch Lu Jing set up the isolation formation. According to the second sect master's intention, after the 2 sects were isolated, the rosy clouds peak in the middle would be the hub connecting the 2 sections. They would open up a path on the side for people to come and go. This path was far away from the Xuanji palace. Even if people came and went, it would not affect the palace. Lu Jing leaped into the air. His palms were covered with dense saint energy. Nobody could see how he moved his arms, but one by one, huge boulders were moved from the mountain peaks in all directions. Following that were flowers, trees, branches, sand, and so on, dancing in the air. One after another, large trees with twisted roots were sucked in by his palms and transplanted here. When Arbor walked over with a unique little food box and a piece of apple, her eyes lit up when she saw the scenery in front of her. Great Elder Lu was indeed a formation master who had lived for hundreds of years. In less than 2 hours, he had actually changed the appearance of Rosy Cloud's Peak. Rosy Cloud's Peak was now divided into yin and yang by him using flowers, trees, and stones. The formation plates were buried in the 4 corners. The Xuanji palace where Arbor lived was located facing the sun. Not only was there plenty of light, but it was also modified to be warm in winter and cool in summer. The path in the middle was completely blocked off with flowers and trees. While she was eating, Great Elder Lu had transplanted the entire bamboo forest from one of the mountain peaks to this place. In this way, the Xuanji palace was completely located in the depths of the bamboo forest and wouldn't be disturbed by the passage at all. As for the passage connecting the two sects, Great Elder Lu had also made it very imposing. Not only did he use large stones to build a stone bridge, but he also introduced a waterfall that meandered along the stone bridge. The two paths were filled with the fragrance of plants, birds, and flowers. In the middle was a small bridge with flowing water. It was very unique. Arbor was very satisfied with Great Elder Lu's skill in setting up formations. Although her face was still paralyzed, the little fellow walked over and placed the food box in front of Elder Lu. She said expressionlessly, "There's a pot of plum blossom wine inside." Elder Lu hurriedly took the food box, removed the veil, and chuckled as he took his food and sat to the side. Xianxia saw this and hurried over. He couldn't help but sigh as he ate. The food cooked by the second-generation sect master is really mediocre, but the wine he makes is really good. Lu Jing nodded. Beside him, he couldn't help but open his mouth and crawl up from the ground. Xianxia also hurriedly stood up and turned to look. He couldn't help but reveal the same shocked expression as Lu Jing. He saw Arbor standing on the stone bridge. With a move of her finger, pieces of glowing white jade talismans flew out from her inner world. The isolation talisman formation was set on top of the isolation formation set up by Elder Lu. Once it was added, the mountain peaks on both sides became more and more humid. The visibility of cultivators was almost no more than 1 meter. After Arbor finished setting up the isolation array on both sides, he began to set up 2 mystic guiding array glyphs. These 2 mystic guiding talisman matrices could endlessly absorb all the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred kilometers before distributing it to the Xuanji sect and the Holy Water sect. Qiao. Qiaomu instructed, "Go plant that shielding tree." "All right." A little treant suddenly jumped out from Paradise Planet, carrying 2 main branches of the essence concealing tree on its small shoulders. Behind him, there was also a little water baby and a little dirt lump jumping around. Master Silver, let's go nourish this shielding tree and make it grow faster." Arbor nodded and watched the 3 of them leave through the tunnel. Once this isolation glyph array was activated, it would be impossible to open this passageway that connected the 2 sects unless it was someone with a key. Arbor held a jade talisman in his hand, which was the key to open the isolation array. She could create a key like this with a casual drawing. She had as many as she wanted. The Holy Water sect still had to live their own lives. All the senior sisters needed to continuously train and grow in order to keep up with the cultivators of the Divine Province. After setting up the mystic guiding talisman formation, what made Lu Jing and Xianxia's jaws drop was that this wasn't the end. The 2 of them couldn't help but feel heartache for the second-generation sect master when they saw countless jade talismans flying out of her sleeves endlessly. 539 double defense array. How many jade talismans would this consume? If this continued, wouldn't they use up all the jade talismans that they had saved up for decades in one go? The 2 of them stood there and stared at Arbor, who was setting up the array, with complicated gazes. This time, Arbor was going to set up a defense array around the 13th peak, and it was a double defense array. This defense array needed to be set up around the 6 peaks on the left and another one on the 6 peaks on the right. Then, an outer layer of defense array glyphs would be set up around the entire peak. The amount of defensive talismans consumed would be at a jaw-dropping level. Xianxia didn't know how many talismans he had silently counted in his heart. He realized that the second-generation faction leader was simply a madman. Oh no, a monster. How could an ordinary person have so many talismans on them? The second-generation faction leader must have used up all the defensive talismans that he had accumulated for 3 generations in one go. If he used so many defensive talismans to fight someone, he would probably be able to exhaust the enemy for 10 days and 8 nights, hiding in the defensive array glyphs and not coming out, angering the enemy to death. Thinking of this, Lu Jing and Xianxia couldn't help but shudder. Terrifying, the second-generation faction leader's spending was really too frightening. Xianxia felt that when he saw Lu Jing set up the flower stone array, it was already shocking enough. But he didn't expect that the second-generation faction leader's move would be even more shocking and extraordinary. When Xianxia silently counted the number of jade talismans consumed to 6,844, he couldn't even maintain the expression of shock on his face. It was almost completely replaced by horror, and his mouth even opened in a comical manner. Mo Lian glanced at the 2 of them, then directly shifted his gaze away, no longer looking at the 2 silly old men. His gaze naturally and attentively fell on Jojo, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a faint smile. Every time he saw Jojo throw talismans, he felt that it was a kind of visual enjoyment. The way he threw talismans was simply too beautiful, and he threw out so many talismans at once without even blinking. He was really too high-spirited. Arbor spent a full day and night on this double defense array glyphs. It wasn't until dawn the next day that Arbor let out a sigh of relief and lowered his arms. Her eyes looked as if they had been washed by clear water, bright and clean. When she turned her head and met Mo Lian's gaze, she couldn't help but run over to him. Mo Lian naturally hurried forward and caught her sprinting figure. "Why are you running?" Arbor grinned. He turned around and saw the two old faces of Xianxia and Lu Jing. Both of them were expressionless. This expression looked strangely familiar. Arbor blinked and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you two?" Although Lu Jing did not express his stance, it was as if a mountain torrent was pouring out from the bottom of his heart, roaring and roaring non-stop. Xianxia, on the other hand, glanced at her several times. After some deliberation, he asked, "Second sect master, are all 3 generations of your family talisman masters?" Arbor smirked. "You can say that. But what does those 3 generations of talisman masters have to do with her? You've taken out all the defensive jade talismans accumulated by your family's 3 generations, and used them all up in a day," Xianxia said expressionlessly. Arbor couldn't help but feel helpless. How were these talismans accumulated by her family's 3 generations? These were just talismans that she drew bit by bit in her spare time. They weren't worth much. Of course, Arbor had also run to Fish Orchid Planet to draw thousands of defensive talismans while she was eating. Only then did she manage to gather enough talismans. Blinking his large eyes, Sir Jojo turned to Mo Lian and said, "Lian, the blank jade talismans have all been used up. It's alright, I've already instructed them to speed up the production. I'll have them send them to the academy in the next 2 days." Arbor nodded her little head vigorously. Most of the defensive talismans around her had been used up and she only had about 100 defensive talismans left. It was really too little. Xianxia and Lu Jing perked up their ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. They couldn't help but look at each other silently and ask in unison, "Second sect master, you didn't draw all these talismans, did you?" Second sect master was a strange talisman master. Wasn't he a little different from other talisman masters? Other talisman masters would dawdle for an entire afternoon and successfully draw 1 or 2 talismans. It was already considered good, but Second Sect Master had taken out 8,688 defensive jade talismans just now. Don't ask them how they knew. They had all been counting silently in their hearts. Based on the average talisman master's speed of drawing 2 talismans a day, they could only draw 700 talismans a year. Second Sect Master's 8,000 jade talismans, wouldn't other people take more than 10 years to draw them? Was this normal? Xiaomu gazed at the 2 people in bewilderment. Before they could continue asking, she said, "Elders, that Jade Star Palace of mine seems to have been around for quite some time already, right?" The 2 elders' eyelids twitched violently. Now that this sect leader has returned, repairing the residence has become the first priority. She turned her head to look at the 2 old men. "Go find a few craftsmen and renovate the palace inside and out. Change all the furniture that should be changed. If I have time, I'll come back and stay for a while." In the future, this would be her other residence outside of the Eastern Palace. Xianxia opened his mouth and found that the words that came out of his mouth had become an obedient response. Okay. Okay, my ass, he was an elder of the Xuanji sect. When did he become a servant? Since when did purchasing supplies and repairing the palace become his job? Xianxia was speechless. He turned his head and glared at Arbor. After Arbor finished dealing with the double defensive array, he pinched his fingers, and a rumbling sound came from outside the defensive array. Now, the talisman formation that she had set up could be activated according to her thoughts. The opening and closing of the talisman all depended on her handprint. There was no need to use the jade talisman as a key. Arbor and Mo Lian crossed the stone bridge side by side and arrived at one of the peaks. "Second Martial Uncle, are you coming out now?" Arbor asked Yang Shirong a few times, and when he heard her say yes, he pulled her out of the Fish Orchid Planet. Yang Shirong had already found out from Little Tree that Arbor had chosen an excellent location for the sect. She was extremely excited. The moment she stepped out, Xianxia felt an abundance of spiritual energy surging around her body. Next, she felt that the scenery in front of her was picturesque. Every peak was like a beautiful garden. There were mountains, rivers, stones, and trees. She just needed to find a few craftsmen and polish them. Second Martial Uncle, how about we settle down here in the future? The spiritual energy here was very rich. The spiritual energy that had been drawn in from hundreds of kilometers away was all absorbed by the mystic energy guiding talisman formation. In less than a second, the 13 peaks with the red clouds peak as the center were surrounded by dense spiritual energy. More than half of the spiritual energy absorbed by the mystic energy guiding talisman matrix from a radius of several hundred kilometers was drawn into the defensive array surrounding the 13 peaks of Rosy Clouds Peak. The remaining spiritual energy was truly unable to be absorbed by the 13 peaks, and it looked like it was about to slowly dissipate again. However, Sir Jojo adhered to the principle of frugality and called the sapling Chocho back. He had it absorb the remaining spiritual energy to replenish the spiritual energy consumed by the paradise. Xianxia excitedly strolled around the mountain peak. She held Arbor's small hand and repeatedly nodded as she said, "Jojo, you really have a good eye for choosing a location. Judging from the spiritual energy gathered around this place, it must be a naturally formed spirit domain." Arbor pursed his small lips. In reality, this spirit domain might not have had so much spiritual energy inside before. It was mainly due to the two mystic energy guiding talisman matrices and the defensive array surrounding it that all the spiritual energy was locked inside. An endless stream of spiritual energy was absorbed by the mystic energy guiding talisman matrix, and very little spiritual energy dissipated. As a result, the spiritual energy density of this entire mountain peak could be said to have reached its peak. Arbor released Jiangqi, Yugue, and the other senior sisters from the paradise. Xianxia, who was originally calmly drinking wine on the side, abruptly spat out a mouthful of wine. F*ck, he never knew that his second-generation sect master had so many people by her side. These people couldn't have all been stored inside her storage talisman, right? Xianxia already had some understanding of seniors Qianqi and Lujing in Paradise Planet. She walked up and cupped her hands in greeting. "Seniors, Xianxia from the Holy Water sect greets you." When Qianqi and Lujing heard the little stoic sect master call her Aunt Master, they knew she was naturally close to them. Hence, they didn't put on airs and cupped their hands with a smile, greeting Xianxia. Sparks of curiosity still danced in Qianqi's eyes. "The second-generation sect master stored all of you inside the storage talisman? Isn't it stuffy to be cooped up inside the storage talisman all day long?" Xianxia thought about it but still said, I'll let Jojo tell you personally." When Qianqi and Lujing heard this, they knew better than to ask any further. Arbor walked up to them and pointed at the senior sisters who were excitedly planning the mountain peaks and how to build them. He said to Xianxia, "Second Aunt Master, the Holy Water sect shouldn't lack any of the 3 peaks. Let's just establish 3 peaks, okay? However, if senior sisters wish to study together, they can also gather on another mountain peak." Xianxia naturally nodded in agreement. "The 4th peak over there will be named Learning Peak. If everyone wants to cultivate together, we can go there." Arbor nodded. "Let's call the 5th mountain the Sky Peak. It's time for our Maple Pavilion to return." Xianxia had already visited the Maple Pavilion on Paradise Planet. When she heard this, she looked at the child with emotion. The Maple Pavilion had a total of 7 floors, and there were many treasures inside. Jojo had owned the Maple Pavilion for so long, but he had not touched a single thing. This child's mind was too pure. Arbor had her own set of principles for handling matters. No one should think of coveting what belonged to her. She wouldn't take more than what didn't belong to her. Since the items inside the sect were passed down from the Holy Water sect, they naturally belonged to everyone. Now that the Holy Water sect had reopened its doors to accept disciples, the Maple Pavilion naturally had to return them to their rightful owners. Xianxia pushed back the pine bamboo jade bracelet on her wrist. "This key is still with you. This is what your master left for you, so it's yours." Xianxia pats her little hand. "In the future, if a disciple performs well in the sect, we'll follow the rules and let her go to Maple Pavilion to choose spiritual techniques, spiritual weapons, and so on." Arbor thinks for a moment and says, there are quite a few profound-level mystic weapons inside. It's time to change them. She takes out a storage talisman and hands it to Xianxia. Second Uncle Master, when are you going to tidy it up? This is half of the compensation given by the Mu family's first branch. I didn't look through the mess. What spirit stones, spiritual techniques, spiritual weapons, and medicinal herbs? I reckon they're not of the best quality. Just make do with it for now. Xianxia twitches her mouth. She doesn't know if Jojo feels guilty when he says this. She feels that the Mu family's first branch must be bleeding from the bottom of their hearts when they handed over the compensation. Little junior sister, little junior sister. Fong Su, the little cannon, runs over excitedly and points to the back of the mountain. There are several rows of caves on the back of the mountain. The spiritual energy inside is extremely dense. Do you want to go take a look? These fellows ran one round all over the mountains and plains, and actually already found several good cultivation places. Seeing that they are in high spirits, Arbor nods and follows them. Sure enough, there are a series of small caves formed naturally on the back of the mountain. It's just big enough for one person to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Mo Lian exclaims and steps forward to look up. She can't help but mutter to herself, this place can actually form a natural cultivation place. Hey, it's really not bad. Look, there's a wind gap here. The wind comes from there and naturally turns a corner, bringing with it surging spiritual energy. As it blows for a long time, the spiritual energy keeps seeping in and actually formed many small caves. Xianxia points in the direction of the back of the mountain. The passage they just passed by is relatively narrow, like a slender gourd. When they turn around, they immediately see an open space on the mountain. This cultivation place has the densest spiritual energy among the 6 peaks. It's really good to cultivate here. This is the first peak. Xianxia makes a decision. Then, he led the group of disciples and named the 2 peaks to the left and right as the second peak and the third peak. Sky Peak and Learning Peak were neighbors. The last peak was named Divine Water Peak by everyone and was used as the main peak. Xianxia happily pulled all the disciples to planning to first plant a row of bamboo forest on the main peak. The little stoic opened her small mouth. She thought of the bamboo forest Lu Jing transplanted at the top of Red Cloud Peak, then looked at the bare land on Holy Water Peak. It was obvious that a row of bamboos had been planted here before. Lu Jing rubbed his nose. Second sect master, do you want to plant a plum blossom outside the Xuanji Palace? That's fine too. The little stoic nodded and casually said, we'll return to the academy now. Elders, don't forget your mission. Hurry up and find the 101 first-generation disciples. Our holy water sect has at least 200 people. The little stoic said expressionlessly, your Xuanji sect should at least give me 20 people. Was this a high requirement? It wasn't high at all right? Second sect master, don't worry. After we finish repairing the Xuanji Palace, we'll descend the mountain and immediately search everywhere. I believe that we'll definitely find many disciples in time. Arbor grunted and turned to look at Xianxia and the others. Second Martial Ant, if there's anything, we can contact each other through the transmission talisman. Okay. Xianxia smiled and nodded, it will take some time for the sect's construction to be completed. Don't worry about us. You can go and do your own things. Little junior sister, take care. Little junior sister, if you're tired from studying in the academy, come back and play for a few days. Everyone gave instructions at once. Xianxia then said, after our sect is finished, I'll bring them to the great north-facing forest to gain experience. Arbor nodded. Gaining experience was definitely an essential part of cultivation. Many Xianxia who had grown up in large aristocratic families would suffer great losses in battle because they did not have enough experience. After giving Xianxia and the others a few more simple instructions, Arbor then went to the waterfall with Mo Lian to look for the 2 swanny eggs that were happily swimming in the water. The little monk reached out to hold the corner of Qiao Mu's skirt as he jogged with her on his short legs. Benefactress, this young monk is unfamiliar with this place, so you mustn't abandon this young monk, okay? I didn't say I'd leave you behind. Arbor looked down at the little monk. But if you return to the academy with me, wouldn't that be too eye-catching? The little monk pursed his soft diamond-shaped lips. His little handsome face was full of seriousness. Arbor saw his tense expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. She raised her hand to rub his head and said, "I'll send you to a good place. When you want to see me, you can come out and see me anytime. How's that?" When the little monk heard the first half of her sentence, he couldn't help but want to cry. After hearing the entire sentence, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "Benefactress, don't go back on your words." Arbor waved her hand and had Little Tree bring the little monk into Paradise Planet first. Meanwhile, she and Emo Lien were standing above the waterfall, looking down at the 2 hickory eggs leaping about in the pool. "Come up!" Arbor roared. After tossing around for so long, they still didn't hatch. She was happy for nothing. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rays of light, one black and one purple, flashed, and the 2 eggs quietly fell into Arbor's palm. Could it be due to the lack of saint energy? Arbor's eyes flickered as he looked at Emo Lien, who was standing beside him. Emo Lien nodded. "That's very likely. Look at these 2 eggs, they have absorbed almost all of the scattered saint energy in the pool. It's obvious that they need the support of the saint power to break out of their shells." Arbor reached out and knocked on the 2 balls, then stroked them. "Forget it. Let's not dwell on this for now." Above the 3 prefectures, even the deity domain was hard to find, let alone the saint domain, which was a treasure trove that could only be found by chance. Perhaps, the place where Rotten Peach Blossom had stayed before was a holy region. However, every time the venerable immortal talked about this place, his face looked as if he had eaten a fly. He always liked to use a simple word to summarize it: boring. What kind of place was this to make him so resentful, to the point where he used the word boring to describe the saint domain? Arbor took back the Swanee eggs. Emo Lien called out Little Seven. The 2 of them rode on the golden dragon and quickly returned to the academy. When Arbor went to the cultivation hall to cancel her leave, it was already the 3rd day. Her 2 small eyebrows were knitted together as she thought about the 2 stingy instructors in the cultivation hall. Who knew how they would deduct her contribution points? At this time, all the students in the various halls should be in class, so walking on the academy road was very quiet. After Emo Lien returned to the academy, no one knew what she was busy with. Arbor didn't follow up and ask, so she decided to go to the cultivation hall to cancel her leave. After all, 500 contribution points were deducted a day, so if she was late for a day, she would lose 500 more. Even though she had 30,000 contribution points left, she couldn't afford to lose 500 points a day like this. When she arrived at the cultivation hall's gate, Arbor's gaze suddenly fell on a person sitting in the middle of the lawn. This person was sitting in front of the cultivation hall's gate, lazily leaning against the back of the chair. His legs were very unruly, as if he was waiting for her here. But Arbor was very clear that she didn't know this person. She was probably a little face-blind. But her memory had never been that bad. She would at least have some impression of people she had met before. This young man in front of her, who she had no impression of, was probably someone she had never met before. Arbor walked straight to the teacher's office area, but unexpectedly, that person stretched out a long leg and blocked her way. Arbor's eyes narrowed dangerously, her cold gaze was like a sharp arrow, suddenly shooting towards the man in the chair. "Crown Princess, you've really made me wait for a long time." When Su Shihua saw this kind of gaze, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Then, he returned to his lazy and unbridled appearance when they first met. "What's the matter? Crown Princess probably doesn't know a small person like me." Su Shihua stood up and looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. This person had a fair and handsome face, and his appearance wasn't bad, but when he looked at people with his slender eyes, it clearly made people feel a little uncomfortable. This kind of sizing up gaze made it seem as if Arbor was a commodity in his eyes, which made Arbor unhappy. "Indeed, I don't know you." Xiaomu coldly interrupted the latter half of his words. "If all the cats and dogs in the world were like you, introducing themselves to me every time they stopped me on the road, then wouldn't I be busy to death?" Su Shihua didn't expect that the little girl wouldn't give him any face. There was a hint of anger in his eyes as he sneered and said, "I'm a senior of the cultivation hall. I just came out of seclusion 2 days ago. I've heard some people in the academy talk about the Crown Princess, and I feel that your skills should be pretty good. how about it? Are you interested in sparring with the Su? That's good. Let me have a taste of the crown princess's skills. Su Shihua looked at the woman in front of him gloomily. If they were to make a move later, he would definitely ruthlessly humiliate this little girl. The little girl was still young, but her figure looked really good. Su Shihua's gaze wandered around Arbor's body, and his eyes revealed a bit of calculation and malice. Who asked her to humiliate his sister, Su Shitao, in the despondent pavilion? After Tower returned home, not only was his eldest brother grounded, but she was also tormented and almost died from illness. Arbor naturally saw the sparks of hatred dancing in Su Shihua's eyes, but she was still a bit puzzled. After all, she had long forgotten about the matter of Princess Tao in the despondent pavilion. How could she connect the two together? Arbor's eyes swept over him coldly. You really want to fight with me? This disdainful tone completely infuriated Su Shihua. Just because I call you the crown princess, you really think you're high and mighty? Your status hasn't been decided yet. To tell the truth, Arbor didn't want to pay attention to this idiot. She came to find an instructor to cancel her leave, so she didn't have the time to bicker with this idiot. Arbor immediately circled around his stool with small steps, unwilling to even spare him a glance out of the corner of her eye. Su Shihua was thoroughly enraged. He abruptly kicked the stool next to him and darted to the side, blocking in front of Arbor again. Ever since he became famous, no one had dared to be so impudent in front of him. So what if she was the crown princess? In this world, strength reigned supreme. His teacher had once said that he, Su Shihua, was destined to be a dragon among men and would certainly ascend to mystique venerable rank within 300 years. Ever since he entered this academy, he had always been admired because he had already reached the peak of the 15th level of the spirit realm at the mere age of 21. He didn't know how many female shoujo were rushing in front of him. Moreover, Su Shihua was the kind of man with a glib tongue. He usually played like a fish in water among female cultivators, and the number of women who wanted to become his partner could line up from the Imperial Academy all the way to the great north-facing forest. He had always thought highly of himself, so he simply couldn't tolerate Arbor's attitude toward him. The status of female cultivators in the upper 3 provinces truly wasn't high. Due to innate restrictions, only 10 or 20% of female cultivators could perfectly pass the 5 spirits reincarnation trial and break through to the god realm. In the eyes of Su Shihua and many male cultivators, female cultivators should obediently submit to men. This was in accordance with the rules of the upper 3 provinces. A stoic face like the little stoic, who could draw hatred wherever she went, immediately infuriated Su Shihua. He summoned a long saber with a blue watery glow from his conscience and slashed it in Arbor's direction without another word. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Su Shihua's eyes flashed with a cold glint. You're merely a future crown princess whose status hasn't been confirmed, yet you dare to be so impudent in front of senior. His Highness the Crown Prince truly doesn't know how to teach women. Su Shihua sneered. Since that was the case, then he would take His Highness the Crown Prince's place to properly teach this woman who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. He would teach her a principle. In the upper 3 continents, identity didn't mean everything. The saber landed on the ground in the courtyard, leaving a long white mark. Su Shihua shouted angrily. The moment his saber slashed through the air, he couldn't help but frown slightly. How did that last dodge it? It was strange that he couldn't see her movements. However, even if he was slightly faster, there was no way he could escape from him. He was a level 15 Great Spirit Master and possessed 8 levels of the Water Spirit. For ordinary people, being able to comprehend 6 levels of the 5 spirit origins was already not bad. Of course, Su Shihua didn't know that what Arbor had comprehended was the source of holy water. It had long since surpassed the 9th level of spirit water. At this time, Su Shihua still had great confidence in himself. He raised the long saber in his hand and encircled the long saber with both hands, completely enveloping it. Immediately afterwards, he leaped forward and arrived in front of Qiao Mu. His eyes flashed, and the long saber slashed at the hem of her skirt. This despicable thing, Arbor glanced at him coldly and dodged his blade with extreme speed. You're courting death. This man's objective was too clear. Did he want to make a fool of Jojo? Did he want to seize the opportunity to rip apart her clothes and expose her to others? Ha ha, naive guy. just let him suffer the consequences of his own actions. Xiaomu's fury was completely enraged. Originally, she didn't want to cause so much trouble and just ignored this lowly man in front of her. Who knew that when she wanted to settle the matter peacefully, the other party would keep pushing her? She, Arbor, had never been a person who was afraid of trouble. She just found it troublesome. However, since the other party wanted to die so badly, then she would fulfill his wish. Su Shihua felt that the aura of the girl in front of him had completely changed in an instant. Previously, she still had a lazy attitude. Now, she was like a little hedgehog with countless spikes all over her body. Her pair of cold eyes contained a fierce light as she coldly stared at him without blinking. This gaze made his heart inexplicably skip a beat. At the same time, he felt that he was actually frightened by the little girl's gaze. It was really intolerable. Su Shihua was a little angry from embarrassment. He couldn't help but sneer, "Arbor, today let me teach you the principles of being a person. Don't be too ruthless in everything. Women should be more obedient. Don't force yourself to do everything." Su Shihua's words were full of contempt for the woman. His attitude was arrogant, and he raised his chin slightly, like a peacock with its tail open. She didn't know where he got the face to be so arrogant in front of her. "Go die." Xiaomu glared at him impatiently before throwing out two small, round, transparent balls with a flip of her hand. The commotion caused by Su Shihua's machete had already attracted the people who were in class in the cultivation hall. When Mentor Ma rushed out with a group of students, he just happened to see Miss Chiao throw the two small transparent balls in Su Shihua's direction. Su Shihua smiled contemptuously. Part of the spiritual armor formed on his arm and blocked in front of him, intending to wave away the two small balls that were flying straight at him. "Just two spiritual energy balls and you want to show off in front of me? You're too naive, right? Su Shihua, get out of the way." Mentor Ma's eyes narrowed and couldn't help but roar. "What spiritual energy balls? Those were obviously god power, right? These were two godly power balls, alright? Two. Oh my god, she was indeed the crown princess of the divine land. She could casually throw out two priceless divine power balls. No, now wasn't the time to think about this problem, but, everyone, get into formation. Open the defensive barrier. Defend, defend." The instructors shrieked. Everyone was in a state of panic as they activated their defensive spirit artifacts. Those who had spirit armor quickly formed a spirit armor to protect themselves. The instructors took a step forward and worked together to set up a large defensive barrier. At the same time, boom. Boom. Two thunder-like tremors resounded in the small courtyard of the cultivation hall, the sound piercing through the clouds. Even the students in the other halls who were in the middle of their lessons were shocked. In the armament refining branch, a thin and tall youth who was standing beside Mo Lian and carefully crafting a defensive profound weapon could not help but tremble and almost put a material into the weapon cauldron by mistake. F***CK. I was so scared that my hands were shaking. The young man mumbled. The sound seems to be coming from the direction of the refining hall. Instructor Zhang from the refining hall couldn't help but look out of the window. Mo Lian kept a weapon in the weapon cauldron. After greeting Instructor Zhang, she quickly walked out. He felt that such a big commotion should be caused by his Jojo. When Mo Lian thought of this, she couldn't help but want to cover her face. When Instructor Zhang saw that everyone was craning their necks to look outside, he knew that they weren't in the mood to continue refining, so he said, "That's all for today. Those who want to leave can disperse." All the students hastily tidied up their utensils and remnants of materials. They didn't even have time to tidy them up before hastily stuffing them into their inner worlds. Then, they surged out with a large group and headed to the cultivation hall to watch the show. Cough, 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 cough. Instructor Ma forcefully waved the foggy dust in front of his eyes. He blinked his eyes twice in succession before he could clearly see what kind of scene was in front of him. A perfectly good cultivation hall had a large hole opened up in the middle. It was at least 10 meters deep. Su Shihua had probably fallen into the hole because no one could find him even after a long time. The little stoic expressionlessly stood next to the hole with her hands behind her back. She had the demeanor of a great master, causing people to involuntarily twitch their mouths. Although it looked like Su Shihua had been tricked quite miserably. But for some reason, everyone had an inexplicable urge to burst into laughter. No, they couldn't laugh. Su Shihua was already very miserable, so they absolutely couldn't laugh out loud. Pfft. It was unknown which dear friend couldn't hold it in and choked on his saliva before bursting into laughter. When he saw Instructor Ma glaring fiercely at him, he hastily turned his back and pretended to cough. Student Arbor. Instructor Ma simply didn't know what to say. You. He stuttered for a long time but actually couldn't continue. Instructor Ma actually felt at a loss for words when faced with that expressionless stoic face. Simply outrageous. Instructor Ma squeezed out these 5 words after a long time. He pointed at Instructor Gao on the side. You say it. Instructor Gao's mouth twitched. He walked forward a few steps and cleared his throat. Student Xiao, what exactly is going on? Can you tell the teachers about it? Everyone at the same time. Instructors, how big of a misunderstanding do you have about Student Xiao to think that this little fellow is someone who's willing to waste time explaining things to them? Talk to the teachers? Talk my ass. Look at this little girl's expression, she's too lazy to talk. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly, then lowered his head to look at the hole that was more than 10 meters deep. When he felt a scorching aura rising from the bottom of the pit, he knew that Su Shihua had finally recovered and was about to come up. The little stoic was expressionless. She took out another 2 god power balls from her pocket and directly smashed them into that pit under the horrified gazes of all the mentors and students. Don't. Mentor Ma was so agitated that his voice cracked. However, as soon as he said that, the 2 godly power balls bounced out. Boom. Everyone was dumbfounded. The entire place was silent. Except for the occasional person who swallowed hard. When Mo Lian dashed over, she almost bumped into Duan Yu's group at the entrance. He turned to look and saw that there were actually many fellows following behind Duan Yu who came to watch the show. The people from the pill hall also came over. Everyone gathered together and squeezed through the bamboo-fenced courtyard walls of the cultivation hall. As soon as they entered the room, they saw such a strange scene. The mentors and students of the cultivation hall looked like their acupoints had been hit as they stood there speechlessly, looking as comical as blocks of wood. What happened? Mo Lian held back her laughter as she slowly walked towards her Jojo. Looking at the situation in front of him, was it really his Jojo who caused trouble again? Arbor glanced at him and silently put the 2 god power balls that she was about to throw back into her pocket. A fly flew in front of me and nagged me. It's fine now. He was probably beaten half to death and must have been taught a great lesson. What kind of girl should listen to a man obediently? Hee. This strange man actually jumped out of his own accord and wanted to teach her how to be a person, then he should learn how to be a person first. Arbor smirked sarcastically and went forward to hold Mo Lian's hand. Suddenly thinking of something, Arbor hurriedly turned her head to look at Instructor Ma and said, I'm here to cancel my leave. Mentor Ma was so angry that he didn't know where to vent. Before he could speak, he heard the little girl rebuke, the students of your academy are too outrageous. I'm here to cancel my leave, and he actually waited for me to come. Here, there, and here. He should pay for all the compensation. Arbor pointed at the floor tiles and the potted plants that were damaged during the fight. And the time I wasted, he should compensate me according to the price. What's his name again? Arbor finally remembered to ask for the person's name. Instructor Ma and the others didn't know what to say to her. They had seen the guilty party complaining first, but they had never seen such a vile act. This little girl smashed the person until he fell into a hole and couldn't climb out, and she still asked for compensation. The compensation isn't much, just 100,000 spirit coins. Xianxia tugged at her sleeves and reminded her, Chiao, the academy's compensation is converted into contribution points. Oh? Arbor looked at Instructor Ma expressionlessly, then transfer 3,000 contribution points from that person's account to me. He got off easy. After that, she couldn't help but ask again, what's his name? Mentor Ma and the others all felt that encountering this guy was simply bad luck since their ancestors. Hua. At this moment, a voice came from outside the courtyard. He saw a man in a royal blue robe with his black hair neatly combed up. He quickly walked through the door and arrived at the edge of the pit in a few steps. At this moment, Su Shihua was also relying on his own strength to crawl to the edge of the pit bit by bit. When he looked up, he saw his elder brother, Emo Shikong, looking at him with concern. Su Shihua suddenly felt a stomach full of bitterness and grievances. All of it surged into his heart, and he wished he could cry out loud. At this moment, he no longer had that high-spirited appearance from before. He looked like a bald beggar. There was a bald patch on the top of his head, and not even a blade of grass could grow on it. He also felt a burning pain on his face. He couldn't have been disfigured by that ruthless girl, right? At the thought that his face might be ruined by the other party, Su Shihua couldn't help but panic. He kept raising his hand to touch his face. Although he was a man and didn't need to pay too much attention to his appearance, it didn't mean that he could accept a disfigured face. Big brother, big brother. Su Shihua quickly grabbed Emo Shikong's hand tightly. Emo Shikong's gaze was also somewhat complicated. His gaze turned and landed on Prince Emo and Arbor. These two were still as elegant as ever. Even if they were just standing in the crowd with indifferent gazes, there was a sense of alienation and unapproachable. Greetings, Crown Prince, Crown Princess. Emo Shikong turned around and cupped his hands in greeting towards Prince Emo and Arbor. Oh, Brother Qingjing has also come. Emo Lian nodded and responded absent-mindedly. Qingjing, Emo Shikong, reached out and pulled Su Shihua up from the edge of the pit. He turned his head to look at Arbor and asked in a low voice, "How did my younger brother offend the Crown Princess to actually provoke the Crown Princess to kill him?" Su Shihua's current appearance was truly a bit tragic. Emo Shikong almost couldn't bear to look straight at him. The Crown Princess' actions were too much. What kind of deep hatred could there be for her to act like this and continuously hit Su Shihua with God Power Pearls? Although Su Shihua's cultivation had already reached the 15th level of the spirit realm, he still hadn't broken through to the God realm. How could he withstand being hit by the God Power Pearls again and again? No wonder he looked so miserable now. Being hit by the God Power Pearls like this, even if he didn't die, a layer of his skin would be smashed off. Big brother. Avenge me, big brother. Su Shihua finally straightened his body with great difficulty and uttered broken syllables from his mouth. He stared in shock and anger as he said, She tricked big brother. She tricked. A trace of anger and resentment flashed through Su Shihua's eyes. He used all his strength to grab his big brother Emo Shikong's hand and stuttered. If this woman hadn't suddenly thrown so many God Power Pearls at him, how could he have been beaten to the point where he had no room to retaliate? It was simply a joke. In Su Shihua's opinion, Arbor, who used the aura concealing talisman, was merely a little third-level spirit master. If Su Shihua wanted to crush a little third-level spirit master like this, it would be a matter of minutes. However, things didn't go as he wished. The result was that he, Su Shihua, was beaten up and fell into the pit like a dead dog, unable to climb out. This matter made Su Shihua unable to raise his head. Especially in front of a few junior sisters who had rushed over after hearing the news, and who usually had great admiration for him, he simply did not know what to do. He was so angry that he was about to explode. His scarlet eyes stared at Arbor. Arbor. Pa. Before Su Shihua could figure out what was going on, he was slapped hard on the cheek. With a crisp paw sound, the corner of his mouth was slightly crooked, and he staggered back a few steps. Only when Emo Shikong reached out to support him did he manage to stabilize himself. Big brother. Su Shihua raised his hand to cover half of his face that was in so much pain. He looked at his big brother with reddened eyes. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was very obvious. Others have already bullied your younger brother like this, don't you have anything to say? Emo Shikong's face was also very ugly at this time. He turned his head and looked at Prince Emo, who had personally slapped his younger brother Su Shihua across the air. Your Highness, my younger brother is young and insensible. He has made a fool of himself. When I go back, I will definitely teach him well. Brother Jing really doesn't know how to teach sister-in-law. Ever since seeing Emo Shikong's appearance and the interaction between him and Su Shihua, Arbor finally understood who this man in front of her was. She finally understood why this strange man would suddenly make a move on her. It turned out that this Su Shihua was the elder brother of Princess Tao, who she had previously taught a lesson in the Despondent Pavilion. Indeed, like sister, like brother. Both of them were unreasonable people. Mo Shikong tightly pursed his lips and suppressed the anger in his belly. When he noticed the faint mockery on Xiaomu's face, the anger in his heart shot up in a flash. He almost couldn't suppress it. Crown Princess. You have already used so many divine power balls to teach my brother a lesson. What more do you want? Mo Shikong's tone was very cold, as if he had been fished out from the depths of cold water. Although he didn't say anything, his opinion of this young crown prince consort had plummeted to the freezing point. He always felt that this girl should be a shrew. If she entered the Mo family, she would definitely cause the entire royal family to have no peaceful days. Mo Lian's face also darkened, and her gaze towards Qingjing became extremely cold. Brother Qingjing, you don't understand the situation, and directly yelled at the crown princess. Do you think that all the responsibility lies on the crown princess? Was it not? Mo Shikong looked at Mo Lian with an ugly expression. He tightly clenched his fist and desperately suppressed his anger. But a wave of evil fire still burned from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't control it. It was too infuriating. Your Highness, to be honest, if the crown princess hadn't used so many divine power balls in succession, how could Hua have been beaten so badly? In terms of strength, the crown princess won't even be able to touch a strand of Hua's hair. Was it not? Mo Shikong coldly looked at Prince Mo's icy expression. He slowly lowered his eyes and said indifferently, Your Highness should know very well whether what I said is the truth or not. You don't agree? Mo Lian turned her head and coldly looked at Su Shihua, who shrunk his neck and stood behind his elder brother Mo Shikong, and asked very forcefully. Su Shihua was pricked by the cold air released by the crown prince for no reason. He couldn't help but tremble for a while, but he forced himself to nod repeatedly. Of course I don't agree. His thoughts were basically the same as his elder brother Mo Shikong. If Arbor hadn't cheated by using so many divine power balls, wouldn't it have been a matter of minutes for him to crush the little girl in front of him with his cultivation as a level 15 great spiritual master? Arbor smirked and looked at him casually. If you're not convinced, let's continue. Didn't you say you wanted to teach this crown princess a lesson? Come. Arbor waved his small hand at Su Shihua. He looked like he was calling for a cat or a dog to come forward. The trace of mockery in his eyes was almost clearly discernible. There was actually someone who was rushing to be beaten up. Mo Lian also expressed that she didn't understand. She smiled and squeezed the little fellow's little hand. She slowly walked back a few steps, leaving an open space beside the deep pit for the two to fight. Hurry up. Xiaomu grumpily hollered at Su Shihua, Can't you generate spiritual armor? I'll also create a spiritual armor for you to see. Heh. Su Shihua was unexpectedly amused by the little fellow. You're just a little level 3 spiritual master. What kind of spiritual armor can you generate? The spiritual armor generated by normal people was a partial defense, such as the arms, chest, head, and so on. Su Shihua, for example, was able to generate spiritual armor on both arms. He thought that he was already pretty good. After all, some people could only generate spiritual armor for one arm. If he wanted to expand the range of the spirit armor, it would take a lot of effort to expand every part of the armor. Arbor looked coldly at Su Shihua, who had generated spiritual armor on both arms. Her small mouth inadvertently curled into a lazy arc. You're a frog in a well. Arrogant fool. Today, he would let this idiot know that there was always someone better than him out there. In the future, he wouldn't easily offend some people that he couldn't handle. Arbor sneered. In an instant, a faint transparent layer of spiritual armor covered her red battle clothes like a second layer of skin and quickly spread up. It spread from her limbs to her chest and back, then wrapped around her slender neck. It climbed all the way up until it completely covered her head. From head to toe, a full-body spiritual armor was formed in an instant. The light and thin full-body spirit armor clung to his clothes, almost as if it didn't exist. However, anyone with eyes could see that this was a peerless full-body spiritual armor. Everyone simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air and stared fixedly at Xiaomu as if they were looking at a little monster. This little girl could actually form a full-body spiritual armor? Weren't spirit masters below level 5 unable to form spiritual armor on their own? Why was it that when it came to this little girl, it was as if the laws of heaven and earth didn't exist? Xianxia jumped up excitedly and waved her little fist in the air. Jojo is mighty, Jojo will win. Duan Muqing and the others standing beside her wanted nothing more than to go up and cover Xuanxuan's mouth. This guy who lacked a backbone, with this roar, everyone's attention was attracted to them. Full-body spiritual armor? Su Shihua looked at Arbor in front of him in shock. He simply didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. The little girl actually formed a full-body spiritual armor with a wave of her hand and covered her from head to toe. Before he could react, the little girl in front of him lightly tapped her foot and rushed towards him like a speeding cannonball. That speed could almost be described as light. She was as fast as a streak of cold light and arrived in front of Su Shihua with a whoosh. Su Shihua only had time to cross his arms in front of him and block her sudden punch. Bang! The little girl's fist landed on his crossed arms, and a crack instantly appeared on the spirit armor covering his arms with a crisp crack sound. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this the speed and strength of a level 3 spirit master? It didn't look like it at all. Is Su Shihua a rank 15 great spirit master? That's right. Not only is he a level 15 great spirit master, but he also has an 8th level water spirit. The young lady seems to have fierce firepower, but she might not be Su Shihua's match? Before the person could finish complaining, he saw the young lady throw 2 more punches. She punched Su Shihua's face. In order to block her old fists, Su Shihua had no choice but to cross his arms and guard his front. As a result, the spiritual armor that formed on his arms completely shattered with a crack under Qiao Mu's 3 punches. The onlookers standing in the front row could hardly believe their eyes. What? A level 3 little soul master was able to shatter the defensive spiritual armor of a level 15 great soul master. This was simply a joke. Impossible, impossible. The onlookers in the front row could not help but raise their hands and rub their eyes. Then, they opened their mouths wide in shock. Because at the same time, they saw a horrifying scene. After Miss Qiao shattered the spirit armor on the other person's arm, she pulled out a huge black axe that was even taller than her. With a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, she ferociously smashed down on Su Shihua's head. If she hit him, wouldn't Su Shihua's head split open like a melon ladle? Red and white would all be exposed. Everyone couldn't resist closing their eyes, and the more timid ones even raised their hands to block their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Su Shihua continuously retreated several steps and threw out defensive spiritual tools from his inner world, putting them on himself one by one. Su Shihua felt that it was absolutely impossible for him to receive the enormous might of the axe before him. Ahua! Mo Shikong's pupils contracted, and he cried out in alarm. His figure swayed, but just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Prince Mo. It's best that Brother Prince Xing doesn't act rashly. Mo Lian said indifferently, if Brother Prince Xing is itching for a fight, why don't I exchange a few moves with Brother Prince? The implication was that Prince Xing absolutely couldn't be allowed to step forward and meddle in this matter. Not to mention that Arbor was disgusted with calling his parents when he couldn't win. Mo Lian was also very disgusted. Obviously, everything was caused by him, but because he couldn't beat Xiao Qiao, he repeatedly pretended to be the victim. Wouldn't everything be fine if you didn't stir up trouble? He didn't believe that Jojo would rush up to fight him for no reason while he was walking on the road. 99% of the people who could cause such a big conflict with Xiao Qiao were their own doing. Mo Shikong's gaze was slightly angry as he glared at Mo Lian and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Brother Prince Xing doesn't need to say anything. Mo Lian's gaze was still as ice, and she sneered, Brother Prince Xing, don't tell me you don't know who caused today's matter? Wanting to pat his butt and scram after stirring up trouble? Did he think that they were good-natured people who could be easily molded? But Mo Shikong still wanted to say something, but that little stoic's axe had already landed. The huge black axe crashed into Su Shihua's outer defensive barrier and shattered it with a bang. Soon after, everyone saw the little stoic shattering Su Shihua's defenses one after another like a hot knife through butter. Su Shihua's body continuously emitted crackling sounds like firecrackers. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled back a dozen steps before falling to the ground. He hung his head dejectedly and looked at Arbor in horror. Arbor pointed his sword at Su Shihua's throat. Please show mercy. Mo Shikong roared angrily and hastily leaped in front of Su Shihua to block the little stoic's longsword. With a swipe of his right hand, Mo Shikong took out a golden token from his inner world and waved it slightly in front of the little stoic. He said gravely, Crown Princess, this prince has the Emperor's death exemption golden medallion in hand. This prince is now ordering you to immediately stop all attacks. Kill him. Mo Lian's gaze chilled, and she seemed to murmur softly to the air. But the instant the command was issued, four incomparably swift shadows appeared around the little stoic. They circled around Mo Shikong's figure and leaped towards Su Shihua. Four long swords simultaneously stabbed towards Su Shihua without the slightest bit of hesitation. Emperor's Shadow Guards, the most elite secret squad of the underworld court guards, Mo Shikong's pupils contracted repeatedly. At this critical juncture, he obtained strength from who knows where, but his entire body abruptly burst forth with an intense divine power, blocking the four people's attacks one after another. Mo Lian's eyes darkened as she looked at Mo Shikong. With a wave of her hand, the four ghostly shadows quickly disappeared. The crowd could not help but rub their eyes. If it were not for the faint trace of blood at the corner of Mo Shikong's mouth, they would have thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. The four of them disappeared as quickly as they appeared. If it were not for the fact that they had been staring at the scene, they would not have been able to catch a glimpse of the four figures in the blink of an eye. Has Royal Prince Xing steeled his heart to become enemies with us husband and wife? Mo Lian's lips curled up in a mocking sneer. Mo Shikong's cold face was filled with anger. He could not help but cough up a small mouthful of blood. Su Shihua's eyes flashed. He scrambled to his brother's back and exclaimed, Big brother. Damn it. Even his brother was not a match for the four shadow guards. Who were they? Among the many people present, probably only King Xing, Mo Shikong, knew who these four people were. Not only did the Emperor send the Purple Forest Guards to the Crown Prince, but he also secretly rewarded the Hades Court Guards. That was not all. The Emperor's Shadow Guards, the most elite of the Hades Court Guards, had four of them by the Crown Prince's side. The Emperor's Shadow Guards were legendary. Every one of them was at least mystique venerable rank and above. They were the strongest transcendent god Shadow Guards. It was obvious how important this son of his was to the Emperor. If it wasn't for the Crown Prince's gentle wave of his hand, Mo Shikong's life would have been lost at the Imperial School. Mo Shikong could not help but laugh bitterly. He turned his head and glared at his brother, Su Shihua. His two sisters-in-law were too domineering. In the Imperial City, not everything could be covered by Mo Shikong. Now that his brother had kicked the iron plate known as the Crown Princess, he did not know if he regretted it now. What Mo Shikong did not know was why Su Shihua regretted it. He was full of hatred. You cheated. Su Shihua reacted. He hid behind his brother and pointed a trembling finger in the direction of the little Crown Princess. You are not a little level 3 spiritual master. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around. At first, everyone also felt that something was off. Now that Su Shihua had pointed it out, everyone wanted to slap their thighs and shout, yes. How was this the fighting ability of a third-rank spirit master? What kind of rank 3 spirit master could smash a portion of a rank 15 great spirit master's spirit armor with a single swing of his axe? Wasn't this a joke? Everyone's gazes fell on Arbor in confusion. Arbor expressionlessly looked at Mo Shikong and his brother. His gaze coldly fell on Su Shihua. When this little girl emitted cold air, she was like a small moving ice sculpture. There was no trace of a person in her eyes at all. Everyone present couldn't help but shudder at the sight of such a young lady. Clang! The long sword was thrown to the ground by her, making a soft and crisp sound. Kill yourself. Everyone stared at her, dumbfounded. They thought that after Mo Shikong blocked the attack for his brother and got injured, this matter should be over. Who would have thought? This was not over. Mo Shikong could not help but tremble in anger. At this time, he was still holding the death-free gold medallion issued by the great emperor, but now he only felt that the death-free gold medallion was very hot. Today will be the 10th chapter. First 2 chapters. After the 4 drip, he should be home at 3 o'clock. Calculating the time, it should be around 12 o'clock in the evening. Continue with the 8th chapter. Long wait, Mr. Author, are you feeling better? In front of the little crown princess, this death-free gold medallion given by the great emperor was of no use at all. The young crown prince consort's attitude was clearly stated. She wanted Su Shihua to commit suicide and let him know that not everyone's place could be so easily provoked. Many times, his big brother might not be able to protect him for a lifetime. Looking at the long sword that was lying quietly on the ground with a faint green light flowing around it, Mo Shikong's face turned purple with anger. Big brother, big brother. Su Shihua was a little panicked. He secretly glanced at the little crown princess's cold face, then hurriedly crawled forward and hugged his big brother's trousers. Big brother, save me, big brother. How could this crown princess be so difficult to deal with? His big brother had already blocked the attack of the 4 hidden guards for him. His big brother had even vomited blood. What else did she want? And the few girls who originally came to watch the show with laughter also had ugly expressions. They were all junior brother Su's admirers and pursuers before. After all, with Su Shihua's family background as the younger brother of King Jing, coupled with his outstanding talent and cultivation, many female disciples in the academy had taken a fancy to him the moment he appeared. The Su Shihua that the girls usually saw was naturally elegant and confident. How could he be as cowardly as he was now? And even hugging his big brother Mo Shikong's leg and crying, the girls' expressions changed at the same time. They instinctively felt that they were really blind in the past. They actually wanted to hook up with this kind of person? Crown Princess. Mo Shikong took a deep breath and raised his hand to press his frowning brows. My brother acted rashly in this matter. But what should be punished has been punished, and what should be beaten has been beaten. Crown Princess, if you continue to be so overbearing, isn't it a little inexcusable? Mo Shikong. The young Crown Prince Consort had a cold expression on her face, so she directly called her by her full name. I gave you face time and time again because of Lian's mother. Don't think that your face is big enough to be able to point fingers in front of me time and time again. Mo Shikong only felt that his heart was slightly stifled. I gave you face and called you brother King Jing. I didn't give you face. What can you do? The little crown princess kicked the long sword on the ground. I must kill Su Shihua today. Her ferocious gaze landed coldly on Mo Shikong. She instantly turned hostile and said ruthlessly, it's useless for anyone to stop me. Who dares to stop me? Mo Shikong slightly clenched his fists after hearing Mo Shikong's shout. The scene became very stiff in an instant. Everyone was baffled and stood there in silence. Even the onlookers felt the cold wind blowing and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Perhaps even Lady Qiao Qiao herself did not realize that once she was truly angered, everyone would become listless. Even Xianxia and the others who were familiar with her were trembling in fear and did not dare to open their mouths. If she wanted to slaughter Su Shihua, then Su Shihua would have to lie down and obediently wait to be slaughtered. For a moment, the entire courtyard fell into an awkward silence. Holy Sun Miyan is here. Outside the crowd, there came a small rustling murmur. Holy Sun Miyan, who was dressed in a holy white robe and cold and handsome, walked straight out from the middle of the separated crowd. Behind him were several priests in the same white robes, each holding a short walking stick in their hands. Everyone bowed to the holy son of the temple. Miyan's gaze landed coldly on Arbor. You can't kill him. He has already obtained the quota to go to the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm this time. From the moment he received the token to go to the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm, he received the protection of our Sun-Moon Temple. Holy Sun Miyan slowly raised a hand and said coldly, before we set off for the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm, he can't die. Arbor glanced at the Holy Sun, and her expressionless face instantly turned cold. Holy Sun Miyan found that the little girl in front of him, whose eyes were as calm as a dry well, were like 2 ice beads in a cold pool, slipping into a black abyss little by little. Heartless, indifferent, pitch black, and harsh. There was almost no light in her eyes. Why, in her previous life, any random cat or dog, who was unhappy with her and wanted to step on her a few times, could find trouble with her without a word. Why, when she fought back, there would always be someone who appeared in front of those weak people with the face of a righteous messenger, looking at her with accusatory eyes, accusing her of being vicious and cruel. Was it her fault? Was it all her fault? She deserved to be suppressed, deserved to be found trouble with. She fought back and beat the other party like a dog. Was it her fault? When she was the weak party, which of these strong people's relatives and friends would sympathize with her and help her? Haha, it was simply ridiculous. Jojo, what are you thinking? Mo Lian immediately realized that his little wife's state was not right. He hurriedly went forward and pulled her back to his side, patting her back to comfort her. Don't let your imagination run wild, Jojo. Leave this matter to me, okay? He lifted her little chin with one hand, making her silent eyes meet his. Her body was warm, as if the ice and snow around her had melted a lot. Arbor came back to her senses and looked up at Emo Lien. Emo Lien looked at her clear eyes, which were as clear as water. His slender figure was faintly rippling. His heart slightly relaxed, and he calmly called out, "Little Seven." Roar, after a fierce dragon roar. Everyone felt a golden light suddenly appear in front of their eyes, which was exceptionally dazzling. After adapting to the glaring golden light with great difficulty, he slowly opened his eyes. A coiled golden dragon gently swept its tail and rolled up Su Shihua, who was hiding behind Emo Shikong, and threw him out. Su Shihua was flung to the opposite fence by a terrifying force of inertia, and a part of the fence collapsed with a loud crack. He collapsed to the ground in a daze and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Emo Lien and Xiaomu across from him with an increasingly horrified expression. Were these two monsters? He had already admitted defeat, so why did they still want to kill him? To put it bluntly, there wasn't any deep enmity between them. It was just him who was blind and came to find trouble with the little stoic. Now that he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood and had been taught a lesson to the point where he had lost all face, why was he still unwilling to let him go? Why didn't this couple follow the routine? Emo Lien ordered coldly, "Kill him, Little Seven." This damned guy actually angered his Jojo to this extent, to the point where she was about to enter a demonic state again. Even death could not wipe out his crimes. The golden dragon immediately raised its head and roared angrily. A scorching red flame followed the soil under its feet and burned towards Su Shihua. Don't kill me, don't kill. Big brother, save me, big brother. Su Shihua's eyes were filled with horror. He got up on all fours and desperately ran out of the bamboo fence. Boom! The golden red flame was like a lion spitting fire. It moved forward rapidly and completely engulfed Su Shihua's body in an instant. The seventh yen circled in the air and roared angrily. Then, it turned into a golden pillar of light and sank into the crown prince's raised right hand. Ahua! Emo Shikong finally reacted and hurriedly ran out of the bamboo fence. After a while, he came back with charcoal, whose head was crooked and whose body had been burned to a pulp. His eyes were filled with anger. He tightly grasped his brother's body and shouted angrily, "Crown Prince! If I want to kill him, who dares to stop me?" Prince Emo threw a cold look at Emo Shikong and said in a cold voice, "You can put this account on me. Your younger brother was killed by Gudu, the person I want to kill. If I say he won't live past midnight tonight, he will never be able to see the morning light of tomorrow." Everyone's hearts shrank and they all took a step back. Especially those who came with the intention of watching the fun. At this moment, they really wanted to slap themselves. Who asked you to come and watch the fun? Who asked you to court death? Now the Crown Prince of Shenzhou and Qingjing were sworn brothers who were about to fight. Maybe the Crown Prince's anger had nowhere to vent and would be directed at them. Be a good Qingjing. Emo Lien threw down this sentence and directly reached out to pick up Arbor, who had his head lowered. Then he turned and walked out of the door. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to glare at Mentor Ma and the others who were standing at the door. They were all shocked by his sharp gaze. Cancel my leave. Okay, cancel my leave, cancel my leave. I'll cancel it right away. Mentor Ma replied repeatedly and then wished he could slap himself. Was this the attitude of a mentor when talking to a student? He almost couldn't bear to look at this King fawning look. Holy Sun Mi Yen was so infuriated that one Buddha ascended to the heavens and two Buddhas left his body. Time and time again, he realized that his words were completely useless in front of Emo Lien and Arbor. This couple did not care about him at all. A little priest behind him said weakly, "Lord Holy Sun, actually, we should just watch the show. There's no need to interfere." The little priest bit the words into his own mouth and couldn't say it. Because Holy Sun Mi Yen turned around and punched his head ferociously as he roared, "Shut up!" The little priest cried silently in his heart. He felt that he was really too pitiful. He was clearly advising Lord Holy Sun not to make any more mistakes. Who would have thought that he would end up in such a miserable state? Holy Sun Miyan came and left quickly, mainly because he felt that he didn't have the face to continue being watched here. As for the Prince of Jing, Mo Shikong, he lowered his head to look at his dying younger brother, who was charred black in his arms. His complexion was ghastly pale, and Mo Lian's parting words kept echoing in the depths of his mind. Be a good King Jing. Be a good King Jing. The threat in her words was so strong that it almost gushed out. Mo Shikong reached out and clenched his fists, and his breathing quickened. The crown prince meant that if he continued to court death, he would think of a way to remove him from the position of King Jing. Was he so much of an eyesore to the crown prince? Mo Shikong regained his senses and quickly ran towards the direction of the alchemy hall. Su Shihua was still alive. He could save him, he could definitely save him. If his parents knew that Hua Di had died in the royal school like this, he wondered if they would cry until a hole appeared in the sky. When Mo Shikong thought of this, he couldn't help but secretly shudder. If Hua Di really died like this, then King Jing's residents would never have a day of peace. Let's not talk about how King Jing, Mo Shikong, would go to the alchemy hall to beg the alchemists to save his brother. When Mo Lian carried his wife back to the room in the Donglin court, he kicked the door open and pulled his wife onto his lap. Without any explanation, he kissed her. He kissed the little girl until her somewhat dazed and unfocused eyes gradually became a little more focused. 2 red clouds quickly flew up on her small face. Only then did he slightly release the restraint, allowing her to take advantage of the situation to gasp for breath. When did they return to the court? Sir Jojo frowned and raised his little hand to block a certain someone's lips. What are you doing? Kissing my own wife, isn't it a matter of course? Mo Lian's handsome face was taut as he said seriously. Sir Jojo glanced at him and snorted. He would never admit that he almost suffocated to death just now. Why did you come back? It was all his fault that he didn't accompany her to cancel her leave. Everything was not going well. I was looking for the shadow guards to ask something. Before Sir Xiaoqiao could open her mouth to ask, Crown Prince Mo, upholding his wife's words as the truth of the heavens, spilled the beans and confessed everything in full detail. The night before we went to Xianxia Peak, I arranged for them to do something at Xiaoqi Garden. I left a trace of my soul and went to find Ming Yasi to fight that night. I asked them to cooperate with me. Yeah. In the end, he beat up Ming Yas so badly that he'll probably have to rest in bed for 2 to 3 days. You probably won't be seeing him for the next few days. Jojo stared at the man in front of him with his mouth agape. You beat him up? Yes. Mo Lian nodded and said with a look of disgust, it's a pity that this matter can only be carried out in secret. Even if we beat him up, we can't publicize it. Otherwise, not only will he suffer physical pain, his reputation will also be tarnished. The little fellow blinked his eyes and glanced at his exceptionally serious husband. He raised his little hand and touched his face. She suddenly reached out and hugged him, her little head swaying on his shoulder. Mo Lian, sometimes I wonder, what would I have done if I hadn't met you in this lifetime? She couldn't even think about it now. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. It felt like they had missed each other like this in their previous lives. Mo Lian was stunned. He hugged her tightly in his arms and slid his palm gently on her back. Even if it's 10,000 miles away, even if it's the 9 heavens, even if it's the Yellow Springs, it's still impossible to separate us. How is it possible that we haven't met? It's impossible. He hugged her soft body tightly and whispered in her ear. Impossible. Jojo murmured softly. She rested her head on his shoulder and remained silent for a long time. Jojo, can you promise me something? Mo Lian suddenly reached out and held her little face. He looked at her with a serious expression, his eyes shining brightly. In the future, when you feel that the night is coming and you can't see any stars, just look at me, okay? Arbor wanted to laugh, but looking at his serious expression, she couldn't laugh at all. Even when I'm not by your side, you can look at the star I gave you. He carelessly touched the bottom of her neck and took out the little star from her collar, letting her hold it in her hand. Jojo. He sighed softly and rested his forehead on her sweaty little head. I don't know what kind of suffering and torture you've experienced in the past. Maybe I'm powerless to change it. But I want you to remember one thing. In the future, no matter how dark the night is or how long the road is, you'll have me by your side. No matter what you want to do, just do it. He raised his hand and touched her little face. I'll support you with all my strength. Arbor pursed her little lips, tilted her little head, and burrowed into his embrace. Emolien, let's have a little Emolien. I think he'll be like you in the future. He'll be cute when he's young, sensible when he's older, and know how to dote on his mother. That's me. I think that's pretty good too. When the time comes, there'll be another person to dote on me. Sir Jojo thought so, but he didn't continue. After all, he was a jealous lotus. It was possible that he would even be jealous of his son. Prince Mo's hand, which was holding his little wife, instantly froze. He looked down. He saw his little beauty's little face under the flickering candlelight, swaying as if she wanted to say something. It was so captivating. It caused his originally pure mind to explode with a loud bang. It transformed into a colorful, enchanting, and gentle scenery. This was intolerable. He originally thought that since his little wife was still young, he would grit his teeth and endure it. When little Guizhi grew up, he would swallow her in one gulp. He didn't expect his wife to ask for it herself. If he could still endure it, he wouldn't be human. Wife, whatever you say is right. Prince Mo carried his wife up and quickly moved to the side of the bed. Do you want to have a drink first? Arbor had the urge to laugh. Why did she feel that her husband was so nervous that even his hands and feet were a little choppy? Do you want to drink to boost your courage? Emolien, how could he say that? He looked at his wife pitifully. After a while, he said, I'm not scared. Let's blow out the light. Emolienza's, and the lights on the other end. Bang. 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 A series of knocks sounded from outside. Crown Prince Mo cursed inwardly. Just as her fingers were about to button up her coat, she heard the pounding on the door become louder and louder. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Arbor silently lowered her little head. Prince Mo glanced at his little wife and said speechlessly, Baby, don't think that I can't see you snickering just because you're lowering your head. Arbor looked up. The smile on her face had already widened. This caused Crown Prince Mo's hand, which was holding the buttons of his outer robe, to pause slightly. Jojo. The Crown Prince was in a good mood now. He suddenly felt that the guy outside who was pounding on the door wasn't so annoying anymore. He moved to her side, took her little hand with a smile, and kissed it hard. Nothing could compare to his Jojo smile, which made people feel comfortable. Crown Prince Mo beamed as he gazed at his wifey. He leaned close to her and whispered, How regretful, wifey. Looking at the time, we won't be able to make little Emolien today. The audacious Lord Xiao was actually blushing because of a few words from him. She suddenly felt that she should tease him back a little. But before she could do anything. Bang! The people outside kicked the door open and rushed in one after another. Jojo, are you all right? Jojo. Xianxia and the rest froze at the door. Looking at Crown Prince Mo and Sir Xiao, who were sitting in a row on the edge of the bed, their large hands clasped together as they gazed at each other, they felt like they had ruined someone else's happy occasion by foolishly barging in. Xiamu suppressed the smile on her lips and did her best to maintain an expressionless stoic face. What could happen to me? We've lost face in the academy. Little Fatty exclaimed. We were thinking, if we lost you as well. When the little fatty met Crown Prince Mo's gaze, he suddenly couldn't continue speaking. Cough cough. Actually, they were worried about Jojo. Jojo didn't look well just now and they were all worried to death. Now that they saw that the little girl's face was expressionless, but she was obviously much more energetic than before, they were relieved. Prince Mo was indeed worthy of his name. Luckily, he was here and managed to coax Miss Qiao back. Duan Muqing looked at the two of them deeply and smiled. Since Jojo is fine, let's gather at the plaza. Plaza? Something happened in the academy. Xianxia wanted to walk up and hold Jojo's small arm, but seeing Prince Mo standing beside Jojo, she didn't dare to walk over. Sir Jojo jumped off the bed and held Emolien's hand as they walked towards the door. What happened? The academy is embarrassed. Embarrassed? That poor Xianxia is missing. His Highness Ming Bao from Ming Province is also missing. Everyone talked as they walked towards the plaza. When they arrived, they realized that the plaza was already surrounded by a large group of people. When Principal Yun and a group of teachers arrived, everyone silently shut their mouths and looked up at Principal Yun and his group walking up the stairs. The principal frowned deeply and looked at the students. He said loudly, "I believe everyone knows what happened in the academy. Just now, the academy sent people to search the inner city but didn't find any traces of the two. I regret to inform you that student Xianxia and Mingbao should have been abducted by unknown people." The academy square immediately went into an uproar. Everyone was whispering to each other, and they couldn't stop themselves from getting excited. "Principal, did someone sneak into our academy and abduct our students?" The hothead who spoke asked the question on everyone's mind. If someone was really able to sneak into the royal school and abduct them, then this enemy shouldn't be an ordinary person. His or her cultivation should be on par with Principal Yun's. Principal Yun looked at the student who asked the question and shook his head. "What we can confirm now is that the two students got lost in the inner city. Now, the academy has issued an emergency level 4 mission. We're calling for everyone to go out and search for them. Those who can find their two classmates in 3 days will be able to go to the mission center to collect the mission points." A burly man could not help but laugh when he heard this. "We're losing people from the Divine Continent and the Underworld region. Don't tell me they'll all be found by us from the Xianxia?" The crown prince of the Xianxia, Rongli, could not help but frown as he glared at Ba Shu. This Ba Shu was loyal enough, but sometimes he seemed a little stupid. At this time it was best not to speak, but he had to open his mouth to provoke the students from the Divine Continent and the Underworld region. As expected, Ba Shu's words immediately led to a war of words. Seeing that things were not going well, Principal Yun immediately raised his hands and gestured for everyone to keep quiet. Everyone quietly quieted down and focused their attention on Principal Yun. This emergency mission requires everyone to work together to complete it. After all, we've already sent so many people out, but in the inner city, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. We found nothing. The purpose of this mission is to motivate all the students from the 3 continents to take the initiative and participate. We hope that you can take this mission seriously. After all, since you've entered the academy, your status is only that of a student. There's no distinction between rich and poor. Today, you may be able to ignore your classmates going missing, or even losing their lives, but you don't know when this kind of tragedy will befall you. If you extend a helping hand to others today, you'll receive help from others in the future. I hope you understand." "Yes." The group of students shouted in unison. Even if they were not going for the mission points, they could not let others step on the heads of the royal school students and behave atrociously. Qin cultivator student went to the inner city to buy zither strings. Mingbao seemed to be going to the inner city to buy something too. Both of them went missing on the same day. Could they have been kidnapped by the same person? The students started to discuss enthusiastically as they discussed forming teams to search for the two students in the inner city. Xianxia glanced at Arbor. "Jojo, are we going?" She knew that Jojo had never been on good terms with the Qin family. As for that Ming Bao, he did not have much contact with him either. However, since they had the same surname as Dark Yas, they were most likely from the same family. Arbor considered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since it's a mission from the academy, then we'll take it and walk around the inner city." They were just doing their best. After all, the inner city was so big. One more patrol team wouldn't make much of a difference. Even if she didn't get along with the people from the Qin estate, there was nothing wrong with the academy assigning her a mission. Moreover, she had briefly interacted with that 5th young master Qin in the medical field, so she knew that this person was very fussy and didn't want to have too much personal contact with him. However, this was only a mission. Since all the students had accepted the challenge, their Seekong Planet Battle team wouldn't do that special treatment and would just accept the challenge. As for whether or not he could find it, that was another matter altogether. Xianxia, on the other hand, was quite happy. She had accepted a mission and was going to take a stroll around the inner city. Who knows, maybe they would be lucky enough to meet these two students and complete a level 4 mission. How great would that be? How could Arbor know that the little lass was harboring this kind of hoping to get lucky mentality? After accepting the mission, they followed the large group of students and walked out of the academy. It was already dusk, and the oncoming wind was neither too fast nor too slow. Although it was a bit chilly, it wasn't bone-piercing cold. After all, they were about to enter April, and the season of blooming flowers was about to arrive. Arbor walked next to Emolienne and felt the warmth in his palm as he held her hand. Emolienne's physique was of the fire attribute, and she herself possessed a sacred fire. His hand was dry and warm all year round, so she especially liked it. Unlike her, her legs were always a bit cold, and when she was nervous, her palms would turn cold and damp, making her feel uncomfortable. Emolienne reached out to pinch the little fellow's soft little face. Xiao, how about we split into 3 teams to search the city since there are about 10 of us? Right, 3 to 4 people in a team. We have to move faster, and we should be able to search the inner city before nightfall. Xianxia quickly nodded and said. Arbor glanced at the little lass and silently twitched his mouth. Xianxia shouldn't be having some strange thoughts, such as perhaps our team can complete this level 4 mission or in terms of luck, I only believe in my JoJo, and so on. The little stoic opened her mouth. Xianxia, we're just out for a routine stroll. She didn't need to be so proactive. In any case, there were plenty of proactive people. There were at least several hundred people who wanted to save 5th young Master Qin from this abyss of suffering, one after the other. After all, the benefits of being on good terms with the Qin estate were innumerable. Xianxia quickly said, Jojo, don't doubt luck. I keep feeling that we'll run into each other. Where did you get this absurd confidence from? Arbor cast her a speechless glance, then didn't bother to continue speaking. Xianxia arranged for the teams to be split into 3 teams, purposely leaving Prince Mo and Arbor in one team. After receiving Crown Prince Mo's admiring gaze, she laughed heartily and ran off with her teammates. Arbor couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. He turned to Emolienne and said, let's find a tea house and sit down. Whether or not he could find the Zither cultivator and the underworld leopard was not that important to Arbor. In any case, if they were still in the inner city, they would definitely not be able to leave for the time being. After all, the dean had ordered the city to be sealed the moment the 2 students were confirmed to be missing. Right now, not to mention a person, even a fly would not be able to fly out of Wind Thunder City. Oh no, oh no. A cannibalistic barrier appeared at the end of West Street again and swallowed the children. A loud voice exploded in their ears. They saw that the passers-by and the uncles and aunties who had set up their stalls all raised their carrying poles and rushed towards this person with sticks in their hands. What? Where is it? Where is it? Take us there. Everyone, be careful. This man-eating enchantment was very fierce. We've already gone to Ethereal Peak to ask Principal Yun for help. As long as Principal Yun is willing to descend the mountain, he will definitely be able to get rid of this vile creature. Right, there must be a demon causing mischief. It can't be a ghost, right? No matter who it is, in any case, we must eradicate it completely this time. Master Silver, Little 4 is nearby. Chocho's sudden words made Arbor's brows twitch uncontrollably. What man-eating enchantment, it couldn't have been that little rascal's doing, right? Today ended at 10 o'clock p.m. Fragmented dreams. Sir Jojo hurriedly tugged at her husband's hand. Lien, let's also go over and take a look. Emolienne nodded and looked at her in confusion. What is it? Seeing the little fellow's serious expression, it seemed like something rather important had happened. Everything was fine just now. To put it bluntly, the disappearance of that fellow hell leopard and 5th Qin didn't have much to do with them, the little girl said expressionlessly. Previously, I found Chocho's tree seed fragment Little 4 in the heaven-level testing steel on Main Academy Street. Arbor took a deep breath. It ran away. Later, because there were too many things to do, she didn't remember to go look for this little fellow. She didn't expect it to stir up trouble in the inner city. It really deserved a beating. Emolienne couldn't help but laugh. The cannibalistic inner world that those city residents were talking about just now? It should be its doing. The little girl nodded her little head resentfully. This little fellow was seriously too mischievous. The 2 hurried in the direction of West Main Street as they spoke. There were already quite a few people standing there. Older brothers and uncles carrying hoes followed the crowd as they searched for the missing child. But how could a few dozen trifling ordinary people detect something like a barrier? When Arbor arrived at West Main Street, she also sensed a trace of familiar energy fluctuation. Knowing that it was the fragment Little Four playing tricks, she hurriedly tugged at Mo Lian's hand and pulled him into a detour into an alley. At this time, West Main Street had already attracted a large number of people. Many Royal Academy students also hurried over when they heard that something had happened here. Arbor didn't want to attract attention. This Little Four was so mischievous, so she had to take this little fellow away before anyone discovered it. The two entered the back alley and didn't sense anything special at first. But after walking for a short while, they both stopped and looked at each other. Although the surroundings don't seem to have changed, it's very obvious that we've already unknowingly walked into a barrier, Mo Lian said with a smile. Can't Xianxia sense the movement trajectory of fragments? Summon it out and lead the way. Xiaomu nodded and summoned Xianxia. As soon as the little treant came out, it somersaulted twice and climbed onto Xiaomu's shoulder before plopping down on its butt. It panted as it said, Master, this matter is a bit difficult to handle. What is it? This fourth child must have developed some intelligence and has its own thoughts. The little treant drooped its black bean-like eyes in distress. It stretched out a branch and scratched its head in distress. What if it really doesn't want to return to its original position? The sapling glanced at the little Master Silver worriedly and muttered, Xianxia can only grow into a towering tree if we gather all the missing fragments. When it said this, Xianxia looked up at the sky again and put on a sad but bright little tree face. Arbor was speechless for a while. He raised his hand and stroked the leaves on its head. It will come back. Hurry up and sense its location. Xianxia lifted 2 leaves and pointed in front. Arbor wanted to reach out and grab her husband's hand, but grabbed nothing. She couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. She turned her head and shouted, Lian. Mo Lian was also annoyed at this time. He also wanted to grab his wifey's hand as he spoke, but didn't manage to do so. Only then did he realize that he had fallen into Little Four's trap. Looking around, he realized that he was no longer in the dark alley. Instead, there were many tall and lush trees growing around him. Suddenly, one of the tree vines that was hanging behind him moved. It moved very quickly, like a dancing black snake. With 2 whooshing sounds, it wrapped itself around Mo Lian's arm. Mo Lian raised the Raven Moon sword in her hand. She hesitated for a moment before slashing down. Within the tree shadow enchantment that Little Four had set up, if she destroyed it recklessly, it would definitely cause harm to Little Four. This tree seed fragment was a part of Little Ball. It would be bad if it was damaged, but if it wasn't, she wouldn't be able to leave for the time being. Mo Lian felt a headache coming on. Looking at the tree vines that were wantonly attacking her, she leapt and dodged. Lian. Sir Jojo quickly ran a few feet forward. His little face instantly darkened. Little Four, come out. Master, don't worry about the great Crown Prince. He will be fine. The great Crown Prince's martial prowess was no joke. If Little Four insisted on seeking death, Little Ball secretly ridiculed in its heart. It could only light a candle for him. When spring came next year, it would burn some paper at his grave. Master, it's not far ahead. Chase. With Little Ball's howl, Arbor inexplicably increased its speed and rushed towards the direction it was pointing at. From afar, they could only see a towering tree standing in front of them. Under the tree, there was a large hollowed-out lounge chair with golden flowers. On it lay a fat baby wearing a big red doo-doo. 17 or 18 children, ranging in age from 5 to 8 years old, were eagerly surrounding the chubby baby, serving him tea and water as they called out, Your Majesty! Great King, have a banana! Great King, drink some water! Don't choke! Great King, are you hot? Do you want me to give you a fan or something? As Arbor approached, he heard these children flattering the Great King. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What was going on? She subconsciously glanced at the expressionless Xianxia from the corner of her eye. No emotion could be seen in Xianxia's 2 bean-like bright eyes. However, Arbor knew that Xianxia's heart must be crumbling right now. Cough. Arbor pulled the little treant off his shoulder and put it on his arm. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to have such a dark heart. So you've always wanted to be the great king of the mountain. Raise a group of little brothers and sisters to serve you. No wonder you enslaved little water and little earth. It turns out that you are subconsciously a great king of mountains. Several leaves rushed up to block Arbor's little mouth. Xiaoqiu only felt that its small tree face was about to burst into flames. It was about to be angered to death by this brainless fat baby in front of it. What was wrong with Fragment Little 4? It created such a frightening barrier and kidnapped so many children from the city just to make these children its subordinates. Bandits, shameless. Xiaoqiu couldn't help but curse at this brainless fragment in its heart. Hey! Why aren't you kneeling in front of this great king? The fat baby suddenly straightened up and spoke in a childish voice. Arbor had an inexplicable urge to burst out laughing. Fortunately, she was used to her stoic face, so she restrained her laughter. Kneel. Meet this great king. The chubby baby coiled his two short legs that resembled lotus roots and looked at Arbor seriously. His gaze landed on the sapling Xiaoqiu's tanned face. You still dare to pull a long face in front of this great king? You, go up and pluck off the hair on his head. Yes, great king. A wimpy child beside him immediately responded. He rolled up his sleeves and stomped up a few steps. Arbor's mouth twitched. She really didn't want to bully a baby, but the other person had already rolled up his sleeves to snatch Xiaoqiu from her arm. If she didn't do anything, wouldn't she be too cowardly? Arbor expressionlessly picked up that wimpy child and watched him kick his legs in the air like a fish that suddenly lost its water supply and found it hard to breathe. Then, he burst into tears with a wah. The little stoic's face instantly darkened, and her head swelled. The little fat child with the red doo-doo was infuriated, and he leaped down from the large recliner at once. His small, chubby feet were bare as he ran toward Xiao Mu, smacking his lips. The sapling Xiaoqiu raised two leaves to cover its black beady eyes. It felt that the Fragment Little 4 in front of it was practically unbearable to look at. How could this guy be so stupid? He was actually butt naked. This child couldn't have been sealed inside the testing monolith for hundreds to thousands of years and turned stupid, right? Woman, how dare you? The chubby baby shouted as he looked up at Arbor with his arms akimbo. If this guy could grow a bit taller, perhaps he would be a bit more imposing. But now, Arbor rolled his eyes and directly flung out a vine from his sleeve. He grabbed that wimpy child and hung him up like a dumpling before dragging him in front of him. Where did you take my Lian? Hurry and let him out. The chubby baby widened his round black eyes and stared pitifully at Arbor. He then turned around to look at Xiaoqiu and suddenly wailed, big brother, save me, big brother. Xiaoqiu speechlessly raised its hand to cover its eyes. Arbor reached out and flicked its chubby head. Shut up. I think you've become bold, even daring to kidnap people. Don't you know that other people's families will worry when you kidnap them to play? Arbor slapped its chubby paw twice in exasperation at its failure to meet his expectations. How are you going to clean this up now? Big brother, Fragment number 4 said pitifully, can you ask this big sister to stop hitting me? Big. Call her master. Xiaomu and Xiaoqiu roared at it one after another. Fragment number 4 lowered its head like a little quail. Before it could even open its mouth, it was already tearing up. Little mistress, what do you think we should do? Big brother, can you fuse me in later? Get to the point. Xiaoqiu roared at it with great vigor. I don't have any ill intentions towards them, Fragment number 4 stuttered. Tears fell from his eyes as he howled miserably, I am madam. I really want to find someone to play with me for a while. I didn't harm them. I even gave them good food and drinks. But you still can't kidnap them, Arbor glared at it in annoyance. Before he could continue lecturing it, he frowned slightly. In the next instant, the little monk who was making a fuss was released. Once the little baldy was released, he ran to the little fat boy with the red undergarment and said, ba. He stretched out his white and tender hands and rubbed Fragment Little 4's head. Benefactor, this little monk understands you very well. Arbor was speechless. Actually, it's because you're too lonely that you did such a foolish thing. The little fat boy with the red undergarment on his butt sobbed and suddenly stopped crying. He raised his head and looked at the little monk who had a compassionate expression and was enveloped in Buddhist light. Little master. The little fat boy cried loudly and threw himself into the little monk's arms. The little monk sighed and said, the world is empty and bitter, and everything is impermanent. The past is gone, and people must always look to the future. Little benefactor, don't be too sad. Arbor pressed his aching head and carried the little monk over and placed him under the tree. He then carried the little fat boy with the red undergarment over and placed him under the tree as well. I beg of you, don't cry. Arbor pulled Xianxia from his arm and placed him on the ground. He stared at fragment number 4 with a serious expression. Little 4, you knew who we were the moment you came out from the testing monument, right? Fragment little 4 shivered and nodded his head timidly. The little brats around them were not going to let it go. They kept calling him Great King and wanted to rebel and attack Sir Jojo. What a joke, how could they let their Great King lower his head and admit defeat in front of a girl? They had to fight. Arbor was speechless as he looked at the little brats who were swarming towards him. He couldn't hit them and couldn't be bothered to scold them. He simply controlled the dosage and sprinkled the sleeping powder on them, dong 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 dong. The little brats fell in a circle and the world finally quieted down. Arbor heaved a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. Fragment little 4 looked at his little brothers nervously, then looked up at the little girl bitterly. Master Silver, you, what did you do to them? Miss Xiao had a good sense of propriety. The dosage of the sleeping powder was very light. At most, it would only make the children sleep for 15 minutes. It would not have any effect on their bodies. Therefore, if she wanted to do something, she had to do it within these 15 minutes. Otherwise, her head would explode again. Little 4, you must listen to me now. Immediately return to Paradise Planet with Xianxia. Seeing that the chubby kid was about to cry again, Arbor pinched his chubby cheeks. No matter what you do, I will respect your decision. Since you've already gained sentience, you should have your own thoughts. But you have to think carefully. Arbor patted him on the head. If you don't return to your original body, you'll always be like this. You'll never grow up again. Without this fragment, little 4 was only missing a small part to him. His growth would be slower in the future. But this seed fragment, it would forever remain in the form of a child. It would be impossible for it to grow for thousands of years. Fragment little 4 sobbed and said pitifully, I didn't think that I won't come back. I just want to play for a while more. After being accidentally sealed in the test monument in the middle of nowhere, little 4 had always wanted to come out. Once it escaped, its little mentality was that it didn't want to be fused with Big Brother so quickly. He really wanted to chase back the hundreds of years of time that had been sealed, and then find someone to play with it for a few days. Woo-woo, it was that simple. Arbor picked him up and flicked his little head. Alright, Xianxia didn't say that it was going to fuse with you immediately. As for you, you can play for as long as you want, but you can't kidnap people anymore in the future. If you want to play with them, then work hard to become their little friends. Instead of using the methods of bandits to kidnap them. The little chubby child nodded his little head as if he understood. Where's my Lian? The little fellow's face was stiff as he asked without batting an eyelid. The little chubby child weakly pointed at his fingers. He's so bad, he almost chopped me to death. If this man hadn't stopped at the last moment, it would probably have been injured and unable to continue maintaining the barrier in front of it. Arbor and the little chubby child looked at each other. So? I threw him out before. Fragment little 4 said immediately. Threw him out of my bounded domain. Out far away. Out far away, at least he wouldn't be able to find him so quickly, what a scary guy. He now understood a little why that man suddenly stopped and didn't try to destroy his barrier. It must be because that man suddenly remembered that he and Big Brother were the same bloodline. If he hurt him, he would hurt Big Brother, which would then affect his own little master. That terrifying man had only let him go for the sake of his little mistress. Arbor really wanted to smack this little fellow's butt, but he gritted his teeth and held it in. At the side, Xianxia didn't care so much and directly pulled out a vine and smacked the little chubby child's butt. He snorted and said, You're not too stupid. You guessed correctly. Crown Prince didn't attack you for Master's sake. Otherwise, with your small body, do you think you can withstand 3 moves from others? Hurry and return to Paradise Planet with me, don't cause trouble for Master anymore. Master still has to clean up this mess for you. You're really worrying people to death. After a few hundred years, you've grown old but not wise. Why are you so foolish? The sapling activated its nagging mode and stretched out a branch to grab Fragment Little 4, pulling him back to Paradise Planet. Another branch stretched out and wrapped around the little monk's waist without warning, causing the little monk's mumbling of "This little monk can walk on his own" to disappear into the air. Arbor pressed his small head with a headache and glanced at the bear cubs lying on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he led the group of children out of the barrier and back into the alley. She flicked a pebble from her fingertips and it landed on the wall with a paw sound. Then she disappeared without a trace. Very quickly, the alley was filled with students from the royal school. The leader of the group was Wu Huanqiu, the beautiful princess. She saw a dozen children lying in the alley and couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "It's the children! Come and see! Is he your child?" His voice was like a candle that had been lit, instantly attracting all the citizens in the city. Meanwhile, the little stoic had already gone far away. Following the sapling's guidance, she chased in the direction of Mo Lian's aura. Just as she came out from behind the alley, she narrowly bumped into a coarse woman with a fierce-looking face. "I'm going to sleep, it's too late." The woman scowled and was about to curse, but when she looked up and saw her, it was as if she had suddenly seen a ghost. She hastily lowered her head and shrunk her neck as she walked towards the side door. When the woman stealthily walked to the door and closed it, she didn't forget to sneak a glance at Arbor. She was almost scared out of her wits by what she saw. She saw that Miss Xiao really was like a ghost as she stood in front of the side door. The woman's heart almost stopped from fright when she met Xiao Mu's cold and desolate eyes through the door crack that wasn't very wide. Bang! The woman forcefully closed the door with both hands and hastily fastened the latch. Afterwards, she panted heavily for air and subconsciously raised her sleeve to wipe the cold sweat on her forehead before slowly turning around. She then widened her eyes in horror as she looked at Arbor, who was standing in front of her and staring at her expressionlessly. Bang! The woman's legs turned to jelly from fright, and she leaned against the door, almost collapsing on the ground. Barely propping herself up, the woman trembled as she leaned against the door. She looked in horror at the little stoic in front of her and stammered, Miss, trespassing into other people's homes, what are you doing? You know me?" The woman hurriedly shook her head like a rattledrum. "You don't know me, but you look like you've seen a ghost?" Arbor's eyes revealed this meaning, but he didn't feel like speaking. However, the woman clearly wasn't a smart person like Mo Lian or Duan Yu. She simply couldn't understand the little girl's gaze. She shuddered as she moved closer to the door. She stammered, "Since you, miss, if there's nothing else, please leave first." Arbor glanced at her suspiciously. He looked at her several times until the woman's heart was about to leap out of her chest. Humph. The little girl pursed her lips in boredom and turned around to pass through the inner wall. This time, the woman finally saw clearly. No wonder this little girl was like a ghost and silently stood behind her. It turned out that she had passed through the estate's wall. Startled, the woman hurriedly got up and ran towards the inner court. Madam. The middle-aged woman ran to the entrance of the inner courtyard and stood there, repeatedly calling inside. The door to the side room was pushed open with a creak, and a pretty maid with a round face walked out from inside. She glared at the biddy and said impatiently, "Why are you shouting outside the door? Don't you know that madam is busy? This old servant has something important to report to madam. I'll have to trouble Miss Kai Hui to inform them." The round-faced panner girl, Kai Hui, couldn't help but sneer when she heard this. "If you have something to say, just say it to me. Madam doesn't have so much free time to see a doorkeeper like you. What's with the noise?" A woman with a snow-white complexion and slender fingers walked out of the house. Beside her was a muscular man with a bare upper body. The biddy blushed slightly, and she promptly knelt down and saluted, "Greetings, madam. This old servant has something important to report to madam." This old servant saw the crown princess just now. The originally indifferent madam of the State Security Bureau was abruptly startled, and her entire body tensed up reflexively. "What did you say? Who did you see?" "The crown princess," the old woman hurriedly said. Then, she glanced at Madame Goen fawningly and said with a grin, "But don't worry, madam. This old servant has already sent that little crown princess away. How did you send her away? Madame Gowan sized her up suspiciously. The stoic-faced crown princess wasn't that easy to send away. Madame Gowan vigilantly had the man beside her use his spiritual perception to search the surroundings. After confirming that there were no strangers lurking nearby, she sighed in relief. You did very well. Madame Gowan nodded. Kai Hui, give her 5 spirit coins as a tip. Yes. The old maidservant took the reward and left while thanking her profusely. She even thought to herself, fortunately, I saw that portrait in Madame's court before. That's how I recognized this stoic-faced young crown prince consort at a glance. Speaking of which, she had only caught a glimpse of her from afar. At that time, Madame was throwing iron darts in the small court, and there was a portrait hanging on the target. Later on, she secretly asked the old woman in the same area and learned who the portrait was. Fortunately, she had a good memory. If she continued to tangle with the little stoic crown princess, who knew what would happen in the future? Perhaps it would really arouse the suspicion of this stoic-faced crown princess, and she would come in to investigate regardless. If she ruined Madame's plans because of her, Madame definitely wouldn't easily forgive her. That old woman cracked a smile and continuously tossed a spirit coin in her hand as she left with a chuckle. However, she didn't know that not long after she left, a person appeared on the treetop. Arbor knitted his small brows tightly and raised his hand to scratch his small head. In truth, she originally didn't want to meddle in this matter, but she didn't expect. Xuanxuan's crow's beak really hit the nail on the head. She had worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Judging from Madame Gowan's sneaky behavior, she definitely didn't do anything good. Perhaps the Qin family's 5th young master and Ming Bao were abducted by this Madame Gowan. No one knew when she came to the Wind Thunder City. Her whereabouts were quite strange. She actually managed to hide from the Crown Prince's spies outside the Wind Thunder City. Arbor didn't know that the Madam of the National Security Agency had deliberately disguised herself before setting off for the Wind Thunder City. She kept a very low profile along the way and didn't cause any commotion. The carriage she used was also very simple. She didn't even use the main entrance when she left the imperial capital. If it weren't for the old woman's guilty conscience and dodging after seeing the arbor, she wouldn't have aroused Miss Chia's suspicion. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. Why did this Madam of the National Security Agency come to the Wind Thunder City instead of being a proper wife in the imperial capital? Did she catch 5th young Master Qin on the spur of the moment, or did she come here specially? This small courtyard was not very big, so Arbor only casually walked around the courtyard and found the 5th young master tied to the bed in a small room. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Mr. Jojo wouldn't have known that the Madam of the National Security Agency had such a weird hobby. She liked to tie men up on the bed. What kind of hobby was this? Arbor glanced through the window and saw that the 5th young master's expression seemed to be in extreme pain. It was obvious that he had been drugged. Miss Chow blinked and associated it with the previous incident where she treated the 5th young master. Could it be that the filthy aphrodisiac powder was also administered by this talented Madam of the National Security Agency? Sir Jojo floated in through the window and silently arrived beside the large bed. Looking at Qin Xiu's pained appearance for a long while, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his head slightly. He felt a light bulb flash through his mind. Oh. No wonder Madame Gua the Goan Madame called out young Sir Qin on the spot at the palace banquet last time when she gave her a beautiful dream. As it turned out, she was thinking of this 5th young Sir Qin back then. That wasn't right either. The little girl tilted her head and associated it with Madame Gua the Goan Madame's disgraceful behavior back then. It seemed like she was doing something with several Qin young Sir Qin, not just fooling around with this 5th young Sir Qin in the fantasy realm. This Madame Gua the Goan Madame wasn't afraid of dying from a loss of blood. When the little stoic thought of this, she couldn't resist pursing her lips in disdain. 5th young Sir Qin abruptly opened his eyes, which were brimming with bloodlust and hatred. When his gaze landed on the little stoic, he was instantly dumbfounded. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, so he opened his eyes with all his might. When he discovered that expressionless stoic face was still standing at the head of her bed and looking at him, he couldn't resist saying hoarsely, "Save me, save me. 1,000,000 spirit coins and a stalk of tearless grass." The little stoic didn't have any extra expression on her face, and her tone was indifferent, as if she was making a deal with him. Fifth young Sir Qin was slightly taken aback, and then he nodded with all his might with reddened eyes. Arbor replied with an "oh" before reaching out to pull him up from the bed. The dagger in her palm directly chopped off several ropes binding him. Her movements were extremely rough, without the slightest regard for whether a person without any cultivation could withstand her strength. Xianxia couldn't describe his feelings. He actually knew from the start that this stoic face was a heartless and cold-blooded person. Back then, the reason why she saved him was because Physician Chang repeatedly begged her and even offered a large sum of money. Arbor lowered her head to glance at this fifth young sir before swaggering outside while carrying him. You were poisoned with 8 types of X drugs last time. Was it the Ministry of the Goans doing? Fifth young Sir Qin's expression was rather indignant. He was a grown man, yet he was being held in her hands like a little chick. Not to mention that he couldn't get over his embarrassment, he couldn't bear it mentally either. Moreover, her extremely puzzled expression was a little glaring. He didn't believe that Lingu wouldn't have told her the truth when she saved him in Langfang previously. How could he have never mentioned the name of the Madam of the National Security Agency? It was obvious that she had forgotten. Or perhaps it should be said that she didn't take the matter of saving him, Fifth Qin, to heart at all. After she was done, she completely forgot about him, seeing that he pursed his lips and didn't speak. Arbor didn't bother to ask any more. Anyway, her relationship with the Qin family was just like that. The Qin family's fifth young master was a good-for-nothing. If he had the ability, he might be as bad as his second brother. Arbor felt annoyed as he carried him. When he exited the room, he coincidentally bumped into Madam of the National Security Agency. Madame Goen was so nervous that her whole body trembled. She subconsciously hid behind the strong man beside him. Subsequently, she felt that her cowardice was truly a bit outrageous. You, why are you here? Madame Goen's voice resounded in the small courtyard. You're trespassing on private property. Arbor sneered at her. If you're unconvinced, come fight me. Madame Goen instantly retreated several steps. F*CK, 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 F*CK. Madame Goen repeatedly cursed in her heart. However, when she recalled that damnable ugliness at the palace banquet last time, which caused her to not dare to leave the house for more than half a month, she inexplicably felt apprehensive when she saw Arbor now. This lass was truly sinister, so she really didn't dare to confront her directly again. Arbor, I am warning you. Madame Goen inwardly shuddered and couldn't resist scolding. You immediately put him down. Let's go our separate ways. Hurry and leave, I'll treat it as if I never saw you. I.O. Before Madame Goen could finish her sentence, she was startled by Arbor, who suddenly flashed forward and hastily retreated several steps. How can you be so shameless? Arbor expressionlessly looked at her and said, Fifth young Sir Qin doesn't seem to like you, so why do you keep pestering him? Madame Goen was so angry that her face flushed red, and she couldn't resist roaring, What the hell do you know? He's already mine now. Fifth young sir is just shy by nature and isn't good at expressing himself. Arbor instantly loosened his grip, and fifth young sir felt like he was a pile of trash that the little girl threw away. When she peeked at him, it was as if she was looking at a pile of dirt, and she even hastily took out a small white handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her hands. Humiliation and anger instantly flashed past fifth young sir's eyes, and he exerted all his strength to move his limp limbs, but he felt powerless all over. Don't listen to her nonsense. Fifth young sir couldn't help but panic when he saw the little girl's cold expression and how she was about to leave. He reached out to grab a ribbon on her skirt and struggled with all his might. She's talking nonsense. I don't know what the hell you two are doing. The little girl looked impatient and disinclined to care. You guys settle it yourselves. She still had to hurry and find her Lien, so how could she have the leisure to fool around with this bunch of idlers? Why you can't, cough, cough. I was caught by her. She caught me. Why you clearly know. Fifth young Master Qin was so infuriated that his entire body was trembling. He was infuriated at this young lady's aloofness and decisiveness, and he was also infuriated that he didn't have any cultivation and was just a piece of trash. He was like a fish on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Wah! He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, which formed a dark red puddle on the ground. The little stoic halted her steps and lowered her head to glance at him. When she saw that this person was truly so infuriated that his entire body was trembling, she couldn't help but pace back and forth in irritation. In the end, she still felt apologetic, so she bounced back and picked up the fifth young master again. The little stoic expressionlessly shouted at Madame Gua, "Scram!" Madame Goen was furious and couldn't help but curse, "Stoic face, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Men!" As soon as Madame Goen gave the order, 4 or 5 people who looked like secret guards immediately flew behind her. Arbor glanced at her and snorted. "You think you can stop me with just a few small fries? Aren't you too naive? What big words!" Madame Goen sneered coldly, "Take him down. Be careful of her poison." Arbor tossed fifth young Sir Chin to the side again and summoned that black ferrule from his conscience. Several small blue flames whizzed in the direction of the secret guards. "The current update time is in the middle of the night, so you guys can come and watch during the day. I'm too sleepy, so I'll sleep first. A little spiritual master dares to be so arrogant in front of us." Before she could finish her sentence, one of the blue spiritual cleansing flames burned in front of Madame Goen. Madame Goen was enraged, and she waved her sleeve, wanting to brush away that leaping blue spiritual cleansing flame. However, that flame suddenly emitted sparks in front of her, and the intensity of the fire instantly soared. Caught off guard, Madame Goen jumped in fright. Fortunately, that robust man beside her was sharp-sighted and nimble, pulling her into his embrace and using his muscular arm to block that blue spiritual cleansing flame. Arbor focused her gaze and saw that black spirit armor had formed on that man's arm. The blue spiritual cleansing flame couldn't burn through this man's spirit armor and only wrapped around the outer layer for a few seconds before quietly vanishing. Madame Goen was unable to restrain her anger. She was a level 12 great spiritual master, but she was always so defeated in front of this little girl. This little girl clearly looked like a low-level little spiritual master, so why did she feel like her attacks were so swift and fierce? She couldn't help but feel a bit vindictive. Her desire to kill this little girl grew stronger and stronger. She was calculating. If she could kill this brat here without anyone noticing, she would be able to do so. It shouldn't be to the extent of being immediately discovered by the crown prince, right? As long as she acted quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately, she could send people to clean up the traces here afterwards. Madame Goen's gaze was ruthless and gloomy as she stared at Arbor and said word by word, "Immediately scram from this courtyard and treat it as if nothing happened, and I can still let you off." Fifth young Master Chin, who had been thrown to the ground by the little girl, couldn't stop trembling. He had already prepared for the worst, which was that the little girl would throw him away without a second word. In that case, he would have no way to survive. Rather than being humiliated by this hateful old woman, he might as well show his sincerity by dying. Miss Chiao responded to Madame Goen's words by slapping her across the air. This was simply King awesome. Fifth young Master Chin, who had fallen to the ground, looked at Miss Chiao in a daze. Then, he barely supported his limp body and crawled back a few steps. What a joke. When has my Arbor ever retreated without a fight? Sir Jojo's heart also burned with true fury. She couldn't be more clear about Madame Goen's gaze. This woman actually had killing intent towards her. Since that was the case, why should she be polite and talk nonsense with her? Just kill them. At this time, the anger and resentment in Goen's heart had reached its peak. That slap just now had really made her lose all her face. With the new and old hatred added together, the anger in Goen's heart burned fiercely. If he didn't do it, he would go all the way. He hardened his heart and shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Get rid of this bitch right now." Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. They were well aware of the true identity of the little girl in front of them. Get rid of the crown princess. It felt good to make a move now, but what about after that? After the crown princess was taken care of, would things really end like this? After the crown prince lost his beloved wife, what terrible things would he do? When the time came, who would bear the consequences? One of the secret guards took a deep breath, cupped his hands and said to Madam, please reconsider. Now that His Highness the Crown Prince had the Purple Forest Guard in his hands on the surface, who knew how many forces he had in secret? Could he easily act as he pleased? If the Crown Princess lost a strand of hair, His Highness the Crown Prince probably wouldn't take things lying down. Goen was usually a coward, but she was too angry today. She was so angry that she wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with Arbor. Now that she was reminded by the secret guard, she also felt a little regretful. But the order had already been given. If she repeated it in 3 seconds, would she still want her face as Madame Goen? She turned her head and glared at the secret guard in front of her fiercely and shouted angrily, "Are you not even going to listen to my orders?" There was a hint of threat in her fierce eyes. Their lives were firmly in her hands. Don't forget that when they became secret guards, they had all handed over a wisp of their life souls to her. This also meant that no matter how high these people achieved in the future and how far they could go, even if they broke through the deity realm or even reached the transcendent realm, they would still only be her servants. She held all of their lives in her hands. If she wanted them to live, they would live. If she wanted them to die, they would die. This was no joke. Although the secret guard's face was covered, his body stiffened slightly. Madame Goen looked at them with a smug expression. "Why aren't you attacking?" The 5 secret guards surrounded Arbor and gritted their teeth. They could only accept the order and go forward to besiege her. Each of them summoned a large spirit beast beside them and pounced over without any explanation. Arbor's expression was calm. There was no anger. They were just serving their own masters. Since these people were working for Madame Goen, they naturally accepted her orders immediately. However, since they chose to attack her, she was not a good-natured person. She would show mercy and let them go. Since they were standing on the opposite side, then, it was either you die or you die. Arbor looked coldly at these secret guards who had summoned their spirit beasts and rushed forward. She muttered, "Rustle, rustle." The soil under her feet immediately rolled up. For a moment, the ground that was originally paved with bricks bulged up. With that, a giant pincer suddenly emerged from the ground and snapped the neck of one of the spirit beasts. The secret guard who was closely related to the spirit beast did not understand what was going on at that time. He felt a surge of pain in his consciousness and spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion also withered. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. What kind of monster was this? It killed a spirit beast as soon as it appeared. What a powerful combat strength! The giant sand scorpion's huge head popped out from under the tumbling rocks. It waved its pincers and swept towards the limbs of a spirit beast next to it. The spirit beast was clearly frightened by its imposing manner. It spread its 4 hooves and cried out in alarm as it hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard. Arbor stared coldly at the people in front of him. He waved his hand and smirked. Everyone only heard rustling sounds coming from all directions, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. "What is it?" Madame Goen couldn't help but cry out, tightly clinging to the arm of the man beside her. "Scorpion, scorpion! There are so many scorpions!" One of the hidden guards lost his composure and cried out in panic. Madame Goen turned around to take a look. Goosebumps instantly appeared on her skin, and her scalp became slightly numb. Countless sand scorpions, each about the size of an adult's fist, crawled out of the small courtyard from all directions. 5th young Master Qin's scalp also exploded. He was still sitting on the ground right now. What if these scorpions couldn't differentiate between friend and foe? As it turned out, 5th young master was truly overthinking things. Seeing those little things swiftly crawling around him, 5th young Master Qin's eyes revealed slight astonishment. It turned out that these scorpions could really distinguish between friend and foe. In reality, those scorpions might not be large in size, but each of them was a spirit beast that had awakened intelligence, so they naturally understood the giant sand scorpion's commands. Seeing that the scorpion swarm was about to spread to their feet, Madame Goen started panicking. She tightly clutched the man's arm and shrieked, "What do we do? What do we do now? Madam, the situation is not in our favor. We had better retreat first," that man hastily said. What kind of joke was this? If they were caught in the scorpion swarm, who knew if they would be gnawed until not even a bone would be left? Madame Goen was already panicking to the max at this time, so she nodded when she heard this. She directly pulled that robust man and turned around, abandoning her armor and leaving. The sand scorpion swarm engulfed several spirit beasts that were relatively slow to escape like a tide. After the scorpion swarm had spread, only a few spirit beast skulls were left on the ground. Miss Chow stood in the middle of the scorpion swarm, looking indifferently at Madame Goen, who had escaped in a crooked manner and had to activate several teleportation talismans in succession before finally escaping the scorpion swarm's encirclement. A cold glint flitted across her eyes. At this time, Madame Goen was wiping her cold sweat as she heaved a sigh of relief while repeatedly panting. Thankfully, these things weren't too fast. They didn't catch up. The robust man nodded. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the back of her neck, and he said in a slightly trembling voice, "Madam, don't move." Madame Goen glanced at him in confusion. Seeing that his gaze was fixed on her, she couldn't help throwing him a coquettish glance. "Idiot, what are you staring at me for?" Madame Goen glanced at her figure narcissistically, and she suddenly caught a glimpse of a small black snake from the corner of her eye. She turned around in horror. The little black snake, which had been lying softly on the back of her collar, suddenly raised its head and tried to bite her nose. Ah! Madame Goen let out an extremely tragic shriek. Far away in the small courtyard, fifth young Master Qin couldn't help but shudder slightly. The old woman's scream was too tragic. It was as if she had been stung by a bee's tail. Her scream was earth-shattering. Xiaomu fished out some medicinal powder and sprinkled it among the small scorpions. Those scorpions seemed to be overjoyed, and they all swarmed forward, crawling in and out around Xiaomu in layers. Fifth young Sir Qin couldn't help shuddering, only feeling that the little lady before him was simply abnormal. Miss Chow expressionlessly fed the little scorpions before returning them to Shaji planet. The giant sand scorpion crawled over and obediently lay down beside Arbor. The scorpion's head, which should have been very ferocious, now seemed to be engraved with the word obedient. When fifth young Master Qin saw this scene, he couldn't help but raise his head again to glance at Arbor. Arbor happened to look in his direction and muttered, "Troublesome." He took a few steps forward and threw a bottle of liquid medicine on him. Fifth young master spent a lot of effort, but he still couldn't pull the cork off that bottle of liquid medicine. It was truly because he had been on tenterhooks for most of the night after Madame Goen brought him here, and he was mentally and physically exhausted. On top of that, he had been fed bone-softening powder and drugged with aphrodisiac earlier, so his body was already in a half-crippled state. Now, he couldn't even open a tiny medicine bottle. Fifth young Master Qin subconsciously clenched his fist tightly, not even noticing that his fingers had left bloody marks on his palm. Arbor glanced at this person in a bad mood and muttered troublesome again. The little fellow walked up and bent down to snatch that medicine bottle from his hand. She directly pulled out the cork and squatted next to him. She turned his flushed face around with one hand and very roughly poured the medicinal liquid into his mouth with the other. The Zithershow's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that the little lady's ice-cold hand was actually a bit frightening. "Take half a bottle of antidote a day, and take it for 2 days." After Miss Chow expressionlessly said this, she picked fifth young Master Qin up from the ground. "Don't forget the 1,000,000 spirit coins and tearless grass." Fifth young Master Qin was filled with displeasure, and he raised his head with difficulty to glance at her. "You. Why do you dislike me? Because I'm a cripple?" He could tell that the little stoic was completely blunt with him, and it could even be said that she simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. This attitude was completely different from how she spoke to people like Xianxia. Even though her eternally unchanging stoic expression seemed to be frozen in time, he could clearly tell that whether it was her conversational attitude or tone, it was vastly different from Xianxia and the rest. "What does it have to do with me whether you're a cripple or not?" Miss Chow irritably retorted. She couldn't be bothered to meddle in their Qin estate's affairs. If she hadn't happened to run into them today, she wouldn't have gone to look for them at all. To put it bluntly, the Qin estate's 5th Qin and Ming province's Mingbao had nothing to do with her at all. Arbor lowered his head to glance at the person in his hand and creased his brows in displeasure. So troublesome, he still had to carry this person back to the academy to exchange for mission points. Fortunately, this trip wasn't completely fruitless. At least, he managed to capture the naughty tree seed fragments. Just as Arbor walked out of the courtyard with 5th Qin, he bumped into eldest young Sir Qin, who had come after hearing the news. Eldest young master was stunned at first, but then he smiled like a flower and waved the small fan in his hand. "Aya, my Jojo, it's a small world indeed. The two of us are really fated." Arbor rolled his eyes at him. He wanted to walk around him, but when he saw the person in his hand, he hurriedly threw him over. I'll return it to you. Xiaomu didn't say anything else and turned to leave after throwing him out. Remember to settle the account by tomorrow. Fifth young master Qin's complexion was a bit dark, and he only managed to stabilize himself after his eldest brother reached out to support him. When he turned around, he could only see the back of the little fellow's head. What a heartless and callous fellow. Fifth young Sir Qin gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. All he could see was that bit of spirit coins. Oh my Jojo, why are you running so fast? Eldest young Sir Qin blinked, and his figure flashed as he caught up to Arbor's footsteps. Subsequently, he reached out to stop her. A chance encounter is better than an invitation. See, our fate isn't shallow. How about this, let's have a meal together. Who wants to have a meal with you? Arbor looked at eldest young Sir expressionlessly. I've been fasting recently. Impossible. Eldest young Sir shook his head vigorously. You can't do without 3 meals a day. Arbor. This person in front of her was really asking for a beating. Madame Jojo felt an itch in her little hands. As though he had seen through her intentions, eldest young Master Qin deliberately took a few steps forward and grinned in front of Arbor. Jojo, look. In any case, we're from the same star domain. Don't keep pushing me away like this. Humph. Arbor couldn't be bothered to say anything more to him and slid past him. Unexpectedly, she moved quickly, but this guy Qin Xian was even faster. No matter how she moved, he was like a hot potato that stuck to her hand and couldn't be shaken off. No matter how much she tried to get away from him, he always stayed by her side. The little fellow could see his grinning face when she turned around, and she couldn't resist swinging her little hand at his head. What are you doing? Arbor angrily threw a punch, but eldest young Master Qin hastily reached out to block it. Jojo, you saved our family's old fifth. Eldest young Master Qin said with a smile. I have to show some appreciation, right? No need for appreciation. Miss Chow waved her small hand. Just settle the consultation fee you owe me as soon as possible. Eldest young Master Qin silently twitched his mouth, and he turned to look at his pale-faced fifth brother. Jojo, look at Xiao's current condition. It's not good. You can't leave him to die. Let's find a place to sit down and have a meal first, then you can treat him properly. Eldest young Master Qin grinned and winked. Don't worry. I won't shortchange you for a single cent of the consultation fee. Arbor glared at him when she saw that this person refused to let go and had a rascal expression that said, I won't let you go until you treat my fifth brother. Eldest young Master Qin smiled fawningly at her. Jojo, let's go. Eldest young Master Qin flashed to fifth young Master's side and nodded at him to support him. Old Fifth's health hadn't improved ever since he was drugged and tortured by that old fogey from the National Security Agency. He had taken plenty of medicine at home to recuperate, but the results weren't good. Now that he had the opportunity to grab little Jojo and show him to Lao Wu, it was naturally a good thing. Eldest young Master Qin was very confident in Arbor's medical skills. The 3 of them left the alley where the villa was located and circled around to the street. They found a relatively quiet restaurant and walked in. Arbor checked Qin Xiao's pulse expressionlessly and then said, just take the medicine I gave you on time. Really? Eldest young Sir Qin sat on the side, propping up his chin with one hand as he gazed unblinkingly at the little stoic. He said with a grin, Jojo, my fifth brother was previously assassinated by that old woman from the state security. You know how many kinds of drugs you have in your body? Fifth young Master Qin's handsome face flushed red, and he turned his head to look at his big brother who didn't watch his mouth. Was he really his biological brother? Sir Jojo's face was cold. He sat upright and still and said expressionlessly, I don't understand. Eldest young Master Qin, fifth young Master Qin glanced speechlessly at his elder brother. Eldest brother. Last time at Langfang, she was the one who helped. Eldest young Master Qin turned to look at his younger brother. Ah, that's right, Physician Chang also mentioned it to me last time. Xiaojiao was the one who cured you in Langfang. Then that's it. Jojo must be very familiar with your illness. Jojo, how do you think my fifth brother's illness needs treatment to be completely eradicated? Arbor glared at him impatiently. Why are you so long-winded? I already said that he only needs to finish taking the medicine I gave him, and he'll be completely cured. Why did he have to ask the same question again and again? He was simply trying to find a topic to talk about. The little fellow felt that her saliva was about to dry up from explaining to this person. It was incredibly annoying. She picked up a cup of tea and took a sip before continuing expressionlessly. The messy medicinal powder in your younger brother's body has already been neutralized, so it won't cause him any major harm in the future. On the other hand, his internal organs have accumulated quite a bit of cold, heat, and evil qi. It hasn't been accumulated for a long time. He should take more licorice and other things and train his body. He shouldn't look so weak that he'll be blown away by a gust of wind. Bones and muscles can all be trained. Even if he's just a mortal, it's essential to strengthen the body. If he's this weak, it'll be difficult for him to even leave behind a descendant. Could it be that he wants to be an embroidered pillow that looks good on the outside but is useless? Pfft, ugh, cough, 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 cough. Eldest young Sir Qin choked on his tea and lowered his head to cough violently several times. On the other hand, fifth young Sir Qin, who was sitting on the side, was alternately stifled and agitated by Arbor's words. His pair of beautiful, moist eyes stared fixedly at Arbor, so angry that he was speechless. Not only was this young lady savage, but she also had a venomous tongue. She spoke for half a day and insulted him from beginning to end. One moment, she said he was weak, and the next moment, she said he was an embroidered pillow. She was openly and covertly insulting him. Also, she was a young lady, yet she talked about a man's descendant with an expressionless face. Didn't she think it was too much? Arbor glanced indifferently at the fifth young sir and took out a small box the size of a ring from his pocket. He pushed it in front of the fifth young sir and turned to ask the eldest young sir, "Do you have white maple in your family other than tearless grass? Take out some if you have it. This walnut pill isn't for sale to the outside world." The little stoic said expressionlessly, "It can nourish the blood, nourish the marrow, and strengthen the muscles and bones. It's suitable for you." In the end, she still wanted him to nourish his body. Was he that weak in her eyes? The fifth young master was so angry that he was speechless. Eldest young master's mouth twitched. He took out several herbs from his inner world and placed them in front of Arbor. The little stoic reached out to take them and unceremoniously accepted them all. She glanced at eldest young master and felt that she had taken many things from him. Then, she kindly asked fifth young master, "Do you want the dragon tendon bone repairing pill?" The fifth young master was enraged. Scram. On the side, eldest young Sir Qin couldn't help but cover his face. My God, his gentle and elegant fifth brother was actually angered by a little girl to the point of spouting such malicious words. There was really no one else like him, humph. The little stoic snorted coldly and then stood up to stride away. The eldest young master hurriedly stood up as well. He stopped the little girl and said with a smile, "Jojo, let's eat before you leave. Don't be angry. Things haven't been going well for our fifth brother recently, and he's not in a good mood." "I'm in an even worse mood." Sir Jojo grumpily turned his small head away, but then his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw Emolien's figure appear at the restaurant's entrance extremely quickly and arrive in front of them in less than a second. Sir Jojo happily bounced to his side. "Lien, where did you go just now? You still dare to talk about it?" Emolien was enraged at the mention of this. That fragment little four was truly a good-for-nothing. Not only did he throw him out of the boundary, but he was also thoughtless enough to directly throw him out of Windthunder City, F***ck. He made him run all the way back and even wasted some time. Arbor raised his hand to touch his handsome face that was somewhat frozen from the cold wind the entire way. Seeing his dark face, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where did little four throw you to?" "Outside the city." Arbor blinked. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you." Emolien nodded, feeling a bit angry when she thought of that swindler. Greetings to the Crown Prince. As soon as Emolien turned around, she met Xianxia's spurious gaze, and she immediately became displeased. Why was this guy here? It couldn't be that he harbored some unrealistic thoughts about his wifey, right? Emolien reflexively grasped Arbor's small hand tightly. She looked at Xianxia and Xianxia with a cold face, then her gaze paused on Xianxia, and she asked in surprise, "Jojo, you found fifth Qin?" "That's right." Arbor nodded his small head. I found him by chance not long after we came out of the boundary. Mo Lian recalled Qi Xuanxuan's previous words and felt that her Qiao was indeed an extremely lucky person. Jojo, then you can go to the mission center to exchange your points after we return. Mo Lian grasped his small hand. Let's go back to the academy. Since they found him, there was naturally no need to stay in the inner city. Fifth young master Qin pursed his lips and didn't say anything, but his gaze swept over Mo Lian very coldly. As expected, in these people's eyes, he, a good-for-nothing, was merely an item needed to provide mission points. The little stoic was greedy and sharp-tongued, but most importantly, she was vain. Looking at it now, this stoic face's taste wasn't that great. She probably followed the crown prince because of his noble status and wanted to curry favor with him. The little stoic was disinclined to care about what fifth young master Qin was thinking. Her husband pulled her small hand, and the two of them walked towards the staircase. Qin Xian sighed and looked at the backs of the two people as they left. His gaze was somewhat complicated. I want to eat wontons. Mo Lian lowered her head and smiled at her. I'll cook it for you when we get back. Sir Jojo nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, by the way, did that holy Sun Mi Yen say when he will set off for the secret realm? 3 days later. Mo Lian smiled. Do you want to fuse with the fragment Little Four? Arbor shook his head. Let Little Four play for a while. Whether it wants to merge with Cho Cho or not, it's up to it. Mo Lian raised her hand and stroked her little head. The Sun Moon Temple is near the Red River Canyon. We have to take the water route to get there. Just the Du Chunjiang alone will take about a day's journey. Flying is naturally prohibited above the Du Chunjiang. Arbor immediately looked at him curiously and asked, why is it prohibited from flying? Mo Lian shook his head. I don't know. It's been like this for years. Some people also say that it's because there are mortals in the river with boundless magic power living under the water. If cultivators who pass by dare to use their spiritual power to forcefully ascend into the air, they will be destroyed without a trace. Arbor curiously followed Mo Lian out of the restaurant, and the two of them headed for the Royal Academy. Before they could walk 2 steps, Arbor suddenly stopped and shouted, oh no, I forgot to bring my points back. What points? Wait for me. Arbor's figure flashed, and he once again returned to that small restaurant. In less than a few seconds, Arbor ran out with a person in her arms, and our dear Qin Xian chased after her, both amused and exasperated. Jojo, you can't be like this. Eldest young Sir Qin wordlessly followed after her and reached out to rescue fifth young Sir Qin, whose complexion had darkened. Prince Mo's handsome face also darkened, and he hugged the little fellow to his side while kicking fifth young Sir Qin in passing. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xian hastily pulled his younger brother back and dodged that kick. Then, he glared at Prince Mo and said irritably, Your Highness, my younger brother is only a mortal. How can he end up well after you kick him? Sir Qiao Qiao took a step forward and said seriously, Are you thinking of robbing our Sikong Star Battle Team's mission points? Qin Xian was even more speechless. No. Don't worry, you're the one who earned the points. I absolutely won't interfere. Hey, no one's fighting with you over it. Arbor nodded and extended a fair and tender small hand with a serious expression that said I have to bring the points back. If it weren't for the little stoic's expression being too serious, the 3 men would have thought she was joking. It turned out that this little fellow was serious. She seriously wanted to bring the points back to the academy. Mo Lian's eyebrows twitched, and she coughed lightly and said, Actually, 5th Qin only needs to report to the mission center after returning. There really isn't a need to trouble your dainty hand to carry him back to the academy. Lady Qiao Qiao blinked her eyes and retracted her hand. She then looked at the 3 of them with an expressionless face. Her face was serious and serious. Oh. If it weren't for his 5th brother's truly ugly expression, eldest young Sir Qin would have burst into laughter. This little thing was still so amusing. At this time, Arbor also realized that she had made a blunder, but her stoic face absolutely wouldn't let others see any trace of vexation. The next day, Lingga dragged a large cart full of spirit coins to the entrance of Donglin Garden. She instructed the servants to move boxes of spirit coins from the cart and pile them up in the courtyard. When Xiaomu came out, she saw that the entire courtyard was piled up to the brim. The little fellow casually flipped through them and turned to look at Ling Ge, who was looking up at the sky. Why did you send so many? In terms of medicinal ingredients, eldest young master Xianxia had given her enough yesterday. All that was left was 1,000,000 spirit coins. So, he decided to pay them off. At this time, the things piled up in her courtyard were priceless gems and jade wares, expensive calligraphy and paintings, precious Lingji mushrooms, and so on. There were hundreds of spirit coin chests, which added up to about 4 to 5 million spirit coins. Arbor glanced at Ling Ge and did not say anything. He took the 1,000,000 spirit coins and turned around to leave. Hey, wait a moment. Ling Ge couldn't help but call out to her. She pointed at the other chests on the ground and said, "These are all gifted to you by my young master, I only take what I deserve." Xiaomu threw down this sentence and entered the room by herself, not paying any more attention to him. After Ling Ge returned with her head drooped, she told fifth young Sir Qin everything that had happened. Fifth young Sir was so angry that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. This girl was pretending in front of him, she clearly loved money, but she didn't want it when he gave it to her. Fifth young Sir was fuming inside. When Ling Ge asked him with trepidation, "Young Sir, how should we deal with these?" Fifth young Sir sneered. "Burn them all." Although Ling Ge had a pained expression, since the young master had spoken, she could only do as he said. There were so many good things, such as Lingji mushrooms and snow lotuses. Sigh, the young master actually burned them all in a fit of anger. In the end, it was all that stoic-faced girl's fault. She should have just accepted them properly. Ling Ge secretly raised her eyes to glance at the fifth young master. Seeing him enter with a cold expression, the door to the side room was tightly shut with a bam. At the same time, in a private residence in the inner city, Madame Goen's ear-piercing curses could be heard. The maidservant Kai Hui pushed open the door with fear and trepidation. She was almost hit by a cup that flew straight at her. She quickly knelt on the ground and cried, "Madam, madam, please calm down. Why is it only you? Where's Kai Hui? Where did she go? I asked her to cook some bird's nest porridge. Why is she still missing? Is it because my words no longer have any effect now?" Kai Hui shuddered and quickly went forward on her knees to curry favor. "Madam, don't be angry. Later, Kai Hui will go to the small kitchen to take a look." "Why aren't you going?" Madame Goen roared angrily. Kai Hui shuddered and didn't dare to say anything. She quickly got up from the ground and walked backward to the door. "Wait," Madame Goen coldly shouted with a gloomy expression. "Yes, madam. Give me the bronze mirror over there," Madame Goen said again with a gloomy expression, unwilling to give up. Just now, she had already taken several kinds of pills to restore her appearance. Thinking about it, it should have taken effect by now. Kai Hui shuddered and quickly advised softly, "Madam, it's better for you to recuperate peacefully now, give it to me." Madame Goen's expression instantly changed, as if she was very dissatisfied with Kai Hui for daring to refute her to her face. Kai Hui quickly crawled over, took out a bronze mirror, and handed it to Madame Goen. Madame Goen took a deep breath and looked at herself in the bronze mirror. She almost fainted from what she saw. His originally tender and fair face was now darker than charcoal, as if he had been roasted in a furnace for several days. It was so dark that it was almost comical. He also had a big red nose with a black malignant tumor growing on the tip of his nose. It was as big as half a finger and was extremely conspicuous. Ah! Madame Goen was so angry that she threw the bronze mirror to the ground and threw everything around her that could be thrown. She couldn't believe that even after her emergency treatment, her face was still affected by the poison. That damned little black snake. Of all the places it could bite, it actually bit her nose. "Arbor, Arbor, I'm going to kill you, Arbor. Arbor." Mrs. Goen screamed as she fell and hit the ground. Her hatred for Arbor had reached its peak. Kai Hui didn't dare to be rash. She stood to the side timidly, not daring to say anything. "What are you waiting for? Invite the best alchemists and alchemists in the city." She wanted to treat her face. How was she going to go out and meet people with such a dark and poisoned face? Yes, yes. Kai Hui hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed out of the door. The current madam was really too scary. She could explode in anger at any time and vent the depression in her heart on any little girl. She didn't want to become that unlucky cannon fodder. 3 days later. Prince Zhang's estate Princess Consort. A young maidservant with a long face and slender eyebrows quickly walked into the main hall and bowed to Shi Yongyan, who was sitting at the head of the table. How is it? Shi Yongyan used a wet handkerchief to lightly wipe the pastry crumbs from the corner of her mouth as she asked with an indifferent gaze. Prince has invited all the famous doctors in the imperial capital, saying that he wants to diagnose young Master Hua. That maidservant cleverly moved forward and lowered her voice to speak to Shi Yongyan. All the famous doctors are helpless. Shi Yongyan sneered indifferently and gently put down the teacup in her hand. She stood up and said, "Let's go to the Hua courtyard to take a look at second young master's condition." A moment later, Shi Yongyan had just stepped into the Hua courtyard with her maidservant Fu Er when they heard loud cries from inside, mixed with Su Shihua's father's angry yell. "Kong are you just going to watch someone beat your younger brother like this? Who exactly is your biological brother? Don't you feel distressed seeing Hua in such a half-dead state?" "No. Bring father into the palace immediately, I want to see His Majesty. I want to explain this situation to His Majesty." Su Shihua's father cursed, "Why can he do whatever he wants just because he's the crown prince? How can he beat my Hua into such a state? Ah, my Hua Shi Yongyan's eyes revealed traces of mockery. This family was truly too amusing. There was actually such a brainless fellow who wanted to enter the palace to reason with His Majesty? "Father." Mo Shikong's tired voice came from inside the room. Shi Yongyan had someone push open the door forcefully. She strode in with her head held high and her back ramrod straight. "Prince, you wouldn't be so muddle-headed as to listen to your father's words and bring him into the palace to see His Majesty and plan to complain about His Highness the Crown Prince, right? Woman, do you have any manners? Why did you come in so rashly?" Su Shitao turned back from the bedside and glared at Shi Yongyan. She had never been on good terms with her sister-in-law. Ever since she, her parents, and her second brother came to the Jing Palace, she felt that she was under her sister-in-law's control. She even had to look at her sister-in-law's face when it came to food, clothing, and other necessities. This made her feel very unhappy every time. Mo Shikong looked at his wife unhappily. "Yongyan, what kind of attitude is this? Your Highness, honest words are unpleasant to the ear and beneficial to your actions. Please don't think that this concubine's words are unpleasant to hear." Shi Yongyan couldn't help but sneer, "If you insist on doing things your own way and insist on bringing father-in-law to the palace to complain, then you'll have no choice but to do so. I'm afraid that you will soon be implicated by your short-sighted father. What kind of person was His Majesty? How could His Majesty be in the mood to listen to you? Moreover, His Highness the Crown Prince was His Majesty's biological son. His biological son, what kind of father would not help his own son and even side with outsiders like them? So what if Su Shihua is dead? Could it be that their Jing Palace was going to risk their lives against His Highness the Crown Prince for a mere Su Shihua? Wasn't this a joke?" Shi Yongyan's gaze coldly stared at Su Shitao. "Younger sister Tao, this matter was completely caused by you. You should properly reflect on yourself. You must not be so willful in the future." Su Shitao's eyes were red with anger. He stomped his feet and shouted, "Eldest brother." Mo Shikong also stared at Shi Yongyan with an unhappy expression. He discovered that she seemed to have changed into a different person today. Her words were blunt and very impolite, making him somewhat embarrassed in front of his parents and younger sister. Shi Yongyan sighed and bowed to Mo Shikong. She said faintly, "Your Highness, please don't mind this concubine's words. Honest words are unpleasant to the ear. This concubine is completely thinking for the sake of your Highness. If today your Highness brought father-in-law into the palace to complain to His Majesty, how do you think His Majesty will deal with this matter?" Mo Shikong pursed his lips and didn't speak. Although he didn't speak, his heart was clearer than anyone else. His Majesty certainly wouldn't say anything. His Majesty secretly loved his son so much that he even gave such an important elite force like the Emperor's shadow guards to the Crown Prince. This was the difference between close and distant relatives. No matter how much Mo Shikong sacrificed and did, in His Majesty's heart, he was different from Mo Lian. Your Highness, we can only use medicine to protect young Master Hua's heart for the time being, and then find a way to help him recuperate. An old doctor who took Su Shihua's pulse said. He injured his natal meridians, and his skin was severely burned by the fire. No one can guarantee whether he can wake up or not. Mo Shikong's face was very ugly. In fact, the words of these old doctors were basically the same as what the old doctors of the Imperial Academy said. This meant that Su Shihua himself couldn't possibly recover to his original state. After all, if it was him, Mo Shikong, who spat out that golden dragon fire, even he might not be able to completely withstand it, let alone Su Shihua, who was extremely arrogant at such a young age. Su Shihua had always thought that his own cultivation was considered outstanding among his peers. Qiaomu had surpassed him and even defeated him effortlessly, making him feel emotionally and physically that he couldn't accept it at all. Your Highness, you also heard the doctor's words just now. I hope you will consider it carefully. Shi Yongqian lowered her eyes. After saying this, she walked out of the door with her servant girl, Fu Er. Su He and his daughter were left angrily staring at Shi Yongqian's back. Eldest brother, look at what sister-in-law said. How can she push all the blame onto me? Su Shitao suppressed his anger and said, this matter was clearly caused by that crown princess. The reason why second brother became like this was also because of her. Enough. Mo Shikong didn't want to listen to Su Shitao's nagging anymore, so he turned to Su He and said, Dad, you heard what Wang Fei said just now. Second brother's current situation is very bad. Forcing him to stay will only add to his pain. Su He wished he could slap his eldest son's face. He glared at Mo Shikong and shouted at him, are you going to leave me to die? It's not like your brother can't be saved. You want to give up the treatment? Father. Mo Shikong knew that with his second brother's current state, his father and the others would definitely cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang themselves, causing the entire Jing mansion to have no peaceful days. His heart was stifled, but he still said, Father, I don't want to give up either, but the problem is that it's useless even if I don't give up. Second brother's injuries have already spread to his entire body, and all his internal organs have been damaged. When Su Shihua's mother, Xianxia, heard this, she started sobbing softly. The more Su He listened to the crying, the more annoyed he became. He shouted at him, shut up. In any case, you must do your best to save Hua. If you can't, then enter the palace and ask His Majesty for the best medicine and the best doctor. Su He said self-righteously, he was beaten by the crown prince. No matter what, His Majesty should do something, I'm sleeping. I'll update tomorrow morning. Around 10:30 when Shi Yongyan received the news, she was almost angered into laughter by this naive eunuch's strange words. She really had the face to force her husband to go to the imperial palace to ask for a pharmacist and medicinal herbs. Could it be that the great emperor really didn't know that this had happened? The great emperor's spies were all over the divine continent. His Highness the Crown Prince had almost beaten Mo Shikong, this good-for-nothing younger brother of his, to death. How could the great emperor not know? The great emperor still hadn't said anything. What did that mean? That meant that he didn't want to care at all. It was hard for this Su He to keep saying that he wanted to go to the great emperor to complain. What did he want to complain about? He wanted to tell the great emperor, Io, your son beat our Su family's child to death. It was simply ridiculous and brainless to the extreme. In front of Shi Yongyan stood two men in black who didn't speak with their hands hanging down. Go. Shi Yongyan said faintly and put the porcelain cup in her hand on the table. A cold light flashed through her eyes. These two bodyguards trained by the Shi family were naturally very obedient to Shi Yongyan's words. The two people quietly came to Hua Courtyard. Looking in from the side room's window, they saw Xianxia crying and sitting by the bed to take care of her son. Su He and Su Shitao were no longer there. Jing Wan should also be in the study at this time. One of them shot out spiritual power from his finger and pointed at Xianxia, this ordinary person. Soon, they floated in through the window and saw Su Shihua lying on the bed like a charcoal on the verge of death. The two of them looked at each other, and then one of them nodded slightly at the other. They quickly walked forward and pulled up the brocade quilt that covered Su Shihua's body, and suddenly pressed it against his face. That bodyguard pressed one hand on Su Shihua's face. At first, Su Shihua didn't have any movement. Later, he slowly began to struggle. He was already burnt to a crisp. his breathing was faint and intermittent. If it wasn't for the doctors forcibly using medicine to keep him alive, he would have already died. At this time, with the brocade quilt on his face, he couldn't even breathe. Su Shihua struggled in the man's hands for less than a minute before he was completely powerless. After another 2 minutes, the Shi family's guard realized that his subordinate was completely motionless. Only then did he slowly loosen his grip and place 2 fingers on Su Shihua's neck to test him. He then turned around and nodded at the other guard. Not long after the two returned to report, before noon, Mo Shikong angrily came to Jing Yuan with a manservant called Xiaobao to find her. As soon as Mo Shikong entered the room, he kicked the coffee table next to him and shouted angrily, "Shi Yongyan, did you do that to Hua?" Shi Yongyan looked at the man in front of her coldly. Princess Consort Jing was originally an average-looking person. In addition, her forehead was narrow and slightly sunken. Her nose was sharp and narrow, but her mouth was quite big. She was born with a mean and ungrateful appearance. No man would be satisfied with such a wife. If it weren't for the Shi family's wealth and influence, King Jing wouldn't have been willing to marry such a wife. In the 3 years since the couple got married, they had always treated each other with respect. This was the first time the couple had met each other with red faces and thick necks. Mo Shikong looked at the woman's face in front of him and a trace of irritation and disgust flashed through his eyes. "Shi Yongyan, do you have no brain? Am I brainless, or is Wang Yi indecisive and doesn't know his limits?" Shi Yongyan looked at Mo Shikong calmly, but a complicated and disappointed look flashed across her eyes. She originally thought that the man she married was just not decisive in his actions, but now it seemed that he was simply soft-hearted and short-sighted. Ever since they found that disgusting family, King Jing's residence had been in a lot of trouble. In fact, she really couldn't understand her husband's thoughts. In terms of blood ties, there was a slight connection. Blood ties were the deepest fetters that couldn't be severed from the beginning. But wouldn't it be ridiculous to talk about how deep blood ties were? King Jing was an orphan since young. He followed Her Majesty the Empress from the age of 3 and was raised by her until he was a little over 10 years old. It could be said that King Jing spent much more time with Her Majesty than Her Majesty's biological son, Mo Lian. Ever since Her Majesty's accident 17 years ago, the entire Divine Prefecture was in turmoil for a period of time. In recent years, Divine Prefecture finally became peaceful, and their days slowly became better. King Jing had been thinking about it since a few years ago and began to search for his family. Family? Shi Yongyan couldn't help but snort. It was simply ridiculous. What kind of family was a parent who could abandon you without hesitation when you were fleeing for your life when you were young? Instead of saying that the Su family brought their children to the imperial capital to search for their family, it was better to say that it was King Jing who sent people to find their family and then brought them over to provide for them. Shi Yongyan really couldn't understand how much affection could there be between these so-called family members who had never lived together since young. However, King Jing was a stubborn person who was foolishly filial to the extreme. "You sent people to deal with my second brother, and now you dare to say such things. Do you really think I'm afraid of your Shi family?" "Your Highness." Shi Yongyan stood up from the chair and looked at him coldly. "Yongyan is doing this for your Highness's sake. That Su Shihua is already in this state, and your Highness still wants to waste manpower, resources, and energy on him? In the end, not only will it be a waste of effort, but it will also drag down our entire residence. What kind of situation does your Highness think our residence is in now? From 3 days ago until now, your Highness, have you calculated how many spirit coins and herbs you have spent on that living corpse? There are so many people in the residence, and the expenses are already high. Your Highness, you also know that ever since you brought second brother and third sister over, the palace's expenses have increased by several times. If it wasn't for this concubine using the dowry stores to supplement the budget, do you think this palace would be able to survive? This is the reason why you sent someone to deal with my second brother." Mo Shikong trembled with anger. "In your eyes, is that money more important than my second brother's life?" Princess Consort Jing used the handkerchief in her hand to wipe the corners of her mouth, and a cold smile appeared on her harsh face. "Yes." The Prince of Jing raised his hand and was about to slap Princess Consort Jing's face. Princess Consort Jing raised her head and looked at him coldly. "If Prince continues to let Su Shihua drag things out, the entire prince's estate will be dragged to death sooner or later. I'm just helping His Highness solve a big problem. Could it be that Prince will really listen to father-in-law's words and enter the palace to ask His Majesty for medicinal herbs and pharmacists for the sake of Su Shihua, this living dead? Everything this concubine does is for the sake of your highness. Your highness insists on going against the crown prince for the sake of the Su family. The gains do not make up for the losses. Presumably, your highness has clearly seen His Highness the crown prince's temper after this period of time. Do you really think that you will have a good time after falling out with His Highness? Shi Yongyan clenched her fists tightly and did her best to control the anger that was swirling in the depths of her heart. There had to be a limit to being brainless, right? Mo Shikong furiously glared at the woman in front of him and suddenly recalled the icy words Mo Lian left behind before leaving. Be Prince Xing properly, be Prince Xing properly, D*MN. Mo Shikong felt repulsed, irritated, and gloomy. His identity as Prince Xing could really be removed at any time, right? Right now, Crown Prince Mo's words were like a sharp sword hanging over his head. It could drop down at any moment and snatch everything away from him, snatch it away. Mo Shikong had difficulty breathing, and his heart was so stifled that it was almost about to explode. He fiercely glared at Shi Yongyan before abruptly flinging his sleeves and turning to leave with large strides. If my parents ask about this matter, you can explain it to them yourself. Princess Consort Xing was so angry that she plopped down on the wooden armchair. Her chest heaved up and down as she panted heavily. In the end, it was her, the wife, who was in the wrong. Could it be that everything she did was not for the sake of Prince Xing and Prince Zheng's estate? On Lady Zhou's end, she naturally did not know that after Mo Shikong brought Su Shihua back to the imperial capital, he went through a lot of trouble to find someone to treat him and caused a great commotion in Prince Zheng's estate. Even if she knew, she would probably just purse her lips and say, it's a waste of effort. As for 7th Yen, this little fellow, although his dragon form was nothing special, his strength absolutely could not be underestimated. The little fellow was still in the late-stage infant stage and had yet to enter the growth stage. If he spat out a mouthful of blazing dragon's breath, he could definitely kill a level 15 great spiritual master. Lady Zhou was completely uninterested in what Prince Zheng's estate was up to. She, Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and the others were ready to set off early in the morning and arrived at the learning area plaza. Leading a row of white-robed priests, Holy Sun Miyan was already standing at the front of the square, on the most eye-catching arena. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he had a compassionate expression on his face. It was as if he was shrouded in holy light just by standing there. Arbor secretly rolled his eyes, then turned to Prince Mo and whispered, "Did they say when they would depart?" Prince Mo knew that the little fellow was a little impatient, and could not help but secretly hold back his laughter, saying softly, "For this trip, other than the two of us, we will also select 30 people from the academy to go with us. We will probably only depart when everyone is present." Little Fatty, who was known for his information, squeezed his way forward and said, "Hey, I heard that there are more than 30 people from our academy." This time, the Sun Moon Temple was especially generous. Not only did they choose 30 people from our academy, but they also chose 30 people from our academy. It seems like they've even selected some students from other academies. In addition, they seem to have selected some people with special talents from the Divine Land and brought them along. Little Fatty rubbed his chin and muttered, "I suspect that this trip will definitely be dangerous. Is everyone here? Let's start the roll call now. Muroxuan. Guixuan. Long Min." On the side, the little priestess added with a grin, "Those whose names are called, please walk to the front." Today's update was at 6 p.m., and the remaining chapters would be updated at 12 p.m. Zhongli Jiwei. Chen Baojia. The young men and women whose names were called each gracefully flew onto the large stage and stood still, their expressions rather complacent. But that was to be expected. To be able to break through the top 30 rankings in the previous arena competition, not only did they have strength, but luck was also indispensable. The little stoic expressionlessly looked at them. When Nether Leopard's name was announced, everyone was stunned and whispered to each other for a while. Soon after, they saw a person jump up from the back of the crowd like a monkey and rapidly run up the large stage. Excuse me. Thank you, excuse me." Mingbao ran up the stage with a grin and cupped his hands at Chen Baojia, Zhongli Jiwei, and the others standing next to him. Chen Baojia swept him a glance and deliberately leaned closer to Zhongli Jiwei, muttering softly, I wonder who he is. Everyone is outside looking for him like a net, but he's actually enjoying the show and doesn't mind it blowing up. Previously, everyone thought that Ming Bao was the same as fifth young master Qin and was abducted while shopping in the inner city. In the end, reality proved that this guy had gone crazy from playing and forgot to return to the academy. Although the vice president had already harshly reprimanded him, the students who went out to look for him were all very gloomy and dissatisfied. They only felt that this guy was too unreliable and didn't know his limits at all. The students of the Divine Province and Songzhou kept muttering in their hearts, as expected, an uncivilized place like Ming Province produces all these baffling talents. His Highness Yasi is coming down, someone called out softly. Everyone's gazes turned to the steps. Arbor and Mo Lian's group were standing in the front row, so Ming Yasi naturally saw them when he passed by. This was Miss Qiao's first time seeing Ming Province's crown prince after returning. Seeing that his complexion was a bit pale, as expected, he looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness. The strangest thing was that one of Ming Yasi's arms also seemed to be broken, and it was still tied up in a sling. Ming Yasi's gaze coldly swept over Mo Lian. Sir Jojo also couldn't resist raising her small head to look at her husband. Earlier, her husband had said that he had left behind a wisp of his divine soul and led a group of hidden guards to cause trouble for Ming Yas. Her husband also said that he would beat Ming Yas up to the point where he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 2 or 3 days. Looking at it now, it was true, although Yas could walk normally now, his arm was still broken. Judging from the state he was in 3 days ago, he might be in an even worse state. Jojo silently retracted his gaze and waited for the priestess to call the 30 students onto the stage. Holy Sun Mayan said reluctantly, Crown Prince of Godly Land and Crown Princess, please come up. The little fellow held her husband's hand and stomped up the arena. She asked impatiently, when are we leaving? They were so long-winded and even held a roll call ceremony. The efficiency of the Sun Moon Temple was really bad. Holy Sun Miyan glanced at her with a fake smile. Then, he ignored the little girl's question and said in a deep voice, in this trip to the Sun Moon Mystic Realm, there are dangers as well as opportunities. There are some things that I want to make clear to everyone before we leave. If everyone is willing to go to the Sun Moon Mystic Realm with the temple, please sign an oath first. I guarantee that if there are any dangers on this trip, I will take full responsibility. Our temple won't take any responsibility. Holy Sun Miyan said coldly. Sure enough, the Sun Moon Temple was crafty enough. They wanted to be a hands-off shopkeeper and not manage the accounts at all. Because among the people heading to the Sun Moon Secret Realm, there were the Crown Prince of the Divine Province, Prince Chen of the Sun Province, and the Crown Prince of the Ming Province, as well as many outstanding disciples from large patrician families. It was hard to guarantee that if something happened to these people, the elders of their families wouldn't vent their anger on the temple because of these disciples. The Sun Moon Temple was naturally not that stupid, nor did they want to directly face the wrath of the emperors of the 3 provinces, so they thought of this method in advance. If they signed an oath, then they would naturally bear the full responsibility if something happened to them, and it would have nothing to do with the temple. Zhongli Jiwei's eyes flickered slightly, and then she said faintly, in that case, even if we encounter danger in the secret realm, the temple won't lend us a helping hand? Chen Baojia also couldn't help but chuckle. The temple truly has a good plan. Sir Jojo took the oath from the temple's priest and glanced at it before throwing it on the ground with a plop. Holy Sun Miyan was infuriated by the little stoic's attitude. Ignoring the priest's tugging, he turned to glare at Jojo. What, you don't want to enter the secret realm? What kind of bull-asterisk oath is this? Xianxia grumpily shouted from the side, what do you mean by life and death in the secret realm, and the temple won't take responsibility if you encounter danger? And this. Those who enter but aren't disciples of the temple can only choose to bring out one secret treasure when they come out of the secret realm. The rest of the treasures must be handed over to the temple. Bah! You're so shameless. Xianxia rolled her eyes and snorted. You want to find people to work for your temple again, but you won't give them any benefits. No one is a freaking fool. Holy Sun Miyan's face darkened, and he said indifferently, after entering the secret realm, life and death are naturally up to fate. This time, the temple isn't only bringing in 32 Royal Academy students. In addition, there are also dozens of students from several different academies in the 3 provinces. In addition, we have recruited many talents from Ming Province, the Divine Province, Song Province, and even several large tribes outside the 3 provinces to enter the secret realm together. After entering, everyone must temporarily obey orders until we give everyone time to act separately. This is not an oath written specifically for a student of the royal school. Holy Sun Miyan says coldly, instead, every non-believer of my shrine has to sign such an oath before entering the secret territory. In other words, if you don't want to sign, then don't go. Everyone had spent so much effort and finally obtained a precious spot. How unwilling would they be to give it up now? Bullshit. The little stoic said indifferently, and everyone's gazes uniformly shifted to her. The little fellow was too lazy to speak, so she tugged at her husband's sleeve. Emo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she still said, the 2 of us are using our spots to exchange for the life of your holy maiden. Don't forget. This oath is not an oath. We will not sign it. Emo Lian said indifferently, if you don't bring us in, then hand over your holy maiden. MHM, kill her. Arbor nodded his small head and said seriously. Holy Sun Miyan was so infuriated by these 2 that his heart and lungs hurt. The rest of the people looked at the Divine Land Crown Prince and the Crown Princess with a strange expression, and they secretly glanced at Holy Sun Miyan's face. Arbor would be stupid to sign that oath. It was clearly written in the oath that she had to hand over all her treasures, and only one could be kept. Bah, how could she hand over the treasure that was in Sir Jojo's pocket? That was just bullshit, although she wasn't sure if this oath would have any binding effect on her galaxy. Why would she take the risk? She and her lotus were the 2 places that the people of the Divine Hall used to buy the lives of the holy nun. She had to figure out what a bunch of muddle-headed guys were thinking. Holy Sun Miyan glared at Arbor angrily. After a while, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, isn't the matter of the holy nun already over? Little Crown Princess turned hostile and stared coldly at Holy Sun Miyan, saying, I don't want to turn the page now. What can you do to me? You. What a load of nonsense. Shut up. Arbor roared at him impatiently, and then shouted into the air, where are the guards of the Crown Princess? Everyone twitched the corners of their mouths inexplicably. Bam. 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 Several figures immediately flew out from their hiding places and stood in a row behind little Crown Princess. Go and return the mining rights contract of Chess Mountain Spiritual Mine to the Divine Hall. By the way, capture that Yaoguang holy nun for me, the Crown Princess. I, the Crown Princess, want her to die right now. Yes. Qi Xianxian, Duan Muqing, and the others expressed their helplessness at the same time. Their Lord Xiao Xiao was truly a strange little fellow. She could really turn hostile without any hesitation, and didn't care about Holy Sun Miyan's old face at all. Holy Sun Miyan only felt that the anger in his chest was about to erupt like a volcano. He looked around and saw that the other 30 people on the stage didn't say anything. Instead, they were all looking at him as if they were watching a show. It seemed that regardless of whether or not any of them had any grudges with the little Crown Princess, everyone's thoughts were the same at this moment. They were all standing by the side of the little Crown Princess who had turned hostile. Holy Sun Miyan took a deep breath. Call them back. Seeing that those one-track-minded hidden guards were really going to capture Yaoguang Saintess, Holy Sun Miyan was so furious that his lungs were about to explode. His mouth trembled as he couldn't help but roar. What? The 2 of you are under special circumstances, so you don't have to sign it. However, the others, oath. Qiaomu hollered at the flabbergasted young priest. The priest's hand trembled, and he quickly handed a new oath to Arbor. The little stoic expressionlessly skimmed through it again. Then, she took out a cinnabar brush from her inner world and circled a few words on that oath before making a cross. You can be responsible for your own life and death, but the others must move together with you and listen to your commands. There's no need for bullshit like that. After entering the secret realm, each of you will act separately. If you can, then you can. If you can't, then, go and capture that Yaoguang Saintess. What are you waiting for? Enough. Holy Sun Miyan tore off that refined and noble appearance of his and roared furiously, if you want to act separately, then so be it. Do you think that the temple has to go with you? You can only take one treasure from the secret realm. This condition absolutely couldn't be reduced. End of the sixth watch. Arbor pursed her small lips and looked at the red-faced Holy Sun Miyan. She humphed and said, ridiculous. She had to argue with Sir Jojo until her face turned red. It was truly too boring. Sir Jojo originally didn't want to insult her, but she had to come to her and beg to be insulted. Holy Sun Miyan's chest felt stifled, and he didn't want to continue looking at the little stoic. After everyone successfully signed that oath, Holy Sun Miyan couldn't resist looking at Arbor and Emolian. The more he looked, the more he found them pleasing to the eye. These two people didn't sign an oath, so they naturally weren't bound by the laws of heaven and earth. If they found more than one treasure in the secret realm, wouldn't that be letting these two people off easy? Pa. Holy Sun Miyan immediately tossed this thought to the back of his mind. How could they have such great luck? It was already pretty good to be able to find one or two treasures in a secret realm filled with traps. Although these two people's cultivations weren't bad, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be abused by the secret realm's traps, formations, and spirit beasts. Humph. Holy Sun Miyan held his head high and plastered that holy and haughty mask on again. He said gravely to everyone, since no one has any objections, then let's prepare to set off. Our first stop is the Great North-facing Forest's Northern Transportation Formation. Holy Sun Miyan took out a large air transportation spiritual tool and summoned everyone onto it. This air transportation spiritual tool's appearance was a bit like a scabbard and could accommodate about 40 people. There were 32 students in the academy, plus the Holy Sun Miyan and a few priests. There were 39 people in total. Therefore, it was quite crowded inside. Sir Jojo expressionlessly sat in the innermost corner with her hands on her knees. She sat obediently next to her husband in a very upright sitting posture. When the air transportation spiritual tool started, it jolted slightly. Zhongli Jiwei's gaze swept over and saw His Highness the Crown Prince instantly reach out to support the little Crown Princess' soft waist. It was so sore that a mouthful of sour water was stuck in her chest, unable to move up or down. D****, did this couple have to be so lovey-dovey? The little Crown Princess was sitting upright. Could it be that she would fall from the air transportation spiritual tool's jolt? The Crown Prince's attention was always on that woman. She was so angry that her chest hurt. Arbor felt a strong gaze directed at her. She raised her head in displeasure and looked at Zhongli Jiwei with a frosty gaze. The corners of the little fellow's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Zhongli Jiwei felt a chill in her face, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chen Baojia, who was sitting next to Zhongli Jiwei, hurriedly gave Arbor a very stiff smile and then pulled Zhongli Jiwei's sleeve. Everyone on the air transportation spiritual tool sat there with different thoughts in their minds. Some of them secretly looked at Arbor and Emolian, while others looked at each other and whispered to each other. In any case, the students had successfully set off on their journey. Before they left, Principal Yun looked at them kindly and reminded them kindly, everyone must remember that you only have one life. Treasures were indeed good, but life was even more precious. Don't put yourself in danger because of some worldly possessions. Sir Jojo sat for about 5 minutes, then took out an orange from his inner world and pulled his husband's sleeve. Emolian couldn't help but smile. She reached out to take the orange and peeled it with a smile. The little guy was, in fact, a foodie. Even though she had never admitted this point. But reality proved that as long as the little fellow was idle and had nothing to do, she would always be holding snacks or fruits in her hands. What did she like to eat when reading books? What did she like to eat when watching competitions? Even when she was training, she never forgot to eat. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, the first thing she did was expressionlessly look for food. Emolian snickered inwardly. After perfectly peeling an orange, she handed it to Sir Jojo. Sir Jojo accepted it expressionlessly. Xianxia, who was sitting on the other side of her, silently twitched her mouth. Jojo, this little foodie, was seriously a bit adorable with her stoic expression. Sir Jojo glanced at Xuanxuan's odd expression from the corner of his eye and took out another orange from his inner world and handed it to her. The two of them started eating in the last row. After finishing the orange, they switched to a banana. After finishing the banana, they took out some dried fruit and started nibbling on it. Then, they took turns eating pastries and candies. In the end, they even started munching on melon seeds. Duan Yu, Duan Muqing, and the others, who were sitting in front of them, all twitched their mouths as they secretly suppressed their laughter. These two girls, they were completely treating this as an outing. Holy Sun Miyan finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "Set the table." Those two words were sonorous and forceful, almost causing people to choke with laughter. Although Lord Holy Sun's cultivation had reached the spiritual venerable realm, he was used to eating 2 meals a day. So in essence, Lord Holy Sun was also a bit of a foodie. If he wasn't in closed-door cultivation, he would eat every day. Because it was a bit crowded with 39 people, it was completely impossible to set up a small table from the side. Hence, the white-robed priests sat around Lord Holy Sun, each of them holding a bowl of food and handing a bowl of rice to Lord Holy Sun. They silently watched Lord Holy Sun eat gracefully and unhurriedly like this. Sir Jojo glanced at him and silently took back the pile of snacks. He took out his all-purpose food box from his inner world and took out a large pot of fresh fish soup. He also took out 3 to 4 plates of stir-fry and had Duan Yu, the little fatty, and Duan Muqing turn around to carry them for him. Jojo-sama started eating expressionlessly. Qi Xuanxuan's mouth twitched. She stuffed a mouthful of rice into her mouth and almost burst out laughing. The little fatty hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth and cried out, don't spit, we still have to continue eating later." Mo Lian was so amused by the little guy that she was about to cramp up. This little stoic had always been expressionless, but inexplicably, her entire body was brimming with comedic talent, making people want to smile knowingly. Holy Sun Miyan chewed the food in his mouth without tasting it. He only felt that his nose was filled with the aroma of the fish soup and all kinds of stir-fried food. He lowered his head and looked at the rice, steamed buns, and a plate of cold frozen duck meat in his bowl. That plate of frozen duck meat was old and dry. He instinctively wanted to throw it away. Kacha! Holy Sun Miyan was so angry that he broke the chopsticks in his hand. Seated behind the saint, eldest young Master Qing couldn't help but rub his forehead. Why the hell did he have the urge to burst out laughing? How many spirit coins? Holy Sun Miyan suddenly spoke. He just couldn't understand. They both came out for training, so how could that neurotic little stoic still take out warm food? Just how freaking much of a foodie are you to be able to store so much food in your inner world? The little priest next to Sir Holy Sun cautiously reminded, "Sir, that stoic face often sells at exorbitant prices. Our family really doesn't need to spend so many spirit coins to buy that stoic face's sky-high price dishes." The two young masters of the Dou family couldn't help but stifle their laughter. In reality, the two of them had wanted to laugh since the beginning, but because they had to take Holy Sun Miyan's face into consideration, they endured with great difficulty. At this time, Sir Jojo had already eaten his fill. He took that pot of fish soup from Duan Yu and held it himself. Then, he handed him a clean pair of chopsticks and a bowl of rice, indicating for him to eat. Hearing Sir Holy Sun's inquiry, the little stoic expressionlessly said, "One pot is 200,000 spirit coins. A small bowl is 20,000 spirit coins." Pfft, cough cough cough, cough. Before Xianxia could spit out the rice in her mouth, she was hastily stopped by the quick-witted little fatty. "Don't spit on Ancestor Xianxia, don't spit." They still had to continue eating, big sister. Holy Sun Miyan's expression was dark and gloomy. He stifled for a long time before saying, "Your price is even more expensive than the sky-high holy rice sold at Dragon Flame City's Kaidai Veranda." Arbor aloofly looked up at him like he was looking at a pauper. "You can't afford it, so what are you asking for?" It was simply a waste of her saliva. Everyone, the little priest couldn't resist secretly reminding Sir Holy Sun, "Sir, actually, we don't have to talk to the little stoic." Was there something wrong with this Holy Sun? Why did he have to tease and talk to the stoic face? Every time, he would be angered to the point of vomiting blood. Wasn't he sick? Smack. The Holy Sun coldly ordered after slapping that priest's head, "Shut up. Give me a small bowl," the Holy Sun said furiously. Everyone couldn't resist wanting to laugh. The little stoic expressionlessly filled a bowl of fresh fish soup for Sir Holy Sun and had Luyu pass it over. The Holy Sun took a sip and immediately sensed the difference. This fish soup felt like it was freshly cooked in a restaurant. He could taste its fresh aroma, and his tongue felt like it was about to melt. Compared to his lukewarm rice, this bowl of fresh fish soup was a little hot. After the saint finished his bowl of fish soup, he turned his face away and stopped talking. Over at Duanyu's place, they took turns eating lunch in threes before finally stopping. Arbor put away the bowls and chopsticks and let the diligent Xianxia wash them. The saint suddenly asked with a cold face, "Do you have steamed buns for sale?" PFFF, it turned out that the saint had not eaten his fill. The saint added, "The kind that's piping hot, 500 spirit coins for one bun." "You should become a robber, it suits you better," everyone ridiculed inwardly. Subsequently, they heard eldest young Master Qin say, "Give me 2. When he turned around and saw Qinjiu looking at him with a pitiful expression, eldest young Sir Qin choked and hastily said, "Give me 4. 6, Omega Kotoku said calmly. Eldest young Sir Qin silently took out his money pouch and took out 3,000 spirit coins to give to the little stoic in exchange for 6 piping hot meat buns. The stoic face expressionlessly put away the money and took out a pot of spiritual tea from her inner world, pouring a cup for Imo Lian, Duanyu, and the others. Sir Holy Sun, who was currently chewing on a meat bun, couldn't resist the urge to spit at her. "I bought your steamed buns, so you should also give me a cup of tea." Eldest young Sir Qin twitched his mouth. According to his understanding of the little stoic, this Sir Holy Sun was clearly looking for trouble again. 1 cup of spiritual tea is 10,000 spirit coins. 3 cups. Eldest young Sir Qin decisively paid again, attracting the gazes of the Gu family's Gu Yishuan and the others like they were looking at an idiot. For people in their cultivation realms, what could they do if they didn't eat or drink for several days and nights? Did they have to buy the exorbitant price of the stoic face's tea and rice here? The eldest young Sir blinked and said with a grin, "I just love to see the little stoic's mischievous appearance when she scams people." Everyone, based on his understanding of the little stoic, although she didn't have much of an expression right now, she should still be quite happy on the inside. She was happy. It was worth it to spend some money to make the stoic face happy. Young Sir Omega Kotoku silently accepted a cup of spiritual tea. After taking a sip, he was slightly startled. Sir Holy Sun angrily flung 20,000 spirit coins at the little stoic. 2 cups. His liver was on fire, and 1 cup was simply not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Gu Yishuan looked at these people as if they were lunatics. Sir Holy Sun definitely had a serious problem. Say, he didn't get along with the little stoic, but he just had to stick close to her and look for trouble. Say, they had similar temperaments, but every time he was angered by the stoic face, the veins on his forehead would bulge. They didn't look like friends at all. 10 cups. At this time, another person spoke up. Everyone turned to look and saw that the one who spoke was Ming Province's crown prince, Ming Yasi. Akir twisted the handkerchief in her hand with a slightly distorted expression. She looked like she couldn't sit still and kept glaring at Jojo. In reality, most of the people who originally forked out money to buy the spiritual tea did so in order to make the little stoic happy. Unexpectedly, they immediately felt something was wrong after taking a sip. This really wasn't some ordinary tea. It really was spiritual tea. After Sir Holy Sun finished drinking a cup, he actually muttered to himself, "There's a reason why it's expensive." This spiritual tea was simply worlds apart from the ones he had eaten in the past. Sir Holy Sun couldn't resist looking back at the little stoic. At this time, the little girl was completely silent. She leaned against the last row and flipped through the yellowed ancient book in her hand, reading page by page. Xianxia was currently wiping her purple light-treasured sword and caressing it lovingly. 2 days ago, Prince Imo returned the newly forged weapons to Xianxia, Duan Muqing, and the others. Everyone's hearts were filled with amazement. In such a short period of time, the Crown Prince was able to refine all 7 weapons to such perfection. Duan Muqing's emerald misty sword was actually refined into a level 15 divine weapon by Prince Imo. It was simply breathtaking. As for the weapons in Xianxuan's and the others' hands, they had all been refined to the next level. This time, they were all grade 10 god artifacts and above. Muroxuan's face darkened as she sat silently in the corner. Ever since she returned to the academy 2 days ago, she had maintained this state of silence. She didn't want to talk to anyone, and she didn't have the slightest interest in talking to anyone. At this time, looking at Xianxia, who was sitting 2 seats in front of her, her gaze flickered unexpectedly, and her heart was filled with displeasure. When she recalled her mother Muqingya's reminder, she felt a burst of irritation for no reason. She didn't have any feelings for Xianxia at all. She wouldn't leave her future fate in the hands of a strange man like this. While the little stoic was busy eating, Mu Rochuan merely watched coldly from the sidelines. Now that she had calmed down, he couldn't resist glancing at her. For some reason, he didn't feel anything when he saw this stoic face in the past, but recently, the more he looked at her, the more vexed he felt. He felt that this girl was very pretentious no matter what she did, as if she was a source of light. Just sitting there and quietly reading a book always attracted people's attention. Bam! All of a sudden, a huge force slammed into their flying spirit tools, causing them to jolt slightly and dive forward. The little stoic, who was holding the book in her hand, was caught off guard and almost rolled out. Mo Lian was quick to react and quickly reached out to grab his wife, pulling her back to sit next to him. Meanwhile, Duan Yu, who was sitting in front of the little stoic, had already turned around and reached out to support her. The little stoic sat upright and still with a taut face, pulling back Xianxia, who almost rushed out, with her small face taut. Xianxia cursed under her breath and raised her hand to rub her chest. On the other side, Zhongli Jiwei and Chen Baojia weren't so wonderful. They were knocked a few steps forward by this sudden force and crashed into the people sitting in the front row. Zhongli Jiwei was fine, but when she crashed into Dark Yasi, she was forcefully pushed back by the shrieking Akir and glared at several times. Chen Baojia was even more unlucky. She flew into the stocky Ba Shu's back and was pulled into his embrace by the laughing boorish man. Ba Shu's bearded face magnified infinitely in front of her eyes. Chen Baojia even felt that man's large palm pinching the soft parts of her body. Chen Baojia shrieked and raised her hand to slap Ba Shu's face without thinking. A level 9 spiritual cultivator like Chen Baojia's slap was no different from scratching an itch to the level 12 great spiritual cultivator Ba Shu. Ba Shu grabbed her hand and used his arm to clamp her slender waist. He teased, "Little sister Baojia, you were the one who threw yourself at me. Why are you hitting me?" At this moment, something was ramming into their air transportation spiritual tool with great force. Everyone on the air transportation spiritual tool was caught off guard and knocked around. Who would have the time to care about Ba Shu and Chen Baojia? Taking advantage of the turbulence of the flying spirit artifact, Ba Shu deliberately pushed Chen Baojia to the left corner and pressed his body against Chen Baojia's chest. With a teasing smile on his face, he purposely rubbed his body against Chen Baojia's soft body. Ba Shu's beady eyes were filled with lust as they rubbed against each other fiercely. "Ah!" Chen Baojia's voice trembled as she screamed. Her long hair was disheveled as she looked towards Prince Mo. Her eyes were filled with hope and a plea for help. Who on the crown prince's side would care about her? The few of them were so shaken that they could barely sit still. Duan Muqing summoned the emerald misty sword and pierced through the flying spirit tool that had opened a small gap. With a chi-la sound, the ear-piercing cry of a large bird came from outside. Holy Sun Miyan's face completely darkened. He leaned against the window and took a look. A flock of birds. They're all level 4 or level 5 spirit beasts. Don't be nervous. Stabilize the flying spirit tool first. Don't panic. Holy Sun Miyan said. His words were directed at the little priestess, who was controlling the flying spiritual tool. The little priestess's face was a little pale. She pushed the control panel back and forth, trying to stabilize the flying spiritual tool so that it could continue flying. However, there were countless birds blocking the path ahead of the air transportation spirit artifact. Looking out of the control panel's window, he could only see birds crashing into their air transportation spirit artifact non-stop. He couldn't see the road ahead at all. Prince Mo reached out and carried Lord Jojo onto his lap. Lord Jojo sat there obediently. His black eyes rolled around, and he silently took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Mo Lian immediately reached out and took it. She waved her hand and opened the left window a little, and the porcelain bottle between her fingers bounced out. The porcelain bottle instantly shattered, and the powder inside floated out. After killing several birds that had rushed in, the window was closed again. The flock of birds outside seemed to have gone crazy. After bumping into the flying spiritual tool a few more times, they suddenly began to kill each other. Outside, dark feathers flew chaotically for a while. Soon, the flock of birds' numbers plummeted because of the infighting. The little priestess, who was controlling the flying spiritual tool, finally saw a little of the road. Her fingers pressed on the control panel a few times, and she hurriedly drove the flying spiritual tool out of the flock of birds in front of them. The air transportation spiritual tool jolted heavily, and Chen Baojia's scream was blocked by a big mouth with a strong smell. Her breath was stuck in her throat, and she could only let out a few muffled screams. Her eyes were filled with horror as she looked at the bearded man who was wantonly touching her body. Chen Baojia was anxious, angry, and hateful. She was angry because no one helped her. She was anxious because her chest felt cold, and the cloth on her body seemed to be getting thinner and thinner. She hated that her cultivation was too low. Her body was tightly bound by the rough man in front of her, and she couldn't break free for a while. In the chaos, she was pressed into a corner by a rude man who was molesting her in front of everyone. Chen Baojia's tears kept rolling in her eyes. She turned her face left and right, trying to avoid the man's mouth. Ba Shu, on the other hand, was aroused by her. He couldn't stop caressing her body. It wasn't until the flock of birds had retreated and the flying spirit artifact had stabilized that Ba Shu finally let go of Chen Baojia's body with a wicked smile. Then, he said to her in a low, rough voice, "Next time, don't throw yourself at a man so casually. Not everyone is as polite as I am." Chen Baojia was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She got up and raised her hand to throw it at Ba Shu's face. However, she didn't expect that the air transportation spiritual tool would shake violently again, causing her to stumble and fall into Ba Shu's arms. Ba Shu teased her as he reached out and grabbed her waist, rubbing a certain part of his body against hers. Chen Baojia's tearful little face suddenly stiffened, and her body couldn't help but tremble with anger. Shameless, shameless bastard. She was a pure and unmarried girl, yet she was being teased like this. Now, no one had the time to care about those two people. Holy Sun Miyan said with a calm face, "Everyone, pay attention. The air transportation spiritual tool is about to fall. Open the spirit artifact cabin and let everyone down." It seemed that the flock of birds had damaged the air transportation spiritual tool, so everyone had no choice but to fly off the air transportation spiritual tool first. Fortunately, the flock of birds had already been dispersed. Prince Mo hugged Sir Jojo, and the two of them were the first to leave the damaged air transportation spiritual tool. Soon after, Duan Yu, Duan Muqing, and the rest also jumped down. The sixth watch ended. Because Chen Baojia was flustered, she stepped on nothing for a moment, and her body swayed and fell down. Ba Shu hurriedly took a few steps forward and pulled Miss Chen into his embrace with his big hands. A gust of wind blew against her face. Embarrassed and angry, Chen Baojia pushed Ba Shu away with all her strength. Unfortunately, her cultivation had been suppressed by Ba Shu. In front of a 12th rank spirit master, she couldn't do anything at all. Therefore, Miss Chen was hugged by Ba Shu and flew down from the air transportation spiritual tool. The gust of wind in her ears blocked Chen Baojia's curses back into her throat. Zhongli Jiwei was secretly pleased with herself. In fact, she had long noticed that Chen Baojia was being humiliated by Ba Shu. She was just watching from the sidelines. Chen Baojia usually put on a holy and kind face, as if she could talk to anyone and get along well with any young lady in Dragon Flame City. But in fact, she was very good at pretending. Seeing her suffer a few hidden losses today and being molested by Ba Shu's beard, Zhongli Jiwei's heart was filled with a twisted pleasure. She deserved it. She let this woman fight with her for the crown prince position. She thought she was so great just because she was the prime minister's daughter. Let's see if she still has the face to fight with me for that position in the future. Zhongli Jiwei was secretly pleased. It was as if she could get rid of Chen Baojia and keep the crown prince in her pocket. If Lord Jojo knew, he would spit on her face. She didn't know where her confidence came from. In fact, the crown prince couldn't even remember whether she was round or flat. Zhongli Jiwei, on the other hand, wanted to enter the Eastern Palace and become the most honorable woman in the Divine Continent. Everyone flew down from the sky. Everyone's cultivation was above the spiritual realm. Naturally, they wouldn't encounter any danger after flying for a while. Below them was the north-facing forest. But because of the air transportation spiritual tool, they had to land in advance. Therefore, they didn't land near the transportation array in the north. When Sir Jojo landed on the ground, he stepped on the little tail of one of the spirit beasts. The little beast was so shocked that it screamed and tried to run away. Unfortunately, its tail was stepped on by Jojo, and it almost lost its tail when it jumped. Then, it immediately rolled on the ground and screamed twice. The moment Xianxia landed, she coincidentally saw Jojo's dumbfounded expression. She couldn't help but laugh. Lady Chow Chow expressionlessly raised her little foot and looked at the little spirit beast that was rolling on the ground and throwing a tantrum. What was going on? She definitely didn't mean to step on it. When the little spirit beast realized that its tail had been freed, it hurriedly got up and rolled towards the underbrush. After a short while, it poked its small head out of the underbrush and threw a certain shiny object to Chow Mu's feet with a wave of its small paw. Then, it squeaked at her again, raised its little tail, turned nimbly into the bushes, and quickly ran away. Mo Lian was speechless. Why did he have the feeling that his little wife was flirting everywhere? She stepped on the little beast's tail, and the little beast actually gave her a gift before it left. This was too much. Chow Mu expressionlessly stretched out her hand and sucked, and that shiny object landed in her palm. It's actually the crystal core of a 10th grade fire spiritual beast. Mo Lian was speechless. The little fellow casually picked up a level 10 fire spirit beast's crystal core. This luck simply made everyone's eyes red with envy. What kind of F***king dog's hit luck was this? She casually landed and stepped on a small beast's tail, yet she still received a spirit beast's crystal core as a gift. Did she have to be so outlandish? The Gu family's Guishuan took a deep look at Arbor. He reached out to pick up a waist pouch that had fallen to the ground and stuffed it back into his waist. Wearing a pair of black boots, he strode forward a few steps. Meanwhile, Zhongli Jiwei's deliberately faked cry of surprise came from the other side. Ayabao, Baojia, how did you do this? Zhongli Jiwei pursed her lips and did her best to suppress the smile on her lips. She deliberately raised her voice and cried out in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. They saw Chen Baojia hiding behind a pine tree with an ashen complexion. She was practically naked. At this moment, she was taking out clothes from her inner world to cover her chest in a panic. She repeatedly screamed, Don't look over, don't look." Everyone was flabbergasted. "You're a level 9 spiritual cultivator. Don't you know how to use your spiritual energy to protect your body and block out the gales when you land from the air transportation spirit tool? How did you end up in such a sorry state with no clothes covering your body?" This was too hilarious. Ba Shu smiled vulgarly and took out a black cloak. He walked to Chen Baojia's side with a hypocritical expression and draped it over her. "Miss Chen, put it on first." Under everyone's gaze, Ba Shu draped the cloak over her shoulders and conveniently pulled her naked body into his embrace. Chen Baojia felt a wave of revulsion in her heart. She was anxious, angry, and embarrassed. She repeatedly pushed Ba Shu's body and shouted angrily, "Let go, let go." If it weren't for this vulgar man taking advantage of the situation to strip her clothes, would she have ended up in such a sorry state? Now, he was still fine and even dared to pretend to be a good person in front of everyone. Chen Baojia wished for nothing more than to slap him. However, this guy had been secretly and vulgarly using his spiritual pressure to lock down her cultivation, making her unable to resist at all. Everyone looked at this unbearably unlucky Miss Chen and couldn't resist turning back to glance at the expressionless little stoic. Everyone cursed in their hearts. This is probably the true portrayal of luck and misfortune. Some people could just casually land on the ground and step on dog sh*t luck. However, some people were just so unlucky. Even after jumping off an air transportation spiritual tool, they would still end up in a sorry state. Arbor naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. She silently put away the crystal core that the little beast gave her and walked forward. The group followed behind her noisily for a while. They felt that the road was overgrown with dead branches and broken trees everywhere. It seemed to be quite difficult to walk. Mo Lian's mouth twitched, and she reflexively glanced at Duan Yu beside her. Our dear Duan Yu was immediately tempted. He coughed lightly and said seriously, "Jojo, how about we have Holy Sun Mayan lead the way? The little fellow paused and looked at them in confusion. I'm not leading the way. Everyone was at a loss for words. Holy Sun Mayan also reacted at this time and grumpily rebuked Sir Jojo. You don't know the way and always like to be the first to rush. Why are you leading everyone blindly? Sir Jojo expressionlessly said, I didn't ask you to follow. You like to walk blindly, yet you're blaming me, humph. Move to the back. Holy Sun Miyan angrily swung his sleeves and walked to the front, leading the group towards the transportation array in the north. Since the place where they landed wasn't far from the transportation array, it would only take them less than an hour to walk there. To these spirit realm cultivators, such a small distance was nothing at all. When Holy Sun Miyan led the group to the transportation array in the north of the north-facing Great Forest, they saw from afar that many people were already standing near the transportation array. It seemed that the Divine Palace had really spent a lot of money to invite many students from the academy to participate in the training in the secret realm. Get out of the way, quick, get out of the way, get out of the way. A tiger's roar came from the back of the group, making them jump in fright. Everyone subconsciously scattered in all directions to avoid the roar. Holy Sun Miyan narrowed his eyes and immediately saw a white tiger chasing after a young man who was small in stature but abnormally fast. The tiger was running towards them. This young man's legs were so fast that he arrived in front of them in a few turns. Without saying a word, he hid behind Holy Sun Miyan and exclaimed, Oh my God, big brother, save your brother. The white-robed young priest next to Holy Sun Miyan couldn't help but shout, Who's your big brother? Don't randomly claim to be relatives. Hey little barbarian, why are you running? Didn't we agree to only fight and not run? Why are you scared now? A slightly familiar delicate reprimand subsequently entered Xiao Mu's ears, causing her to subconsciously blink her eyes. A cyan shadow flew out from behind the tree. Her long hair was braided and thrown behind her head, and a pair of exceptionally bright eyes looked around with vigor. When her line of sight fell on Arbor, the girl's eyes lit up with a whoosh, and then she screamed. Little junior sister. This little junior sister could be said to be earth-shattering. The moment he called her little junior sister, a group of people came out from behind the trees and rushed over. Some of these people were holding spatulas in their hands, while others were holding half a drumstick. At a glance, they looked like a group of people having a picnic. The guy holding the drumstick immediately threw away the greasy drumstick in his hand. He excitedly wiped his hands on his body and dashed toward Arbor. Oh my God, it really is our little stoic face. Ahahaha, stoic face, it's truly a small world. I didn't expect that the junior sister that I've been thinking about for so long would suddenly appear in front of me. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly. He was a little confused and felt that his eyes weren't enough. A large group of people ran over. The long-braided girl running at the front was senior sister Liang Qingqing. The idiot with greasy hands behind him was Wei Nanfeng. Afterward, senior brother Situ, who was full of smiles and resembled a willow in the breeze, quickly walked over. There was also classmate Bailey Shi, who was similarly stoic and expressionless. Yu Xiao, Lightning, Hai Tang, Dark Flower, Dark Current, and Charming Night, not a single one was missing. Everyone was here. Just as Wei Nanfeng had said before, it was truly a small world. She didn't expect that the friends she hadn't seen in a long time would suddenly reunite here. Doya walked up very excitedly and reached out to hug the little fellow. Little junior sister, are you all right? She had truly missed her too much during this period of time. Unfortunately, Icebound City was isolated from the rest of the world, so she never had the chance to come out. The little stoic suddenly smiled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at this group of people in front of her. Doya felt as if there were a myriad of flowers before her eyes, and even frost flowers were blooming along with her. She was incredibly delighted. Oh my, her little stoic junior sister was actually smiling so cutely at her. Her heart was about to melt. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Crown Princess, it's truly great to see you. Aoyi and his group couldn't help but want to cry. Their recent experiences were simply indescribable, and they felt bitter just thinking about it. Originally, Man wanted to follow the Crown Princess to the 6 prefectures, but an accident happened once they arrived at Shuntian Prefecture. Afterwards, they were forcefully bought and abducted back to Fire Smelting City and Icebound City, so they couldn't train with the crown princess for a long time. The days of being cut off from the rest of the world were too unbearable. Yu Xiao and his group silently shed tears. Arbor looked at their bitter faces and couldn't help but want to laugh. His small lips curled up as he cracked a smile. Are you also here to participate in the Sun Moon Secret Realms training? Only then did everyone realize that the little stoic and the others must have come here for the same purpose as them. Liang Qingqing was instantly overjoyed. Oh my, little junior sister, this is truly great. We haven't had fun together for a long time. This time, we must go together, ah. Wei Nanfeng couldn't resist rolling his eyes. Do you know how to speak? What fun. It's clearly training, the little fellow nodded happily. What treasure do you want? I'll find it for you. She spoke as if the entire secret realm was already in her pocket. Holy Sun Miyan fumed and glared at the little stoic, irritably glaring at her. Then, his face filled with suspicion as his gaze swept over Xianxia, Liang Qingqing, and the others. Originally, this stoic face already had a dozen or so allies. If the dozen or so freaking people from Fire Smelting City and Icebound City were added, wouldn't the stoic face's allies reach nearly 30 people? Was this appropriate after entering the secret realm? There were only about 40 people from the Temple of Light that had entered the secret realm. The stoic face's allies could already catch up to their employer, the temple. Holy Sun Miyan's handsome face was gloomy as he carefully examined the little stoic and her allies. The more he looked at it, the more his head hurt. The strength of this allied legion did not seem weak. Do you guys like elixirs or spirit artifacts? If only I could find a few divine artifacts. When the little stoic saw that her family's allies had arrived, she also added a few more sentences. But as these words fell into Saint Sun Miyan's ears, the more he heard, the more he felt something was wrong. This stoic face was really not reserved at all. It was as if the Sun Moon mystery realm was opened by her family. She acted like she was rich and overbearing. It was as if she could just wave her small hand and let her allies take whatever they wanted. Hee hee. Holy Sun Miyan sneered sinisterly. At this time, Crown Prince Mo had also walked up. He nodded at Situi and the others and said, let's find a quiet place to talk. Crown Prince Lian is right. Wei Nanfeng nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, let's not stand here and block the way. Let's go back and continue the barbecue. We can chat while we eat. The group didn't wait for Holy Sun Miyan to speak and went around behind the tree in a hubbub. They had originally set up a small camp at the back and were barbecuing when they heard Liang Qingqing's exclamation of little junior sister, so they all ran over. Now that everyone had returned to that small camp, they all laughed out of anger with a single glance. Broken dreams. Make up for it tomorrow. Eh? You guys. Liang Qingqing couldn't help but stare blankly at the group of people sitting in front of the grill. They had previously washed and peeled the food and placed it on the grill. Just because they went to see little junior sister, they all ran away. However, they did not expect that when they returned to their original position, there would actually be someone occupying their place and openly enjoying their food. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. Wei Nanfeng chuckled and said sarcastically, I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen such shameless people. I say, brothers, this food doesn't seem to be yours? You can actually eat it with such a clear conscience? There were currently 7 to 8 people sitting in front of the grill. To be specific, they were 7 brawny men and a graceful woman with a red veil over her face. Those 7 brawny men were currently eating the food on the grill without even lifting their heads. However, that woman in red stood up, and her gaze suddenly brightened when it landed on Wei Nanfeng. Yo, this little brother, don't be so angry. Our dear Wei Nanfeng practically ducked behind the little stoic out of reflex, looking at the people around him. He really wasn't the only one who reflexively moved like him. The most hilarious was still the little stoic. She also reflexively extended her small hand to block the woman in red and immediately shouted, What are you doing? Mo Lian twitched her mouth and lamented in her heart, where did this bunch of scoundrels get this bad habit? They reflexively ducked behind his wife when they encountered a woman who was stirring up trouble. It simply made one's heart stifled. The woman in red was startled, and she sized up the little stoic before saying with a chuckle, Little sister, you aren't looking for a beating, right? Hurry and move aside, don't obstruct me from chatting with these little brothers. As she spoke, she turned her gaze and saw the Qin family's young masters walking over with Mingyasi and the others. This woman's eyes clearly brightened, and she walked towards eldest young master Qin with a turn of her feet. The eldest young master immediately dashed to Arbor's side. Stoic face, save me. Bah. Who wants your life? The woman in red ridiculed in her heart, and her gaze swept over them. Oh, you're all together? Who are you? Arbor sized her up. At this moment, Holy Sun Miyan heard the news and came forward, introducing them to both sides. They are students of the royal school. Holy Sun Miyan turned to Arbor and said, "This is Queen Fu Sha of the Dafeng tribe." Oh. The little stoic replied indifferently before glancing at the 7 brawny men who stood up and walked behind Queen Rosa. The 7 of them had the same arrogant expression. Liang Qingqing could not help but frown and said, "Your men ate our food. Compensate me." Queen Fu Sha raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and laughed, "This little sister is right. Since we ate your food, we naturally have to pay for it." As he spoke, he took out a purse from his waist, counted out 1,000 spirit coins, and handed them over with both hands. Liang Qingqing only glanced at her with a faint smile, but didn't reach out to take it. Since Queen Fu Sha is the leader of a tribe, she must have seen the world. The food we put on the grill is worth at least 8,000 spirit coins, if not 10,000. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Queen Fu Sha was startled, but then she laughed. Oh, as it turns out, you encountered a group of people who are selling at a cheap price. Don't think that this queen is afraid of you just because you have more people. Liang Qingqing raised her eyebrows. What, as the leader of a tribe, are you trying to snatch other people's food and refuse to acknowledge your debt? Little sister, don't say such unpleasant words. Fu Sha giggled and covered her mouth with her hand. When we just arrived, there wasn't a single person in front of the grill. How can you prove that the food was left behind by you guys? You. Liang Qingqing exploded in anger. However, after thinking it over, there really was nothing to prove that they left behind all the meat and poultry on the grill. Xianxia tugged on the little stoic's sleeve and asked quietly, "Jojo, are these the friends who waited at the city gate when you first arrived at Shentian Prefecture?" Sir Jojo nodded. Xianxia beamed with joy. Then today is truly an unexpected reunion. At this moment, Liang Qingqing and the others were also curiously sizing up Xianxia and the others. Now wasn't a good time to introduce each other's identities or speak. She was busy negotiating with that whatever queen, so when she heard this, she only smiled at Xianxia and nodded in greeting. Since there's no way to prove it, then, who said there's no way to prove it? Arbor said aloofly. Oh? Fu Sha's lips turned up slightly. How do you want to prove it? Just as she finished asking this, the sound of people falling to the ground came from behind her. When Queen Fu Sha turned around to look, she was a bit stupefied. What was going on? The 7 strong men who were fine just now were all on the ground now. Their heads were tilted, their limbs were twitching, and white foam was even coming out of their mouths. This clearly looked like they had been poisoned. Queen Fu Sha turned around with a swish and glared at Arbor. She shouted harshly, "You poisoned them?" Qiamu calmly nodded her small head. In order to prevent others from secretly eating it, we've smeared poison on our food beforehand. Mo Lian and Duan Yu couldn't help twitching their mouths. Everyone else was instantly speechless. What kind of freaking taste do you have? How could you be so ruthless to yourself just to prevent others from secretly eating? Queen Fu Sha's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Little miss, do you need to go to this extent? The little girl nodded in all seriousness. 1 antidote pill costs 100,000 spirit coins. 7 pills are a fixed price, so I'll give you a discount of 680,000 spirit coins, no bargaining. Everyone, ha 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 ha. Liang Qingqing was in a good mood and laughed heartily. My heavens, their little stoic was seriously too amusing. When she opened her mouth earlier, she only asked for 18,000 spirit coins for food expenses. When it came to the stoic face, the no bargaining price was 680,000 spirit coins. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Queen Fu Sha's eyes that were spitting fire, everyone could imagine how dark the face under the veil was. Holy Sun Miyan was actually in the mood to watch a good show. He also didn't know what was wrong with him. It seemed like he really was in a good mood when he saw the little stoic dissing people. What was going on? It seemed like he was in a strange mood. For example, he was used to being frequently dissed by the stoic face. One day, he suddenly discovered that it was really quite satisfying to sit and watch the situation unfold while smiling as the stoic face dissed others. Holy Sun Miyan creased his brows slightly, inexplicably feeling that there might be something wrong with him. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Lian coughed lightly and said while holding back her laughter, Jojo, antidote pills are hard to make. Isn't it too cheap to sell them for 100,000 spirit coins per pill? This chapter and 2 chapters are combined into one. Oh, catch up on the update. Right now, the normal update time is midnight. As soon as the little fellow opened her mouth, Queen Fu Sha threw the entire person to Arbor's arms with a smack, not giving her any leeway to change her words. There's 680,000 and several thousand inside. Don't bother with the change. Give me the 7 detoxification pills. She finally saw the signs. If she hesitated for half a second, that stoic-faced lady would definitely raise the price. Fu Sha couldn't help but praise herself for being quick-witted. At the same time, she also saw Holy Sun Miyan, who was standing to the side, looking at her approvingly with an experienced gaze. Arbor put away the purse and took out the 7 detoxification pills with an expressionless face. These detoxification pills need to be dissolved in water and swallowed. Give me 7 cups of clear water. Queen Fu Sha gathered 7 cups, bowls, and plates of different shapes and sizes and asked a water spirit to fill them with water. Only then did Arbor put the 7 detoxification pills into the 7 containers. He expressionlessly watched Queen Fu Sha busily feed the pills to his subordinates. About 3 minutes later, the 7 brawny men opened their eyes and woke up at the same time. Queen Fu Sha's expression was somewhat joyful. Are you all okay? It was good that they woke up. Her 7 subordinates would be of great use in the future, so they couldn't be killed by poison in such a muddle-headed manner. The 7 brawny men's expressions changed, and they abruptly pushed Queen Fu Sha away and jumped up, running toward a nearby tree as if they were flying. Blurg. One of the brawny men began to vomit while leaning against a tree. The other brawny men also began to puke while gasping for breath. Queen Fu Sha only felt a sour stench waft into her nose, and she felt nauseous. Queen Fu Sha's shoulders shrugged slightly. She turned around and saw her 7 subordinates vomiting dizzily while leaning against a tree. Unexpectedly, she also couldn't help but run to the other side and vomit as well. Arbor was baffled and muttered to himself, she didn't eat a vomiting pill. Everyone present was an almighty with profound cultivation. When they heard this, they all looked at Sir Jojo as if they were looking at a little monster. As it turned out, the reason why those 7 unlucky fellows vomited was because they didn't take any antidote at all. But, vomit pills, Queen Fu Sha was also funny. Her subordinate took the vomit pill and ran off to vomit, and she actually followed him and vomited. The 7 burly men vomited for about half an incense stick's worth of time. Their stomachs were filled with acid, and they were seeing stars. In the end, he sat down on the ground and panted heavily. He felt as if there were fragments of stars flying around him. So dizzy, the 7 men's stomachs were almost empty, but when they turned their heads and saw their companions' faces, they couldn't help but feel nauseous. They turned their heads and began to retch again. Holy Sun Miyan was speechless as he looked at Queen Fu Sha's group of 8. Inexplicably, a trace of sympathy emerged in his heart. Back then, when he was at his most unlucky, he only lived in an empty house without anything. The little stoic wouldn't go so far as to feed him a strange medicine like a vomit pill. But now, looking at the queen and her party's misfortune, it seemed that the little stoic wasn't so unreasonable to him back then. Liang Qingqing suppressed her laughter with difficulty. She cleared her throat and said in deadly earnest, I think it's getting late. The temple's holy sun, shouldn't we set out? Holy Sun Miyan glanced at Liang Qingqing indifferently. Wait a bit longer. There are still people who haven't arrived. Oh? Everyone reflexively glanced in Holy Sun Miyan's direction. This Sir Holy Sun had been unperturbed since the beginning, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. Could it be that the temple had sent an even more formidable expert aside from this Holy Sun? While everyone was thinking this, they vaguely heard the elegant sound of wind music drifting into their ears from afar. When they looked up, they saw a sky full of flowers drifting down. 4 to 5 young women in white muslin slowly descended from the sky while surrounding a young lady in white clothes with her skirt fluttering in the wind, as if a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. Arbor glanced at them and couldn't resist rolling his eyes. Every time that holy daughter appeared, she would always have people scatter flowers to welcome her respectfully. However, there wasn't such a grand display today. There were only 4 to 5 young girls flying around her with their own petals and halos. Compared to the first time they met in the imperial capital, when she was surrounded by hundreds and thousands of people, this was indeed a scene that paled in comparison to the first time. Greetings to Holy Daughter. Everyone from the temple bowed in greeting. Holy Sun Miyan glanced at Nya Yaoguang apathetically and nodded at her. Yaoguang, have the people from the other 3 academies all arrived? Holy Daughter Nya Yaoguang stepped forward and bowed slightly toward Holy Sun Miyan. She nodded and said, the people from Flying Sword Academy, Hong Estate, and Blue Ocean Academy have all arrived. Go count the number of people. Holy Sun Miyan said indifferently, if everyone is here, then we'll set off. Nya Yaoguang nodded. From beginning to end, she looked straight ahead and didn't shift her gaze even half an inch toward Arbor. She didn't know if it was because she was scared by the little stoic's previous beating or if she really didn't want to pay attention to her, but she completely ignored the stoic face. Since she ignored Arbor, Arbor naturally wouldn't take the initiative to pay attention to her. Seeing that Holy Daughter Nya Yaoguang led people to the side to count the number of people, Miss Chiao stood to the side and waited calmly. Before long, Nya Yaoguang returned to the Holy Sun's side and nodded at that person. Everyone is basically here, except for Madame Gua and a few others who haven't. Sorry, I'm late. A voice suddenly interrupted Nya Yaoguang's words. Immediately after, everyone saw a plump lady with a black veil covering her face, leading a burly man and an old man with a black beard forward. Arbor recognized that sturdy man. He was precisely the one he had encountered in the small courtyard that day when he rescued 5th young Master Qin. The black-bearded old man had a pair of dignified tiger eyes. Arbor had never seen him before. The old man's cultivation seemed to be quite high, but he couldn't tell what realm he was in at a glance. When Madame Goen walked up to the Holy Sun, she finally saw clearly that the little stoic was standing to the side. Madame's face immediately darkened. Without saying a word, she summoned a spiritual weapon from her mind and threw it at the expressionless Sir Jojo. This *Ned little stoic, she'd used a spirit weapon this time. Let's see how she dodged it. Arbor stretched out his hand and pushed out a circular ripple-shaped pattern, directly using the water spirit to imprison the spirit weapon Madame had thrown inside. The friction between the air currents produced a series of clattering sounds. For a moment, that spirit weapon was immobilized inside the water spirit circle and couldn't break through that circle's barrier no matter how hard it tried. Madame Goen's face immediately darkened to the extreme. She clenched her teeth and activated the spirit weapon in her hand, wishing for nothing more than to slit a large hole in the little stoic's neck on the spot. It would be best if she could be taught a lesson on the spot. Bang! Prince Mo slightly narrows his eyes. With a light flick of his sleeve, the spiritual weapon sent over by Madame Goen is quickly pushed away. Unable to withstand the gravity, that spiritual weapon suddenly flies backwards. With a chi sound, it passes through several trees before finally collapsing high up in the sky. A perfectly good spiritual weapon has actually turned into a piece of scrap metal in an instant, falling to the ground with a dong-dong sound. Madame Goen is so angry that her eyes turn red. Mo Lien. This guy is simply too infuriating. Does he even put this ant of mine in his eyes? In broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of so many people, he actually acted so recklessly. Most importantly, he completely destroyed the spiritual weapon that she had painstakingly taken out. Madame Goen looks at the spiritual weapon lying on the ground, which has already lost its radiance. She inwardly grinds her teeth in anger. Mo Lien coldly glances at her. Goen, this crown prince has given you face. Don't be ungrateful. Madame Goen's face immediately turns deathly pale from anger. Seeing this, Holy Sun Miyan hurriedly steps forward and stops Madame Goen. Since Madame Goen has already arrived, then let's set off. Madame? Holy Sun Miyan slightly shakes his head at Madame Goen. His meaning is very obvious. He wants her to quickly calm down, lest she really suffers a big loss. Madame Goen immediately calms down slowly. Looking at Prince Mo and Arbor in front of her, and then glancing at the unfriendly crowd beside the two of them, Madame Goen takes a deep breath and slowly lets go of her killing intent. She indifferently says, "Then let's set off," bang. Suddenly, a ball of divine power bounces in front of Madame Goen at a speed comparable to light. Madame Goen didn't notice what happened at first, but when she clearly sees that it's a ball of divine power that has jumped in front of her, her expression suddenly changes greatly. And an old man beside her slightly waves his hands, pushing Madame Goen behind him. A powerful defensive force erupts from his body, fiercely catching the power of the ball of divine power. When the two collided, the old man's face turned slightly pale. He stood straight in front of Madame Goen and retreated 3 or 4 steps. Under the protection of the short-bearded old man, Madame Goen passed through safely, but her face was a little pale from anger, and her chest couldn't help but jump up and down because of this sudden accident. She took a deep breath, her gaze seemingly dipped in poison as she glared at Xiaomu. The Crown Prince Consort is too audacious. This damned girl actually threw a ball of divine power at her without saying a word. If Mr. Zhao wasn't here today, the National Security Agency would definitely suffer a great loss. The little crown princess looked at her coldly. Suddenly, she waved her hand, and the startled swan dagger, which was hidden in the air, suddenly attacked Madame Gui's neck. No sooner said than done. At that critical moment, the black-bearded old man, Mr. Zhao, pushed Madame Goen behind him, and summoned an extremely powerful water spirit energy with one hand. In an instant, the startled swan dagger that was flying over was sealed in a block of ice by this Mr. Zhao. It couldn't stop trembling, and was actually unable to break out of the ice block's encirclement in a short period of time. Mo Lian frowned slightly. She raised her finger and a flame rushed over, directly burning the block of ice that was wrapped around the startled swan dagger. After burning for less than a minute, that block of ice suddenly cracked, and the startled swan dagger jumped out. With an even faster speed, it flew towards Madame Goen's neck. Rip. There was a light sound. Madame Goen only felt a slight chill on her neck. When she touched it with her hand, she discovered that the little stoic startled swan dagger had cut a long gash on her neck. The little stoic stood outside the crowd like this and coldly looked at her. She said indifferently, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." For some reason, Madame Goen's heart suddenly chilled. She only felt that the little girl in front of her was sinister and vengeful, simply not like a normal little girl. No, she couldn't be this impulsive. This little stoic didn't seem to have a high cultivation, but when it came to actual combat, her abilities were much higher than hers. She had to carefully plan before continuing to attack. Otherwise, she would be tricked every time. Just thinking about it made her extremely unwilling. When Madame Goen thought of this, she took a deep breath and suppressed her emotions with all her might, returning to tranquility. Holy Sun Miyan pressed his aching head and hastily stepped forward. He stood between the stoic face and Madame Goen and said in a low voice, "All right. Don't make a fuss about anything. Now that everyone is here, we'll leave through the transportation portal. Let's go to the nearest three-river pier to board a boat first." Since the Holy Sun said this, the others naturally nodded in agreement and clustered around him as they walked towards the transportation portal. There were several transportation portals in this great north-facing forest. This forest was truly too large, so transportation portals had been set up in all directions. This greatly facilitated the people who came here to experience the world. Holy Sun Miyan led everyone directly to the great north-facing forest from this transportation portal, near the three-river pier. The people who walked out of the tactical matrix followed behind Holy Sun Miyan. After looking around for a while, they followed Holy Sun Miyan and walked towards the Sanjiang Wharf. This place wasn't far from the three-river pier, and it was less than a 10-minute walk. From afar, they could see boats coming and going at the pier. The boatmen were busy loading and unloading goods, and it was bustling with activity. Arbor followed not far behind Holy Sun Miyan. As he pulled Mo Lian along, he couldn't resist looking around curiously. There were at least 200 to 300 people in their group, so it was impossible to say that they weren't eye-catching. They suddenly walked over from the direction of the teleportation formation, which immediately attracted the attention of many young men on the pier. "The boatman we contacted is just ahead," Holy Sun Miyan said indifferently. "Follow me." Holy Sun Miyan had already chartered a boat and agreed on the return time with the boatman. Therefore, he easily found the boatman that he had made an appointment with. Not long after everyone boarded the ship, the two-storied ship began to move forward slowly. Holy Sun Miyan sent someone to inform everyone, we will be able to enter Duchunjiang's range in about a day. After entering the Duchunjiang, be careful. This is a no-fly zone. If you force your way into the air, you'll have to bear the consequences. Their days were finally stable, and the little stoic finally had time to catch up with Situi and the others. She introduced Xianxia and the others to them. Liang Qingqing said excitedly, we have been stifled in the fire refining city for a long time. It was not easy for the Sun Moon Temple to select people to enter the secret realm to gain experience, so we volunteered to come. But I didn't expect to meet little junior sister here. TSK, now that I think about it, everything is really guided by fate. Situi also couldn't resist chuckling. What junior sister Liang says is very reasonable. The next morning, a boatman came and banged on the door vigorously. Sir Holy Sun is calling for everyone to come out quickly. When Arbor and Mo Lien walked to the deck hand in hand, they saw a sea of heads. Everyone was standing still on the deck. Holy Sun Miyan was standing at the front, gazing at the distant riverbank. The ship only needs to stop at 10 Mile Pier to pick up 2 experts. Holy Sun Miyan said to everyone, up ahead is Dukhan Riverbank. The people of Spring City should be conducting a large-scale sacrificial ceremony. There are a lot of people, so don't disembark if you can. Holy Sun Miyan coughed lightly and said, those who really can't hold back and want to watch the show, don't go too far after disembarking. After we pick up the people, we'll set off immediately in about 2 hours. Don't leave yourselves behind at that time. After saying that, he deliberately found the little stoic in the crowd and looked her up and down. Thereupon, the priests next to Holy Sun Miyan, as well as some students from the Royal Academy, all looked at the little stoic in unison. The stoic face didn't have the slightest expression, but Sir Jojo's heart was galloping. What's going on? Is there something wrong with Holy Sun Miyan's eyesight? Why did he deliberately sweep his gaze over and focus on Sir Jojo? It's as if this sir is stirring up trouble everywhere. This sir is clearly very easy to talk to. Liang Qingqing and the others couldn't resist covering their mouths and snickering. Since we're stopping for 2 hours, and it looks quite lively up ahead, Jojo, how about we disembark and take a stroll? Sir Jojo's large eyes were spirited as he looked around. He coughed lightly and said with a reluctant expression, since you guys want to disembark and take a look so much, then I'll accompany you guys for a stroll. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. You say it like you're reluctant, but you're actually very excited on the inside. Spring City's large-scale sacrificial ceremony was currently in full swing. Many young men and women crowded around the riverbank with offerings on their heads. It was a noisy and boisterous scene. The elder in charge of the sacrificial ceremony was a cyan-robed elder. He held a long staff and muttered a long string of words. Soon after, he shouted in a clear voice, let the sacrificial ceremony begin. Woo, woo. The heavy sound of drums was played, accompanied by the roars of 2 rows of bare-chested brawny men, which sounded very rhythmically. Arbor's group landed on the riverbank, but they didn't squeeze into the crowd. Instead, they walked around the stalls along the riverbank. Xianxia couldn't help but whisper, are they holding an early spring ceremony? The little stoic naturally wouldn't care about their sacrificial offerings. Everyone was in a good mood today. Whenever they saw something delicious or fun, they wanted to buy it. This was especially true for Spring City's local specialty, soy sauce pork ribs. Xianxia, this glutton, tasted it and felt that it was very good. Thus, she bought a lot of it and distributed it to everyone. As the group strolled around, they heard the drumming of the sacrificial ceremony becoming more and more urgent. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a heart-wrenching cry. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. A group of muscular men with bare arms carried trays of sacrificial offerings forward. Although the crowd was crowded, they still maintained order. When the muscular men walked past, everyone moved to the sides, leaving a path in the middle that could accommodate 2 people walking side by side. At this time, Xianxia and the others saw that 3 animals, 5 grains, and all kinds of rare and exotic fruits were arranged on the offering trays like flowing water. The cry came from the crowd. An old woman staggered forward with the sacrificial procession and reached out several times, wanting to grab the offering trays. Unfortunately, she was short and couldn't reach the large trays that the muscular men were carrying over their heads. Arbor and the rest saw from afar that there was a young girl tied up on the tray. She was kneeling there with an ashen face and a depressed look in her eyes. The old woman cried along with the group, mournfully calling out the young girl's name. However, even if she screamed until her throat was hoarse, no one would pay attention to her. Seeing this, little Fatty's spirit was shaken. He rubbed his fists and shouted, "I'll go over and find out what happened." His reputation of being a nosy person was not for nothing. In less than 10 minutes, little Fatty squeezed out of the crowd. With a sigh, he said to Arbor, Xianxia and the rest, "Do you know? Today, they are worshipping the immortals in the river. They have prepared so many resources and are planning to throw them all into the Duchun River when the auspicious time arrives. However, in recent years, there has been a bad habit in Spring City. Every other year, they will use living women who are 25 years old and have not yet married as sacrifices." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Xianxia could not help but shiver. She cursed in her heart and said, "What? Are they discriminating against older unmarried girls?" She, Xianxia, was 21 years old this year. According to the rules of Spring City, she would be in danger in 4 years. She might even become a sacrifice for the immortals in the river. Lord Xiao blinked her eyes and looked at the little Fatty curiously. The city is so big, so there must be a lot of unmarried women who have reached the age of 25. Why did you capture that lady as a sacrifice? Little Fatty touched his nose and coughed. It's strange. This Spring City is really weird. They choose their sacrifices based on their beauty. Among the 25-year-old unmarried girls, they choose the prettiest girl. Xianxia suddenly shivered. She secretly compared her appearance to the girl on the tray. She felt that she was more beautiful than the girl on the tray. She suddenly felt lucky that she was not from this weird Spring City. Otherwise, in 4 years, it might be her turn to become a sacrifice in the river. Little Fatty chuckled and glanced at Xianxia. As if guessing what she was thinking, he hurriedly said, "Don't panic, this is only for ordinary people." Thinking about it, a level 5 fire spirit master like Xianxia would not be so easily subdued and become Duchuanjiang's sacrifice. Even so, Xianxia and the others were still unconvinced. They rubbed their fists and were eager to give it a try. "I'll go save that poor girl. Why should a good-looking girl become a sacrificial offering in this river without getting married at the age of 25? The little Fatty hurriedly stopped Xianxia. "Hey, don't. Let's wait and see." The main thing was that he didn't know the situation. If he acted rashly, it might not be of much help to others. However, Xianxia was an impatient person. "Didn't you already ask around? There's no time to lose. You guys wait here. I'll go alone." After saying that, Xianxia was about to squeeze out of the crowd and walk towards the sacrificial procession. Arbor immediately grabbed her arm and said with a serious face, "Let me do it." Everyone was speechless. The little girl's expression was eager to try. Naturally, they didn't want to spoil her mood. She wanted to see what kind of god this immortal in the river was. He actually tricked so many people to come and pay their respects. Arbor didn't say anything and quickly walked in front of the sacrificial procession. And at this time, the elderly presiding over the sacrifice had already impatiently ordered 2 people to go forward and pull that old woman away. The old woman couldn't resist wailing loudly. "You can't do this. I beg you, let my daughter go." Xianxia still couldn't hold back and followed closely behind the little stoic to the sacrifice team. "Hurry and release her. These people were truly too excessive. She wasn't their daughter, so they didn't feel any heartache even after throwing her into the river. To put it bluntly, these people only dared to lay their hands on commoners. If it was someone with true status, they naturally wouldn't allow themselves to be manipulated as they wished." When the elderly presiding over the sacrifice heard this, he glanced at them coldly. "Someone, disperse all the unrelated people. Continue with the sacrifice." With a light swish, the 2 burly men holding the living tray above their heads felt their shoulders go numb. Their bodies trembled slightly, and they involuntarily fell backward. He was very clear that he had fallen into someone's trap, but he simply couldn't control himself. He could only watch helplessly as he fell backward with a bang, landing headfirst on the ground. The girl on the train naturally lost her balance and fell down. When Xianxia saw this, she couldn't help but be amused. She quickly rushed forward and supported that girl, allowing her to steady herself. An attack talisman flew up from Arbor and directly pounced at that gloomy elderly man. Since someone must be the sacrifice, why don't you go? That elderly man was dumbstruck. Before he could react, he felt his body being forcefully pulled by a force, and he flew uncontrollably toward the riverbank. Ah! The elderly man yelled in alarm. The people around him all reached out in a flurry, wanting to grab him, but they simply couldn't resist that pulling force. The sacrifice team instantly fell into chaos. Everyone screamed in disarray and fled toward the back of the crowd. In just an instant, the staff in the cyan robe elder's hand flew out, and he uncontrollably rolled toward the riverbank. After a loud splash, what made everyone dumbfounded was that the old man really rolled into the river. Prince Mo couldn't help but grimace. He raised his hand to cover his face. He didn't see anything. His wife definitely didn't cause any trouble. Duan Yu took a step forward and calmly turned to sweep a glance at Mo Lian. He couldn't resist frowning strangely. What's with that expression of yours? Was this guy trying to hypnotize himself that he didn't see anything? Mu Xingqian's figure flashed, and he used spiritual energy to separate the crowd before hastily rushing to the little stoic and Liangqingqing's side. What are you spacing out for? Quick! Big brother Mu can't be thinking that the little stoic will suffer, right? Duan Yu couldn't resist muttering. According to his understanding of the little fellow, the next one to suffer would definitely be the enemy. On the other side, less than a few seconds after the elderly man fell into the river, the entire Du Chunjiang suddenly flared up. Everyone retreated several steps in terror. Someone shouted, "The immortal in the river has been infuriated," and everyone fled in all directions in a hubbub. At the same time, a huge wave surged out of the river and splashed toward the riverbank with a splash. At first glance, everyone saw the old man being lifted up by the water and tumbling out of the river. With a second glance, she was horrified to see a large water snake suffused with an oily green glow burrowing out from behind the elderly man and swallowing him into its stomach in one gulp, not giving him the slightest chance to react. That water snake spat out a bolt of lightning that landed in the water, creating a sizzling electric current that struck towards the riverbank like a bolt of lightning. Xianxia cursed in her mind and reflexively reached out to pull on the little stoic's arm. However, in the blink of an eye, the little stoic had already acted. Several defensive talismans landed in front of them, blocking the lightning that was snaking towards them at lightning speed. At this time, Mu Xingqian had already rushed over and threw out a dozen fireballs without any explanation. They danced in the air as they collided with the water snake that had suddenly burrowed out of the river. After a few sizzling sounds, everyone could clearly see that when the fireball touched the scales of the water snake, the flames disappeared. The little stoic blinked and couldn't help but lament softly, "This large water snake can't be the immortal in the river that Spring City worships, right?" Liangqingqing nodded. "It's very possible." She grabbed the little stoic's hand and retreated, involuntarily exclaiming, "This water snake nests in this river all year round, so it should be the overlord of this area." Just as she finished speaking, a row of sword-toothed fish leaped out from the riverbank. They leaped half a meter high and pecked through a stone tablet on the riverbank in a few moves. Upon seeing this, Arbor involuntarily creased his brows, thinking that this guy had quite a few helpers. However, it was fortunate that these things could only stay in the water. Once they came ashore, they were like tigers without fangs and were nothing to be afraid of. The sacrificial ceremony had long ended. Everyone wasn't an idiot, and those who could escape had already fled without a trace. The remaining sacrificial procession had also thrown away the sacrificial offerings in their hands and mostly fled. Mu Xingqian circled a defensive talisman with his hand and blocked Sir Jojo, Liangqingqing, and the others. Mo Lian and Duan Yu also hurried over. However, before the two of them could make a move, they heard a delicate rebuke from afar. Immediately afterwards, a sword light landed in the water, creating a huge splash with a bang. The big water snake roared and swung its tail. With a boom, its tail swept across the surface of the water, rolling up a huge wave. At this moment, Holy Sun Miyan had also stepped on the water surface and hurried over. When he saw the situation on the riverbank, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch as he felt a little uncomfortable. What's going on? Didn't they say they shouldn't cause trouble? Why did it still cause such a huge commotion? He propped up a defensive spiritual barrier with both hands, blocking out the watery light that filled the sky. He had already stepped on the water's surface and swiftly arrived beside the little stoic and the others. Holy Sun Miyan couldn't help but roar, "What are you doing?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the giant water snake in the river was clearly enraged by everyone's repeated provocations. Be careful. This water snake is a level 10 divine beast. The woman who reminded them was the one who had dropped the sword light from the sky. The little stoic glanced at her before shifting her gaze to the woman next to her. She stared intently at the newcomer and racked her brain. Why does she look so familiar? So it's Princess Jing of the Panga clan from the Aurora Sand Field. Mo Lian nodded indifferently. It was only now that she realized the expert's Holy Sun Miyan was waiting for were actually these two people from the Panga clan. The little stoic, who didn't recognize people, suddenly came to a realization and stared fixedly at the woman next to Princess Jing of the Panga clan. She is? She really looked very familiar, but Arbor couldn't recall where she had seen her before. The little stoic calmly blinked her eyes. She saw that woman's eyes seemed to be poisoned with venom when she glanced at her. The little stoic racked her brains for a long time. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she couldn't resist saying, "Oh. You're that idiot who sent several hundred people to kill me near Mount Daizong in Polan Prefecture, right? What was her name again?" The little stoic already couldn't remember clearly what was going on. Wasn't this woman already dead? Because she had personally executed this person, her impression of her was rather deep. She was very clear that she wouldn't show mercy. Back then, at the entrance of Wanlu town's Shanlai Inn, she had slashed a bloody wound on her neck. She made a bloody cut on the woman's neck. Judging from the way she dealt with people, there was no way she could have survived. But this person was actually alive. Not only was she alive, but her cultivation had also advanced. Evidently, this woman who had come back from the dead already had a cultivation realm above hers. Even with her heaven-defying cultivation speed, she still wasn't as fast as the other parties. The little stoic blinked, and her fair and tender face subconsciously tensed up. One had to know that back in Wanlu town, this woman's cultivation was clearly far inferior to hers. The unhappy little stoic suspiciously swept her gaze over that woman. At this time, the latter finally lifted her head and looked straight at Arbor with a faint smile on her face. Her pitch-black eyes seemed to contain two malicious vipers as she stared coldly at her without saying a word. Suddenly, a heavy pressure rushed toward Arbor. Without any warning, the little girl only felt her breathing turn heavy, as if her body would be crushed by a tall mountain at any moment. In the blink of an eye, Prince Mo pulled his wife into his arms to protect her, a trace of anger surfacing in his eyes. At the same time, Mu Xingchen also narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, he instantly rebounded the pressure released by the other party. Cough. The woman took a few steps back before she managed to stabilize herself. Her face was flushed red from holding back her anger. Jing Minyao. Princess Jing frowned. She was very displeased with her third younger sister for finding trouble for no reason. Did Jing Minyao forget the pain after the wound healed? She had already died once, but she was still so willful. Wang Liming did not know how to teach her daughter. Now that the crown prince of Shenzhou was standing in front of them, what good would come of attacking his little crown princess rashly? Jing Minyao's brainless approach was ridiculous. Do you want to die? The crown prince was furious. With a slight movement of his hand, he pulled Sir Jojo down. The little guy's gaze circled around Jing Minyao's body with a trace of curiosity. This person could not die for the time being. As a curious child, she wanted to find out why this person came back from the dead. In reality, faint ripples were surfacing in Xiaomu's heart right now. Even those who had their throats slit by her were able to come back to life. It was clear that this family had a secret treasure that no one knew about. She seemed to have grasped a strange inspiration, but before she could continue thinking, that hissing water snake swung its tail and swept toward the shore. Splat! The tail slapped the riverbank, directly smashing 200-year-old trees into pieces. Jing Linyao's attack and reaction speed were extremely fast. A long sword leaped up from her back with a whoosh, and the instant it flew forward, it ignited flames in front of her and built a tall wall of fire. When the fire soared up, the huge wave that the water snake sent out collided head-on with the wall of fire. The instant the water and fire came into contact, the fire seemed to be instantly extinguished by the torrential water. That water current was about to pounce on them regardless of anything. The little stoic calmly covered herself with an eggshell defensive barrier and expressionlessly gazed at the stream of water that swept towards her with a splash. Mu Xingqian's fingertips swiftly moved, and he threw over a dozen earth spirit talismans. Earth walls rapidly rose from the ground and were toppled one by one under the impact of the huge wave. It wasn't until the water current toppled 3 earth walls that it ran out of momentum and slowly came to a stop. The water current spread to their feet. They looked down and then looked up at the water snake perpendicular to the river's surface. That pair of lantern-sized eyes were currently staring fixedly at Arbor's group. The sinister intent in its eyes made people slightly apprehensive. Arbor creased his brows. This water snake had been entrenched in Duchun River for who knew how long. Judging from today's situation, it probably wouldn't end peacefully. Mo Lian patted the back of the little fellow's hand and whispered, "Wait here." He was just about to go over and personally dispose of this beast, but to his surprise, that huge-tailed water snake used its triangular eyes to carefully stare at them before suddenly plunging its head into the water and falling silent at once. Mo Lian, Arbor, and Duan Yu's group looked at each other, bewildered. What was going on? They hadn't even started fighting yet, but that water snake suddenly slipped away. Then why did it cause such a huge commotion earlier? Holy Sun Miyan also sighed in relief and said, "It's not easy for beasts to advance to divine beasts. It seems that this water snake is also smart and intelligent. It should know that if you gang up on it, it won't be your match." Arbor glanced at Holy Sun Miyan suspiciously. "You are not it. How do you know what it is thinking?" He spoke as if it was true. What did he even say about being worried that they would gang up on him? That was why he ran away. Holy Sun Miyan's face was full of righteousness, and his eyes were calm. Although this Holy Sun's guess is not correct, it is not far from it. "All right." Holy Sun Miyan directly interrupted the little stoic. "It's getting late. Since these two from the Panga clan have also arrived, then let's board the ship and continue our journey. I think it's better for you to set up some defenses on that ship," the little stoic said dryly. "Protection? That water snake must have dived into the water and waited for an opportunity to strike. I think that as long as we give it a chance, it will come back and continue to cause trouble for us." Holy Sun Miyan grumpily retorted, "You are not that water snake. How do you know it will still lurk in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take action? Enough. Let's talk after we return to the ship." Holy Sun Miyan harumphed and turned around to leave swiftly on the water's surface. Sir Jojo pursed his lips and quietly said, "That's my intuition." Xianxia glanced in the direction that Holy Sun left. "Ignore him. I think this person won't shed tears until he sees the coffin." Mo Lian was a bit amused. "In that case, let's also return to the ship first." Arbor nodded and looked back. The sacrificial maiden that Liang Qingqing had saved earlier had already escaped with her mother. The few of them didn't pay much attention to it. They were just casually saving someone, so there was no need for others to come forward and thank them. If they left, then so be it. It was quite worry-free. Arbor and Mo Lian's group returned to the ship and saw that the two sisters, Jing Linyao and Jing Minyao, had also boarded the ship. Miss Chow looked at Jing Minyao meaningfully and secretly tugged at her husband's sleeve. Mo Lian nodded slightly in understanding and pulled her little hand to the stern of the ship. The two found a secluded spot at the stern of the ship and then whispered to each other. "Wife, why are you always tugging at me and not letting me deal with that woman?" Prince Mo rubbed his little wife's head. "Now that this person is a level 3 divine master, it will be somewhat difficult for you to deal with her." Yet Xiaomu was perplexed no matter how much she thought about it. How did she get promoted so quickly? "Do you still remember the clan's secret technique that I mentioned to you before?" Arbor suddenly understood. "You're saying that this Jing Minyao was cultivated using a secret technique. She used mithril to comprehend one of the 5 spirit origins, skipped the spirit realm, and went straight to the divine realm?" Mo Lian nodded with a straight face. Arbor blinked and patted Mo Lian's chest. Don't worry, I will run if I can't beat her. Mo Lian inexplicably wanted to laugh. She reached out and pulled her to her side. She lowered her head and rubbed her little face. Little liar. When have you ever run away when you fight? In the end, didn't she get really angry when she fought with her opponent? The stronger the opponent, the stronger she became. Arbor moved her little mouth, wanting to say something to defend herself, but after thinking about it, it seemed that it was indeed as Mo Lian said. She pretended to cough and then said, Mo Lian, what treasure does the Jing clan have? Are you talking about Jing Minya's resurrection? Mo Lian said softly, I've always heard that the Jing clan indeed has a treasure that can pass down the yin and yang fortune called the soul congregation bell. This soul-gathering bell can gather a person's soul, reverse the yin and yang of heaven and earth, and bring back the dead. Rumor has it that people who have been dead for more than 10 years can be revived with the help of the soul-convening bell. As long as the body is intact, resurrection is not a problem at all. A trace of excitement flashed across the little stoic's face, and she reached out to grab Mo Lian's arm at once. What's wrong, Jojo? Soul-gathering bell, I. She finally knew what the spark that flashed through her mind was. She wanted the soul congregation bell, since the soul congregation bell could bring the dead back to life, then her senior sister who had been sealed in the ice coffin for many years, could. You want to use the soul congregation bell to revive senior Su Xianxia? MHM. Arbor nodded her little head vigorously. Mo Lian muttered to himself for a moment before nodding and saying, perhaps it can work. But Jojo, let's put this out in advance. Senior sister Su has passed away for many years, and no one can say for sure or guarantee something as ethereal as a soul. Whether the soul congregation bell can gather senior sister Su's soul again, whether it can truly wake senior sister Su up, this matter, is still more of a legend after all. Arbor's large, watery eyes curved slightly. She actually understood Mo Lian's meaning. He wanted to tell her not to have too much hope. We will do our best for this matter. But as for whether we can succeed or not, that will depend on the will of the heavens. Mo Lian held her little hand and said softly, what I mean is, even if we really can't save senior sister Su, you can't be too disappointed. He was really afraid. Thinking about the 2 years she disappeared, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. He was afraid that the little fellow would be disappointed and sink into her pessimistic mood again. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the light in her eyes. So at this moment, his heart was full of hatred for Jing Minyao. If she hadn't come back from the dead, Jojo wouldn't have coveted the Jing family's sacred weapon. The little fellow held his large hand and nodded vigorously, don't worry, I will adjust my mood and definitely won't let myself sink into it. Mo Lian nodded and said softly while holding her little hand, it's said that this soul-gathering bell can only be used 3 times. And as far as I know, when the bell was in the Jing family's hands, there were only 2 chances left. This response was wasted on Jing Minyao, so, there's only 1 chance left. Arbor subconsciously clenched her little fist, I wonder who has this thing now. Princess Jing? Although Princess Jing was a scheming person, Arbor actually admired her magnanimous temperament. Compared to Jing Minya's incompetence, this Princess Jing was simply the Jing family's glory and hope, the perfect example of a bad bamboo producing good bamboo shoots. Let's test it out first. Mo Lian narrowed her eyes and chuckled, anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities along the way. Arbor thought that was right and pulled her husband back to the deck. The moment they stepped onto the deck, they saw Jing Minyao leaning against the railing and staring at them silently. Arbor didn't speak to her and walked straight to Holy Sun Miyan, hey, look at the sky, it's going to rain tonight. Tell the boatman to hurry up, don't get caught in the middle of the river. With the storm, the boat will. Hey. Shut up. Holy Sun Miyan really wanted to reach out and cover the little fellow's crow mouth, what are you saying? Wasn't the weather perfect? Why would there be a storm? Do you think you're an emissary of the heavenly faction? Do you think you can just say that the wind will blow and the rain will fall just because you say so? Peepa. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning rushed down and struck the side of the mast, scaring the boatman. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at the calm Lady Xianxia with strange and indecipherable expressions. Holy Sun Miyan opened his watery eyes wide. He raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sky. Immediately, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Hurry up. The storm is coming. Xiamu hollered at that Holy Sun Miyan and grumbled, with your ship's sailing speed, the secret realm will have already ended by the time you reach it. This time, nobody treated it as a joke anymore. Holy Sun Miyan rushed all the way to the small control room and roared at the captain, Old he. Stay calm. The storm arrived in less than a quarter of an hour. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Everyone silently chanted in their hearts, stoic face, you jinx. You're too smart. Crack. An S-shaped lightning split open a crack in the horizon, and the dark night was instantly illuminated by the lightning into a snowy day. Coo, coo. The familiar chirping instantly stimulated Arbor's senses, causing her to be on guard at once. She raised her hand and gently swiped it, and a delicate crow-repeating crossbow appeared in Arbor's hand. From the horizon, the coo, coo sound could be clearly heard. Arbor looked up and saw 7 or 8 giant birds with black wings and sharp beaks flying in the direction of their ship. At the same time, the entire Du Chunjiang was filled with a layer of intertwined lightning. This lightning was intertwined in the sky above Du Chunjiang, dark purple with a hint of inky color, as if it could fall down at any time. Holy Sun Miyan was stunned for a moment and muttered to himself, the sky above Du Chunjiang is forbidden to fly. No living thing can fly above Du Chunjiang. So what's going on with those big birds that suddenly flew over? Arbor coldly glanced at Holy Sun Miyan, isn't this your bird? Hearing her angry tone, Holy Sun Miyan couldn't help but retort, how is this my bird? Don't deny it. Arbor said coldly to him, you know very well what kind of shady business the Sun Moon Temple is doing in the dark. Holy Sun Miyan was even angrier. He opened his mouth and was about to refute when he saw the little girl turn her head away, looking like she was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore. He couldn't help but feel suffocated. Arbor stretched out her arm and steadily held the crow-repeating crossbow. She directly shot a crow-gold arrow from it, aiming at the night-caw bird in the air. With a swoosh, the crow-gold arrow was like a white light cutting through the night sky, flying towards the leading big bird like a meteor catching up with the moon. It hit the target in one shot, the big bird let out an ear-piercing chirp, struggling to flap its wings, and suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! It crashed into the water. At the same time, the night-caw birds that were originally hovering back and forth in the sky were bombarded by the sweeping thunder and lightning above Du Chunjiang. For a moment, there were sharp chirping sounds. 7 or 8 night-caw birds rampaged in the air and were constantly shot down by the thunder and lightning. Xiaomu's gaze was a bit hesitant as she met Emolien's gaze. Was there something wrong with the night-caw bird's brain? Why did he appear in Du Chunjiang, a place where flying was prohibited? Who were they trying to attack? Or perhaps, some idiot had hastily gathered them and completely forgot about the fact that Du Chunjiang was forbidden from flying. Arbor shifted his gaze to Niaoguang and glanced at her. Naturally, he could not tell anything from her expression, but Arbor had a strange intuition that this matter was most likely caused by this brainless saintess. Hey, look! What kind of ghost bird is that? It can even swim in the water. A Hongfu Academy student who was leaning against the railing of the deck couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw that the few big birds that had fallen into the river had already retracted their wings slightly. They swam wantonly in the water and pecked at the bottom of the ship. All the students secretly cursed in their hearts as they stared with their watery eyes at the edge of the ship's railing and looked down. *T. These damn birds are pecking at the bottom of our ship. Just as the night-caw bird was about to move, the storm that could no longer control itself finally swept over with a ferocious momentum. A thick bolt of lightning coincidentally struck the head of one of the night-caw birds, causing it to fall into the water. Suddenly, a large, slippery water snake's tail burrowed out from the bottom of the water and directly whipped back the night-caw bird that wanted to peek out of the water. This night-caw bird was probably beaten senseless. After it fell back into the water, it didn't emerge for a long time. The river water boiled like boiling water, and the level 10 divine beast that had appeared on the riverbank earlier suddenly appeared again. With the thrill of revenge, it fiercely swept its tail at their ship. Smack, smack, smack. The water snake's tail, which carried a trace of electricity, heavily whipped the ship's railing and directly pierced through it. The students who were originally standing beside the railing hastily retreated. Everyone reflexively activated their defensive spiritual weapons to withstand the violent wind and rain outside, in addition to the occasional flash of lightning. This was truly a trap. They encountered this kind of trap on their first night at Duchenjiang. It was all the little stoic's fault for jinxing things. Truly, whatever she said came true, whatever came was unlucky. Look at the current situation. F***ck, it was simply unbearable to the extreme. At this time everyone was caught in a dilemma. If they continued to let this water snake wantonly destroy their ship, everyone would have to go into the water. If they wanted to fight this water snake, they would have to tread on the waves and rise into the air to deal with it. However, with the lightning above their heads glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey, no one could fully concentrate on the battle under these circumstances. Arbor aimed at the water snake's tail and fired 2 arrows. The crowgold arrows created sparks when they rubbed against the large water snake's scales, infuriating it on the spot. It hissed and stared fixedly at Xiaomu with its cold, triangular eyes. It raised its long tail high up and smashed it at the people on the deck. "You're courting death." Arbor narrowed her eyes and suddenly leaped, about to jump into the river. Prince Mo, who was constantly paying attention to his wife's every move, jumped in fright when he saw this and hastily reached out to pull the little fellow back. Mu Xingchen was also startled and blocked Arbor with his hand. "Younger sister, what are you doing?" "Of course we're going to kill it, pull out its teeth, and give them to Lotus as refining materials." Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. This little girl spoke as if she wasn't going to kill a level 10 divine beast, but was only going to deal with a small low-level spiritual beast. Wasn't he overconfident? Didn't they see that Holy Sun Miyan, a spiritual venerable, was still considering how to attack? You suddenly want to jump into the river after slapping your head. How much confidence do you have in yourself? Wait. Mo Lian grabbed her little hand worriedly to prevent her from jumping down. "The Holy Sun of the Divine Hall is here. Before we enter the secret territory, the Divine Hall should have the responsibility to protect us." At this moment, Holy Sun Miyan was holding up a defensive barrier. Hearing this, he couldn't help but want to spit on Mo Lian's face. What about the responsibility to protect them? Then who would protect the people in the Divine Hall? At this moment, Holy Sun Miyan saw that both of them were looking at his face. He was so angry that he didn't know where to vent. The wind and rain are getting heavier. Let's talk inside the cabin first. Boom. The bottom of the boat seemed to have been hit by something heavy, and the whole boat couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, the boatmen all looked as if they were mourning for their loved ones. They shouted at Holy Sun Miyan, "Lord Holy Sun, it's not good, it's not good. You're the one who's not good. Your whole family is not good, go to sleep, come back tomorrow morning at 9:30 to catch up on the chapters." What happened? Holy Sun Miyan grumpily roared. One of the boatmen said while trembling with fear, "Lord Holy Sun, the ship is moving sideways. Water is entering." Everyone silently cursed in their minds. This was terrible. Water was entering the ship. Could it be that they had to freaking swim across such a huge Duchenjiang? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The Holy Sun was furious and roared, "What are you all standing around for? You. Go down and see if you can salvage the situation. You, all of you, come with me. Hurry and deal with that water snake." The little stoic looked up at her husband. When Holy Sun Miyan pointed at a series of you, just now, he pointed at Sir Jojo. But didn't her husband say that the temple could resolve this kind of situation by itself? Why did he have to drag Sir Jojo in? The little fellow suspiciously swept Holy Sun Miyan a glance. The latter grumpily turned around and shouted at her, "Hurry up. Mushroom, what mushroom? Hurry and come over." The little fatty, who was called to repair the ship, nimbly moved his chubby body and ran off with several temple priests. The remaining people temporarily followed Holy Sun Miyan to the railing and used the power of the 5 spirits to attack the night cowbirds and large water snakes below. This time, no one could continue to conceal their strength. They collectively attacked the things in the water and attracted their attention, no longer damaging the ship's hull. That level 10 divine beast was extremely powerful. Amidst the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, it nimbly moved like a bolt of white light. From time to time, it would burrow out from the bow and swing its tail. From time to time, it would also stick its head out from the side of the ship and deliver a fatal blow to the people repairing the ship below. Many boatmen lost their lives in its hands, and miserable screams could be heard from below from time to time. Arbor coldly swept Holy Sun Mian a glance. Have your people go down. Fight it at close range. This large water snake was so slippery that it could most likely dodge a long-range attack. In this way, not only would the people on the deck be wasting their spiritual energy for nothing, it wouldn't be of much use. At this time, Holy Sun Mian was also enraged, and he turned to glance at Mo Lian and Duan Yu. You, and you. Come down with me. Sir Jojo glanced at Holy Sun Mian expressionlessly. Following the direction of Holy Sun Mian's finger, he moved to the side. Then, Holy Sun Mian's finger fell on the face of another person beside him. That person was the black-bearded old man beside Madame Goen. He was a level 5 Divine Realm expert, Mr. Zhao Guocheng. Holy Sun Mian was slightly dumbfounded. He was clearly pointing at the little stoic just now, but this D*MN doll actually dodged to the side without any trace of politeness, directly entrusting the mission to that black-bearded elderly man. Zhao Guocheng's complexion was also very unsightly. He had already expended a lot of divine energy to resist Xiao Mu's divine energy ball just now. On top of that, he had also expended quite a bit of divine energy from attacking the great water snake earlier. If he could avoid going down to face the water snake, it would be best not to go down. Mr. Jojo threw a contemptuous glance at Holy Sun Mian as if saying, "Are you alright? I'm still a baby. How could you ask me to do such a dangerous thing?" Holy Sun Mian couldn't help but twitch his mouth corners. When he was selecting people, he naturally selected the strongest to go with him. Although this D*MN doll's realm didn't look like much, it was obvious that she had plenty of good stuff on her. With this little fellow assisting him from the side, his battle prowess would definitely increase by several levels. Duan Yu couldn't resist wanting to laugh. He took out a raven bone fan from his sleeve and leisurely fanned himself. What? Mr. Zhao doesn't dare to go down? Mo Lian didn't say anything and merely looked at that elderly gentleman with a faint smile. Zhao Guocheng was a bit angry out of humiliation. Ever since he broke through the scope of a God Realm cultivator and made a name for himself, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. This junior in front of him made him extremely angry, but he couldn't flare up for the time being. Mu Xingchen summoned a longsword from his conscience and walked to the railing. He turned to glance at Zhao Guocheng. Sir, please. Simply baffling. Zhao Guocheng glared angrily at these juniors, but he couldn't vent his anger at all. Simply abominable. What were they trying to do by forcing a duck onto a perch for? Madame Goen's expression flickered, and she quickly said, "What are you all doing? Mr. Zhao is old. He..." Duan Yu suddenly laughed and shook his head in disdain. So he's a cowardly bandit. Alright then, let's go. Let alone a God Realm expert who couldn't bear to hear such words, even a random Mystic Realm cultivator wouldn't allow someone to crown him with the words, cowardly bandit. Zhao Guocheng couldn't help but be enraged, and he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Go!" This meant that he was convinced. Mo Lian glanced at him with a spurious smile. She leisurely removed her black velvet cloak and jumped onto the railing with a whoosh. Zhao Guocheng's brain heated up, and he also jumped onto the railing and jumped down first. It was a miserable storm below, and the waves were as high as a 2-story building. As soon as he went down, his whole body was drenched. The night cowbirds cooed, and their eyes flashed with green light as they swarmed towards him. Madame Goen was very anxious and shouted sternly, "What are you all still standing there for? Quickly go down and help Mr. Zhao." From this, it could be seen that Holy Sun Mian was a kind person. Almost without saying anything, he also jumped down. Qin Xian, Xianxia, and Ming Yasi also leaped onto the railing. They cast a sidelong glance at Duan Yu and Mo Lian, who were standing on the railing and admiring the scenery, and silently cursed in their hearts. Shameless, shameless, after tricking the others down, these two actually had the nerve to continue watching here. Mu Xingchen was also an honest child. He originally wanted to jump down with Holy Sun Mian, but Duan Yu tugged at him. Hence, he stood there in a daze and looked back at the two of them. After Zhao Guocheng and Holy Sun Miyan jumped down, they were surrounded by a large flock of night cowbirds. At the same time, that huge water snake also came out from one side and stared at the two of them with a pair of creepy triangular eyes. Chi La. A bolt of lightning swept across the water. This water snake was clearly a fellow with thunder spirit energy, so it could fearlessly advance and retreat with a sense of propriety and avoid the lightning bolts that filled the sky. Zhao Guocheng reinforced 3 layers of defense on his body, and his water spirit struck back, colliding head-on with the oncoming lightning bolt. Chi la sounds made people's hair stand on end. That lightning bolt abruptly broke through his water spirit, and an L-shaped sawtooth wriggled out from within, crashing towards Zhao Guocheng's body with a whoosh. At the same time, Prince Imo narrowed his eyes and moved like a rainbow flashing across the moon. Raven Moon was dyed with a speck of pitch-black cold light, and it cleaved a scarlet flame chain towards the water snake. Zhao Guocheng in front of her. After a loud splash, a scarlet wall of fire rose up from the water and burned fiercely in the night. At the same time, Duan Yu's raven bone fan also moved. Thousands of cold specks flew out and formed a circular encirclement, abruptly attacking Zhao Guocheng's chest. These two people suddenly attacked almost without warning. Following this set of movements, they flew down and rushed behind Zhao Guocheng like lightning. Zhao Guocheng was shocked almost instantly. He simply couldn't believe that these two people would attack him for no reason under everyone's watchful eyes. However, there was no time for him to ponder. Raven Moon's sword light had already broken through Zhao Guocheng's defenses and arrived in front of him. Zhao Guocheng's eyes darkened, and he shouted angrily. A scale-like defensive item quickly formed on his chest, and he shouted, "Punk! You want to kill me? You're still too." Chi. A scorching flame attacked Zhao Guocheng's chest. He originally thought that this godly armor could absolutely block any attack from these two juniors. Unfortunately, Zhao Guocheng truly overestimated himself. Bam! He was sent flying by that fierce flame and retreated several steps. When he looked back in horror, he saw the water snake's sinister head peeking out from behind his head. Its gaping maw sent chills down one's spine. Zhao Guocheng's body suddenly shrank, only to hear a cautious sound of bones breaking, accompanied by a sharp pain. Zhao Guocheng only felt that his left shoulder was almost completely torn off, the pain causing his whole body to tremble. "Mr. Zhao!" Goen couldn't resist shrieking. Mr. Zhao, this deity realm expert, was her greatest reliance on this trip. Now, Mr. Zhao was beaten half to death by two juniors before they even entered the mystic realm. How could she endure this? Pfft! Mr. Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood from his throat. With a roar, he stretched out his other uninjured arm and used all his strength to support the water snake's ferocious head. The big water snake hissed twice, and its body couldn't help but twist twice, throwing out huge waves. Its pair of triangular eyes coldly stared at Zhao Guocheng in front of it. Zhao Guocheng was in so much pain that his body trembled slightly. Just as he was about to call for his spirit beast, the thousands of cold lights had already arrived in front of him. Without any delay, they shot into his body. With a series of muffled sounds, Zhao Guocheng's body was like a sieve that had been shot through. Small light spots appeared on his body one after another. Then, like a ball that had leaked air, his body began to gasp for air. Holding a long staff, Holy Sun Miyan stared blankly at the scene before him. F***CK. There was almost no room for him to react. It had only been 3 minutes since Imo Lian and Duan Yu joined hands, yet Zhao Guocheng was already shot into a sieve. His entire body was covered in blood and bubbling with blood. No, it wasn't. This wasn't right. Holy Sun Miyan blankly thought, just now, he clearly told everyone to join hands to deal with that big water snake. But why did the two of them, how did they attack Zhao Guocheng? Before this, the two of them didn't give any warning, and he had never seen them discuss it with each other. This tacit understanding was too terrifying. That's it for now. We'll continue at midnight. Prepare to burn incense for the new year. Pray that I'll be prosperous in the coming year. Sir Jojo watched the scene before him with sparkling eyes. He abruptly turned around and punched Madame Goen's face. No one will protect you now. Madame Goen was startled, and she reflexively bounced back before reflexively blocking with her hand. Bam! The defensive shield on her hand was instantly shattered by Arbor's punch, and she was sent flying backward by the force of the impact. Madame Goen crashed heavily into a wooden window on the side of the ship and flew in through the broken window before smashing onto the ground. She was dumbstruck for a moment. What? She was actually punched into the cabin from the outside by the little girl. Everyone stared at the little girl dumbfoundedly, unable to speak for a long time. The little girl's bad habit of taking action as soon as she said she wanted to. It was simply shocking. Wait, shouldn't they be allies right now? Evidently, in the little girl's eyes, people like Madame Goen couldn't be considered her allies at all. Previously at the Three River Pier, the little girl hadn't been able to find a chance to deal a vicious blow to Madame Goen due to the protection of that deity realm expert, Mr. Zhao. However, this didn't mean that she had forgotten the previous incident. Even Queen Fu Sha, who didn't mind the commotion, couldn't help but shudder. She didn't expect this girl to be so ruthless. Moreover, it had been a while since the incident, yet she was still bent on teaching Madame Goen a lesson. Xiamu stomped over and circled into the cabin through the hole in the window. She coldly said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Everyone, F***ck, it was clearly such a vicious incident, but why did they feel like laughing? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Why did these words sound so familiar? Didn't the little fellow already nag about it when she was teaching Madame Goen a lesson? Could it be that the lesson from the first half wasn't over yet, and it continued until today, and the lesson only ended in the second half? Queen Fu Sha twitched her mouth with an odd expression. She recalled that they had merely eaten the other party's barbecue, but the freaking little stoic made them vomit for a full 10 hours. 10 hours. Now, whenever her subordinates saw someone barbecue, their hair would stand on end and they would keep a respectful distance. This was simply throwing up psychological trauma. In the future, even if the barbecue was placed in front of them, they probably wouldn't be able to eat it. What a shameless little pervert, Queen Fu Sha cursed in her heart. At this time, Arbor had already walked to Madame Goen's side. Looking at her frightened eyes, he twirled the long sword in his hand. "I let you go again and again. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You, what do you want? You. Don't act recklessly. If the great emperor knows. If you know, then you know." Arbor plunged his sword into Madame Goen's thigh. Ah. Madame Goen was in so much pain that she sat upright. She twisted her body in fear and crawled backward. "You, don't come over, don't come over." Arbor reached out and gently pulled out the sword from her leg. He asked coldly, "Have you thought about how you want to die?" A few drops of dark red blood fell from the sword, but there was not a single red mark on the sword. Madame Goen's eyes widened in shock as she stared blankly at the little girl in front of her. "Yellow goat. Huang Yang." Madame Goen seemed to have thought of something and shouted loudly. Arbor glanced at her contemptuously. "Don't shout. It's useless even if you shout until your throat breaks." The little fellow used her sword to draw 2 lines in front of her chest. "I'm afraid that Mr. Zhao of yours is already dead. Now it's your turn." Arbor saw that she had one hand behind her back. She knew that she was up to no good and that she was definitely up to something. Sir Jojo only looked at the woman in front of him expressionlessly. He did not say anything. Duan Muqing stepped in from outside the hole and hurriedly called out to her. "Jojo, is there some trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Madame Goen, who was lying on the ground, suddenly straighten her body and roared. "Little slut, I'll let you have a taste of my power." Madame Goen's eyes were filled with vicious anger. She stretched out her hand and waved a handful of powder. Duan Muqing hurriedly rushed forward. He originally thought that the little girl would be caught off guard and suffer a great loss. Who knew, the little girl was already prepared. She calmly took out a black frying pan from her inner world and slapped it directly on Madame Goen's face. With a loud bang, Madame Goen let out a miserable cry and fell backwards. Her big head heavily knocked against the deck of the boat, making a loud thud. The frying pan swatted away most of the powder, leaving only a small portion floating in front of Arbor. However, Sir Jojo was very guarded against this woman. He had already set up several layers of defense around himself without leaving a trace. Therefore, Madame Gowen's little bit of powder was unable to break through her defense and be absorbed into her body. At this time, Duan Muqing had already arrived in front of Arbor. He anxiously grabbed her arm. "Jojo, are you all right? What can happen to me?" Sir Jojo said expressionlessly. He used the frying pan to slap Madame Gowen's face again. "The one who's not all right is this fellow." Duan Muqing looked at the little fellow in front of him speechlessly. He coughed lightly and nodded. Looking at this lady's pitiful appearance, it was obvious that she did not get any benefits from Jojo. Madame Gowen suddenly burst into tears. Crown Princess, you can't kill me." "The Crown Princess. I am the Crown Prince's aunt. If you kill me, how can you face the Empress in the future?" "Crown Princess, I know I was wrong. Why don't you spare me this time, Crown Princess?" Madame Gowen cried with snot and tears. The scene was a bit funny. Xiao Mu's cold gaze swept over her, and she involuntarily creased her brows when she saw this fellow crying to this extent. She had never seen such a situation before. If this national security agency insisted on fighting with her to the end, she would just kill her. But now, he was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy while crying out loud. It was really a bit of an eyesore. The little fellow pursed his little mouth and forcefully flung his sleeve that was grabbed by Madame Gowen. He expressionlessly turned around and walked towards the deck. Stinking shameless thing. He was already so old, but he was still crying like a baby. In the future, when he saw Sir Jojo, he had to hurry and take a detour. "Don't talk nonsense all day." Arbor had just arrived on the deck when she saw the big water snake creating a 3-meter-tall splash of water. It was like a raging wave that came towards her. She did not panic at all. She only glanced at the wave indifferently. Then, she raised her small hand and drew a circle of defensive array glyphs around her. "Sleep, come back at 9:30 tomorrow morning." Bang! While water splashed everywhere, Arbor had already flashed out like a bolt of lightning. The teleportation talisman flashed and disappeared, allowing Arbor to suddenly stand on the ship's railing. The river breeze brushed against Arbor's face, and her skirt fluttered. Arbor's black hair fluttered slightly, and the 3-foot-long sword in her hand glinted coldly. Her icy eyes had already met the great snake's gloomy eyes. Hiss! The little white snake on her wrist swiftly slithered and abruptly opened its towering mouth, biting at the oncoming great water snake. That great water snake certainly didn't expect the little girl to have a great void great snake sacred beast coiled around her body. It seemed to be taken aback for a split second, and its snake head abruptly tilted to the side as it retreated in alarm. However, it was already too late. The little white snake's towering snake head had already lifted up, and its mouth bit down on the great water snake's vital point like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. Chi! The great water snake hissed and swayed its body repeatedly, retreating with all its might in alarm, wanting to continue retreating back into the river to hide. At this time, the little white snake had already transformed into a great void serpent several dozen meters long, so how could it allow this guy to continue escaping? The little white snake opened its mouth and bit down on a square inch below the great water snake's head. In less than a few seconds, black smoke billowed out from the water snake's body, eyes, and mouth in wisps. That appearance was a bit frightening. After Imo Lian and the others finished dealing with the night cobbirds below, they turned around to look at the ship's railing. They saw the little stoic standing there like an expressionless little puppet. Her pitch-black eyes didn't move in the slightest under the night sky. And a great white snake several dozen meters long was loosely coiled around her several times in several coils of its tail. Its abdomen moved as it swallowed the water snake in front of it inch by inch. Holy Sun Mi Yan couldn't help but shudder at that terrifying appearance. The students of the other academies couldn't help but scatter like birds and beasts, shivering as they hid behind the destroyed cabins and by the broken wooden windows, watching the scene in front of them in horror. F***CK, what kind of beast was this beside the little stoic? It could actually swallow a level 10 divine beast alive without any hesitation. Wasn't this too cruel? On the other hand, Xiao Mu creased her brows. Seeing that the white snakelet had already swallowed 2/3 of the large water snake, its stomach rumbling, she couldn't resist stroking the white snakelet as she muttered to herself, "Too full, spit it out." Finally, the little white snake swallowed the big water snake whole, including its skin and bones. The snake's belly bulged, and it even burped a few times. Crown Prince Mo and Duan Yu looked at each other, both at a loss for words. Burp. The little white snake suddenly shrank inch by inch, and its body returned to its original slender appearance. However, its abdomen was still bulging, as if it was several months pregnant. Burp. Its pitiful pair of large, watery eyes looked straight at Xiao Mu. Arbor couldn't help but knock on its head. I told you to eat too much, but you didn't vomit when I told you to. You got indigestion from being greedy, so who are you blaming? Sir Jojo quickly took out several bottles of digestion pills from her inner world and fed the little white snake one by one. As she fed it, she discovered that the little white snake's head slowly drooped down and curled up in her hand, unmoving. Arbor jumped in fright and quickly poked it with her finger. Ming Ming. Ming Ming. The little fellow was a bit anxious and poked it with her finger again. Ming Ming. At this time Mo Lian and Duan Yu had already jumped out of the water. Under the night wind, the water droplets on their bodies were slightly flung off, and with the evaporation of spiritual energy, the water droplets on their clothes instantly dried. Jojo, don't be anxious. Mo Lian flashed to her side and gently grasped her hand. The little white snake swallowed a level 10 divine beast's flesh and crystal core, so it needs some time to digest. I reckon this sacred beast is about to advance, Duan Yu said. Master, it looks like Ming Ming is about to advance. Put it on planet Shaji for its advancement. The sapling Chocho's words soon confirmed their conjecture. Xiaomu nodded and fed the white snakelet several more pills to aid in digestion and advancement. Only then did she put it away on Shaji planet and have the sapling Chocho find an open space for it to prepare for its advancement. Chocho solemnly said, Master, Ming Ming will probably need to sleep for a while. That divine beast is very helpful for its advancement, but it needs some time just to digest it. At this time, Arbor also discovered that the great ape on Fish Orchid Planet was pounding its chest and stamping its feet while howling at the sky. Arbor expressionlessly communicated with the sapling mentally. What is it doing? Chocho chuckled mischievously. The great ape is at the pinnacle of spirit beasts, so it needs some divine beast bloodline to advance. Realization dawned on Arbor. He didn't expect that the little white snake would swallow a level 10 divine beast in one go, so it naturally couldn't squeeze out any bloodline. Arbor was a bit curious. Does a spirit beast have to have a divine beast bloodline to advance to a divine beast? Of course. The sapling quickly explained to the little Master. Master, divine beasts aren't everywhere. Normally, they need a bloodline inheritance. It's even harder to find a sacred beast bloodline. Even if their ancestors have a sacred beast bloodline, not every one of them can become a sacred beast. The probability is still very small. However, if the ancestor does not have such a bloodline, then there is not even such a small probability. Arbor nodded. Oh, tell it to stop howling. We'll find another one for it later. She had many small beasts that were top-grade spirit beasts by her side. If that was the case, she would have to find a few more divine beasts for them to advance. Master Silver, little white snake has gone to evolve. Do you want to bring Chocho out with you? Your master isn't that weak. The little stoic said expressionlessly. Soon after, she thought for a bit and brought out the blue spirit snake emperor, who was currently frolicking in the 100 Poison Valley on Fish Orchid Planet. The little blue snake was dumbfounded. When it raised its little snake head and saw its little master, it couldn't help but shiver. It shrunk its head like a human and quickly closed its mouth to hide its two fangs. Little Master couldn't be thinking about Snaketooth again, could she? It took so long for it to grow back. Sob sob sob. Xiaomu expressionlessly said, what are you cowering for? Isn't it just taking 2 drops of your venom every 3 months? It doesn't hurt. The little blue snake blinked its dog eyes cutely and rolled around in her hand like a corpse. Then, its snake body stiffened with its belly facing the sky without any integrity. Duan Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw this. He exchanged a glance with Mo Lian next to him. Were the beasts by Jojo's side also lacking in integrity? Mo Lian gave him an especially annoying look. Thankfully, his Sir Jojo didn't like little beasts that acted cute. Otherwise, these stinky things might have to compete with him for favor. Mo Lian was about to pick up the little blue snake and toss it away. The little blue snake seemed to have sensed an unprecedented crisis and hastily coiled itself around Arbor's wrist. It obediently coiled itself into a circle and stopped moving like a corpse. Arbor was amused. He looked down at the little blue snake before looking up at Mo Lian and Duanyu. Wee, swish, thump, thump, thump. A series of urgent sounds came from the bottom of the ship. They soon saw the little fatty's nimble body dashing forward as he shouted, "There are several hundred to 1,000 sword-toothed fish digging into the ship below. I think the bottom of the ship is going to be pierced through very soon." Everyone was grief-stricken when they heard this. It wasn't that they were afraid. If it were any other time, the worst that could happen was that the ship would sink, and they would just fly up into the air. But in this current situation, with such dense thunderclouds hovering above Du Chenjiang, they would dare to hack you to death if you dared to fly up into the air. Who dared to fly up recklessly? That would be asking for a beating. Thump, 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 thump. The sounds of the ship's bottom being pierced gradually grew louder in the stormy night, causing everyone's nerves to tighten to a critical point in an instant. Holy Sun Miyan rushed onto the ship despite the torrential rain and solemnly said to everyone, "Everyone, conserve your spiritual energy and pay attention to your defenses. When we enter the water later, we will need a defensive barrier to support us. Who knows how long we will struggle in the water." On the side, Xianxia rolled up her small sleeves. "Let's fight it out with them. How could a group of spiritual cultivators like them be afraid of several hundred sword-toothed fish? What a joke." Crack. The boatman shrieked in panic, "The bottom of the ship is leaking." Arbor turned to look at them with a frown. This ship employed more than a dozen normal boatmen. If they entered the water, they wouldn't have any chance of survival. The teeth of the sword-toothed fish could chew them into pieces at any moment. Holy Sun Miyan hastily said, "Hurry and gather around. Follow behind us. When we fall into the water later, try your best to find wooden planks for cover." Crack. Kacha kacha. Some of the sword-toothed fish jumped up and jumped onto the deck of the boat. Everyone was about to kill them. Arbor suddenly said, "Wait." Akir had long found her an eyesore. Upon hearing this, she sternly shouted, "Wait, what? Don't you see that these sword-toothed fish are about to chew up our treasures? What are you waiting for? Kill him." Akir stepped forward with her sword and cut the sword-toothed fish in half without saying a word. At the same time, a stream of venom spurted out from the belly of the sword-tooth-long fish, flying straight towards her face. At the same time that Akir cried out in alarm, she felt her body being pulled back and involuntarily fell over. ACI quickly pulled her to the back, but a young girl from the Hongfu Academy standing beside Akir was out of luck. A portion of the splattered venom landed on her face and hands. She screamed in pain and subconsciously covered her face with her hands as she screamed. As if her face was burned by fire, it quickly turned red, swollen, and rotted. A piece of flesh from her chin fell to the ground with a plop, causing Akir to widen her eyes in horror. This venom was so terrifying, Arbor quickly stepped forward, pulled out a silver needle, and pricked the girl a few times. Then, he stuffed a pill into her mouth and said with a solemn expression, "Swallow it." The other students from the Hong Family Academy gasped in astonishment. "I'm going to eat breakfast. I must eat breakfast." I'll update later. The girl reflexively swallowed the pill, and the rotting condition on her face improved slightly. It didn't continue to worsen. However, when everyone saw her face, they couldn't help but gasp. Her face was completely ruined. Not only was her originally delicate and pretty face extremely swollen, but there were also 2 holes in her chin and cheeks that exposed her ghastly white bones. Akir shrunk her neck in fright. She took a step back and hid behind Yas. However, several students from the Hong Academy couldn't resist reprimanding her angrily, "Why are you hiding behind him? If you hadn't recklessly swung your sword to chop the sword-toothed fish just now, how could this have happened? Brainless guy. Jinx. Jinx." Akir was also extremely aggrieved. How could she have known that the sword-toothed fish was so disgusting that there was actually a bag of poison hidden in its stomach? How could it give someone such a thing before it died? Did they think she was willing? It wasn't like she did it on purpose. The disfigured girl covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Arbor was a bit vexed and couldn't resist shouting, "All of you, shut up." She threw a medicine bottle to the girl. Apply it once in the morning and night. You'll recover after a month. Everyone looked at her in a daze. They saw that the little stoic still didn't have much of an expression, and her gaze was even colder as it swept over the sobbing girl. Her gaze was really cold. This was what everyone thought in their hearts. That girl dazedly clutched the medicine bottle in her hand and raised her head to glance at the little stoic. At first, she was frightened by the little stoic's cold gaze, and then she felt as if a warm current flowed into her heart. The girl inexplicably felt that although the stoic face in front of her was young, for some reason, it made people want to trust her unconditionally. Thank you. The girl pursed her lips, her voice as weak as a mosquito's bite. After this incident, Akir also quieted down. She shrunk her neck and hid behind ACI and Ollie without saying anything else. The boatmen shivered as they lay on the ground and said to Holy Sun Miyan, "Sir Holy Sun, save us, save us." Not only were the sword-toothed fish's teeth formidable, but the venom in its stomach was even more frightening. They were just ordinary people. If they were bitten by the sword-toothed fish, they would definitely die. However, if the venom accidentally splashed onto them when they were slaughtering the saber-toothed long fish, then with their identities as ordinary people, they might not even be as good as the young girl and would die in a matter of minutes. Holy Sun Miyan's expression was also rather grave. He turned to look at the little stoic and asked gravely, "Do you have any methods?" Inexplicably, he felt that this little girl, who was full of treasures, should have a way to help everyone out of this predicament. The little fellow raised her eyebrows and glared at him. "Didn't you bring this disaster upon yourselves? Now that you can't control yourself, you want to ask me for help?" Holy Sun Miyan said, "Is there a misunderstanding? Now we're all in the same boat? Was he crazy to attract these things to harm everyone, including himself?" "Humph." The little stoic rolled her eyes at him. "You don't know how to cause trouble, but don't tell me other people can't." Holy Sun Miyan reflexively glanced at the silent holy nun, Nye Yaoguang. For some reason, he had an intuition that the little stoic was targeting the holy nun. Holy nun Nye Yaoguang, on the other hand, was looking down without any expression on her face. When she saw the Holy Sun's gaze, she bowed and said respectfully, "Holy Sun, let us go down and slaughter the sword-toothed fish." The moment she said that, the few priests of the temple looked at her as if they had eaten a fly. What kind of joke was this? Since she knew that the sword-toothed fish had poison in their stomachs, she still wanted them to go down and die. There were not only hundreds and thousands of sword-toothed fish gathered below, there were probably close to 7 to 8 million of them. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, not to mention so many sword-toothed fish. The few priests stared at Holy Nun Nye Yaoguang as if they were looking at a lunatic. "Is there something wrong with your brain? Even with so many people going down together, they might not be able to handle so many sword-toothed fish, much less 30 to 40 of them from the temple." The holy nun's expression was calm. With a flip of her hand, she took out an exquisite ball with multicolored light flowing around it. "You all only need to assist me. Once I keep all these sword-toothed fish into this exquisite ball, there will naturally be no danger left." Whoa, the exquisite ball in the holy nun's hand is a storage spiritual artifact. Everyone's eyes lit up as they landed on her hand. That storage spiritual artifact looked like it was overflowing with light. From the outside, it looked very beautiful. On the other hand, Mo Lian merely glanced at her before curling his lips slightly and shifting his gaze away. The little fellow tugged at her husband's sleeve curiously. "Lian, is her exquisite ball very powerful?" "The material is not bad, but the forging standard is a little bad." Mo Lian whispered in her ear. "This exquisite ball is made from deep-sea cold iron, and there are more than 10 kinds of good materials in it. Previously, when we were forging weapons for Little Fatty and the rest, if we could have 3 or 4 of them, we could have forged their weapons into level 15 divine artifacts." "What a pity," Arbor blinked. "In that case, the material of this exquisite ball is good, but the forging is not satisfactory?" Mo Lian nodded and murmured something into her ear. Afterwards, he winked at her with an expression of watching a good show. A faint smile appeared on the little fellow's stoic face, and he nodded his head with a grin. Seeing that Nye Yaoguang was so confident, Holy Sun Miyan nodded and said, "Since that's the case, everyone in the Divine Palace will follow me down. Assist the Saintess in keeping these sword-tooth fish into the exquisite orb." Saintess Nyayaguang was a little excited, even though she didn't show it on her face. She thought to herself that if she could subdue these sword-toothed fish that had sharp teeth and could spit poison, she would naturally be able to kill a lot of enemies in the water in a matter of minutes. She subconsciously glanced at Arbor, then turned around and led the Holy Sun and the others to the bottom of the cabin. Duanyu glanced at Mo Lian and thought, the Saintess, this fool, is probably going to run out of luck. At this time, Madame Goen had already shakily crawled over with one leg. That robust man, Huang Yang, hurried to her side and quickly reached out to support her. He whispered, Madam, I was held back by someone just now. Madame Goen quickly waved her hand at him, indicating for him to stop talking. She warily glanced at Mo Lian and Arbor, who were standing at the side of the ship, and shuddered all over. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., don't wait for me. Right now, she was truly a bit fearful of this stoic face. She secretly made up her mind to avoid provoking this little stoic if she could in the future. After suffering so many losses at her hands, Goengwa had learned her lesson. She was the dignified Madam of Goengwa. If she could avoid provoking this couple, she would naturally be able to live a good life with a handsome man. However, she had a bit of a screw loose previously and just had to target this stoic face. The stoic face wasn't an easy bone to chew. Just based on her cold and stern appearance just now, even the emperor couldn't be provoked. If she hadn't wailed loudly in the end and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy, perhaps she really would have been killed by this stoic face. Madame of Goengwa believed that in the end, the little stoic didn't stop killing her because she was soft-hearted. Why didn't she kill her? Because a coward like Madame of Goengwa wasn't worth it for her to make a move. For some reason, Madame of Goengwa had such a clear thought in her mind. She shuddered and supported the robust man, Huang Yang, by the arm. She whispered to him, How is Mr. Zhao? Huang Yang weakly shook his head at her. The shock in his heart hadn't passed yet. Prince Mo really didn't give Madame of Goengwa any face and killed Mr. Zhao with a single blow. The Crown Prince was warning Madame of Goengwa that if she continued, her outcome wouldn't be any better than Mr. Zhao's. Mr. Zhao truly had 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck. Just because he wanted to protect Madame of Goengwa, the couple viewed him as a thorn in their flesh. Although Huang Yang felt that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess were ruthless in their methods, he had nothing to say in response. After all, the two sides had different standpoints, so their opponents were naturally different as well. If Madame seized this rare opportunity, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be so ruthless towards the Crown Princess. Although the Crown Prince and Crown Princess were ruthless, they merely struck first to gain the upper hand, winner takes all. Wasn't Madame admitting defeat now out of fear of being beaten? Huang Yang sighed and helped the limping Madame of Goengwa to sit down on the side. He warned, Madam, I'll help you bandage your wound first. When it enters the water later, this blood might attract ferocious beasts in the water. Madame Goen nodded listlessly and didn't say anything. She just let the gazelle do whatever it wanted. The little stoic reached out to stroke the strands of hair that floated in front of her forehead and absent-mindedly turned her head to glance at the Madam of the Ministry of State Security. Like a startled little beast, Goen sat up straight and shrunk back to the railing. Arbor looked at her coldly and then retracted his gaze. Madame Goen only felt a bone-chilling coldness. She touched her forehead and found that it was full of cold sweat. She was so frightened by this glance that she almost peed. Everyone on the ship was anxious and restless. A few students from the academy could not help but lower their heads to look into the water. From their point of view, they could only see the 5-colored light of the exquisite ball faintly flickering. It seemed that the Saintess was currently absorbing the saber-toothed fish. It would be much better if I could take away all the sword-fang fish. Even if they entered the water, they would not have to face the siege of thousands of sword-fang fishes. The little stoic reached out to hold the railing and looked down. She then blinked and shrunk into her husband's arms. They're here. Boom. A huge tremor stole up from the bottom of the ship. Everyone, who was brimming with anticipation, was instantly stupefied by this sound. They only felt the ship violently shake and tremble. The ship, which was riddled with holes, disintegrated in an instant. Ah! Caught off guard, everyone fell into the water like dumplings. Sir Jojo stretched out his leg and stepped on a small piece of floating wooden lattice window. He looked around and saw that Mo Lian was busy keeping the broken pieces of the exquisite ball. Countless sword-toothed fishes jumped up and down beside his feet. When they touched the wall of fire that rose from his feet, they hurriedly retreated. Xiaomu waved her hand, and a blank storage talisman emitting a purple light flew out from her inner world. It circled around her before abruptly stopping in front of her. The peerless purple talisman shone brightly. At the same time, countless sword-toothed fishes were sucked into the talisman and circled in the air. Waves of sword-toothed fishes were all sucked into the peerless purple talisman. The flustered boatmen had just thought that their lives were over when they saw such a shocking scene in front of them. For a moment, they did not know if they were overjoyed or overjoyed. They looked at Sir Jojo in a daze and could not say a word for a long time. After Arbor sucked the last sword-toothed fish into the purple talisman, she stretched out her hand and pinched the talisman in her hand. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Their gazes landed on the expressionless young lady and thought to themselves, "This young lady looks cold but her heart is not cold." This action really saved the majority of people. At this moment, many people fell into the water because there were no wooden planks to step on. Luckily, all the sword-toothed fishes in the water were sucked away by Arbor. Hence, there was no more trouble. At the same time, Saintess Xiaoguang, whose hair was in a mess, rushed out from the bottom of the boat with a pale face. At this moment, she was dripping with water. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold or because she was trembling in fear. Her face was very pale and her body could not stop trembling. Recalling her previous actions, Xiaoguang's face was pale. Behind her, Holy Sun Miyan and more than 30 god disciples also jumped out. Their faces were also very pale. When they were underwater, Saintess Xiaoguang had indeed kept most of the saber-toothed long fishes into the exquisite ball. Everyone was overjoyed and felt that the Saintess was very reliable. She had actually thought of such an idea. And the result, in the end, halfway through, the Saintess's expression changed greatly. The exquisite orb in her hand had actually exploded. It exploded. Holy Sun Miyan and the followers of the divine halls were caught unprepared. While setting up multiple defensive shields, they tried their best to escape and were almost besieged by the fishes. It was a close call. Before they even returned to the Red River Canyon, 5 or 6 of the gods' disciples of the divine hall had already died. He did not die in the hands of a spirit beast or a divine beast. If this were to spread out, people would laugh their heads off. He was actually killed by the exquisite ball in the hands of the Saintess. With a sullen face, Holy Sun Miyan glares at the unreliable Saintess Xiaoguang. At this moment, Xiaoguang's face was also green and white. He still had lingering fears. She was about to open her mouth to defend herself when she saw the little girl with a stoic face use a storage talisman with a purple glow to keep all the saber-toothed long fishes. What are you doing?" Xiaoguang shouted angrily. Heavens, these little things that she had taken a fancy to were all taken away by that stoic-faced girl in one go. The Saintess simply wanted to beat her chest and stamp her feet. These were the things that she had taken a fancy to first. The Saintess's expression became more and more unsightly. One moment, it was white and the next, it was black. Arbor swept her a glance and looked at Xiaoguang like she was looking at an idiot. Was this person an idiot? Didn't she see that she had harvested several batches of fish from Dokun River? The holy nun was so angry that she wanted to pull out her hair. She blurted out hysterically, "This sword-fang fish is what I want." Ever since she met the little stoic, the holy nun was actually gnashing her teeth in hatred. However, she had been restraining herself and didn't flare up. She also tried her best to maintain a calm attitude and turned a blind eye to the little stoic. But now, she couldn't tolerate this. Why did this D*MN stoic face want to snatch everything? She even wanted to poke her nose into these sword-fang fish that she had her eyes on. Arbor looked at the holy nun with pity. She just knew this person was an idiot. Otherwise, how could she ask such a stupid question? "Your family's fish?" Xiaomu gazed at her indifferently. The holy nun choked. This naturally couldn't be her fish. It was just that she had her eyes on it. "Since it's ownerless, what are you yelling about? You want it? Just because you want it, it must be yours." If she wasn't an idiot, then what was she? The holy nun naturally wasn't in a good mood when the little girl looked at her like she was an idiot. She took a deep breath. "Crown Princess, then what do you think if I buy 10 sword-fang fish from you?" She would most likely die from anger if she spoke to this stoic face. The holy nun felt that rather than continuing to pester this stoic face endlessly, she might as well strike a deal with her. She was determined to obtain this sword fang fish. She had to obtain it. Arbor gazed deeply at the holy nun and said meaningfully, "The holy nun is so impatient to obtain this sword fang fish because you want to nurture it into a mutated sword fang corpse fish, right?" The holy nun's face clearly stiffened, but it was only for a moment. Xiaoguang quickly returned to her senses and said faintly, "I don't know what the crown princess is talking about. You want this sword fang fish only because its teeth are hard and it carries poison inside its body. If you can cultivate these little things and breed them in large batches, you will be in charge of everything in the water in the future." The saintess looked angry and could not help but say, "Crown princess, I am talking to you about serious matters. Must you speak to me in such a tone? Not for sale." With a hook of her finger, Qiaomu took out a swordfang fish with a protruding belly that was thrashing about in her hand from her storage talisman. She gazed apathetically at the saintly nun before her. "Doesn't saintly nun think that this chubby little thing is quite interesting?" "Interesting? Interesting your sister." The saintess was so angry that her stomach was about to explode. Her pair of black eyes stared fixedly at Arbor. Her eyes were filled with a dark light. "Such interesting little fellows. I can't let you harm them." Whoosh! The saintess released a white light from her hand. The crescent-shaped blade made a circle in the air and slashed toward Arbor's neck. Holy Nun Miyan was shocked and immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" Arbor looked at her expressionlessly with a trace of coldness in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the curved blade in front of her with one hand. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The little girl's hand was as hard as jade. She grabbed the curved blade that the saintess released and clasped it tightly in her hand. "Let go." Xiaoguang was so angry that his face turned black. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "This is intolerable." Under the command of her spiritual conscience, that scimitar moved at will and continuously twisted in Arbor's hand, trying its best to break free. However, how could Arbor give it this chance? She gazed icily at that saintess Xiaoguang, and the words she spat out were extremely icy and merciless. "You are looking for death." Everyone who drew their swords against her wouldn't have a good ending. At this time, the little girl's toes were on a half-broken window frame, and she was floating on the river. Her plain-colored robes were gently fluttering in the river breeze. Her appearance was like an ice sculpture, cold and merciless. Madame Gohan shuddered slightly. She still remembered that she had previously courted death like this, throwing a spiritual weapon at the little girl in a futile attempt to kill her, but in the end, the unlucky one was herself. This saintess of the temple probably wouldn't have it easy either. Bang! The scimitar in the little stoic's hand didn't seem to be able to withstand that enormous force. Not only did it bend, but it also made a cracking sound in the little girl's hand. Crack! Ah! The saintess instantly felt an unbearable pain in her conscience. She reflexively fell backwards and missed a step, falling into the water with a splash. Holy Sun Miyan was taken aback. He quickly flew up and raised his hand to pull the saintess out of the water. Her complexion was pale, and her eyes were tightly shut, as if she was heavily injured. Holy Sun Miyan checked her breathing, and his gaze relaxed slightly. Fortunately, she was still breathing. At least she wasn't dead, so everything was still manageable. He turned to look at the little stoic and said sullenly, "Crown Princess, please don't lower yourself to the saintess's level if she has offended you." Arbor's expression froze, and she tossed away the scimitar that had turned into scrap metal. "Hand it over." Holy Sun Miyan's heart involuntarily sank. He finally understood the little girl in front of him. Whoever came to provoke her, she would kill that person to settle the matter once and for all. It had to be said that this kind of mentality was extremely troublesome. Such a lousy temperament was definitely spoiled by someone. Although the saintess was courting death, since she was a member of the temple, Holy Sun Miyan felt that he had the responsibility to protect her safety. Naturally, he couldn't watch as the little girl slapped Saintess Xiaoguang to death. If she killed the saintess just like that, not only would he, Holy Sun Miyan, lose all face, but would the Sun Moon Temple still have any face left? Holy Sun Miyan took a deep breath and felt that he needed to have a good talk with the little girl. Although he wasn't very confident in his heart, after all, He truly understood this little stoic's temperament thoroughly after interacting with her during this period of time. This little girl was definitely not someone who was easy to talk to. Just look at the previous madam of the National Security Agency. It had been a while, but she still wanted to get rid of her. The main thing was that she had many accomplices, so it was not good to provoke her. Thinking of this, Holy Sun Miyan's face darkened. He wished he could shake the saintess awake and slap her. King caused so much trouble, yet you still want me to clean up your mess. You're simply too hateful. Holy Sun Miyan was currently scheming on how to plead with the little stoic to stop causing trouble for the saintess. However, he didn't know that the eyelids of the saintess he was supporting in front of him twitched slightly, and the finger resting on her side also flicked lightly. Stoic, cough, Crown Princess. Holy Sun Miyan had just called out to her when he saw an attack talisman flying at him. Holy Sun Miyan was startled and subconsciously retracted his finger. Then he remembered that the holy nun was unconscious. If he retracted his hand, the holy nun would fall backwards. Holy Sun Miyan didn't hear the sound of falling into the water. He looked down and was shocked. He saw that the holy nun, Xianxia, had already woken up. She was staring at Arbor with a pair of scarlet eyes. She suddenly pounced towards Arbor like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Holy Sun Miyan couldn't stop her in time. Because the two of them were originally standing on a log, the holy nun suddenly jumped away, causing the log to lose its center of gravity and sink into the water. Holy Sun Miyan almost reflexively leaped into the air. At the same time, the lightning above his head seemed to have found the target of punishment and fiercely struck down on his head. Crack! A bright light flashed in the dark night. Holy Sun Miyan was caught off guard and was hit by the power of the lightning. He fell into the river with a splash. The sudden sound of thunder made many people jump up in fright. At the same time, several students of the Hong Academy also jumped up about 10 feet. This was great. The lightning was like an exploding pot, crackling as it gathered and attacked the person's body. Everyone was like grasshoppers, jumping back and forth on the floating objects on the river surface. Meanwhile, on the other side, the saintess had already jumped in front of Xiaomu with a plop. She stared at her coldly with a pair of glowing red eyes as she crouched down on a piece of driftwood. She was like a crazed wild beast, as if she wanted to bite Xiaomu's throat in half with a bite. Chow chow. As Mo Lian flew over, he naturally became the target of the lightning bolt's concentrated bombardment. Arbor didn't panic at all. She just looked coldly at the holy nun, Xianxia. Tisk, her cold voice slightly raised, appearing particularly clear under the night sky. So it's a corpse puppet that is evolving. I really underestimated you before. She hit it really well. At this time, the holy nun's appearance had changed a bit. Not to mention her eyes had turned red, there were even short fangs protruding from the corner of her mouth. Tianyan's experiment began to make progress. Xiaomu felt rather gloomy in her heart. This saintess usually looked like an ordinary person. No one would think that she was different from the rest. Moreover, she might even be able to control the corpse poison in her body. That was why she was able to release the corpse poison with such precision, causing her body to undergo a transformation. Boom! Xianxia seemed to have gone berserk. He punched down, and the river water turned into a piece of sky, sweeping towards Arbor. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. By the time Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and the others flew over one after another, Arbor's figure had already been washed away by that monstrous wave. Saintess Xianxia's eyes glowed with a crimson-red light. Roar! After a sharp howl, some of the lower-level spirit masters spat out blood and their eardrums hurt. Holy Sun Miyan, who had just come out of the water, looked at Holy Nun Xianxia in shock. He didn't know what to think, but his expression was so shocked that he was almost speechless. Heavens, what kind of monster was that? Holy Sun Miyan suddenly recalled the little stoic's mocking words to him. Weren't these night cobbirds summoned by your temple? I am possible. How was that possible? How could their temple of light, their sacred temple of light, be corrupted by this kind of dark and evil creature? Holy Sun Miyan was extremely conflicted. He felt that the little stoic must be slandering him, but he also felt that with the little stoic's aloof and arrogant personality, she would disdain to lie. Holy Sun Miyan only felt his entire body turn ice cold, and he hastily kicked his legs and paddled forward. Meanwhile, Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and the others swiftly moved on the river surface. Following closely behind were bolts of lightning that struck around everyone. Because of their leaping movements, the lightning enveloping the river surface collectively erupted, and the others also met with misfortune. The nether leopard that had just surfaced was instantly struck into the water by a bolt of lightning. The feeling of the electric current sizzling chaotically in his body, was especially satisfying. Qin Xian grabbed Qin Zhou's arm and scuttled out of the water. Before he could say anything, he was nearly struck by a bolt of lightning. He hastily tossed little Zhou out and also dodged to the side. That bolt of lightning just happened to land between the two of them, directly pulverizing a dilapidated piece of wood. Qin Zhou sprawled on the water surface and didn't dare to move, but his entire body involuntarily shuddered. F***ck. This bolt of lightning was truly ferocious. Where's second brother? Eldest Xianxia Qin couldn't resist asking. Qin Zhou sprawled there and repeatedly shook his head. No, I don't see second brother. D***it, eldest Xianxia Qin couldn't resist gritting his teeth and turned to glare at the saintess gravely. Qin Zhou didn't dare to move at all and repeatedly asked, Big brother, what's up with that woman just now? The eldest Xianxia shook his head and turned to look at the people beside him. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. This bolt of lightning only floats on the water surface. I think it's more appropriate for us to hold our breath and swim for a while, the two young sirs from the Dou family hastily said. It's all that D***mn stoic face's fault. Zhongli Jiwei was almost struck by a bolt of lightning, and she angrily punched the water surface. If she hadn't angered the saintess, why would the saintess transform into a monster and cause everyone to be in a mess? Enough, what's the use of complaining over there? Chen Baojia shrieked in exasperation, hurry and swim forward. A scene appeared on the Duchun River. All the people who had fallen into the river sank into the water under the intertwining lightning. They paddled with all their might, trying their best to escape. On the other hand, Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and Duan Muqing's group had shouldered 70 to 80% of the lightning bolts. It couldn't be helped. This group of people committed crimes against the wind and openly leaped in midair, completely ignoring Du Chuanjiang's clear order that prohibited flying. It caused waves of thunder and lightning to bombard them with extreme indignation. They quickly chased after him, and Jojo subconsciously started to swim in the water after being hit by a huge wave. As soon as the little fellow entered the water, he felt like a fish in water. In the past, she didn't understand what was going on, but now she had some understanding. This probably had something to do with his bloodline. Therefore, when she was in the water, it was as if she was walking on flat ground. She could even breathe freely without any discomfort. Unexpectedly, a few rotten corpse crocodiles came out from the side and bit at her hands and feet. Arbor looked back and saw Yaoguang popping out from behind her like a ghost. His pair of red eyes emitted an eerie, cold glint in the water, and his viciousness was threatening. Yet Xiaomu merely pursed her small lips indifferently. With a light stomp of her foot, she shot out like an arrow. Those zombie crocodiles opened their mouths and bit down on empty air. The saintly nun's face was filled with disbelief. Arbor was actually able to escape from the mouths of several corpse crocodiles. She was actually able to move so quickly in the water. Wasn't that strange? Saintess Yaoguang's eyes flashed with a hint of disbelief as she quickly paddled forward. At the same time, she commanded even more corpse crocodiles to chase after Arbor. After Arbor entered the water, the more she swam, the more she found the feeling. Her small arms moved in the water as if she was walking. She stepped on the water and floated further and further away. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, this saintess is definitely a person with a twisted mind. Her exquisite orb was not broken by Lord Jojo, so was there a need to chase after her to kill her out of humiliation? Previously, her lotus had said that the exquisite ball was made of the best materials, but the method used to make it was inferior and couldn't hold too many things. It was absolutely impossible for the saintess to try and take in so many ferocious sword-toothed fish. The exquisite ball's self-destruction was inevitable, so her lotus was prepared to pick up the scraps of materials from the very beginning. The saintess was confused by the explosion of the exquisite ball and couldn't find a way to vent her anger. She actually looked for Master Jojo to vent her anger for no reason. She was simply crazy. Arbor kicked her legs and slid far away. She kept paddling forward. In the vast Duchengjiang, to be honest, she also didn't know where she was going. Logically speaking, she should be heading towards the Red River Canyon. However, Master Jojo said that it was dark and there was water everywhere. He really couldn't tell where she was. At this time, the saintess who had chased after Arbor for a long time but still couldn't catch up to her, the blood-red light in her eyes slowly receded and she seemed to have returned to her normal state. She punched the water and kicked the water. With a splash, she rushed to the surface of the water. She coughed twice and spat out the cold river water in her mouth. A pair of pitch-black pupils flashed with a cold light as she stared at Arbor's departing figure. There was definitely something strange about this woman. Otherwise, how could she enter the water so quickly? Even when she activated her special bloodline, she still couldn't deal with her. Nye Yaoguang hammered the river water twice with great force. His face was filled with anger as he let out an angry roar towards the sky. After swimming for a while, Sir Jojo looked back and saw that Nye Yaoguang had stopped chasing after him. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. The corpse crocodiles were still chasing after her relentlessly. Sir Jojo was a little annoyed, so he simply turned around and ran back. He released a few icicles from his palms and stabbed them into the heads of 2 corpse crocodiles. When the other corpse crocodiles saw that the situation was not right, they actually wanted to scatter and escape in all directions in a very human-like manner. How could Arbor allow them to escape? He immediately erected walls of water in all directions, and ran through them without any hindrance. Dozens of icicles were cast down, and the remaining corpse crocodiles were dealt with as well. After the corpses were burned to ashes, Arbor collected the crystal cores in the heads of 2 corpse crocodiles and looked around blankly. So annoying. There was water everywhere. Was she going to soak in the water for the whole night? Forget it, she should return to Paradise Planet first and let Sapling contact Mo Lien and the others. With a thought, Arbor was about to enter Paradise Planet when she suddenly realized that she had lost contact with Qiu Qiu. The little fellow's face immediately became gloomy, and it was so gloomy that it swam back and forth in the water. Could it be that this Duchengjiang not only forbade flying, but also forbade spirit? Arbor tried 2 more times, but still couldn't get in. She couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Forget it, it's not hard to stay in the water anyway, so I'll just keep going. She wandered aimlessly for an entire night. Gradually, the horizon became a bit brighter. After soaking for an entire night, although she didn't feel uncomfortable, she still felt that she had to go ashore as soon as possible. This Duchengjiang is really a damned place. Sir Jojo didn't like it very much. When a bit of red light faintly appeared in the distant horizon, the sky finally brightened. Arbor looked around blankly. She saw that the water was still, as if even the lightning above her head had disappeared. But she was surrounded by the river, and she was a little girl who didn't know where to go, so she could only continue forward with a confused expression. She swayed in the water and walked for about an hour before she finally saw a fishing boat on the river. The old man rowing the boat looked to be in his early 60s, and he slowly came over with a bamboo pole. There was also a young girl sitting at the bow of the boat. She looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, and her hair was combed into a big shiny braid. She was singing a folk song at the top of her lungs. Arbor's pitch-black eyes narrowed. She then raised her small hand above her head and waved at the old man. "Grandpa, there's someone over there." The young girl sitting at the bow of the boat suddenly cried out, unable to hide the surprise in her eyes. The boatman hurriedly rowed the boat over and handed the bamboo pole to Arbor. Arbor stretched out her foot and lightly tapped the pole. With a flip of her body, she easily landed on the boat. At the same time, the blue spiritual cleansing fire slightly evaporated her body, and her clothes instantly became dry. The young girl couldn't help but clap her hands in cheer. "Miss, you're really skilled." Arbor nodded slightly at her, and cupped her hands at the boatman. "Old man, many thanks." The old boatman was a loyal and honest person. When he heard this, he hurriedly blushed and waved his hands. "Miss, where are you going? Why did you fall into the water at Duchengjiang? Yesterday, there was thunder on Duchengjiang all night. Could it be related to this girl?" "I'm going to the Red River Canyon." "Ah. That's perfect. Our little Li village is the only way to go to the Red River Canyon. Why don't you follow us back to the village before heading to the canyon?" But miss, it's very dangerous for you to go to the canyon alone. That big braided girl was very talkative as she chattered, but looking at the girl's skills, I reckon it won't be difficult for you to cross the canyon. Miss, are you going to the shrine? The shrine is in the depths of the Red River Canyon. The old man smiled helplessly and nodded apologetically at Arbor. He then scolded his granddaughter, Nyo, you asked so many questions at once that I don't know how to answer. The big braided girl called Nyo naughtily stuck out her tongue and said, Miss, you don't look very old. I'm 19, what about you? 16. Heh, then I'll call you little sister. Nyo giggled as if they were close friends. All right. Arbor nodded. He didn't care too much about the title. She had some doubts in her heart and couldn't help but ask, Old man, is this not the center of the river? She remembered that their boat was destroyed halfway. It was reasonable to say that she drifted for an entire night and didn't know the direction, so she shouldn't be able to travel too far. But this pair of grandfather and granddaughter were only ordinary people, so they shouldn't be able to travel too far. The elderly man was taken aback, but then he said amiably, we fish for a living, so we usually only move around the river banks. We naturally don't dare to go to the center of the river. There are layers of lightning there day and night, so normal people don't dare to rashly take risks. Arbor couldn't help but be dazed. She asked softly, then, how far is this place from your little village? Nyo laughed heartily. Just an hour by water. We'll arrive very quickly. Then how far is this place from the center of the river? Those treasured ships used by immortals take more than half a day to sail. Small boats like ours might not even arrive in 2 days. Nyo continued, it's very far, at least 500 kilometers. Arbor couldn't help but be dumbstruck, unable to react for a long time. In that case, she had foolishly drifted more than 500 kilometers in the water in a single night. She didn't feel anything at all. She looked back blankly, thinking that it was no wonder she hadn't seen Mo Lian and Duan Yu's figures until now. She must have drifted too fast, so they simply couldn't catch up to her, but she really didn't feel anything at all. She didn't realize at all that she had traveled so far. Arbor instantly blushed with shame. She looked back at the boundless water and asked, Sister Nyo, from Duchun River to Red River Canyon, will we definitely pass by your village? Definitely. Nyo nodded vigorously. Then we must pass by. Immortals can't fly in this area. Arbor nodded. Why? Us older generations all say that there are immortals protecting the surrounding citizens in the river. The living people and sacrifices thrown into the river during Spring City's sacrificial ceremony have only raised a large water snake for many years. Arbor shook her head speechlessly, thinking that they definitely didn't know the reason, so she recounted everything she saw and heard on the way to Nyo. Nyo clicked her tongue repeatedly as she listened. She treated it as a fantasy story and listened with great interest. Little sister, your group is truly too amazing. The elderly man also kept sighing. So it's just feeding a ferocious beast. Those sacrifices that Spring City had consecrated for so many years were actually thrown to a beast. It truly left one speechless. Sister, Shally Village is just up ahead. Arbor nodded and thought. Nyo said that Little Village is the only way to Red River Canyon, so I'll wait at ease and wait for Mo Lian and the others to arrive. The old man pushed the bamboo pole to the shore. After the three of them went ashore, Arbor saw that although the village was small, it was very lively with people coming and going. Nyo and Grandpa are back, a fat woman greeted them with a smile, and her curious eyes wandered around Arbor. Sister Khufu. Who is this little girl? Mrs. Fu looked at Arbor curiously and couldn't help but ask. The main reason was that this little girl's appearance was too exquisite. In the surrounding villages, they had never seen such a delicate little girl. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at her. Nyo smiled and pulled Arbor to her side. Relative, Sister Fu, we're in a hurry to go home. Make way, hee. Bah. The fat woman looked at the direction the three of them left and spat, her eyes darting around. This little girl is really good looking. I wonder where she's from. If she doesn't have any background, the fat woman looked up and almost fell over in fright. She saw a purple figure quietly appear in front of her. The fat woman's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Langjun in front of her had long eyebrows, and a hint of emerald green was faintly discernible in his black pupils. His robes fluttered in the wind, and he was elegant and graceful. The light in his hand disappeared, and the woman stared blankly as he stored a boat that could accommodate more than 30 people into a talisman. She couldn't help but be shocked, and she took a few steps back. When she finally reacted, the woman hurriedly prostrated herself on the ground and repeatedly kowtowed. "Immortal, please spare my life. Immortal, please spare my life." The purple-clothed man looked at her indifferently. The light in his hand expanded, and a faint shadow of a small person wearing a crimson bridal dress and a phoenix coronet slowly paced on his palm. Although the light was extremely faint, the facial features were very detailed, allowing people to see it very clearly. The woman couldn't help but tremble. Her mind seemed to explode, and she couldn't help but tremble all over. Wasn't this the little girl with a delicate and cold face that she saw just now? Looking at the appearance of this immortal-like man, could it be that the little girl ran away from the marriage, and he chased after her? He was chasing after his wife. Just now, she had the idea to introduce this little girl to the village head's foolish son and earn a generous commission. Her mother, it turned out that this little girl's background was so great. Her husband was an immortal-like figure. Damn it, damn it. Fortunately, she didn't make a move. Otherwise, her entire family might not be able to keep their lives. The woman broke out in a cold sweat in shock and fear. In her daze, she heard the man's cold voice. "Have you seen it?" The woman nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. She replied repeatedly, I just walked over. I went to old Mr. Wang's house at the east end of the village. It's his house. There's a big plum tree at the door." The man glanced at her indifferently, and reached out to take back the strolling little person. A cold breath brushed past the woman's face, and in an instant, he was far away. The woman fell on her butt and sat on the ground. She repeatedly wiped the cold sweat on her head, and then subconsciously touched her neck. Fortunately, she didn't continue to court death. Why did she feel that her neck was sticky? The fat woman wanted to look down, but her head suddenly fell from her neck. She didn't see anything as her body fell straight to the side of the river. Perhaps even in death, he still couldn't figure out how he had been killed. Nyonyo and the old man slaughtered 2 fish, steaming one and braising the other. Only then did they finish their work. The 3 of them sat around the small square table. The door to the courtyard was kicked open. Arbor frowned. He got up and walked out of the house. He saw the man standing at the door. A pair of cold eyes stared straight at him. Her heart couldn't help but shrink slightly, and her entire body stiffened for a moment. She opened her mouth and said, "Why are you here?" A bolt of lightning was suddenly released from his hand, heading straight for the grandfather and grandson pair. "What are you doing?" Arbor hurriedly stepped in front of them, using the water spirit to block his spirit lightning, and took 2 steps back. A pair of big clear eyes instantly turned red with anger. The man raised the corner of his lips and sneered, "You've never been a sympathetic person. When did you become so soft-hearted?" Arbor looked at him coldly. "You speak as if you know me very well." "We're not close." "Not close?" He sneered. "Probably not in this life." Arbor's eyes suddenly widened, staring straight at him. At that moment, the little girl had the urge to run away. It was as if she had been seen through from top to bottom, from inside to outside, and she was caught off guard. She tried to secretly bring the old man and Nyonyo back to Paradise Planet, but to no avail. Seeing Omega Kotoku's cold gaze fall on the 2 people, as if he was going to attack someone else, Arbor made a prompt decision and put the 2 people into a storage talisman. She didn't have time to explain anything to them. At the same time, Omega Kotoku had already rushed forward and grabbed Arbor's wrist. In the next second, he snatched the storage talisman that she didn't have time to put away. Tisk, the second young master, sneered and shook his head. "I didn't expect that my Jojo would be so kind one day." "Why? You have no enmity with them, so why do you have to be so aggressive?" Arbor looked coldly at the storage talisman floating up and down in the man's hand, and her heart was in a mess for a moment. What was this person trying to do? "Let's find a place to talk." "There's nothing to talk about between us." Xiaomu warily took a step back and tried to pull her wrist back from his grasp with all her might. However, his movements were very big, and he dragged Sir Jojo to his side. Xiamu used a Herculean effort to prevent herself from rolling into his embrace. Her almond-shaped eyes were glaring angrily, and they contained deep indignation. "What are you doing? Talking about why you've been so wary of me since we first met. We didn't know each other at that time. Why do you always want to keep a respectful distance from me? Why?" His fingers seemed to brush her sideburns, and he said lightly, "Why do you want to run away?" Arbor saw that his eyes were deep, and a jade light flashed in his eyes. Although he was very good-looking, he inexplicably made people feel terrified. Her wrist stiffened slightly, and then she tried even harder to pull it out of his hand. "Let go of me. The lives of ordinary people are as insignificant as ants, aren't they?" A few wisps of purplish-blue light suddenly appeared between his fingers that held the talisman. "Take a guess. If I destroy this talisman, will the person inside still be able to keep his life?" Xiamu snorted and looked at him silently, not saying a word. "You must be thinking that with the quality of the purple talisman, it's impossible for me to destroy it." Gonzi Omega Kotoku suddenly smiled. His eyes seemed to be shining. He looked very gentle, but it made people feel cold. "That's you." The second young master finally loosened his grip and let go of her wrist. He lowered his head to look at the bruise on her white wrist caused by his fingers and frowned in dissatisfaction. "Just because you can't destroy it doesn't mean that I can't. Now, do you still want to run away?" He flicked the talisman in his hand and looked at her indifferently. "Huh." Xiamu coldly swept him a glance, and her figure slightly retreated 2 steps. "Up to you." Gonzi Omega Kotoku's eyes moved slightly. He looked at the delicate girl in front of him and smiled. "Jojo, is it really okay for you to be so cruel?" Arbor looked at him coldly. After a while, she looked up and looked around. "Since they're here, why don't you let them show themselves?" Gonzi Omega Kotoku curled his lips and a faint smile flashed in his eyes. "You're useless. You've already been discovered by the little girl. Why don't you come out?" Second young master said indifferently. 5 people came down from the eaves, laughing heartily. Only one of them, a handsome young master who was waving a fan, had a slender figure, while the other 4 had rather strange appearances. "Little girl, you've got guts." A short and fat man chuckled. Arbor glared at young Master Omega Kotoku angrily. Did this bastard need to find so many people to catch her? She was a mere level 11 spiritual master. Did he need to find 5 godly realm experts to catch her? He was crazy. "Jojo, you'd better be obedient. Don't think about running away." Young Master Omega Kotoku smiled faintly. "You can't run away. Go ahead and kill her." Arbor said coldly. "Ayaya, little girl, it's not good to be so cruel." A gorgeously dressed woman with fiery red lips said softly as she twirled 3 orchid fingers. Xiamu chuckled. "I can't even protect my own life, so why should I go to the trouble of worrying about other people? No one wants your life." Young Master Omega Kotoku's eyes darkened. "Little girl, as long as you obediently leave with us, I can guarantee that second young master will definitely not touch these people." As that delicate and beautiful woman spoke, she threw a large coquettish glance at Lady Xiao Xiao. Lord Jojo felt his hair stand on end. Young Master Omega Kotoku glanced at her coldly. "Do you think your eyes are unnecessary?" That woman pouted and stomped her feet coquettishly. "Annoying, you're so fierce. That little girl is pretty. It's normal for me to take a few more glances." This time, even the Taoist friends beside her couldn't help but shudder. It was obvious how mushy this person's expression was when he spoke. "Are you threatening me?" Arbor looked at her coldly. "How can this be a threat?" The woman said in a delicate voice, "In this little Li village, there are at least 200 people. What does that have to do with me?" Arbor said coldly. "When dealing with people, one should act according to one's ability. If it's just a small matter, I'll help if I can. If I have to sacrifice myself to help them, then forget it. I'm not the savior of the world. It's better to rely on the heavens than me." When the woman heard this, she was slightly stunned. She blinked her eyes and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Well. Little girl, you're too interesting. Sister really likes you. Humph. Shameless bastard, don't talk to me. Second young master wanted to laugh. He curled his lips and said, looks like you won't get what you want, Jojo. There's no use stalling for time. Sir Omega Kotoko looked at her aloofly. Mo Lian and Duan, you really can't make it over in a short amount of time. Arbor rolled his eyes. The 6 of you against 1 is an unfair advantage. Despicable scoundrel, you want me to leave with you? Dream on. Sir Omega Kotoko raised a brow. That woman couldn't resist chuckling. Oh, beautiful little girl, then what do you want to do? How about we make a bet? She couldn't even open Paradise Planet right now, so she couldn't summon any helpers. She could only use her wits and not brute force against these people. If she took a gamble, she might still have a chance to escape. Second young master stared straight at her like this. When he saw her large, lively eyes darting back and forth, he felt as if his heart was lightly scratched by a soft feather. It was very itchy. He clearly knew that she was stalling for time and waiting for help, but he actually didn't really want to go against her. Heh, little miss wants to fight one-on-one. The woman twisted her waist and winked at her. Alright, then I'll play with you. Arbor glanced at him. We agreed to fight one-on-one. If you don't keep your word and gang up on me, what do you think? Everyone's mouth twitched. That short and fat wintermelon laughed heartily. Little miss, don't worry. We keep our word. Since we agreed to fight one-on-one, we naturally won't lie to you. Hearing that, Arbor nodded. Alright then, come over a little. The little fellow hooked her little finger at that coquettish woman. Let's find a slightly more spacious place to fight. You can't run away. Young Master Omega Kotoku said indifferently. Who said I'm going to run? Arbor snorted coldly. Do I look like the kind of person who would run away before the fight even starts? That coquettish woman burst into laughter and nodded repeatedly. Alright. Little miss, we'll fight however you want. So what if I win? That coquettish woman giggled. Arbor felt that the thick layer of powder on her face was about to fall off. If you really beat me, then I'll help you escape. Ling Young Master Omega Kotoku's face darkened as he looked at her warningly. That coquettish woman called Ling pursed her lips and rolled her long eyelashes. We're a group of adults. We can't just bully a little girl who's just reached marriageable age. The short and fat wintermelon waved the purple gold hammer in his hand and laughed heartily. Ling, don't go easy on me. Tisk, fatty, look at what you're saying. What do you mean by going easy on me? Alright, enough with the nonsense. You, come here. Arbor impatiently interrupted him and hooked her finger at that coquettish woman again. Alright, then I'm coming, little miss. That woman's face was all smiles. Her slender waist twisted slightly and she floated in front of Arbor. Arbor didn't say a word and took the lead to send a bunch of attack talismans flying over. Although the woman was smiling, she was already prepared. She raised her hand and made a circle, and a white light flowed past her eyes like water. Taking a closer look, he found that it was a soft sword that was glistening with water. A stream of condensed water spirit power covered the body of the sword, suddenly stirring up streams of water light, blocking most of the attacking talismans. The remaining ones exploded beside the woman, but they were instantly blocked by the divine armor that floated up from her body. A full set of godly armor, the short and fat wintermelon's pupils shrank slightly, and the dark light loomed in his eyes. Ling, this fellow, had only followed young master for less than half a month and had never revealed his strength in front of others. Normally, they would often hear the young master praising this person to be very outstanding, but they had never seen her fight with anyone. On the contrary, they were used to being disgusted by her every day. Unexpectedly, after seeing him today, he was indeed extraordinary. Oh my god, this guy's godly armor looks like it has already risen to the mystic grade. A small old man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks couldn't help but exclaim. He asked the short and fat wintermelon, Fatty, how old do you think this guy is? He should be around my age. The short and fat wintermelon carried his purple gold hammer and said. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then they looked at the woman in front of them who was holding 3 orchid fingers and couldn't help but shudder in disgust. Holy shit. As old as Fatty, then he has to be around 200 years old, dressing up like a little girl all day long. This guy must be mentally abnormal. That woman grabbed Arbor's arm. Wait. Arbor suddenly stopped her. The woman's expression faltered slightly, and she really did stop her attack. This isn't fair at all. Arbor said expressionlessly. I won't accept it even if I lose. The woman called Ling's side. Little girl, then how do you want it to be fair? The short and fat wintermelon and the others shuddered, feeling unaccustomed to that woman's soft voice. Arbor's heart also shuddered for no reason. He said with a stoic face, you're clearly at the transcendent god realm, but you lowered your realm and lied to me that you're at the transcendent god realm. The woman raised her eyebrows with a grin. Then tell me, how should we fight? The short and fat wintermelon and the others were practically stunned. They were absolutely cursing in their minds. This old hag actually didn't object. The little girl had clearly guessed correctly. She was actually at the transcendent god realm, an old monster at the transcendent god realm. Ling. The second young master felt that she had gone a bit overboard. She should subdue the little girl as soon as possible instead of standing here and indulging this willful and reckless little girl. Ling blinked. It's fine, Xianxia, don't worry. The little girl can't run away. Xianxia, everyone shuddered in disgust again. The little stoic turned her head away in disdain. How about this, you punch me once, and I'll punch you once. We'll use 3 punches as the standard. Whoever leaves the circle first loses. Pfft. Everyone couldn't resist sputtering with laughter. Seeing the little girl's glare, they involuntarily coughed and hastily held back their laughter. The little girl actually wanted to compete with Ling purely in strength. Wasn't this a joke? A little spiritual cultivator like you is the biggest joke in the world, competing in strength with a transcendent god realm. How much are you courting death? Courting death, little girl, I can't hurt you. Xianxia will kill me. Speak properly. Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore and glared at her. So fierce. Ling pursed her lips and smiled sweetly at Arbor. Jojo, can't you be obedient? Stop talking nonsense. Can you beat me? The little fellow looked like she was jumping up and down, eager to give it a try. Alright, alright, alright. I'll use 10% of my strength to fight you. Arbor chuckled, drew a big circle on the ground, and jumped in first. You first. Ling felt like laughing. He nodded and threw a punch. It was as if a gentle breeze had brushed past the little girl's face. The little girl had cast a double talisman on herself, and her small body did not move at all. When it was Jojo's turn, the little guy naturally activated a few speed and strength talismans and threw them all at Ling. Feather didn't pay attention at first, but he was pushed near the white line by the little girl twice in a row. What kind of messy talisman is this little girl opening? It seems rather strange. Are you still not going to use your strength? Jojo said coldly. If you don't use your strength, you're going to lose. As she spoke, she proudly placed another gravity talisman on herself and blinked. You can't push me away. Xianxia's heart stirred, and her gaze fell on this little girl without blinking. Ling's eyes flashed and he chuckled. How naughty. Thus, he used 50% of his strength and swung it at the little girl's body. Xianxia felt her heart shrink, as if something bad was going to happen. She was about to stop it. She saw that the power fell on the little girl. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her figure flew out in an instant like a kite with a broken string. Halfway through, she nimbly flipped and escaped. Little stoic face was so cunning, this thought flitted across everyone's minds. She had deliberately put all kinds of talismans on herself at the beginning to give people the illusion that they could not do anything to her if they did not have some skills. In reality, the stoic student had been thinking about running away from the beginning. What nonsense was she spouting about? How could this lady surrender without a fight? In a situation where there was a great disparity in strength, in front of 6 deity realm experts and above, she could just laugh at them. Who would want to fight with them? At the cost of a small injury, Sir Jojo borrowed Feather's turbulent power to fly far away. If she did not run now, when would she run? Everyone only saw the small figure turn slightly and run away like a wisp of smoke, leaving as fast as lightning. Feather widened her eyes in shock and blinked. She could not help but exclaim, Heavens! The little girl is too shameless. How could she deceive me like this? Before Feather could finish her rambling, Sir Omega Kotoku glared fiercely at her. The second young master waved his sleeves and chased after her in the direction of Arbor, using his divine sense to lock onto her figure first. Everyone hurriedly chased after him, following the little guy's figure as he flew off. As Sir Jojo ran, she ate pills along the way and slapped all kinds of speed-increasing talismans on herself as if they were free. 1, 2, 3. Her speed increased bit by bit. She felt the strong wind blowing against her face, causing half of her face to hurt. Sir Jojo was so miserable, she did not cultivate normally, but she was really unlucky at the crucial moment. No, Lady Xiaoxiao could be considered to be diligent and hard-working normally, but this second Qin was a pervert to begin with, and he even brought along a bunch of old freaks. Sir Jojo instantly felt that she was so miserable that she was about to explode. This was not her fault at all. It was definitely because of bad luck. When one's luck was bad, it was useless to say anything. The little fellow's mind was filled with these ridiculous thoughts, but the speed at which he was running did not change. He ran all the way into the distance, constantly trying to see if he could sneak into Paradise Planet to hide. After a few failed attempts, Sir Jojo could not help but feel helpless. Xianxia's cold voice sounded in his ears, "You can't escape. Why aren't you stopping?" "Bah, I'd be a fool if I stopped." Lord Xiqiao turned around to take a look, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. Damn, Omega Kotoku was getting closer and closer to her. Was this still too much? Arbor did not dare to be distracted. She ran all the way forward. Seeing that the terrain in front of her was getting higher and higher, she rushed forward without a care. It wasn't until he reached the edge of a cliff that his footsteps suddenly stopped. Even so, there were still several small pieces of gravel falling down from his feet. When he looked down, the fault was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom, he couldn't see the end of it. "Jojo, where do you think you're going?" Xianxia's figure flashed and stood 5 steps away from her, looking at her indifferently. "Run, I'm running to death. This place is really not good. Why is it still in the no-fly zone?" The short and fat winter melon caught up with her, panting. "Miss Chiao, you should stop. You can't run away." What a joke. Second young master had already locked her divine sense. Where else could she run to? Lady Jojo turned her head and coldly glanced at Xianxia, a trace of a sneer appearing at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, as if it was being ruthlessly torn apart by a ruthless palm. She felt extremely uneasy. "Wait a minute." Xianxia blurted out. The little fellow jumped down the fault without any explanation. Her swift and resolute manner of wanting to get rid of him instantly pierced the second young master's broken heart. She would rather die than stay by his side. It was as if that tattered little figure appeared in front of his eyes, wriggling with all her might. Even if she could not walk, she still wanted to escape far away. It was clearly not like this before. Why did the two of them end up in such a laughable state by a freak combination of factors? The Omega Kotoku's eyes instantly turned malicious. The dark green luster in the depths of his eyes rose and fell, dark and treacherous. Ling ran over as well. Seeing this, he could not help but cover his mouth and exclaim, "Ah, the little girl's temper is so fierce." The second young master ignored him and jumped down the fault as well. Ling and the others were also stunned. They did not expect the second young master to jump down with the little girl. They hesitated for only a second before jumping down as well. The fault was very high from the ground below. When they jumped down, it was as if they had fallen into a bottomless pit. They were mercilessly pulled down by a suction force. "We've been tricked." The Omega Kotoku was pulled down halfway by the suction force. He immediately reacted. Frowning slightly, he tried his best to break free from the suction force below the fault and float up. It was a pity that the area around Du Chunjiang was restricted from flying. As soon as he had a thought, he floated up into the air and saw a layer of thunderclouds floating in the sky. Then, without any explanation, it struck towards his head. It really was very effective. At the same time, Arbor, who had used a black-level invisibility purple talisman to hang at the bottom of the cliff, slowly revealed herself. She released a wisp of wood essence from her fingers, which grew into a vine and flung it towards the top of the cliff. She took the opportunity to climb up and stood on the edge of the cliff. She looked down coldly. Just now, it was actually just a smokescreen. Why would she disregard her own life and foolishly jump down when she could not float? Under normal circumstances, Omega Kotoku would never fall for this trick. After all, he still had her divine sense locked, so how could he fall for her petty tricks? It was obvious that his mind was in chaos and he had lost his usual calm judgment. But why was it like this? Who would follow their pet to the grave when it died? This is not normal. Lady Xiao frowned slightly. Then, she turned and ran toward Du Chenjiang. As long as she jumped into the water, with her inhuman speed in the water, even if the Omega Kotoku had a spiritual weapon, it would be impossible for him to catch up with her. Xiaomu calculated in her mind before running in Du Chenjiang's direction. Calculating the time, Mo Lian and the others should be arriving soon. At this moment, thunder continued to rumble in the Duchun River. An afterimage of a ghost face appeared between the lightning layers. Like a tornado, it swooped down from above. It landed on the surface of the water with a loud boom, enveloping the area within a radius of several miles. This layer of golden light was so dazzling that Prince Mo and the others could not help narrowing their eyes. After Jojo was swept away by the current, Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and Mu Xingchen took the lead in chasing after him. They chased after Jojo's aura, but a wave of zombie crocodiles appeared midway and blindly bit at them. After dealing with this wave, they were soon trapped by the golden light formation. Upon closer inspection, this golden light was originally a confinement formation made up of 128 jade talismans. After the talisman array suddenly enveloped them, the light of thunder and lightning began to sizzle within its range. Boom! Coupled with the lightning bolts that came crashing down from the thunderstorm outside, the lightning bolts inside this confinement formation sizzled chaotically and hacked at the three of them. Mo Lian swept away a wave of lightning with a wave of her sleeve, and her expression darkened. This small confinement formation's layout was very exquisite. Normally, there would always be a time when the talisman energy inside the formation was depleted, and the lightning would naturally disappear. But it was different now. The thunderclouds above Du Chenjiang outside were gathering as if they were endlessly replenishing this confinement formation. This would be a bit troublesome. The three of them looked at each other, bewildered. Mo Lian said coldly, "Come, gather your power and hack at one point." Duan Yu and Mu Xingchen nodded in unison. At this time, our dear Duan Yu didn't bother to bicker with Prince Mo anymore. He flashed forward and raised his hand to release a wisp of sacred energy. Following Mo Lian's wisp of energy, he swept it towards a floating jade talisman above the confinement formation. Bam! A corner of that jade talisman shattered, and the entire jade talisman formation started floating and shaking. It rearranged itself and circled around again with a whoosh before completing its arrangement. Mo Lian's eyes flickered. This talisman formation will automatically repair itself. That's right. Mu Xingchen nodded. Based on the talisman energy contained in this talisman formation, this talisman master should be a black-level great talisman master or above. I'll use a spirit fire formation to trap a few pieces. You two use your power. Mo Lian nodded. Mu Xingchen flicked his finger, and a dozen fire spirit talismans flew over. These fire spirit talismans charged into the jade talisman formation without any hindrance and immediately enveloped several jade talismans inside. Upon seeing this, Mo Lian and Duan Yu promptly stepped forward. A bewitching flame rose from each of their hands and soared into that fire spirit talisman formation. After a loud bang, those jade talismans instantly turned into jade powder and dissipated into the air. Thus, the trapping array was broken. However, the lightning layer above became more and more agitated, and a layer of thunder and lightning struck down. What are you striking for? Isn't it better to save your energy and strike when you break through? Duan Yu grumbled irritably as he reached out to set up a defensive barrier. When he looked at Mo Lian, he saw that the brat had blocked the lightning bolts with a layer of black flames, completely unaffected. Let's go. Mu Xingchen was an impatient person. He summoned a water-type spirit artifact and beckoned the two of them over. As soon as the spiritual tool entered the water, it automatically sank into the water and turned into the appearance of a large carp. After Duan Yu and Mo Lian entered together with him, the spiritual weapon started to move rapidly, speeding forward. However, the speed at which the spirit tool traveled through the water was far slower than the speed at which the three of them were flying through the lightning zone. However, now that he was ambushed and had to fight against the lightning, his speed was inevitably much slower. It would be faster to sit in this spirit tool and chase after them. Moreover, it could effectively avoid many obstacles. Who's scheming against us? Duan Yu asked with a frown. It was obvious that the talisman formation was waiting for him and Mo Lian. If it weren't for Mu Xingchen, a great talisman practitioner who was familiar with talisman formations, perhaps he and Mo Lian would have to waste some more time inside that trapping array. Of course, the person who set up this array should be very clear that it was absolutely wishful thinking to completely trap them with just that talisman formation. He was merely stalling for time. Stalling for time? Duan Yu abruptly looked up and met Mo Lian's eyes. Eldest brother-in-law, hurry up. Jojo is definitely in trouble. Mo Lian naturally thought of this as well. This person did everything possible to stop him here, so he must be targeting Jojo. Mu Xingchen also wanted the spirit tool to hurry up, but unfortunately, this spirit tool wasn't very useful. Duan Yu glared at Mo Lian. A divine weapon master doesn't even have a spirit tool that can quickly enter the water? Prince Mo really wanted to spit on his face. After holding it in for a while, he squeezed out a word, poor. Poor? Poor my ass. From Duan Yu's understanding of this person, it must be that this punk looked down on ordinary materials and would only think of making something when he obtained the best materials. Perhaps, it was because he was lazy. Moreover, with his status, he simply didn't need to be like a normal spiritual weapon master who had to make some spirit tools to sell for money in his spare time. He simply didn't need to. Can you forge it faster? Duan Yu grumpily asked. How can that be possible? There's not enough time to forge it on the spot. Mu Xingchen shook his head and was about to reject Duan Yu's outlandish and rude request on behalf of his brother-in-law. However, Mo Lian nodded. All right. Mu Xingchen was flabbergasted. Sir Jojo swiftly returned to Little Li village and ran along the original path towards the river. How terrifying. Why did she seem to sense that person's aura slowly approaching? Sir Jojo quickly slapped an invisibility talisman on himself and rummaged through his small bag as he ran. Paradise Planet couldn't be used right now, and his divine conscious was locked by the Omega Kotoku, so he couldn't open his inner world at all. Thankfully, ever since he was tricked by the Academy's teachers, Sir Jojo liked to carry a small bag with him whenever he went out. Inside were plenty of emergency talismans and life-saving pills. She ate and ran as fast as she could. In a flash, Sir Jojo rapidly returned to the entrance of Little Li village and quickly ran along the original path towards the river. Damn, it was almost too late. She could almost feel that person's aura had already extended into the village. So fast. She chewed on a pill in her small mouth and rummaged through her bag. She remembered that 2 days ago, when the 9th Jade Talisman of the Golden Talisman Jade Tome opened, an Earth-level demonstration talisman with spirituality floated down. She had probably stuffed it into her bag as a backup. Hurry up and search, search, search. Got it. Ever since Arbor opened the 9th Talisman of the Golden Talisman Jade Tome, he hadn't had the time to study it properly. She had only looked at this demonstration talisman a few times and had never drawn it. After memorizing it a few times, Jojo made up his mind and slapped the talisman onto himself. Xianxia's figure instantly appeared at the entrance of Little Li village. She looked around and her cold gaze swept across the few pedestrians at the entrance of the village. He could clearly feel Jojo's aura just now. How did he disappear in an instant? Xian, the little girl can't have run too far. Ling chased after her all the way. He stopped in his tracks and blinked. Eh? Why has his aura disappeared? Xian turned her head and glared fiercely at him. I swear, I didn't do it on purpose. Ling raised 3 fingers above his head and swore solemnly, who knew that the little guy would be so cunning. He actually didn't hesitate to hurt himself and run away. Shut up. Xian interrupted him in annoyance. Look around. All right. The few of them split up and searched in all directions. Ling chased in the direction of the river. He brushed past a 5 or 6-year-old child. She paused and turned back to look at the dirty child with a hand full of mud. Then, she quickly left. The little boy was wrapped in a very old and tattered jacket. He was squatting by the roots of a tree and playing with the mud. After Feather had run far away, he raised his head slightly and looked in the direction she had left with a lightning-like gaze. Then, he retracted his gaze and patted the shabby clothes on his body. It would have been better if he didn't pat it. Now that he patted it, it was so dusty that the child coughed twice and quickly covered his mouth with his small hand. Damn it. Master Jojo gloomily straightened his small body and staggered a few steps forward. This very spiritual earth-level demonstration talisman was called the Transformation Talisman. As the name suggested, after buying this talisman, one's appearance would change accordingly. Master Jojo only had this one transformation talisman. Naturally, she didn't know what kind of change it would cause. She thought that she could turn into a small animal or something. However, it turned out that the extent of this transformation was only from a 16-year-old girl to a 5 or 6-year-old child. The transformation time was more than 7 days. Speaking of which, it was quite tricky. Right now, she was just an ordinary farmer's child. Naturally, she had to pretend to be more realistic. There was no need for him to walk as if he was flying. The little girl waddled forward for a short distance. Sure enough, she saw Ling turn back and look at her with a deep gaze. Hee, don't think that Master Jojo is a fool. He doesn't know that you are hiding in the dark to watch the real person. She had picked up this dirty and tattered cotton-padded jacket from someone's drying rack. It fit her perfectly. Her disguise was so perfect that Ling, who had only seen her once or twice in his life, would definitely not be able to recognize her. Even if her parents were standing in front of her, they might not be able to recognize her. Hee, you want to recognize Lord Xiaoxiao's identity with your bear-like appearance? Pfft, Ling secretly laughed at his own suspicions. Then, he turned and searched in the direction of the river. Arbor heaved a sigh of relief, but his slender eyebrows furrowed. With Ling's interference, she couldn't even sneak to Du Chuanjiang's side. Forget it, I'll find a safe place to stay first. Omega Kotoku and his men searched the vicinity of the village. When they reunited, there was a hint of hesitation in their eyes. She can't run that fast. Could he have jumped into the river again? The short and fat man asked as he swung his purple golden hammer. This little girl had a fiery temper. Rather than being caught by them, she might as well jump into the river herself. There's no sign of her at all by the river. Ling Yao cast a seductive glance at the short and fat winter melon. The short winter melon immediately quivered and shut his mouth. Did you see anyone along the way? Speaking of which, I didn't see many people. You guys saw it just now. Under that tree, there was a little brat playing with mud. Ling suddenly stopped talking and looked at Omega Kotoku in astonishment. That's not right. When we used our divine sense to lock this area, it seemed that there was no sign of this brat. Let's go and find her. Omega Kotoku reacted and led his men back to the village. Hee, how many times could a group of adults be deceived by a little girl who was neither too young nor too young? I knew there was something strange about this little brat. Feather stomped her feet and exclaimed, to think that I took a few more glances at her. I didn't expect that I would still be fooled by her. Isn't it because you're stupid? Everyone silently ridiculed her in their hearts. At this time, Arbor had already slipped into the backyard of a farmer's house. She took a boy's clothes and casually tidied herself up. She glanced at herself a few times in the water tank and hurriedly tidied her hair a little. She looked at herself worriedly and thought to herself, although my body has become smaller, I should still be able to recognize her if I look closely at her little face. The little fellow took out a herb from a small bag hidden in her cotton-padded jacket. She squeezed the juice from the root onto her palm and smeared it on her face for a while. Then, she ran to the water tank and looked at her reflection. She was so ugly that she almost cried. Her entire little face had an abnormal yellowish color, as if she had a layer of yellow paint. Even she felt disgusted looking at herself. If she walked out like this, she was sure that no one would recognize her. Not to mention, with her current appearance, even her own mother wouldn't be able to recognize her, let alone Omega Kotoku. She confidently walked out of the small courtyard and coincidentally bumped into Feather, who was searching for her. The little fellow walked past her expressionlessly, her footsteps a little unsteady. Although her face didn't show any expression, her heart was a little broken. Why was she always meeting this annoying fellow everywhere? The two of them walked past each other, the little fellow stumbling. Feather suddenly turned around and smiled at her back. She called out sweetly, Jojo. Jojo-sama's expression didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat. He turned a deaf ear and pattered over. When she looked up, her mood was even more broken. Omega Kotoku and the guy with the purple golden hammer had actually followed her and were walking towards her. Jojo-sama ran over expressionlessly. She believed that with such a sallow face, even her lotus wouldn't be able to recognize her, haha, not to mention Omega Kotoku. As long as Jojo-sama didn't say anything, who would know that this miniature version of a short winter melon was Jojo-sama? Jojo, Omega Kotoku's voice was actually very magnetic and had a hint of affection. It was quite pleasing to the ear. However, when Jojo heard this, she only felt a chill run down her spine, making her hair stand on end. Impossible, there was no way this guy would recognize her. The little fellow took large strides and calmly walked towards the direction of Du Chunjiang at the village entrance. Stop pretending. Omega Kotoku's voice came from behind her head. Even if Jojo turns into ashes, I'll still recognize him. Arbor, he must be tricking her. If she didn't calm down now, she would definitely be caught red-handed. Jojo-sama had absolute confidence. It was impossible for Omega Kotoku to tell anything from his yellowish face. You want to trick Jojo? Dream on, the little fellow continued to run forward with big steps. Ling almost laughed out loud. Why did she feel that this little fellow was so interesting? You've already revealed yourself, yet you're still lying to yourself in such a hilarious manner. Omega Kotoku flashed and blocked Arbor's path. He looked at her with a half-smile and said, Jojo, I really do recognize you. Jojo-sama hated that he couldn't slap his face. Couldn't this guy not recognize her? Why was he so annoying? Every time she was full of confidence, she felt like she was being slapped in the face. She had already disguised herself into such a ghastly appearance, so how could someone still see through her at a glance? It was completely illogical. Last time, she also thought that her disguise was perfect. In the end, let alone Mo Lian and Duan Yu, even senior brother Sidu could recognize her and greet her. Why the heck was this? This disguise was even more perfect than last time. What did this petite body look like? Her face was also smeared beyond recognition. What was going on? Sir Jojo was perplexed no matter how hard he racked his brains. His pair of pitch-black, watery eyes stared fixedly at Omega Kotoku for a long while. What exactly do you want? His words were tantamount to admitting his identity. On the other hand, Ling was grinning without saying anything, but the short and fat winter gourd who was wielding the purple gold hammer almost dropped it to the ground. His eyes widened as he sized up Arbor from head to toe. F***CK. Wasn't this little fellow's disguise too different? The second young master was truly impressive to be able to recognize her in this state. Arbor glanced at him impatiently. Because of your nonsense, we're even going to miss the time to go to the mystic realm. I just want to have a good chat with you. I have nothing to do with you. Second young master Qin arrived in front of her with a flash and tapped her sallow forehead with a finger. We can talk, I promise. Arbor expressionlessly looked at him and asked after a long pause, how did you recognize me? Ling couldn't resist sniggering. She then called out coquettishly, Aya, little miss, you couldn't have been recognized like this before, right? Just when you think your disguise is perfect, you'll be slapped in the face and recognized at any moment. The little girl expressionlessly looked at her. Nonsense. Pfft. Ling couldn't resist guffawing. Xianxia, this little miss is quite interesting. Arbor couldn't be bothered with them and turned around to face Sir Omega Kotoku with the back of his head. This lord is tired and can't be bothered to play a game of cat and mouse with you guys. The second young master reached out and picked her up. The little girl suddenly felt that she was a distance away from the ground. Her almond eyes stared at him, full of dissatisfaction. She roared, what are you doing? Your legs are short and you walk slowly. We still have to hurry on with our journey. Carrying you will speed up our journey. The second young master said indifferently. Arbor's mind was filled with the words, you have short legs, short legs, short legs, short legs. On the second young master's face, you couldn't see any charming expression. It was definitely the face of a gentleman. Your legs are short. This young master will help you. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Ling's unbridled laughter filled the entire village. She lowered her head to look at his legs and chuckled expressionlessly. Let me ask you. If I don't walk out by myself, what are you going to do? Arbor asked indifferently as he looked at the second young master who was only an inch away from him with a pair of cold eyes. Don't you know? Beast. Sir Jojo cursed in his heart. He stretched out his little hand and said impatiently, give it to me. The second young master glanced at her and placed the storage talisman that he snatched away earlier on in her palm. Xianxia, you and the little miss have such chemistry. Chemistry my asterisk s. Sir Omega Kotoku and Sir Jojo said at the same time. However, the words they said were naturally different. Little miss, why are you so fierce to Xianxia? He's a very nice person. Ling blinked. The little girl naturally responded with an expressionless chuckle. In Ling's eyes, anyone could be considered a good person. A pervert like Omega Kotoku was actually a good person in her eyes. Jojo couldn't understand. However, the little fellow didn't know that her signature expressionless chuckle was simply adorable. You have to swear that you won't touch a single blade of grass or tree here. Arbor said coldly. Xianxia lowered her head to look at her and nodded without saying a word. Finally, after Zither Gongzi finished writing the oath, Lord Jojo put the oath away and looked at him expressionlessly. Jojo's heart softened. Second Gongzi reached out and patted her little head. Arbor snorted and tilted her head to avoid his hand. Don't be so careless. Ling almost laughed out loud. His eyes wandered around her body playfully. With your small body, it's impossible for anyone to have the thought of being careless. Jojo turned her head and tightly pursed her little mouth. She didn't say anything. Jojo can't even be bothered to talk to you. Speaking of which, although this village was small, there were still hundreds of families. If they were all buried in Xianxia's hands, it would naturally be a great injustice. The main thing was, why should she bear the infamy of being the main culprit? Most people were extremely ignorant. When the time came, she would definitely be accused of being a femme fatale. One person would spread to 10, and 10 would spread to 100. Who knew what would happen in the end? When that time came, it wouldn't just be rumors of her being arrogant and despotic in the small imperial capital. She would be able to stop them at any time. Although she didn't care that much about her reputation, who would want to be secretly cursed behind her back wherever she went, it was better to put an end to these troublesome matters as soon as possible. Jojo. Second Gongzi reached out and gently tucked a strand of hair on her cheek behind her ear. You must think that it wouldn't be difficult to trick me into writing the oath and then escape, right? Arbor looked ahead expressionlessly. She couldn't be bothered to look at his face. You don't have a chance. Jojo-sama was furious. She was indeed harboring such thoughts, but she had long predicted that her actions would be seen through. But don't say it out loud. It really made Jojo angry. You think you're the smart one? You think you're the only one who knows how to cause trouble? Can you stop threatening me with those random people I don't even know? Okay, I won't do it again. Mr. Omega Kotoku's voice was gentle. For a moment, Arbor thought he was hallucinating. What, he said okay? He actually agreed. Shouldn't he have said, stop dreaming? If you dare to run away again, I'll find a random city and use the lives of all the people in the city to threaten you. Jojo chuckled. I won't lie to you. Xianxia said softly, as long as you don't act like a hedgehog when you see me and talk to me about everything, I'll do anything for you in the future, okay? Don't think that I don't know that you're trying to coax me like you're coaxing a pet. I don't believe you. Xiaomu's beady black eyes swiveled around. My lotus is about to catch up. Mr. Omega Kotoku couldn't help but sneer. Not so fast. Once my Ren is here, you're dead. Jojo-sama said expressionlessly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Wait for me to get help. Mr. Omega Kotoku suddenly moved closer to her. His jade-like handsome face gradually enlarged in front of her. Let's update earlier tomorrow. Sir Jojo instantly shut up and retreated vigilantly. This scoundrel actually dared to come so close. Did he want to die? The little fellow glared with her pitch-black eyes and angrily said, What are you doing? What are you doing? If you keep blabbering on and on, I'll use my own method to shut you up. Arbor! Exclamation point. No one had ever dared to be so impudent to this darling. Jojo, the little emperor, was blabbering on and on. This fellow really wanted to die. The little emperor glared at him a couple of times, glaring back. Then, he retracted his gaze and turned his little head away. They quickly left the village and headed in the direction of the Red River Canyon. On the other hand, Arbor was rather taken aback and felt a bit strange. It seemed that this Omega Kotoku was still heading in the direction of the shrine, but if he wanted to forcefully take her away, shouldn't he have found a better route? Since they were heading in the direction of the Red River Canyon, then Prince Mo and the others would catch up sooner or later. She didn't know where her Lian went, nor did she know what Sapling and the others were up to. It didn't look like it was because the spirit realm was advancing, so why couldn't she contact Sapling no matter what she did? Don't worry, Mo Lian and Duan Yu won't catch up that quickly. Don't worry my ass. Arbor grumpily thought. Because flying was prohibited, Omega Kotoku and the others could only use their divine power to increase their speed. They arrived at the entrance of the Red River Canyon in the evening. Arbor strongly requested a certain someone to put her down and climbed up a boulder that was half the height of a person. Looking down from here, they could see a deep V-shaped valley that stretched far ahead with no end in sight. The crimson rock walls were tall and dangerous, with ancient vines winding around them. They could see the afterglow of the setting sun shining at the end of the narrow path in the distance. They were standing on higher ground. If they wanted to pass through the Red River Canyon, they first had to descend from the top of this cliff. In the past, floating in the air was no problem at all, but now, Jojo-sama looked at Omega Kotoku with an expressionless face. Where is the temple? It's said to be at the end of the Red River Canyon. Second young master lowered his head to look at her, and asked gently, Jojo, aren't you going to change back? With your short stature, it's not convenient for you to go down. Do you think I'm a monster? Could he transform just like that? Arbor had a cold expression that said, I don't understand what you're talking about. He turned his head and a vine drilled out of his wrist and climbed along the rock wall. I'll go first. Everyone was speechless. With your small arms and legs, by the time you reach the bottom of the cliff, the sky will probably be dark and bright again. Mr. Jojo glanced at them. Before he could take a step forward, his arm was grabbed by the second young master. Don't mess around. Xianxia looked at her helplessly. I'll carry you. Get lost. Was he, Jojo, a loser who needed someone to carry him? Ling looked at him, overjoyed. How about big sister carries you? Jojo-sama looked down at his small arms and legs, and nodded reluctantly. Alright then. Seeing that you're a girl, I'll tolerate it, Ling smiled and winked at Xianxia. Seeing that he looked like he was about to explode, she hurriedly said, Xian, don't worry. This time, I'll take good care of the little girl. I won't let her slip from my hands again. Xianxia glanced at her indifferently. No need. The little girl jumped onto Feather's back and lay there, looking at the second young master warily. Although she had shrunk, there was nothing awkward about being with Xianxia. However, from an emotional point of view, she was still unwilling to have any further contact with him. Being able to endure the intimacy of touching her head was already Lord Jojo's limit. The young master of Omega Kotoku looked at her helplessly and nodded. Alright then. Do you think you can still object? Arbor glanced at him and pulled Feather's hair. Let's go. Feather immediately called out seductively, Hey, don't pull my hair. Who pulled your hair? The little girl's hand froze, then she snorted and retracted her hand. Jojo, don't tell me you waited for me to climb halfway and then retracted the vines and let me fall? Feather carried the little girl and jumped off the cliff, grabbing the green vines released by Arbor with one hand. The little girl said expressionlessly, Do you think I'm as despicable as you, a few shameless old monsters ganging up to capture a child? This child's words were really infuriating, Feather thought bitterly. Adults bullying children, old men bullying babies, men bullying women, despicable. Sir Jojo snorted and turned his head to look into the distance. This area was filled with copper-colored cliffs, and at first glance, it was magnificent and magnificent. Especially now that she was on the cliff, looking at the narrow valley in the distance. The mountains on both sides were majestic and grand, and it looked as if a sword had broken through the path below, outlining a deep valley between heaven and earth, stretching all the way to the front. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. She felt that the world was so big, and human strength was so insignificant. What is Jojo thinking about? Let go of my divine sense. Arbor said impatiently. I want to go to the inner world to find something to eat. Hungry? Feather chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he took out a carrot from his inner world and handed it to the little girl. Arbor. She impolitely extended her fist and punched her on the head. This old monster was actually feeding her with carrots? Was Jojo a rabbit? Even a rabbit could bite when it was anxious. Violence, Ling muttered. As he spoke, he had already climbed down the cliff. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she felt the weight on her back lighten. Turning her head, she saw the Omega Kotoku hurriedly reach out and pull the little girl down from her back, carrying her to the side. Let go. The little fellow stomped its short legs and roared in annoyance. Impudent fellow, you actually dare to grab Lord Xiao, who gave you the guts? Second young master put her down and stroked her little head. It's already late. Let's go to the cave abode ahead to rest for the night. We'll leave when the sun rises. Arbor looked at him in confusion. What a strange fellow. He actually dared to stop. Was he waiting for her lotus? Don't worry. With Mo Lian's IQ, it will take at least a day and a half for them to get here. She wanted to slap him, Arbor said angrily with a cold face. What exactly did you do? Do you want to know? Omega Kotoku lowered his head and glanced at her. He waved his hand and said, come with me. It wasn't that she really wanted to follow him. It was just that after a day of being in the water, jumping off a cliff, and running for so long, Xiaomu also looked a little tired. Since Omega Kotoku said that he wanted to rest for the night, then so be it. I'll let her rest for the night and find a chance to escape tomorrow. With that thought in mind, Lady Xiao walked into a cave near the cliff. Wait a minute. Second young master Qin lifted her up, causing a certain someone to fly up and kick him in anger. There was now another footprint on her light-colored robe. Second sir didn't take it to heart. He turned his head and nodded to a tall and thin man beside him. That person immediately understood and stepped into the cave. Soon, they heard the hissing and roaring of snakes. After a series of swift and decisive actions, that tall and thin man stepped out of the cave and cupped his hands towards Sir Omega Kotoku. You can go in now, sir. Arbor kicked him. Put me down. Don't be noisy. Aren't you tired? Second sir carried her into the cave and frowned slightly. Ayaya, there's a bloody smell. Ling took out a bottle from his sleeve and sprinkled it here and there. After a while, the bloody smell faded and a faint fragrance wafted out of the cave. The fragrance powder from the fragrance shop has pretty good ability to remove the smell. Ling put away the things complacently. When he turned around and saw the little girl's disdainful expression, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong? It stinks. She felt nauseous and wanted to vomit when she smelled the inferior fragrance powder. As she spoke, she really stomped her feet and ran out to vomit. Ling had a blank look on his face as he sniffed around. He sniffed around and sniffed around. Where is the stench? Isn't it very fragrant? Hey, little fellow, the fragrance powder from the fragrance shop is very expensive. Just this small bottle of fragrance powder costs 500 spirit coins. Arbor vomited for a while. When she turned around, her face was slightly pale. It was obvious that she wasn't faking it. How are you? Second sir looked at her worriedly and turned to glare at Ling. Go get rid of that smell. Ling looked wronged and said pitifully, how do I get rid of it? Go get some hay to clean up the smell. Oh. Ling pulled the tall and skinny man out of the cave. Not long after, he chopped a bundle of tree branches and brought them in. After burning for a while, Lady Xiao walked back into the cave with a look of disgust on her face. She took out a medicinal herb from the small bag she carried with her, crushed it, and sprinkled the medicinal powder all over the walls. Only then did she feel much better. Expensive doesn't mean good. Mr. Jojo looked at Ling with disdain. What kind of good spices can be sold in that shop? Her incense-making skills are really not that good. It was hard to imagine that there would be a group of people in the capital following him. It was simply hilarious. Ling blinked. Little girl, do you have any good spices to sell? Oh right, you're an alchemist, so you must know a lot of ways to beautify your skin. Tell me about them. You're an old monster. You're already so old, yet you're still thinking about beautifying yourself. You're simply shameless. Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. Do you want a special beautifying cream? It improves the quality of the skin and nourishes the skin. It's most suitable for people who are always on the move outside, exposed to the wind, sun, and rain. Yes, yes, yes. Ling's eyes suddenly brightened and she nodded repeatedly. 1,000,000 spirit coins for a bottle. Everyone's lips twitched as they subconsciously glanced at the second young master. Omega Kotoku was baffled. It wasn't like this little girl had been selling things for a day or two. Why was she looking at him? It's so expensive. Can it be cheaper? Ling blinked and asked with a pained expression. Shameless. You want to cheat me of my money. You're an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. How can you lack money? Haha, don't be funny. 990,000 is the lowest price, Arbor said expressionlessly. You just said that expensive doesn't necessarily mean good. It's different if it's expensive. I definitely have my own reasons for being expensive. Arbor interrupted him coldly. Are you buying it or not? I only have one bottle. Buy. Ling felt pained as he took out the money. Can you give me something extra? The short and fat man's eyebrows and mouth twitched. Looking at the scene in front of him, he felt indescribably strange. Does this kid have any self-awareness as a hostage? He's actually peddling business among us. Forget it. You're so long-winded. Since you carried me all the way here, I'll give you a 3-day beautifying pill. What does a 3-day beautifying pill mean? Arbor looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. It means that you can try it for 3 days. Once you take this beautifying pill, you can feel the unique beautifying effect for 3 days. After 3 days, you'll return to your original appearance. You can buy a permanent beautifying pill for 2,000,000 spirit coins. Everyone was speechless. You're not only evil, but you're also good at doing business. A 3-day trial period? You're obviously setting a trap for Ling, who loves to show off, to jump into it. Okay, I'll try. Ling nodded and reluctantly took out money to buy a bottle of beautifying cream and a beautifying pill for a 3-day trial. If you use it well, you can introduce it to your old sisters. Arbor said expressionlessly. Our shop is near Huachi Street in the south of the city. It's called Heavenly Pill House. You can go there and take a look when you have time. This time even Ling couldn't help but twitch his mouth and look at Arbor, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What the hell is an old sister and old sister? Okay, let's go to sleep. Arbor was exhausted after a long day. He stretched out his small hand in front of the Omega Kotoku. Betting. This group of people had sealed her divine sense and prevented her from using her inner world. Apart from the few things she could use in her small pouch, she couldn't take out anything else. Aren't you hungry? Mr. Omega Kotoku raised his hand and patted her head. Let's eat first. Sir Jojo originally wanted to reject this fellow, but after thinking about it, he realized that he would only have the strength to run if he was full. Thus, with a stoic expression, he stomped over to the fire and sat down. Apart from young Master Omega Kotoku and Ling, the other 4 God State warriors were the short and fat man, Fei Zhuang, the tall and thin man, and the twin brothers, Tang Quan and Tang Li. Among them, the fat guy who was at the 7th level of the God realm had the highest cultivation. At this time, the 2 brothers, Tang Quan and Tang Li, were sitting in front of the fire, busily roasting 2 wild game. The fat guy had pulled out the tendons and skinned the snake that had been entrenched in the cave before, planning to make snake stew or something for everyone. Arbor was a bit disdainful, but when the snake stew was served, the aroma was very tempting. She took the small bowl that the fat guy handed over and drank 2 mouthfuls. She realized that this person's cooking was really good. As a result, Xiao Qiao's tensed brows relaxed a little after eating the meal. Ling secretly winked at young Master Omega Kotoku, using his eyes to signal to him, "Can you tell? This is a little foodie." After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Sir Jojo carried his bedding to the dry haystack in the corner of the wall. He lay down and rolled around in the bedding. Too lazy to pay attention to anyone, he simply went to sleep. In the middle of the night, Sir Jojo rubbed his eyes in a daze, sat up, and walked out of the cave with his short legs. Under the pitch-black night sky, only a faint ray of moonlight shone on the person outside the cave. Xiaomu's footsteps paused, and she expressionlessly walked past him. She ran a bit further, and after she finished relieving herself, she walked past him again with a wooden expression. Chow chow. Second young master sighed faintly. I remember everything now. Xiaomu's body stiffened in fright from his sudden words, and her hair stood on end as she looked at him warily. The young master of Omega Kotoku waved at her. Seeing that she was still 18 steps away from him and didn't want to come over at all, he walked to her side, pulled her hand, and sat down on a stone stool. Do you remember too? Sir Jojo had a strange expression that said, I don't understand what you're talking about. She sized him up from head to toe. I remember everything. About you. Although some of my memories are still blurry, I can piece together a lot of information when I string them together. Stop pretending. He glanced at her. You recognized me the moment you saw me at the entrance of Seacombe Planet's Qin estate. Jojo looked at him coldly. After a while, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Nonsense. Is it really nonsense? He flipped his hand, and a small person dressed in bright red walked around in his palm. Although the figure was very faint, the facial features were especially clear. Arbor had goosebumps all over when she saw it, and she almost jumped up from the stone stool. She reached out to grab the figure. What is this? This is half of your soul. Has your soul been very unstable ever since you reincarnated? That's because your soul self-destructed in your previous life. Arbor's pupils contracted. She was dazed for a while before she couldn't help but ask, how did you know? This is just my deduction and guess. Actually, my memories of this period are also very vague. Omega Kotoku stared at her intently, his fingers twitching slightly. Finally, he couldn't help but rub her temples. Jojo, you're back. Shouldn't we let bygones be bygones? Think about how grateful you were to me when I carried you out of the tunnel. If it wasn't for that woman from the Sure family, we would have been married and even. Why are there so many ifs? Arbor reached out to grab the wisp of soul in his palm. There are no ifs. There will never be ifs. She thought that Xianxia wouldn't give it to her so easily, but unexpectedly, he didn't stop her. Instead, he silently watched her take back the broken shadow soul body. With such a bad personality, you deserve to be single your whole life. Jojo snorted. How many other soul remembrance like this do I have outside? Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. This is your soul remembrance, you should know best. But she didn't remember anything. Lord Jojo glanced at him unhappily, thinking, how could he not know about it? She subconsciously pulled out the crescent-shaped jade pendant hanging around her neck. Ever since her master gave her this soul-calming chill jade, her soul had been much more stable. Was it because she had self-detonated her soul before, but she really couldn't remember anything? Jojo. Omega Kotoku looked down at her and said softly, no matter what happened in the past, at least for now, I want to get along with you. Can't we start from the beginning? Start from the beginning? Arbor's gaze wavered slightly, and he thought, it's easy to start from the beginning, but many things can never return to the way they were in the beginning. Firstly, the mood is completely different, and secondly, the people I see, hear, and meet are also completely different. This is the so-called things remain the same, but people change. Oh oh oh. Oh oh. Suddenly, a burst of ghostly wails and howls came from all directions. Xiaomu looked up and saw men and women dressed in native attire sliding down the mountain wall one after another like agile monkeys. They held weapons in their hands as they yelled crazily. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were surrounded in the middle. Sir Jojo looked at these monkey-like natives expressionlessly and didn't say anything. She was just a child at the moment, and if anything happened, the adults would take the blame. Xianxia frowned. This area should be the territory of the Red River tribe, but looking at the attire of these natives, they clearly looked like aliens and weren't from the Red River tribe. Oh oh oh, oh? Hundreds of natives surrounded the two of them, and the commotion was so big that it drew Ling and the others out of the cave. If you don't want to die, scram, Xianxia said coldly. Xiao Mu was at a loss for words as those natives waved their hands and feet in front of them. Ooh, who are you people? Ling touched his handsome little face and shouted angrily, why did you come to disturb my sleep in the middle of the night? Oh wow, oh. A woman who looked like the leader of the natives revealed her black belly and held a cane in her hand. The moment she raised it high, all the voices disappeared in succession. The woman who looked like the leader pondered for a while and suddenly said word by word in stiff imperial capital language, this mountain is mine. This tree was planted by me. The corners of Ling's mouth twitched. His head was shrouded in black fog. He raised his eyes and glanced at the second young master's darkened face through the crowd. At this moment, the native female leader had already read out the words leave behind the toll. Suddenly, in the middle of the crowd, in the void, a circular vortex suddenly appeared, as if an endless stream of air was being sucked into it. The few natives were caught off guard for a moment. Their faces were slightly pale as they stabilized their bodies. They were almost pulled over by the airflow. The Aborigine leader was shocked and quickly knelt down with his clansmen. As he kowtowed, he muttered some words that no one could understand. In the void vortex, a long strand of black hair suddenly brushed out, followed by a slender hand that reached out and grabbed the edge of the void, pulling it slightly to the left and right. Half of her body peeked out from the hole. Under the night sky, there was a hint of coldness and seduction. Prince Mo's cold gaze fell on everyone present. His pair of cold eyes stared coldly at Xianxia. So it's you who is playing tricks. Although the young master of Omega Kotoku didn't show it on his face, he was very shocked on the inside. Not for anything else, but Mo Lian's method of tearing open the void and suddenly appearing was really shocking. Prince Mo leaped out of the tear in the void. This was clearly a bit frightening. For a moment, everyone was caught off guard and did not react. They stared at him in a daze. Lady Xiao's eyes lit up slightly. She stretched out two small hands eagerly, but then she lowered her head and looked at herself in distress. He was so small and his body was like a little bean sprout. Mo Lian appeared in front of Sir Jojo in a flash. She reached out and picked him up. Her eyes were full of confusion. Jojo, how did they do this to you? This was not caused by anyone else. It was Lady Xiao who had dug a hole for herself and willingly jumped into it. But would Sir Jojo tell him? No. Bang! A strange-looking spiritual weapon that looked like a big-headed carp flew out of the tear in the void and landed on the ground with two thuds. Soon, a white figure flashed out of it. His body swayed a little and then he stood aside with narrowed eyes. Then, Mu Xingchen used his speed to escape from the big carp spirit weapon. He rushed to the side of a tree, leaned against the tree, and started vomiting. Big brother, what's wrong? Sir Jojo looked at Mo Lian in confusion. It's nothing. He's probably dizzy and wants to vomit. Mo Lian touched his little face and looked at him worriedly. Jojo, wait for me here. She then put the little guy down and looked coldly at the people from Omega Kotoku. A bundle of black fire instantly lit up in his hand, and Mo Lian arrived beside Second Qin and the others in the blink of an eye, making a move without saying a word. At this time, Second Qin had already recovered from his slight shock, and he looked at him with a rather grave expression as he asked, You comprehended the power of nothingness for the other three special powers outside of the five spirits? He tore open the void and rushed over. No one could imagine how he did it. The power of nothingness had disappeared for nearly 1,000 years. The talent of the Crown Prince of the Divine Land was simply demonic. Catch my Jojo? You sealed her divine sense, didn't you? Mo Lian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on him, and with a thought, a silver longsword jumped out of his hand. You were the one who set up the trapping formation in the Du Chenjiang to stop us, right? Mo Lian narrowed her eyes and said coldly. Explode. Boom. The self-destruction of a spiritual weapon was already unstoppable, let alone a divine weapon. On the side, Ling's expression shifted slightly. Just as he wanted to charge over, he was blocked by Duan Yu, who flashed forward. The young man was dressed in white and looked elegant and handsome. He blinked his peach blossom eyes and said to her with a smile that was not a smile, You want to gang up on me? Your opponent is me. You think you can stop me? Ling was still grinning. With a twist of his finger, a narrow and sharp dagger landed in his palm. 10 moves. Duanyu curled his lips and said with a nod, if I can last 10 moves, what will you say, ladyboy? Hee hee. Ling's eyes narrowed into crescents. Little big brother, you can talk after you fight. Sir Jojo, who was originally expressionlessly watching from the side, suddenly shifted his eyes in Ling's direction. The more he listened to the two's conversation, the more he felt something was amiss. Suddenly, Sir Jojo glared with his hands on his hips and pointed at Ling. He looked up and asked Duanyu, what? What did you say? You called her a ladyboy? And you called her a ladyboy. Could it be, she's a man? End of chapter 3051. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.